The concept for ePart trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
It is 6:50 actually in California this morning, and we are live from the ePart Trade Studio in Los Angeles. Welcome to Race Industry Week 2021, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Sharks, AEM Performance Electronics, ARP, and Motul. I am Francisco Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePart Trade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. We have people this week watching us from all over the world. As a matter of fact, over 110 countries are represented in registration. And that shows us how powerful it is when you're online, because within one click on your computer, your tablet, your smartphone, you can connect the industry from anywhere in the world, and that's absolutely magnificent. So we want to say a big thank you to the racing industry for supporting everything we're doing since day one. Without the support of the industry, we would not be here. And we built this platform, but it's actually the industry that's making it work. So a really big thank you to the industry. And we said it many times, we're humbled and we're thrilled when we see all the support, all the endorsement we have received. So with me this morning are Judy King, the co-founder of ePart Trade, and Mr. Joe Castello, our wonderful host, who is going to tell us a lot more of what he's doing right now. So Judy?
Thank you, Francis. And again, thank you to all our big sponsors sponsoring this week. But not only that, we really want to thank the suppliers and the buyers using this platform. We have over 29,000 racing businesses worldwide. So suppliers are on here showcasing all the elements that they would have in an exhibit booth. The buyers are on here connecting and reaching out, asking questions to those suppliers. It is so gratifying to see this platform and all the leads and questions going through the platform every day. So we thank the industry for using this. It's a great resource for the entire racing industry. It doesn't matter what type of racing you do. It's all represented here. So on to you, Mr. Joe.
Oh, yes, coming to me. First of all, good morning to everybody out there around the world. I know people are just logging on and flipping on their computer and getting connected to ePart Trade Industry Week. And I know from doing my own podcast, it's about, getting everybody up to speed. So I would imagine we're going to have more people today and tomorrow than we've had as people realize exactly what's going on. And Judy and Francisque, for me, it's just another point of connection. And seeing all the traffic that I'm getting even, off the air in between some of our seminars, people talking about like, hey, man, I feel connected to something that's going on that's, bigger than what's going on at my shop or in my studio. And this week-long meeting place that we're kind of having to get educated. And we made connections yesterday with Australia. The guys from Davies Craig was the way we ended the day. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is bringing the motorsport world so much closer together, events like this. And, maybe there's a product that I'm never going to use. Those exist, frankly, but I still want to learn about it and find out a nugget of information, the technology they're using, the way they're branding their products, the way they're marketing their products, what their racers are saying, what is the vibe and the atmosphere out there in our community, as we kind of forge forward. It has been so interesting. Plus, like Ross Braun and Zach Brown, and coming up a little bit later today, we've got some more stars from IndyCar. The vibe of the series, like where's their head at in terms of promotion, activation, the future? Do they feel confident? You can watch the news too much sometimes and get maybe a sense of doom or panic, right? Like what are these reporters saying? Well, what are these business people saying who are investing thousands or millions of dollars in a project, in a plan? What are they saying? Well, they're saying they're forging ahead. They feel confident. They're excited. They look forward to the future. And that makes me feel great about what I'm doing. And I certainly hope that everybody that's involved in our community is watching and logged on and realizing that there's a lot of positive energy out there right now.
There certainly is. And you know what, Joe? It's amazing because I have people on this watching all day long while they're working. And then I have people saying, I can't miss this one episode. So it's really heartwarming to hear for both the suppliers and the industry leaders that have joined us this week.
No, it's been amazing. Francisco, you were going to say?
I should mention that we're streaming live on racer.com as well on YouTube. So that's we have the people watching us on Zoom right now, but they actually can go on our YouTube channel to watch some past webinars. But every single webinar is being recorded, and it will be available next week on the ePart platform. And that's because not everyone is available all the time to watch 55 hours live, and so they will be available too. So if you missed the webinar, if you missed Brown, or if you missed Andretti, or if you missed, you talked about businesses, Doug Yates yesterday. What a great business and what an inspiration for the industry. And now they're expanding in aerospace and military. You mentioned Australia last night. I mean, we were in Europe. We actually, after we're going to have Ray, the next session is going to be a really good one with Ray, Jeff Hammond and Paul Fanner. And that's why Paul is not with us right now. Usually he does the welcome with us, but he's getting ready with for the next session with Ray and Jeff. And so it's interesting because after Ray, we're going to travel back to Europe with EarlyCon. I mean, that's the beauty of it. We have people from everywhere in the world involved in this week, and that's make it so exciting as well.
Yeah, it's an inspiration to see what Ray Evernham did with SRX. I cannot express all the information I've heard from people saying they were so excited to see this series. And I think it really lit a spark that we had. And I'm so excited to hear what Ray has set for next year with the series.
Oh my goodness. That, first of all, talk about a great change of pace in the summer, showcasing some of the local, or I don't want to say local, but smaller facilities that don't have, a cup race, but have devout crowds that show up every Saturday night, sling a little dirt, get around a racetrack. The SRX was amazing. And, showcasing young talent like Ernie Francis Jr., who most people might not have heard of until he gets out there and he's mixing it up with these, icons of motorsport and wins a race. Marco Andretti getting a win. Just an amazing energy. But in advance, since those guys are probably watching, I want to advocate for NHRA racers and SRX guys. We're going to be talking to Ron Capps later today, Greg Anderson tomorrow, Antron Brown, and we've got some racers like Doug Coletta, like Cruz Pedregon, like Ron Capps that are more than capable of battling it out in the SRX. And so NHRA represent.
Well, and as a matter of fact, you bring a very important point, Joe, here. When we prepared this week, we wanted to touch every aspect of motorsport, okay? Not just F1, NASCAR, IndyCar, and NHRA, but everything, in between. And I think we have off-road, short track racing. We had land speed. On Friday, we're going to have rally. We had sports car, historic with SBRA yesterday, SCCA. I mean, it's really, and then we're going to have the OEM later on today. We're going to have GM Performance, Mazda Motorsport, Ford Racing, TRD, that are really big player in the market as well. So Mr. Fanner, good morning to you.
Good morning, Francisque. I hope you enjoyed your 7 minutes of sleep.
What it felt like.
You got 8, Judy. I'm sure. But great to see everyone. Joe, good morning.
Good morning, Paul. Yeah, Francisque, like as the week goes on, he's like, we're almost there, Francisque. We're almost there. It's Thursday.
I could carry on for another week. I love it. I mean, it's just like, it feels like another day in the office. My wife complains I spend too much time on Zoom, but look at who the people we're talking to.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Okay, I saw saw Jeff Hammond pop up there a moment ago.
Yes, and I think Jeff should be with us very shortly. It's 6:59, so we are into something very special, Paul.
Indeed we are. I think this is as Ed Sullivan used to say in the 1960s, this is the really big shoe. We have Very, very special guest joining us today. An equally special colleague of his that's going to be joining me in the interview. We have Mr. Ray Evernham, man of many talents, Renaissance man of motorsports, with us today. Welcome, Ray.
Good morning, Ray.
Good morning.
Nice to have you join us.
And we have my colleague and fellow interviewer, and I'm going to turn you into an interviewee during this too as well, Jeff Hammond, is up on the screen with us as well. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing?
Good, Paul. So we're going to let you take charge. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in about 55 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, gentlemen. This is the Fanner Inquisition. Want to line you up and figure out how the heck this came off this past year. The racing world, I think the biggest story of 2021, at least in terms of the business side of 2021, was what was accomplished, Ray, with the SRX series. We're going to talk a little bit about your background a little later on, but I just want to say, what's it like? You got this done.
Yeah, the SRX it's something that I've had a vision on for a while. Growing up in the IROC series with Roger Penske and Jay Signori, Les Richter, and that group, and watching what was going on and how motorsports has transformed, for the past 20, 30 years, seeing how popular IROC was in the 70s, and everything is old is new again. And I just felt like there was a big void in motorsports right now for motorsports entertainment, if you will, and making it about the drivers and the fans. Again, not so much about the technology. Technology is great, and engineering is great, and I get it. But I felt like we had lost some of that personal touch, with our stars and with the fans and the excitement that really was motorsports. And we got together a group of people, and Sean McManus at CBS Sports believed in us 100% to take these superstars back to the short tracks. And, if we proved anything, I guess to me personally, I felt like I'm not crazy. I understand motorsports, and this is what the people wanted. And if you look at our social media, and it's incredible. You can't write on social media, it's a nice day, somebody's going to disagree with you, right? But the fans love it. The drivers loved it. The stadiums, the racetracks were packed. The TV ratings were phenomenal for the first year. And I feel really good because, when you've been as fortunate in sport as I have, to have made a career out of it, you always want to make sure that you're giving something back. And I felt like this year we put something on that the fans and the drivers really enjoyed. And I think it had a lot of the other sanctioning bodies take a look at what we did, and are starting to do some of the same things. So we achieved what we set out to do. We made it good for all of motorsports.
Well, you sure did, and I'm going to weave Jeff in here in a second because he was inside of this mad science project of yours. You two are, I guess, racing's mad scientists concocting this thing and making it happen along with your team at SRX. But I have to say, the one thing that really struck me about it, I grew up going to short tracks with my dad. Friday and Saturday night, sometimes during the day on a Sunday too. That was what we did as a family when I was young, and to see this come full circle and now be extremely important to the sport again, across the board. But this is really the tip of the iceberg. This showed what's possible. This racing is fantastic, and the local stars deserve a time to shine and show how good they are in comparison to the best in the sport. And new talent needs a moment to shine. People crossing over need a moment to shine. All of that came together in this blend. And both of you have been competitors at the highest levels of the sport. I know you're also friends. I'd like to just open a conversation and maybe stand back and be a fan for a moment and listen to you two talk about what it was like to actually do this in real time while it's happening. And Jeff, I throw it to you now.
Well, thank you. And again, you're right in a lot of ways, but I want to add even more to, what you've already kind of touched on here with the SRX initiative, let's put it that way. But my question, going back to my friend Ray Evernham, is Ray, how did you come up with so many variables here from your lessons in IROC? I mean, it's, the little things, the things that I felt like meant a lot to me as far as being a part of it. And let me make sure everybody understands how gracious I am, or grateful, not gracious, but grateful I am that you gave me an opportunity to come on board and to be a part of it. And so much that I took away last summer that has really energized me once again, as far as wanting to go to the racetrack and wanting to be a part of something. But the idea of how you came up with the drivers, how you came up with the car, how you came up with the overall format. And the other compliment I want to make sure I throw out there for you so you can comment on it is how you started at Stafford Springs. And it was a work in progress for the next 6 weeks. It wasn't like it was chiseled in stone like it was back in the IROC days. You can't touch nothing, you can't do nothing, just get in it and drive. Guys had an opportunity to tune on it a little bit, get a feel for their cars. They had opportunities that made their racer kind of like get excited about what was going on that Saturday night and not be PO'd because of the fact that they felt like they got something they couldn't drive. You know what I mean, buddy? I mean, it was fun to be a part of.
Jeff, when I, going back to the IROC series, and I understand, what they had to do and why they did it. And, so I look at all of the good things that I saw when I was there. And obviously I was one of those mechanics that used to get grabbed by the shirt when the drivers weren't happy, and, I think, man, if they just had a time to put a little bit of wedge in or do something small to suit the car to them, because, as the tires build up in these cars, if you got something that's a little bit tighter, you got a guy that runs, Bill Elliott's driving style, totally different than Tony Stewart's, and if they could just do a little bit of something to suit the car to them, the racing might have been better, the drivers would have more fun. And I thought, this again being about the personalities, not the cars, let them have a little adjustment. But then one of the things that I wanted to do, that you did so well for us, organizing the group and being in charge of the celebrity crew chief deal, I thought, why not bring in some celebrity crew chiefs to work with these guys, to bat some things around and have a little competition there too. Again, so that opened up another door for us to bring in some names, some history of the sport, but gave another bit of a twist, because there are some guys that you got to work with that had never really worked with someone like you, or gave some input, and some of the dirt guys worked with you guys, some of the paved guys got to work with some of the dirt guys that we brought in. So we not only brought in if for the people that don't know this, we brought in a local superstar driver, but we also brought in for each race a local superstar crew chief. We wanted to not just take SRX to the fans, to the short tracks, we wanted them to be involved. Give us your best driver. Give us your best crew chief. Come on, we're going to put them in equal cars at your track, and we're going to go and race against these guys. And I tried to look at everything that could be entertainment and make the race better. So many times in the IROC events, they were 100 miles, and if we wouldn't have a caution and somebody was a little bit off, man, they never got a chance to be competitive. And so I talked to the drivers and I said, look, we're going to have TV timeouts just like football. I'm going to call them about here. Jeff, you sat in some of those meetings. I'm going to call some about here. And this is the way it's going to be, because they want to race one another. They want to race one another. Then we had the kind of halfway break where we changed tires and let you guys make some more adjustments. And, we had a little practice session before everybody showed up ran 3-4 laps in their car, made a little strategy involved and things. And it really got a lot of different stories going on. And I don't think we had an unhappy driver. I didn't get one complaint about a race car. And I can tell you, when I was at IROC, about the first 3 guys that'd be patting your back. And from about 4th on back, those pats would get harder and harder until somebody had you by the shirt. It really was about the fans, about the personalities, and and giving that story of winning, losing, racing, the competition was about the human element, not really about the machine.
You mentioned how it was at the IROC deal. I remember one time, I think you were caught between Dale Earnhardt and AJ Foyt, and they were both giving you a tongue lashing for what they felt like was an unfair situation. You know how AJ, he hated to lose, and the only person that hated to lose even more than him was Earnhardt. He didn't like the idea of somebody stinking it up for him, making him look bad. So, but you were caught right in the middle. I'll never forget that. I think it was one of the days when Darrell actually had a car that was pretty good and had a pretty good run. And we were walking by, and it was after the race, and they both had you up against one of the cars, giving you up for.
Those guys used to be so funny. A guy like Earnhardt, right? We'd be at the speedways. He'd take a pen, right? And he'd go up and lean up against the rear spoiler of the car and make a mark on his fire suit with a pen. And then he'd walk up to the next car and make a mark. And he'd come over and show me his spoiler's 1/8 of an inch lower than mine. That's an advantage. Those guys, it was really crazy. Or you'd see them out on pit road and they'd slide their foot under the air dam to see if somebody had a lower air dam than the other. But, I'll tell you, next time you talk to DW had me by the shirt one time in Michigan. He was reading me the riot act about stuff. But certainly we've got long past that. But, in those times, I really feel like that little bit of an adjustment could have made a difference. And then I brought all you guys in. I've got my 4 celebrity crew chiefs, so now you're the one who gets yelled at, not me.
I knew there was a method to the madness whenever something like that's going on. But the thing that you also touched on is the fact that you were able to find the right combination of personalities and champions and Hall of Famers to go in these race cars and to get the emotion and rekindle that fire. Let's face it, we saw some emotion out there. We saw the fact that they not only competed, wheel to wheel, but there was a lot of, a lot of times there was a lot of tore up sheet metal.
4th of July, we had some fireworks 4th of July at IRP, but it wasn't in the sky. It was on pit road, with Elio and Scott Speed. And, the thing that I'm proud of is right now I have a list of over 30 drivers, many of them current drivers that have reached out that want to do this, that want to mix it. So we're so excited. Last year we had 10 full-time drivers. And then obviously our, what we would call a ringer, the Chase Elliott's, the Scott Speeds, the Greg Biffles that came in, and then our local star. This year we may drop that number to 8 or 9 full-time drivers because we have so many current stars that have reached out that want to rotate through in a race or two. And that tells me that the other guys have said, man, I had a blast. You need to come do this.
Well, I think the one that kind of like it put the explanation point on the season had to be Nashville, when you had Chase Elliott come up there and race against his dad. And this is another time it's kind of like a little behind the scenes deal, is that, Bill Elliott, as gracious and as great as he is, he didn't really have the season we expected. And you touched on, it just seemed like that particular race car that he was in, it just had little gremlins that never really let him, from fuel pickups to this, to that, to the other. It seemed like everything was on that one car. But yet he hung in there. He got maybe one decent run. But when we got to Nashville, the practice sessions you talked about, and this is where I'm complimenting you on the willingness to make sure that the show was what you were looking for, and I support. But we got there, and they went out to practice, and Bill jumped in one of the practice cars and was hauling the mail. He really looked like Bill of old. Paul, I'm telling you right now, we're all sitting there saying, man, look at Bill, man. He has come to race.
Yeah.
The fact that Chase is here has got him up on the wheel. Well, that wasn't the case. Because when we went to the practice round with your own car, he got back in the other racer. He ran it. He came in, and he told you, I was right there. I was at big crew chief in him that day. And he told you, I'm right back where I started from. I can't drive this car the way it's doing. And Ray looked at him and said, what do you want to do? Bill said, I want to run that practice car. So, he was willing to go with a race car that it was equal to everybody else's, but it was feeling to him like a drivable, raceable, winnable car. And man, you know, they got on it, changed the numbers, changed the sponsorship decals. They did everything they could to get it exactly like the one he was supposed to race with the proper sponsorship on it. Guys did one of the best crews I've ever been around was that SRX crowd this summer. I mean, they would rise to the occasion each and every week for us, whatever damages, whatever need came down. And in this particular case, getting Bill Elliott in that backup practice car, which was permissible by the rules, but Ray had to condone it, had to say it's okay.
Yeah, especially since I made the rules.
Yeah, it really worked out well. But it was a great call. I mean, it was one of the best races we saw all year long, especially Bill Elliott, and the competition between him and his son was off the chart. Would you not agree, Ray? I mean, it had the whole grandstand on their feet.
Jeff, that's how we go along. When we do whatever we do, it's about the race fan and it's about the show. So, you know, if I was kidding. I said, look, you want Tony's car? I'll give you Tony's car. You know, we're taking Tony's car away. You know, it's really about, we're going to do whatever we have to do to make sure the fans enjoy the show. And as you said, we were constantly changing things from the time we started at Stafford based on the feedback from the fans. They wanted some color changes on the car, some graphics changes on the car. They wanted the heat races shorter. We are going to do everything that we can to make sure that the fans are enjoying it. Now, and with that said, we're not going to turn it into a scripted show. I mean, it's certainly not going to be a professional wrestling. And I don't want every professional wrestler in the world to beat me up because I said that, because they've got a great show too. But, you know, there's a point to where, you know, we've got to let them race. They know that we've got to have our TV timeouts. They know we're going to keep the field closed up. But you know as well as I do that there's times in that heat race when they're racing for a starting spot, it's get after it. And when we get down towards the end of that show and they're working their position, they know inside of that final 20, you know, we're bending a lot of A-frames and tearing up some fiberglass, and they're getting competitive. But the number one SRX has got to be, it's superstar racing experience, right? It's about motorsports entertainment. It's about telling the stories and connecting the fans with these drivers. You know, the only technology that we're pushing on, you know, is the coverage that CBS has done. If you look at the things that they did with drones and virtual reality, you know, that's where we're pushing on the technology side. We're going to keep the cars simple. The cars are going to be simple, short track race cars. You know, they're not going to be, you know, bumper cars or demolition derby cars, but we're really going to work to have this show about our drivers, about our superstar crew chiefs, but most of all about what the fans want to see.
Well, I want to interject here because both of you have said some absolutely stunning things that I don't hear very often. And first off, I had no idea there were local crew chiefs involved. That's so much of the story to me. And I didn't have a sense of the full degree of adjustability you were allowing. I was at the first IROC races. I was there at day one at Riverside with the Porsches. And
let me cover. I'll explain the crew chief thing a little bit, because this is where, you know, my buddy right here, and I'm pointing to the screen, Jeff, has helped me, and you know, he and I have a long history. A lot of people don't know this, but when I first came into Cup racing, Jeff and I had known each other because of my involvement with IROC. Well, he was Darrell Waltrip's crew chief, obviously. And we talked a little bit. And when I came into being a Cup crew chief, you know, I'm struggling with some things. And Jeff sat me down, and I don't even remember where it was, Martinsville or someplace we were struggling. You know, we had Jeff and I had a lot of people behind us, and we had some good potential and fast cars, but we struggled with some things. And Jeff pulled me aside and he said, "Look, I want you to understand something, and just going to give you some good advice." He said, "Your job is really not to make that race car go fast. Your job is to communicate with that driver and give him the confidence to drive it. So when he's yelling at you on the radio like that, don't yell back at him and threatening to whoop his butt and all that stuff. You need to calm him down and get him focused." I never forgot that. And, you know, Jeff and I had certainly took off and had a great run past that. So Jeff Hammond and I go back that long. So when I started this deal and wanted to have these celebrity crew chiefs, he was the first guy called. And Jeff stepped up and has helped us come up with rules and changes and organization, and every week brought us some suggestions to make the show better behind the scenes. And so the way it works, we have 4 celebrity crew chiefs. They draw wrenches out of a box for drivers each week. That crew chief gets those 3 drivers, and he's responsible for making sure that they've got what they want in the car, and they talk to them. They're allowed to talk to them on radio, make changes, and the total of those 3 drivers' points are added to that celebrity crew chief, because there's 3 full-time celebrity crew chiefs, and then we get a part-time. We bring a part-time guy in, or a grassroots guy like we do with the drivers, and so the celebrity crew chiefs, they tally points just like the drivers do. So at the end of the year, there is a point champion. This year it was won by Todd Parrott, and so there's actually a championship within a championship, and hopefully we can get that a little bit more TV time next year as well. But it's pretty exciting if you listen to some of the communication, because as with other crew chiefs, I lay out some rules and whatnot, and they go in areas like, I'm thinking, man, I hadn't thought about that, so I can't tell them it's not legal, or they can't do it because we never discussed it. So it's pretty interesting. We had some crew chiefs that turned into spotters, and I was like, man, wait a minute, I didn't think about this. So so it's, as I said, it's that kind of thing behind the scenes. Wherever you look at SRX, there's some kind of a story going on wherever you want to look.
And that's the interesting thing that touches back to something you were both talking about earlier. I have a saying, the audience owns you, not the other way around. And I've seen some racing series believe that they own the audience. The audience is theirs to monetize. Now
we are, I promise you, we are here to have fun and entertain. That's what SRX is about. And now, obviously, we got to sell products. We got to sell products to keep the sponsors happy. But we are about.
I'm going to ask some questions about that. I'm going to ask some questions about that in a few minutes.
Okay.
But I think one of the things that really struck me is the atmosphere at your events was coming through the screen. You could feel the energy. And I've watched a lot of races on television and in person. And one of the things that's bothered me is some of the best energy I'd ever seen when I was young going to short track races. And the further up the sport I went, the lower the energy was at a lot of these events. Even though there were 100,000 people at the event, it didn't feel like much. There was a dullness to it. It was like a dead religion being practiced. And what this was, like a fiery sermon in a little tiny church, the church of racing, is what I saw here in these races. And the reaction that we saw in our social media streams, that we saw in the page views, that we saw in people arguing about what they saw, was unbelievable. And I think it's cultural. I think there's something at the core of the culture of American motorsport that came across in your screen when you're watching these events. And I'm certainly in person. I want to see one of these races in person. What do you think that actually is? There's something you were doing here that is not just a race clinic.
I don't think we were doing it. I think it was there. I think it's the DNA of grassroots motorsports. It's the DNA of what makes us do what we do. When you look at the people involved, it's a passion. And to be able to focus on that passion and let that passion come out. Like, we wanted them to go there and have a good time. They got to see superstars like Stafford Springs, Connecticut. It was electric. Like the kickoff, it was electric. Like something I hadn't seen. Slayer, Wisconsin. Nashville. We went to Nashville. I actually stood on the front straightaway and filmed it. We were parking the cars out on the front straightaway about an hour before the race started, and the fans were giving standing ovations to the race cars and the mechanics coming out. The drivers weren't even there yet, and that's
fantastic.
What we wanted to do, connect that passion that it's why we all do what we do. And sometimes we forget about that. Sometimes, we work real hard on the business side of things, or we got to do this, or we got to do that. SRX is not about have to do's. It's about want to do's.
Yeah, and Jeff touched on this adaptability in program and format that was evident during the progression of the events. There was almost a, what are they going to do this week? when you got to it. And frankly, I'm bored with the rigidity of most forms of motorsport. I've liked, let's say, in Formula One. We had Ross Braun in here the other day, talking about them mixing it up and changing it up. Very refreshing to see that at the top of
We'll send Paul Tracy over there, because you talked about the church of racing. We had Pastor Paul, and I'm going to tell you that I love that guy. He's the first guy that got an invitation to come back. I promise you.
I think so. Paul, PT is ultimately one of the most entertaining characters I've come across. There were years ago, there was a clothing company called No Fear, and we all bought go-karts and raced in their parking lot. And Paul Tracy invented some new things while we were doing that, including leaving the parking lot, driving around on the streets, and then coming back into the race after merging into traffic. and it was just, there was never one way Paul Tracy did anything. And I got to say, that surprise factor in what you were doing is a big part of its appeal. I think the other questions I have for both of you is, there's room to change it up even more. Is there anything on the horizon that we should know about that's been talked about, that's maybe in development here, that's coming, that you want to do in 2022?
Right. Do you really think you want to share that with him? I mean, I think some of those secrets right there need to be coming out at the first race we go to. What do you think?
Well, I want to have a little teaser. I'll let you talk about. Honestly, one of the things that I've done is said to Jeff, "Hey, help me make this crew chief thing better." So if he wants to talk about that, I'll let him do that. But that's something that we're proud to say that Jeff Hammond will be more involved in helping from that side of things this year. What I can tell you, the format on the race, we'll wait. That's up to the fans. If the fans, if they like it, I'll leave it. If they don't like it, we'll change it. But what will change up is the driver personalities. You will probably see right before we went on, I forget who was talking about the NHRA guys, but I've talked to the NHRA guys. We're looking at, and I've talked to NHRA girl. One of them married to my partner here.
Yes,
so I was like, man, that would be awesome, because I'm going to get Tony.
I want to see her in a race car in your series.
So you may see a team made up of NHRA drivers. You may see a team made up of female drivers. You may see a team made up of Formula One guys. So you may see some interesting things with driver personalities. And then, for me, as I said, if we roll into, we've been waiting to announce our schedule. I can tell you that our schedule is set. There's 4 new tracks on the schedule. We've been waiting, in fairness, with NASCAR doing a banquet and letting their season wind down, we're going to wait a little while, probably not announce our schedule until after the first of the year. But we've got some pretty exciting things locked in and ready to go at very historic racetracks again this year.
Well,
and you're hearing it right here, Paul, on ePart. I mean, and this right here is breaking news. Some of it even for me, because again, we've talked one time since the end of the season. That's talking about Ray and I basically knew he had his hands full trying to get things lined up. But it's really, I think it's the kind of energy that is really going to sustain us from the time the season ended in July and coming back around to June as far as the SRX is concerned, because everywhere I go, and I'm sure Ray runs into the same thing, just like you were saying earlier, Paul, when you first came on, there's an energy that's been established that has been sustainable since July. I mean, people like it so much. I mean, they come over and they say, "Hey, man, I just want to let you know, I thought the SRX this would kick ass." And that's not once. I'm talking about that's hundreds of times where people would take time and watch it. The ratings prove that out, but also the words on the street now. And whenever this does come out, I think they're going to be even more of a buzz. And next year, I'm with Ray 100% of, if we can just do what we did this year, we'd be happy. But if we do what we hope we can do, we're going to be ecstatic. Am I right, boss?
Oh, without a doubt. And and as you know, there's we've got a lot going on growth-wise. Our first year TV numbers were very good. lots of exciting sponsor things going on, and speaking with different people about the future. But the key thing is, for me, the future, I'm still a crew chief, right? It goes race season to race season. I'm excited about getting going for 2022. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but Jeff's working on a project with some folks that would be just killer for us in 2023. And I'm going to do everything I can do to be part of that.
Oh God, you guys are really amping up my curiosity right now. I think, first off, you're the new toy in the toy box. I couldn't wait to unwrap this when it showed up, and I wanted more and more. And the one thing I want more of, and it's going to sound maybe like a heretic, but I deviated from my dad's direction and I went road racing, and I was interested in road racing. And I think some of the best performers in what you put on the racetrack were road racers that really proved they could take to this and drive a short track. And I'd like to, because I've raced against short track racers that have gone to road racing and have kicked ass. I'd like to see that at some point. Is that in the cards?
Hell yeah. That without a doubt, if we're going to be what we want to be, we have to get on a road course. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it done last year. Tried hard to get it done for 2022. I promise it'll be a priority for 23. We're looking at shortening up a course. I don't want to have the 12 cars spread out on a 2.5 mile course, right? So we're looking at there's some incredible places. VIR right up the road here, we love. There's places. I can't say that we want to do a rollable, but we want to do a shortened road course, and there are some options. One of the problems that we face is we're Eastern time, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. So we've got to look at either going kind of west coast to run in the daylight a little bit, or to put up some temporary lighting. And have had several conversations, as I said, with the folks at Virginia International Raceway, along with some other people. But 100%, we want to run some modified road circuit. I call it. We will be at some point run a race or two races on a right-left shift brake track. Because originally my idea for the series was 2 dirt ovals, 2 paved ovals, 2 road courses. Now those road courses may be a combination of dirt and pavement. You never know.
Oh, even better. All this fills me. I'm like a little kid listening to you too. This is the sort of thing I've dreamed of. I think the idea that this is for a fan. One of the best moments of my life in racing was working on a project with Dan Gurney, and we were on a conference call, and I was in the office with Dan, and he got a little irritated at the business talk and tone that we were all having, and he got his cane and whacked the speakerphone and said, "Are you a race fan? Are you a race fan?" And he said it 3 times, and my friend on the other end said, "Yeah, I am." And he says, "I am too, and this is who we're doing it for. So we need to," and he reminded everybody that that's what we are here to do, is find something that inspires race fans, and we're not just in the entertainment business, we're in the inspiration business. And I was totally inspired by what I saw. And I think that when I look at what your potential is, I don't see a manufacturer involvement with this yet. Is there a plan to do that?
The manufacturers are great, and we wouldn't be racing without them. SRX is in a little bit different situation. I feel that if we can kind of stay non-denominational, if you will, it makes things a lot easier to get drivers to cross boundaries, especially drivers that are currently driving in other series for manufacturers or have PSAs with manufacturers. So I would really like to keep SRX just SRX. Right now, it's an SRX car. It's largely it's an SRX engine, if you will. Ilmor builds them, but largely, and most of the parts are built by Edelbrock. It's a car for a specific series. Where the IROC cars were Camaros and Dodges and Porsches. The SRX car is an SRX car. It was built, designed, to be that car, and I'd like to keep. I think we can be enough value as an entertainment property to not have to to have the manufacturers come in. Manufacturers that, they've got plenty of development in other series. But you said something about Dan, about we're in the entertainment business. And I know Jeff's heard this a good bit because we were both in the Bill France Jr. era. And, Bill used to say that all the time. The people in the stands got to come first. You got to remember, we are a race and we're a sport, we're a show. And I never forgot that. And I swear I do use a lot of the things that Bill Jr. did and taught me while I was at NASCAR.
Yeah, and I could see it. And, one of my friends and mentors was Coach. Les Richter.
Oh, yeah.
And
mine too. Hey, did you ever get the big clamp on the back of your neck from the coach?
Yes.
Don't let it get your hands on. I'm telling you.
It was like a vice. His fingers were like a vice.
Yeah, but he had a heart of gold and a really intelligent guy, and he could break down what motivated a race fan pretty well and what we were trying to do when we were dealing with it. And I got to say, when I first met him, one of the things we got done, I got put in a souvenir stand at Riverside to learn what race fans wanted and what they didn't want. And it was a very valuable lesson. And that was the day that Mark Donohue won Roger Penske's first Cup race. And I remember thinking to myself, that
and the lifters were illegal.
Pardon? I don't know what happened with those guys. They something.
I always kid him about that. The Jay Signori told me a story about having some lifters that were not exactly as correct as they should have been, and that day they had to do some explaining about that.
Cut to the chase right there. It was the fact that plausible denial. At the same time, he knew whenever they put them sun guns in there, that was the only way that engine would live, and they got by with it. I mean, it's just that simple.
Well, it was a great day. We sold a lot of trinkets and trash, and I learned a lot about what race fans want and don't want. But one of the things they do want is they want to be close to their heroes, and they ride with them. They literally, when these racers go on the racetrack, they're not alone. They're taking people with them. And they're taking them on a journey, an adventure. And that adventure, what I thought was interesting about what you were doing here, you had the tribes of racing coming together in a friendly war. And we all had people we're rooting for that represent us. And that was what the IROC, I think, was, certainly, for a good time. This was a 21st century version of it that had that kind of freestyle feel for it. The only thing missing is a sweet jump, and I think we'd be there,
Well, we talked to Travis Pastrana about that.
You need Travis in this.
Travis is doing a fantastic job with his stuff as well. Amazing guy. But again, our series, when we look at doing things to be able to bring in guys like Travis or Ken Block, to put them in a situation to be an equal car and entertain, that'll help grow their series as well. And I will tell you, we've talked to a couple of key, very, very well-known motorcycle racers that have some car experience. So you may see a two-wheel guy or two in our show next year.
I want to go back to the No Fear parking lot for a moment, because the people that, first off, I want to say the thing that was interesting about that is you had Ernie Irvin. There was this kid, Jimmy Johnson. I don't know what happened with him. He showed up.
He did all right. He did
all right. He was, I think, 19 at the time, or 20. You had Kyle.
Boris Said was involved, right?
Boris Said was my crew chief. And you had the Simo brother. You had a lot of people, but Jeremy McGrath and Ricky Johnson were rockets. They were super competitive, so why not? I think racers are racers, and you give them a gap, give them an opening to prove themselves. This is what I really like. Reputation mattered most of all in watching your events. They're racing for reputation. They're racing for what you do when you race.
They want to know, can I beat that guy, or what it was like. But again, if they're enjoying it, that's what one of our guys, and he will be back in some way, shape, or form next year. Willie T. Ribbs, he's a legend, but his personality and everybody loved him. And when you're watching our show, you're going to see a race. You're going to see a damn good race, but you're going to see legends, superstars, heroes having fun. And when you ask me about the car thing, we try not to make our car the star. We don't talk about the car because cars are cool, right? But people are legends, right?
Yeah.
People are legends. That's the stories, that's the history. And when our fans are watching, their legends have fun in a relaxed way. They have fun. And when you're, I watch TV for fun. If I want, obviously there's documentaries and stuff like that. But when you watch TV in a sporting event, you want to have some fun, and you want to connect with the people. And one of the things that we try and do, one of the main things that we try and do with SRX is we choose drivers that people connect with, whether they're giant winners or not giant winners. We had one of the most personable guys in the sport, Michael Waltrip, with us. Win, lose, draw. And Michael is a great interview. People love him. He talks about his feet being too big to drive the car and Dancing with Stars and stuff like that. And people just loved him.
They do, and I think again, what was fantastic about this is it was like a really well prepared meal of fun and action, and there was even a dessert or two. You got the dessert sometimes in the beginning with the cars being rolled out and presented, but you had this smorgasbord of everything racing could or should be, and the freedom to do whatever you want. I mean, we opened the show. You said you could make the rules. You could do what you want. Yeah. And it's interesting to listen to Jeff just a little bit. Jeff, you're silent but deadly. I know you're working on all sorts of crazy stuff. I wish I knew what it was, because I won't be able to stop thinking about what you might be working on now that you tipped it a little bit. But when we look at this 3, 4, 5 years from now, where is this going, guys? I mean, what could this be?
I don't know. What do you think, Jeff? You've seen it. You've seen where we're headed. I'd like to hear where you think it's going to go.
Well, I believe that with what Ray has come up with is very tunable to the point of, and I will use the analogy of a very popular TV show that's out right now, Yellowstone. Yeah. That everybody is just falling in love with. Okay. It is a rough, tough type of a show. But the key thing is it's got a short season. Yeah. They get in there, they get it done, they leave you hanging, and you can't wait to the next season. And I feel like that's one of the key elements. Everybody keeps wanting to expand this series. And I look at it like, wait a minute, they might be doing us a favor, because the shorter the season or the season we have currently, if you make it longer, you take some of those elements away. You also all of a sudden get in people's, you may lose some people and gain some people, but at the same time, you're asking regular race car drivers to be involved in everything. But my point where I'm going, Ray, is I like the season. I like the fact we get in there, we get it done. We leave people can't wait to see next year what he's going to come up with. And we get it down to the point to where all of a sudden Ray's able to sign a 5-year contract with some television network to be able to put this on for 5, seasons and keep it going. I think that's the thing that's important. And then we go back to what we've all been talking about. From that platform, I see us being able to do a better job of connecting with the drivers and connecting with the fans. We've got to reconnect these drivers in a more personable way, not just, it's a lot like, Ray's got, swag and hats and trinkets and trash type stuff for the SRX series. We want to see a lot more SRX t-shirts and hats, but we want to see with Bill Elliott on the front of it. Yeah. Our driver lineup, of 2021. That's what we want, what you're trying to do. We're trying to build a brand. Am I wrong here, Ray? I mean, you want to build a brand where everybody,
100%.
Get it going and get it to the point to where they want more of it. And that's what I'm hearing from the fans that I run into. That's what's making this thing so successful. I really believe if Ray said, okay, fine, we're going to put on a series and we're going to run 30 races next year, I think we lose a lot of support.
I think you would too.
And I think it's important. I mean, we don't need to buy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and don't run it by thinking making more is going to, I'm afraid more would be less in the long run.
I wanted to add one other thing here in this conversation is that, I never would have thought I would have seen, Chase Elliott and Bill Elliott going wheel to wheel like they did. And it was riveting to me. It was an out-of-body experience to be able to see that, and this is like Field of Dreams, where you're seeing things you wouldn't see, quote, in the real world, and I also think that, there's a saying once I read from Matt Groening, who created The Simpsons, we succeed when we create something worthy of the audience's devotion. And I think that the fact that it's not overexposed, it's not oversupplied, the fact that it crosses and blends all the cultures of racing into this wonderful meal of racing and fun is its huge advantage. The less is more theory will really work here. But the fact that there's a way to cross-pollinate everybody now is fantastic. Bring these audiences into appreciating racers from other categories. That's what we do at Racer. We respect all racers. And to commend you both for being involved in something that would do that. That's what the IROC was about.
IROC certainly, it started it. It takes us back to the time when you look at it, why it was so, people were interested, because you got to see the Revsons and the Fittipaldis and people like that come and race our stars. We talk about Foyt and Earnhardt and people in it mix. And now with SRX, you talk about Bill and Chase running together. We've taken the cars, they're very, very safe cars. We've kept the speeds down. We've kept them on short tracks to encourage drivers to say, hey, look, obviously anything can happen in a motorsports, in a race car anytime. But when you look at you're not going 200, you're not on a big speedway, short track, fairly protected car. They're a little bit more interested. Again, only 6 races, a little bit more interested. We have, again, on tap, the Chase Elliott, Bill Elliott thing was so popular. We've talked to some other father and son combinations that are, I think we're pretty close to getting that done. And I will tell you that we have a young lady who did very well at our deal last year that we're trying to get her. Haley. We're trying to convince her dad to come race her.
Well,
so we have a father and daughter.
I just hope her dad isn't a wuss.
He's
I throw that out at him. Don't be a wuss. Show up, man.
Yeah, I've told him, look, I'll take him to practice, get him some practice myself, because his daughter's pretty tough on the dirt.
She's something else. And again,
hey, Paul, real quick, I know we're starting getting kind of close on our time, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't take just a few seconds here or a minute to. I really want to go and talk a little bit about Ray's career, because I want to get him to give me an idea of what's around the corner next. Because Ray, when I read over your career and the history, I know a lot of it, but at the same time, growing up there in New Jersey, being a modified racer, how you ever got hooked up with IROC, I have no idea. But that was kind of like the springboard to where you wound up with Jeff Gordon, and you really established yourself. But my focal point was, is he a Renaissance man? Is he just a workaholic? And then I look in this one, the bio deals, and say, hey, he's an American consultant. And I think that's probably the best way to summarize you, because you got so many irons in the fire, whether it's with television, with your big iron garage, working for ESPN, NBC, you do that. You just got so much stuff. You were a team owner, not just a team owner, but a winning team owner. After you became a winning crew chief, that's not a big enough challenge. Let me go on to one of these things and see how it goes. But you've gone through like phases, and now you're back kind of semi crew chiefing, but yet team owning, and yet you're doing TV. You finally found something that brought all of these things together in one place with the SRX deal.
Yeah.
But knowing you like I do, dude, what's next? Are you going to be on one of these rocket ships that go up into outer space and come back the same day?
Well, you must have looked in the back of the shop. We've got one under construction. We'll fire it up off of some nitrogen bottles. Now, Jeff, I always tell everybody, I've been very, very, very fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. and be around a lot of great people who have helped me, as you did in the early 90s. I've just always loved it. I'm if I had to describe myself to somebody, I'd say I'm like the Forrest Gump of motorsports. I have no idea how I've met this many people and gotten these situations. I just kind of loved cars. I started racing the modifieds, as you know, loved it. Ran around Flemington and Wall Stadium and places like that and just met people. And then was very lucky that IROC decided, Jay Signori lived in Spring Lake, New Jersey, and they were going to open up the IROC shop in Tinton Falls because Roger Penske at that time also lived in Navesink. And I went there and I was like, I'm going to get a job working for Roger Penske. He's going to see me drive. I'm going to be driving his IndyCar. I'm going to be Rick Mears' teammate. You know what I mean? And I went there and, Jay Signori just took me under his wing. Never got to drive Roger's IndyCar. That probably saved my life. But I did get to test the IROC cars, and I met a lot of people along the way. And you just get in certain situations. I met because of doing things. I built those cars for Dick Johnson, the Australian touring car driver. And I met Jeff Gordon, and we did a couple Busch races together. And then I got hurt. And guess what? I couldn't run my modified anymore, so I needed to get a real job. Mike Joy gets me a job with Alan Kawicki. Simple as that.
Wow.
And, you know how that didn't turn out very good because with both our tempers, it didn't last long. Walking out of the gate at Daytona Speedway, headed back to New Jersey. I was going back at Wall Stadium. I'd have been laying on my back, changing quick change gears. I bumped into Preston Miller and Lee Morsefort. And they said, hey, look, we're going to put you back over with Jeff Gordon over at Bill Davis's. Boom, we go to Bill Davis's, win a bunch of races. Yeah. Rick Hendrick hires Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon says, I need this guy, Ray, to come with me. So I go over there and I interview with Rick Hendrick, and he says, I want you to come be Jeff's crew chief. And I said, I don't have enough experience to be a crew chief. He said, well, Jeff, why don't you be the crew chief? I said, I can't be the crew chief. I'll be the chassis setup guy. And they said, no, you're going to be the crew chief. That's the only job I got.
Wow.
Take it or leave it. So you got a guy like Rick Hendrick who saw more in me than I ever did. And, again, then Dodge comes up and says, hey, we want you to start this whole deal. And I'm like, gosh almighty, but we had done everything that we could do with the 24 car. So I wanted to try that. And then honestly, I just didn't enjoy being a team owner. I was too far removed from all of the things that I loved, working with people, working on the cars, being at the racetrack, calling the shots. And, then got involved in the TV and enjoyed it, did a couple TV shows. And as you said, this whole SRX thing did a couple things for me. It let me go back to my first love, IROC, and really try and put something back in motorsports that I felt was missing. And I also feel that SRX, even though some race series look at it as competition or it's this or that, I really feel like it's doing what we designed it to do, helping all forms of motorsports because it's very neutral. It crosses, we're a short series. We promote NASCAR drivers. We promote IndyCar drivers. We promote Formula One drivers. We promote dirt modified drivers, paved modified drivers, rally drivers, all of these things. And I feel good about it because I think that we were able to do something that helped all of motorsports.
Indeed you did. And
I have no idea what's next, by the way, other than season 2022.
Yeah, that's what's next. Well, there's always something next for you, Ray, and there's certainly always something next for you, Jeff. Both of you, you have restless hands. You like making things happen out of nothing, I think. And what's to me, I'm really grateful to be in this moment to see this. This just made my heart soar when I watched the first event. The 9-year-old boy in me was jumping for joy that this actually existed. And I never, ever forget I worked for him. If I don't feel what he felt the day I walked into Orange Show Speedway for the first time, I'm betraying who I actually am and want to be and our company should be. So, I think when we look at what you're doing now, I think you're a reminder to everybody what the essence of this sport is. And I thank you for that. I also think that I know there's a lot more in you than this, just having seen your progression. And I think you're a laboratory for the entire sport. If there was one thing that you look at that needs to be done, and both of you could answer this, please, that is still a great opportunity for the sport that could come out of your laboratory, what would that be?
I think that there's two things that you're always working on, right? The number one is safety, right? And safety for the drivers and for the fans and the crew members. So that's something that we're all always thinking about. But again, when you talk about that essence, that DNA, somehow getting that back, having people feel that emotion about racing the way that we used to feel that emotion about racing. When they feel that, again, that emotion, then the sport can start to grow. And, Jeff and I have both been very, very blessed people, but we're at a point in life where you want to try and give back to the sport. And right now I feel like the biggest thing I can give back is that feeling. So trying to expose people to feel what I felt, what you felt, what Jeff felt, I think is important.
Absolutely. Jeff, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, it's very well said, and it's kind of hard to improve upon that. But having been fortunate, just like Ray, to have won races, to won championships, one of the things that always I feel for is throughout all of the series is understanding there's a lot of men and women that will give their lives to this sport, to this industry, and never have that experience or that exhilaration of winning. And I think to a certain degree, that's a sin. I mean, because it hurts me because they have put the same type of effort and didn't get the result that we all look for, and that's to stand in victory lane and be able to say, we're number one that particular day. And that exhilaration can never be duplicated. I'm telling you right now, when I close my eyes, I can remember Daytona, I can remember Charlotte, I can remember Martinsville, I can remember Bristol, and that energizes you. This past summer, it came flooding back in at Eldora when I was lucky enough to be with Tony Stewart and won a race up there. And that trophy, my SRX trophy, means as much to me as my Daytona 500 trophy for those reasons, because it rekindled the 65-year-old man thinking he was 15 years old back in Carolinas winning dirt races there. So it's come a long way, baby, but it's that feeling.
Yeah.
And it's that greatest feeling in the world, and anybody who's ever won, you know what I'm talking about. And that's what you want to share. You want to share with these race fans a little piece of it. You want to make them feel like they're in victory lane with you. And if you can do that, you'll get them back. You'll keep them in front of that television, or you'll have them sitting in the main grandstand at Charlotte Motor Speedway or Nashville, no matter where it is. That's what racing is all about. I mean, it's about that joy that you get when somebody wins. It happens to be your favorite driver or your team.
And that was pouring out of the screen every time I watched this series, and it just emanated from the audience. And Ray, I just have to say thank you, Jeff. Thank you for being part of this panel and being part of this. I really, it's an honor to talk to both of you, and I think what you're doing is very important for the sport overall.
Thank you. And it's important what you guys are doing too. We've always been big fans of yours as well. I've written you letters years ago well, at Racer. So again, thank you. And thank you for having me. It's been fun. And Jeff, we gotta get back to work after the holidays here, buddy.
I'm ready. Just give me a couple of days here to kind of
clear my head here
a little bit. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. What a pleasure. Please stay with us one more second, Ray, as we're going to be transitioning into our next session. Jeff, I mean, what a delight. I mean, oh my God, that was awesome every second. So Jeff and Paul, please stay with us. We are going to be transitioning. Yes, thank you. We're going to be transitioning to our next session of Race Industry Week 2021. And in this next session, we're going to bring Joe Castello back with us. He was with us earlier this morning. And we are going to be traveling back to Europe to my own country, France, and we are going to bring a gentleman who is a brilliant advocate of motorsport and represents a company called Earlycon. And Mark Hervé is in charge of motorsport for Earlycon worldwide, has been in the industry for as long as I can remember, and is an absolute expert and has been involved in F1 in every series around the world, and Earlycon is a brilliant company. So we're very thankful to have Mark with us, and also thankful that Earlycon has been a supporter of the ePart platform since the beginning. So bonsoir, Marc.
Bonsoir, Francisque. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
It is 5 p.m. where you are, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's getting starting to get dark at the moment.
Very
Welcome
good.
back, Mark.
So,
Thank you.
Joe, you are in charge, and we're on for something very technical and very special.
Excellent. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. Mark, good to see you. Thank you for joining us here today. And to everybody out there in the audience, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be around the world like Mark. Please remember that if you do have questions during this session, you can put them in the chat section. And so we can take a deep dive into what's going on with coatings, parts, pieces. We've seen so many evolutions over the years, Mark, and many wonder, like, you know, how are parts able to last in these torture chambers that we see on racetracks? And much of it has to do with coatings. And it was interesting to me that your company has been around for 75 years, born pretty much right after World War II. Can you tell us a little bit more about the company before we get started?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first, thank you. It's a big honor, again, to be present here and to talk about the coating and the solution that we can offer. I mean, this is really, really great for that. So yes, the company Earlycon Balzers is actually 75 years old. We celebrated the anniversary earlier this year. Coating has been the heart of the company, and the funny thing is that the Balzers division actually started to provide coating for the industry the same year that I was born. So kind of a fun story. I will try to share my screen at a certain point, just to show you a little bit. That would be, always easier. All right. So, when we talk about coatings and everything, all the time, people think about, it could be a paint or it could be whatever. In our case, we talk in micrometers. So, very, very thin film coatings. So I put a funny gingerbread car with a coating on top, because the topping can be also called a coating. And I will make some comparison between the food, I'm French, and the coating that we do for many years. But back to the company. So Earlycon, we are a Swiss group. It's a global group, two big division. But the main one is what we call surface solution. So, when we talk about coating, we want to talk about a little bit more than just the coating. We want to talk about the surfaces of the parts, the different elements. So inside this division, we got different possibility. We can manufacture parts with Earlycon AM, our 3D printing division. We can do very thick coating with Earlycon Metco. But today I would like to show a bit more about coating thin film from Earlycon Balzers. So, this is what I was talking about. You get the parts from the printing, you get the very, let's say, thick coating. When I mean thick, it means that we talk in millimeter. In our case, this is where we are. Thin film, few micrometer, very thin coating. And, this business, this is what we do now for many, many years, several decades. We are covering a lot of different industries around the globe. But today we are all about, motorsports, performances, and etc. before showing you a little bit of, some applications, I would like to give you a few words about the technology. What is the coating? How do we do it? And as I said, I'm French and I like cooking. So, very often the people say, okay, why should we put a topping on something? Oh, it's because, we want to make different color. We want to make a different taste, better taste, or change the texture and make the product yummy. Basically, this is the kind of things you can get at the end of the day. I'm already in a Christmas spirit. But, here, what we see on the apple here and what we see here could be somehow a coating, that we have an original product. And by putting something on top, a coating, you're going to change the property of the product. For the coating, it is exactly the same story. So basically, why should you use actually a coating? Very often the people come to us with very, I would say, straight, basic questions. Is I would like to reduce the friction. I would like to reduce the wear, or I just want to improve the performances of my engine, reduce the fuel consumption, increase the lifetime, these kind of things. So basically, we took these requests and we tried to understand, okay, how are we going to reach that? If we want to reduce the wear, we need to have a higher hardness. If we want to improve the performances or the fuel consumption, we need to reduce the friction, or we need to reduce the weight by giving a new design, and etc. So that will be really our mission. But when we talk about coating, the food is basically the part with the topping, and let's say the counterpart will be actually when we're going to eat it. When we talk into an engine, the term we use is the tribal system. I know it's a little bit less sexy than food, but I really want to explain that for everybody to understand. So what is a tribal system? It's basically you get two parts. They can be the same material, they can be different material, different heat treatment and everything, working on a specific environment. So if we look into an engine, then we will find some oil, some lubricant. We try not to, but we may find some, particles and contaminant. And you will have the temperature, you get a certain pressure. And the tribal system is this combination. As soon as we start putting some pressure and motion between the two parts, we will create what you see here in red is what we call the third body. And the third body is everything that will give you friction, wear, or basically, this is the tribal system. So here is just to make people understand that our action, the surface solution that we can offer, it's really, we're going to put a coating on top of one or the two surfaces to basically create a new tribal system, a new behavior of the entire engine. By the way, Joe, if you got any questions, you can interrupt me at any time.
Listen, Mark, don't worry. I am happy. I'm actually very interested in this because, I know the significance. Like I think about Formula One and I think about the way the technology has evolved. And I know that it has to do with many of these, avenues that you're going to tell us about. So I will definitely dive in if I have a question. And the same is true for our viewers out there. Feel free to put a question in the chat section, and then I will interrupt Mark. But I also want to say I appreciate the food analogy. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. So, that's it. Two parts, friction, wear, and in our case, we are just going to apply few micrometers on top of the surface. And again, back to food. If you want to have something really shiny, perfectly smooth, you need to be sure that the preparation underneath will be also very smooth. Coating is going to be exactly the same story. But then again, we're going to use a bit more technical term. So in this case, we're going to talk about the roughness. So it's basically you get your parts, pretty expensive, heat treatment, super polished or not, and everything. And then we're going to apply a few micrometer on top of the surface. If we have a lot of, high peaks on this surface, the coating, as it's only 3 to 4 micrometer thick, it will reproduce exactly, all the surface finish that we will get. So we're going to apply a very hard, very thin coating on the rough surface. So back to the tribal system. You put pressure, you put motion, and you may find different scenario. That suddenly you have no more wear on your parts that you have coated, but you became like a sandpaper or very abrasive for the counterpart. Because again, very hard on something rough. Or, the counterpart is hard enough, meaning that you're not going to wear the counterpart, but you're going to break all the peaks of this roughness. And then suddenly you will have this tiny particle of surface coated into the system. And this is where you're going to start creating wear. Or the final possibility is that the counterpart is really soft, and suddenly you make a transfer and you're back to two material uncoated working against each other. So here is just to say that you can take the best coating in the world. If you're not paying attention to the preparation of the parts, the heat treatment, the surface finish and everything, it will not work.
Excellent. Right there, let me jump in with a quick question. Sure. For people that are, we're talking very macro coatings, but let's make it real for a lot of our people out there. What are some of the parts that would benefit from these coatings? I know there are many, but just kind of run across a list of applications so that as you're getting us up to speed education-wise, we can think about the environment that you're talking about.
Give me a few minutes, just let me show you. I really want to go, put aside all, let's say, the theoretical and the technology, and then I will show you really actual part that we coat, and then, we can really discuss about the benefit on the application, if it's okay for you. Because, again, as I said, very often when we talk about coating, people are thinking, yeah, it's just a paint, just taking a big spray, putting a paint on the parts and charging a hell of a money just for a paint. It's a little bit more complex than that. The coating that we are supplying, many people, they call them also PVD coating. It's one of the names that you may heard outside. Unfortunately, this is something wrong to say at a certain point. PVD stands for physical vapor deposition. It is in fact not a coating, it's a technology how to apply the coating. So it's basically, the coating will be made under a chamber, so a vacuum chamber, where all the parts will be mounted onto different planetary with different rotation. The whole chamber will be heated, and depending on the technology, we will have on the side targets of the material that we want to apply. So for example, if I want to make a chromium nitride, I will have targets of chromium on the side of the chamber. So, the parts will rotate, and here with this technology, the PVD sputtering, for example, we're going to create with iron, we're going to, take some of the iron of the targets, move them into the plasma, and then basically put the coating on the parts. Other technology, same spirit, but here we call it the arc. We're gonna literally create an electrical arc on top of the target. And in the same spirit into the plasma, then we will have a movement of the ion to the part. So when we talk about PVD, it's not really a coating. It's a technology how to apply a coating. And then you can find a lot of different kind of solution, composition, and etc. So here I will show you a few parts and the reason behind this technology. But in motorsports, the solution that we talk the most about is what we call the diamond-like carbon, the DLC coating. So the whole idea about the DLC, it's to give a very low friction and a very high hardness. It is an amorphous structure. So basically you cannot, work on the countryside and suddenly say, oh yeah, just find DLC. No, it is not possible. DLC is an amorphous structure between the graphite and the diamond. This is why we got this low friction, high hardness. We're still inside the chamber, but here purely into a chemical plasma. So no physical target, purely about gaze and the plasma inside the chamber. But DLC, that would be too easy. There is not one coating. DLC is a big family of coating. So here, what you see here, basically everything which is into this triangle can be called a DLC. So, I'm used to say when somebody tell me, I'm using DLC. Fine, I'm driving a car. But, once I've said that, you have no idea about the property, the performances, the characteristic of the coating or the car. You just know that you're getting a DLC coating. So, here it was just to, show a little bit that DLC, it's really a big family. And you can tune the coating depending what we're looking for. At the end, different coating, different technology, because we are looking to different property. If you look for friction reduction, we will focus on what we call the carbon-based coating. So DLC, for example, because very high hardness, but very low friction. But for example, if we go to another application where the temperature is much higher, then we will prefer to go to what we call the nitride coating, like a chromium nitride and etc., because it has a better resistance, but it's a different technology. And now we even developed, new solution, which are oxide coating that can resist to really, really high temperature, up to 1,000 degrees C easily. I'm done with the theory and the very highly technical stuff about the process. So if you get question about that, it is the right time to ask, or then we will go really to the core, the applications.
I'm interested in core applications. We have yet to get a question on our panel, but I appreciate what you just you did, like the analogy with the car. Driving a car, what kind of car? What does it do? What are the capabilities? That makes perfect sense to me. Continue on.
Thank you. All right. So these are, the key application that we get. So you will see, depending what are the application, I put three big family, everything which is on the valve train. So basically, this is where we're going to look how to reduce the friction, how to reduce the wear, because this is where we're going to have the highest contact stresses and etc. So standard parts, normally, we will start, I'm French, so I'm more on the European side of design on the valve train. So it's basically with the camshaft on top with a direct contact. But, parts like bucket tappets, roller lift, finger follower, this kind of application, it's probably one of the very first parts that we can get coated with a DLC coating to reduce friction and wear inside an engine. If you start then to look to push a little bit more, then you can start looking to coat camshaft. And the thing is, as soon as you will start coating both parts, it will give you a lot of freedom and a lot of room to maybe go with a bit more aggressive lift design, or more pressure, or for the finger follower or the buckets, maybe design them slightly differently, make them lighter, and etc. And simply because with the coating, you're going to reduce the wear and you're going to accept higher loads in terms of the contact. Here, it's really, the key application when you look to power and lifetime, camshaft, and the parts in contact, that will be the first application. If you look then to the other parts that we typically coat, I think today, the part which is the most coated in the world, it's going to be the piston pin. The interest of having the piston pin coated is that, today, if you get the pin, very often you get a bronze bushing, for example, inside the connecting rod. By putting the coating DLC onto the pin, you can actually get rid of the bushing. Which is somehow, the weak parts. So you can get rid of the bush. Then you save a little bit of material, couple of grams onto the connecting rod. And then at the end, you're going to save, performances with actually a higher lifetime. Application that we know also very well, it's going to be the coating on the valve. And depending if it's an intake or exhaust valve, we're going to look to different solution because we are not facing, the same environment. The exhaust on the head is going to be much hotter than on the inlet. So we might look to different solution. But applying a coating to reduce the friction on the stem and protect again, the hot oxidation on the head, and again, also the scratches, the wear, this is the way that the coating can help. And very often now what we do is actually we do multiple kind of coating on the same valve. So, you can go with a DLC coating on the stem to reduce the friction at the best, and then put a high temperature resistance coating on the head. So we definitely have this flexibility to mask some area and coat other depending on the needs from the customer. Pistons, it's a big application that we've been coating now for many, many years. Where basically on an aluminum pistons, by applying the DLC mainly for the skirt, you're going to reduce the friction, but you're going to certainly reduce the wear, and especially, the wear after a long mileage. So it means that you're going to somehow bring extra performances, but you're going to certainly, froze the pistons into his best design for a longer time, which, especially in terms of the endurance races, could make a lot of sense. Piston ring, definitely a strong application also. Here, a lot of different possibilities, different kind of coating, depending on the coating we can get into the liners. Yeah, here at the end, all these parts are part that we almost coat on a daily basis into our different plants around the globe. Just to give you an example, you were talking about the Formula One and etc. I do remember when I started 20 years ago, that was the golden ages of Formula One. V12 engines, no limitation how many engines they can run in a weekend. So normally that was one engine on Thursday, one on Friday, one just for the qualifying, and then a brand new engine for the race. Now, when we look to the actual, V6 turbo engine in Formula One, they can run up to 6,000 kilometers with tremendous powers and efficiency. Believe me, without the coating, that won't be possible at the time. So the coating help, by supporting the design, by keeping high performances, but also give this longevity to the different use and from one race to another one.
Now, Mark, but before you move on, I just want to make you aware that we do have a couple of questions from viewers out there. You let me know when you're ready for them. I know that you're in the middle of a flow here in the presentation, but we do have 3 or 4 questions that may take you off track. So,
no, don't worry. We get time. So let's go with the first question. I mean, if the questions come up now, it's because I said something that bring a question. So let's go for it.
Okay. Rich says, is there any limitations depending on material toughness that can be coated? Like what's the limiting factor for these coatings?
So basically, again, keep in mind, thickness of the coating, few micrometer. So if the parts get deformation in itself, without the coating, applying the coating on top will not change that. It's like, the best example I got is when you take the butter, with the aluminum foil around, the foil itself is really, really hard. But if you press your finger, you're going to throw it simply because the butter is very soft. So the basic rules will be that the part itself should support the load. The coating will be here only to prevent, again, the wear and reduce the friction. But if you get a deformation issue, the coating won't solve that problem.
Got it. No, that makes sense. Here's another one, this one from Frank. Can you ask if the company has any experience with the application of twin wire plasma spray for applying cylinder bore running surface on Alsil aluminum cylinder blocks?
So we do have definitely experience on doing thermospray coating into cylinder liner. And that will be my colleague from the division Oerlikon Metco. They have actually dedicated solution for that, which is called Sumebor. But here they are talking about thick coating. So I don't have the answer just like this, but you will see at the end, you will see my contact details. Drop me an email and I can, forward it to the right person that can answer Frank without hesitation.
Excellent. And thank you for that. And yes, we will give all of Mark's contact information coming up very soon. Paul wants to know, what is the longevity of these coatings and how can you tell when the coatings have worn to the point that a part needs to be retreated or discarded?
So what if I answer, it depends? That a good enough answer? Or
that's a very probably accurate answer. It depends.
I mean, I can tell you, it really depends on the application and what you're looking for. One of the best application that I remember a few years ago was, for example, into the DTM championship, in Germany.
Yes.
They have to build the engine on the very beginning of the season, and they are not allowed to open this engine or they're going to have penalties points. So they got to be sure that when they mount the engine, they got to be sure that the part's going to last the whole races, the whole season. And this is how basically we can achieve that with the coating, for example. But it all depends on the application. I got customers which have been doing 3 seasons in rally with the same parts without having any wear. While other customer, they will push the limit, and after a couple of races, they got to change everything. So it's really depending what you're looking for that. And how do you see if the coating is worn off? All the coating we supply are what we call multi-layer coating. So when you get a DLC, the top layer is black. So basically, as soon as you start seeing a gold color or a chrome color, it means that the top layer is gone, and it is the right time to actually stop. Technically, we can remove the coating, refurbish the surface, and recoat. As long as the parts get no physical damages or metallurgic damages, we can strip and recoat the parts as many times we want.
Oh, excellent. No, that's good news. Julian wants to know, and I know you can't answer this, or maybe you can. which which Formula One and NASCAR teams are your customers? I don't know if you're going to be able to tell us, but maybe you can.
I'm going to tell you. We are world champion every year for the past 20 years and multiple time every year.
Okay, so
then I'll let you do the math then.
Yes. No, that's tremendous.
But that was a tricky one.
Yeah, well, but you already, referenced some of the rules to extend the life of these engines, and now they're doing these amazing things, not just engines, but transmission components as well. And, how has this happened? And the answer is what you're telling us about. That's how it's happened, that engines are able to last so long. It's these
exactly.
And it's amazing. One more from Dana, and then we can get back into vital information. Sure. Can you direct me to technical information on DLC, specifically thickness of the film and typical tolerance of this thickness on a hardened tool steel?
So whatever the substrate, typical thickness for DLC coating is going to be 3 micrometer plus or minus 0.5 micrometer. It is the standard, let's say, specification thickness that we can get. Then case by case, it could be slightly adapted, but 3 micrometer is going to be, the standard thickness of the whole stack, the whole coating, the whole multi-layer coating. 3 micrometer is really the standard today.
Excellent. Thank you, Dana, for your question. Thanks to everyone. If you have more questions, put them in the chat section, and Mark, continue along, because we were talking about parts and pieces and things that require coatings, and you talked about wrist pins or piston pins, and you were about to get into connecting rods and piston rings, I believe.
No, here again, all the parts that you see on the screen on the valve train are really, the parts which get probably the most wear, and these are expensive parts. So it's true that the coating will definitely bring benefits in terms of performances, but very often we get also people coming to us because, they maybe do a restoration of an old car and they just find brand new pieces and they want them to last longer. So then we apply the coating, and they're not looking for more power. They just want to be sure that the part's going to last longer than before. So valve train for the DLC are really the key application. But as you mentioned just before, Joe, a lot of regulation are about extending the lifetime of the engine. But now transmission is also going to the same direction already for the past years. Again, here we do have some solutions, both in terms of surface preparation and then the kind of coating that we can apply. So, when we talk about gears and the teeth, very often we can see that we are facing some pitting issue with the time. Putting a hard coating with a certain friction reduction will actually postpone the apparition of the pitting. So that will be for the gears and the teeth themselves. But there's a lot of other parts inside the gearbox that we are coating, the selector fork, the dog ring, the shift rails. Basically, again, all the moving parts inside the gearbox can be actually coated. So, but already as you saw, between the engine and the gearbox, we may not apply the same coating. Remember the diagram that I showed you before, different technology, different coating, different properties. So I would say, unfortunately for us, the one coating for all doesn't exist. But we can always find a solution. One application also that we do, which is, engine, gear train. One thing that we are working on, if my laptop is down, all right, that will be, for example, on the suspension. especially for the two wheels, the motorbike application, normally the tube is going to be hard chrome. We get a hard chromium coating on top, which is okay. It works. It's been in the industry for the past, I don't know how long, but since ever. And very often, sometimes, you can see tubes coated with this gold color. That will be what we call a titanium nitride. Again, it's going to be my very personal point of view, but a titanium nitride might be good for the look, the gold shiny aspect, but technically it might be not the best coating if we are looking to reduce the friction and reduce the wear. Again, DLC in this case will actually give, I think, a pretty badass look to the parts, but also reduce dramatically the wear on the seal and on the tube. We did some trial, with different customers, and we saw that, for example, we were reducing by at least 20% the forces that we need to basically make the system move, which is tremendous. Then also for the pilot, because thanks to the coating, he got a better feeling about the track. So, here, the three applications, the three big family that I've shown you are, the thing that we do every day, and that for the past 25 years, almost. And this is what I love about motorsports. Everything is about how can we push the limit to the next level. I've shown you pistons, aluminum pistons, DLC coated. We are reaching a point now that even sometimes aluminum is not strong enough anymore for the pistons. And this is why, for more and more application, people are looking after steel piston. But then steel pistons, you certainly create other issue. Of course, you can apply the DLC on the skirt to keep reducing the friction on the skirt. But one of the things that we have faced that, for example, on the steel pistons, with the temperature and the explosion, we are creating at a certain point some kind of an oxide layer, which is more some kind of a corrosion layer that will appear on the very hot section of the pistons. And the issue is that after a certain time, this very thick layer will start to crack, and the cracks can actually go through this oxide layer, which has been naturally created, and slowly go through the parts. And then, we know the issue. If you start having cracks on the pistons, normally it's definitely not a good sign. So this is why we have developed now new solution, new coating, still very thin coating. We are talking about, again, 4 or 5 micrometer thick, where basically we're going to prevent the apparition of this, natural oxide layer. So the coating is still very thin, but it will act like somehow a thermal barrier, not for the temperature, but really for this oxidation, for example. So these are the kind of thing that now we are developing. But this year in 2021, we have started to work on something that, to be honest, I never thought it will be possible at a certain point. All the parts that you have seen before, they are made of steel, aluminum, titanium, but there is, many other substrate that we were not able to coat in the past. Now we start to look on how to coat elastomer. And here it's an application that we start working on at the moment, is that basically, I've shown you that we can coat the tube in order to reduce the friction and all. But now we start looking on how to coat the ring, the sealing ring, which is, made out of elastomer. And we have developed new technology with completely new process, very low temperature, where we can put some coating. And here, we are not even talking in micrometer. We are talking in nanometer of thickness of coating. But by doing that, the very first result we had were actually impressive. So, here, the idea is to combine solution, develop new technology to, again, bring performances to the next level. We still have a lot to learn about how to coat elastomer. We got 30 years of experience coating steel, aluminum parts and everything for motorsports. Elastomer, we need a little bit of time to be, as good as we are today on steel parts. But it's just to say that, we are learning and we are developing a new solution. One of the funny things is that today, motorsports, Formula One has been always considered like, the R&D lab for the big OEM, that they were testing a new solution on the track before going to the road. The coating has followed exactly the same road. So basically today, Oerlikon Balzers, we are doing a lot of coating for the motorsport industry, but a lot of this solution now are also used for road vehicle, especially supercar, hypercar, or two wheels. You can find exactly the same solution. Also because, on the road, we are looking to get the highest performances. Maybe not about the speed, but in terms of efficiency, in terms of fuel consumption, in terms of lifetime. And basically the coating that we've been doing for motorsports now, we can actually apply them on much higher volume and bring the benefit also to road application. I wanted also to show you an application, which is, I'm not sure it's really motorsports related, but just to show you that coatings can be, used on a lot of other applications. This is an application that we've been coating now for a certain time. And again, we are talking about performances. So, we are talking here in this case about an audio speaker. And the parts that I want to talk about is, the tweeter dome that you may see, into the center. These parts can be made out of several materials. It could be aluminum, it could be titanium, it could be very much more exotic material. And today, we know that by applying a DLC coating at very low temperature, we can change completely the properties of this dome by increasing the stiffness, for example. So, coating DLC is not always about friction, wear, high load, lubricant. It could be also something a little bit more, I won't say subtle, but that brings, one standard application into a different level. But I use this one, I pick that one simply because, motorsports is about performances, is about noise. If you did not realize, I hate electrical vehicle because they don't make any noise. So this is why I thought about the speaker and I say, yeah, there is something related to that.
Excellent.
So, for me here, if you have to, keep few things in mind. Oerlikon first is a global company. So you may find Oerlikon Balzers plant close by wherever you are located around the world. We supply today a very wide range of coating, depending on the application. And today we have a massive experience in coating parts. So maybe we don't have the experience next door to your location, but we will find somebody who has the knowledge and can support the colleague. we like to say that we are a design element. You know, there is not many reasons to use a coating. It's either because you already have an issue, and by applying the coating, we're going to actually solve the issue, or you have no problem at all right now. But I got a basic rule: if you have no problem in motorsports, it's because you're not pushing to the limit. So basically, you know that you need to make some improvement, and you know that by doing this improvement, you're going to have wear. And then we're back to the first rules. If you get wear, you may need a coating. So thinking about the coating when you start designing the parts makes a lot of sense, and normally give you a better product at the end of the day. So that's it for me. As I said, these are my contacts. So now, fire. If you got any questions, I'm fully open.
No, I do. And give that, you should say it as well, but your email address and the website are up on the screen for everybody out there. My question is for people that are potential customers out there, the minimum number of parts, right? Like, is this for a large engine shop to bring you guys on as a supplier, and they're sending off parts? Like, what is the minimum number of parts that you would do? Or is this something that an individual engine builder could do? How accessible is that? And talk a little bit about the flow of how that works. Okay, so I think it's a very good question, actually. So minimum quantity is going to be easy. It's one. And this is the beauty of motorsport, that I don't know any customer that's going to send me only one part. You know, it's going to be 16 parts or 4 camshaft or, you know, 8 piston pin and etc. But definitely the minimum quantity is going to be one. In terms of the flow, so, you know, when we get the parts, we will go through different steps. First steps will be that we will, as a first look to the parts, check if everything is clean, if the surface finish is good enough. And depending on that, we might do our own super finish on it. Then we will clean the parts, check the parts again, put them on the fixture, do the coating, check the parts again, and then do the shipping. Depending on the parts, depending on the location, I would say that the standard turnaround time is going to be around a week. But again, it depending on the volume. It will be always easier to run, you know, a full batch of parts than if you only send us a couple of parts. So I would say from 1 week to 2 weeks, it is a reasonable window that we need to do the coating. But we are talking about motorsports. It is a regular turnaround time. We have many applications where basically, you know, we got taxi driver showing up in the morning, giving us the parts, and sleeping on the car park and get the parts on the evening or the next day. This is, again, a regular thing. So everything is possible. It's just a matter of time and or money. Excellent. Yes. And then another follow-up question. I wonder, where in the build process should this be taken into consideration, in that, like, okay, we're going to go with these coatings, and so our specifications need to allow for them. I know it's only just 3 microns thick, I believe you said, but is that something that needs to be considered right from the clean sheet of paper, or is this something that someone can retrofit as they put back together? Both, actually. Of course, the best way is to think about it when you start designing the parts, because, you know, this way you get time actually to do it, and you take in account immediately. So yes, it's only 3 micrometer, but you know, when we talk about a piston pin, it has to be taken in account because the clearance will be very thin. You have also then time to think about the surface finish. As I said, we need to be as smooth as possible. But definitely, if somebody is already, you know, using and certainly realize that will be good to have the coating,
we can do it. In many cases, actually, what happened is that the customer, might race a little bit, and very quickly it will start seeing a little bit of wear. Not much, not deep scratches, but then he will say, okay, maybe it makes sense to do the coating. Ship us the parts. We will do some kind of refurbishment of the surface, apply the coating, and then we're good to go.
Excellent. Excellent. Mark, this has been fascinating. And I know you joked at the beginning, but this is where it's at. Like anybody that follows motorsports on a regular basis knows that, much of the advances that we have found have to do with what you guys are doing. And I find it so interesting that it's a company that is 75 years old, that kind of innovated in the field and now is helping push forward so many champions in motorsport. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your deep dive and explanation. I appreciate it. And hopefully our audience did as well. Of course, this will be up on ePart Trade, in a week or so. But amazing presentation, and thank you. I see Francisque is back, and now we talk food. Let's do it.
I mean, that would be a pleasure.
Thank you, Mark. I mean, you were brilliant as always. As I said before you started your presentation, we have known each other for pretty now. You had more hair and I didn't have glasses, and
True.
But we basically, Mark is not only an expert in the industry and in coding, but he also has a global expertise, because really they cover every aspect of motorsport, and that's often unusual. People tend to have specialties, drag racing or off-road, or F1 or whatever, a short track. But Mark has been involved in absolutely any type of racing from any places in the world, and worked with some of the biggest engine builders out there. And so you have a really unique position in the market, Mark, and we're very glad you joined us today and share your expertise. So I think it's
thank you very much.
For wine for you out there, and for dinner, because it's probably close to 6 p.m. and
Good time.
You drink in the afternoon, don't you?
I mean, anyway, this session is not recorded, so you can say whatever you want.
So as a matter of fact, the session, of course, is recorded. The entire Race Industry Week 2021 is being recorded. It's also streaming live on racer.com. So Mark, stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning into our next session. Same with you, Joe. Again, thank you for being with us for Race Industry Week 2021. Our next session, we're going to bring Jeffrey, the president of IndyCar, and after Jay, we'll bring Ron Capps, the 2021 world champion in NHRA funny car. So stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you. Thank you very much.
The concept for ePart trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartTrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option. arp-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. And we are going to be joined within the next few minutes by our friend Paul Fanner and the president of IndyCar, Mr. Jeff Wright. So, did you enjoy this morning so far, Judy?
So far, so good. Really enjoyed it. And this whole week has been educational and so insightful with all our speakers. You know, it's going to continue all day.
You had a big smile on your face, you know, during the Ray and Jeff session, Paul. I think you enjoyed that one, right?
Oh my God, that was so fun to listen to. And I just know, first off, these two guys are always up to something. I think the combined IQ there is off the charts. So they're certainly changing the world, how we see racing, and they're also bringing the fun back. That's what I like, and they're even fun to talk to about it. My God, that was a joy.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of comments from people already texting me that they really enjoyed that hour.
It was fun. Now I can't tell you how much I'm excited about the next guest too. This is someone I very much admire. So, it's like a candy store every day here.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, Steve, who opened the show with us earlier this week and was with us last night on the remembering John and Robin. I mean, when he called me last week, he said, I've never seen a lineup comes like that in the entire history of the industry. It's just like, it's true. That's the beauty of being online. And that's absolutely incredible. So I think Jay is with us.
Yes, great.
And we are going to be talking IndyCar with the president himself.
Well, fantastic.
Good morning, Jay. You are on mute.
There we go. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great to see you, Jay.
Good to see you, Paul.
Mr. Fenner, you're in charge.
Okay, that's one of the few times you let me have the controls. Thank you. Great to see you, Jay.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah, and we recently had the chance to visit a little bit at the Velocity International Festival at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and it was great to catch up. And it reminded me, I was reflecting on it after we talked. What a moment you arrived in your position at IndyCar. The things you've managed and changed. I want to talk about that right off the bat, and we'll talk a little bit about your background too, because I don't think that people understand maybe where you've come from and what you've done previously. But first off, you're managing change constantly, and you managed the change basically of a moment of change that I've seen IndyCar soar. Can you tell me what you look at as your biggest accomplishment, let's say, of the last 4 or 5 years?
Thank you, Paul. It's great to see you. Great to thank you for having me. I think it really started in 16 or 17, right, when we came up with that paddock-wide plan, right? So we came up with a kind of a strategic goal that had a 4-point process to it, which was, getting our identity back with the car, the total driver cockpit safety solution. It was a new engine, hybridization. It was, what we're gonna do with fuel, that type of thing. So those were basically our initial 4 strategic goals, and then how did it work from there? So based off that, with the paddock, again, a great paddock-wide effort, we created a 5-year rolling plan. And so far from that first strategic goal meeting we kind of had, we did the car in 2018, which the AK18 came out in 2018, less downforce, more horsepower coming, got our identity back, it looked like an IndyCar, drives like an IndyCar, which is great. In 2020, we came up with the Aerospring, which I think has been a industry changing device. I think it's a piece of work of art. It's amazing what it does. It's amazing the strength it has. We've got numerous incidents that have happened over the last couple of years, and obviously the results what we wanted. Next in 2023, we're coming out with a 2.4 liter twin turbo V6, with hybridization to it. So that's the engine piece. And then, the last part was the fuel, which we're looking at different things. But I think if you look back, we've ran E85 for a lot of years, right? Which is already probably cutting edge compared to what some others are doing. So excited about, what we've done at this point, excited about where we're going. We still have a lot of work to do. But I think it all started out with a plan, and the plan was created amongst our paddock, amongst our manufacturers, amongst us at IndyCar, and we've stuck to our plan, and I think it makes sense. The teams know where we're going, they know what we're doing. The code last couple of years is kind of, we've deviated a little bit from the plan just based off of that, like everybody's had to. But in 20 and 21, you were more in survival mode than growth mode, but again, excited where we're at, excited where we're going.
Well, you should be. I'm going to recite some stats that I recited yesterday during the session with Mark Miles. We have a dashboard. We get to see how the different racing series are doing based on the metrics on our digital platforms. From the moment the new car was introduced, through many of these initiatives coming on stream, this sport has taken off. It took off as well because of the NBC alignment. But most importantly, whatever you've been doing is working. The action on the racetrack, it's working. The stars that are coming into the sport, it's working. So, we're seeing this massive growth of, well above 60%, nearly 70% annually, and largely driven by the audience energy in IndyCar. Now we're seeing what's happening too. NASCAR, Formula One, IMSA are all rising. Every other sport's rising, but you're rising at a rate greater than the rest of them. And at the core of it is the stability and identity and schedule and all these other things you've been working on. When you set out to do all of this, where did you think it would, what was your objective? You obviously, these all had a purpose, but what was it you were trying to do when you made that 4-point plan?
Well, really, it was about, at that point, about recruiting race teams too, right? So
Yeah.
it was, we wanted IndyCar to be a series of great racers and great teams who wanted to come participate in, right? So there was a lot of people that we thought could participate that weren't necessarily. So we thought, again, in any business, in any company, in any family, you have a plan, you know where you're going, you know what you're doing. So we thought once we laid out the plan, that would help, recruit new teams and drivers to come to the sport. So if you look at just that part of it, a few years ago we had 18 to 20 cars. A couple years after that we had 20 to 22 cars. This past year we had 24. Next year we're going to have 26. So that path is happening. And I think, if you look at this past season, we probably had the most unique rookie class in the history of IndyCar, right? So things like that certainly help too, right? That's bringing a lot of different eyeballs to the sport. I think our on-track competition is second to none. We pride ourselves on letting our drivers race. We want to race hard. We want to race clean. If you look at Laguna, which when we were last together was in Laguna, this year we had, I think it was 367 on-track passes, which is the 6th most in the history of IndyCar, something like that on a road course. So it's the formula seems to be working. Again, you can never rest on your laurels. You always got to get better. You always have to have new things. Again, that's what we're working on in 2023 with the new engine, with the hybridization. So there's a lot of things that we still have to do to continue. But I think our foundation that we're kind of building off of, that we started with this plan in 2018, appears to be working. And again, we've got to continue to create out.
Yeah, and I think that you've touched on a number of points I want to expand on here, and I think that you're not boring. That's the number one thing. You just you're going to see something spectacular when you tune in or follow IndyCar. You're going to see action, and you're going to see people bring it. And we saw that. Laguna is a perfect example. That was a mesmerizing race. It was dominating and brilliant performance by Colton Herta, but what was happening the rest of the field was crazy. And you had an adrenaline rush after that race, especially Romain Grosjean's charge at the end. He had a little bit of dynamic action, I'll put it that way, the corkscrew. But the fact that the officiating didn't get in the way is refreshing to me. I mean, some people may disagree, but that was pure raw racing, and I think that that to me is a very refreshing thing. Do you think you can maintain that as the competitive heat comes up?
Yeah, I think so. If you look at our driver lineup, right? We had 4 first-time winners last year.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's an amazing group of veteran drivers that are still around that can get it done. There's an amazing group of young drivers that are coming up, that can get it done. So this crossover that's going on, the competition level is very high.
Yeah.
When we talk about race control and stewarding and how we officiated, one of the things when we first started here too that we really wanted to try to do is take race control out of the news, right? It wasn't, that wasn't what it was about. It was about what's going on the track, not what's going on in race control. I think we've done a really good job of getting race control out of the news. One of the things I think in 2020, there was a couple times where we were in the news a little bit more than we wanted to be.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was a human element in any way, but there was some technology that, new technology we got come from 2021, or I'm sorry, 2022, that will help button that up. So we're excited about the future, the way we officiate things. Again, we certainly don't want race control or the stewards to be in the news. It's not about them. It's about what's going on the track. And I think that the way we've let the drivers race and race hard is something we'll certainly do in the future.
And I think that's what a race fan wants to see. Bottom line,
Absolutely.
that's what we show up for. And I think some may not know your background. I do know a little bit about it. We've known each other now, I think, since the mid to early 90s here. So if you could spend just a couple of minutes explaining on how you got to where you're at, I think that would help people understand why you have this 360 view of the world in being the president of IndyCar.
Oh, well, this is always one of the most exciting things to talk about. Not, you talk about yourself, but
just people need to know how you got here.
Gotcha. So right out of college, my first job, I worked for Anheuser-Busch for a couple of years. Did a lot of things in sports marketing. Actually got to know a lot of people in motorsports through that. So that's kind of was my first caveat. So after AB, I went and worked for Valvoline and ran the NASCAR program and the World Outlaws program.
That's where I met you. Yep.
Yes, that's where we met for a few years. Through that, I actually met Rick Hendrick, and Rick became a good friend, mentor, that type of thing. So from Valvoline, we went and we actually went and started a team, a NASCAR team. So I think I was 29 years old. We started a team from scratch with support of Hendrick Motorsports, what's called MB2 Motorsports. So I guess MB2's biggest claim to fame was in 07, the Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick, Daytona 500, where we lost. We won the Daytona 500. We lost the Daytona 500 overtime, right?
Yeah.
So that was that team. We had, Kenny Schrader, M&M's, Ernie Irvin, Skittles, Joe Nemechek with the Army, Sterling Marlin. So it was a good group, good team.
Yeah.
Basically then I guess it was 2008, sold the team to DEI. From that point went and ran the Red Bull NASCAR team for almost 5 years.
Yeah.
And then ended up here. So interesting, I think I've been on all sides of the sport, right? And the biggest thing was obviously everything we've always done, or I've always done, is from a team perspective, because starting a team from scratch again, I think it was '96. I was 29. We hired a 24-year-old crew chief, which is named Ryan Pemberton, and we started this team. And what we didn't, how do you say that about? We didn't know what we didn't know, and here we went. Started out in a 8,000 square foot building with 13 people, and in year 2 sat in the poles at Brickyard 400. So it's cool. And so anytime we do things from an IndyCar perspective, the first thing we always look at is how it affects the teams, because at the end of the day, the teams are our bread and butter. If we have a healthy paddock, we're going to have a healthy sport and a healthy series.
Agreed, and that's you opened the door to another subject that was raised by Michael Andretti. With the the point was made from his perspective that when I think you're appreciated by this paddock. Obviously, we hear that constantly at Racer. At the same time, there's a concern that IndyCar team is not a franchise. It's not an ownable thing beyond the hardware and the facility. Is there any consideration given to creating equity for these teams that are effectively the foundation of the sport? Is there any discussion about what can be done to?
Well, I think if you look at that piece of this, okay, we've grown, right? We've got to this certain point now where we've got 26 or 27 cars that are going to run full time. How do we manage the growth? How do we manage this we're having? So all those things kind of play into this and what's next not work. So when we did the plan, again, so this goes way back, our goal or hope was that we would have 24 full-time teams with 3 manufacturers, 8 cars apiece. Perfect, right? The math works. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
Yep.
Here's how we go. So we've gotten ahead of ourselves on the team part, which is great. We haven't got the third manufacturer part done yet, but we continue to work on that. So again, that again, as we grow into the future, I know there's many different things we'll have to look at to sustain what we're doing. Obviously, creating value for the owners is very important. So, there's nothing, I guess you'd say, that would be off the table then.
Great, and I think that because what you have here is really quite unique, and this sport is coming back in a way that some didn't believe it could, and I know you're just from observing it, you're a big part of the reason it is, and the challenge you have too of balancing the Indianapolis 500, a unique event that has unique requirements. You have to fill a field of 33 cars out of an entrant base that's usually 24 to 26 cars, creates another set of issues, in and of itself. But let's talk about this puts a bit of a strain on the engine manufacturers as well. So I know you're working on this third engine manufacturer, and I'm not going to put you on the spot here and ask you about how it's going with Volvo, or any other company. I just think that I know you're working on it, but what happens when you get that third manufacturer? What's the real benefit to IndyCar? I think a lot of people may not understand that.
Yeah, well, I think if you look back to 2020, when we were able to announce that we did a long-term extension with our two current partners, Chevrolet and Honda,
right,
in the middle of a pandemic, was a really, really big deal, right? We had to have that done first before we were worried about a third, or not worried about a third, but if one of those two would have left, the third would have just become a second, and we would have been back where we started off. So again, that was a really, really big deal. I think if you look at from a motorsports perspective, I think the OEMs are kind of the lifeblood of the series, right?
Yeah.
From a promotional standpoint to a manufacturing standpoint to working with teams, our two current ones do a phenomenal job. Like you mentioned, there's a huge stress on them right now as we're growing. It's obviously created more inventory issues and things like that for them. All good problems to have, all that they're very willing to take on. But at some point, it's a problem, and we're getting to the point where it is a problem, and the third manufacturers are going to become more of a necessity than a luxury. So that's kind of the situation we're in right now and where we're at. I don't think we're over the top yet, but I think it's getting to the tipping point here pretty soon.
That's good to know, and I just from having been around this sport when there were, I think there were 4 manufacturers at one point that we were engaged with through our company, and it was a very dynamic environment, and there was a lot of marketing going on that was surfacing the sport, and it was also reaching consumer brand level, and it's a B2B environment mostly now, but that consumer level marketing that the car company brings and the associated brands bring, that's rocket repellent for what propellant for what you're trying to do here. And you've if I were to characterize what's happened here, is the core audience has been massively energized over the last couple of years, 3-4 years. We see that in our metrics, 20% up over 2019. So I think it's 67 some, 2 million up over 2019, 4 million up so far over 2020. And again, a lot of it's IndyCar. And I think we're getting to the core now. We're starting to get a much bigger core of about 10 or 11 million people that are really on fire about all this. Getting to that next level, there's another audience ring out there, and another one beyond that. It's going to require these things. How do you get there? How do you, you got your new TV deal. I know that could be part of it. Can you just give us your roadmap to how to get there?
Yeah. Well, again, a lot of the great things that are going on, you guys are a big part of that too. So we certainly want to thank you for all you do and continue to do and all you've done. It's amazing. I think if you look at kit, right, in general, I think our car is kind of cool to look at, right? I think the aero screen has added another kind of, fighter jet Batmobile kind of look to it, which I think the kids think are pretty cool. So from my opinion, all it takes is one time to come to the Indianapolis 500 and see the drivers going to turn one time.
Yeah.
Right. At that point, you're in awe. I'm still in awe.
I still am too.
We're there for 2 weeks, for practice, the race, the whole thing. But the first time a car goes into turn 1 at speed, it's like, holy cow, right? So if that doesn't energize you and want you to understand what we're doing and how it works, and these gladiators that are driving these things, it's amazing. So I think it's more about how we present the platform to the younger audience, which again, I think the screen was amazing. The kids, it's there for numerous things, but it wasn't thought of to be a new fan generator, but it's amazing how that is added an element to youngsters that they think the car is even cooler because it's got the screen on it. So that's good.
It looks like it looked very futuristic and jet fighter like, and I think, but I also, and I've had this conversation with you privately, I don't want to say it publicly. Thank you. I know you poured your heart into that to make that happen. And I've personally lost friends in the sport, and, for everybody who's endured that, thank you. I think that the other part of this is that allows people who may have had concerns about joining this sport to make the leap in. It absolutely has, I think. And I think we all want to ride on this adventure with the hero in the car, but we really don't want anything horrible to happen. and this takes a degree of that. Still, nothing's ever 100% safe. So when you're going into the next generation of car, is there, we're going to talk briefly about that here. You've got a lot of areas you can probably improve. What's your punch list on this new engine car, everything you can do with the next generation?
Well, I think a lot of what we'll look at going forward is just the cars evolved over the years. Obviously, the car, we've got that identity back, right? Where the car, it's an open wheel car. We're excited about that, keeping that foundation, maintaining that kind of look. I think overall the car's just got a little heavy, and when we added the screen, it added weight. The hybrid's going to add weight. There's different things going on, so we had to look at the overall weight of the car, and I think that's probably the biggest thing going forward that we got to address. I'm not exactly sure when that's going to happen. The initial part of the next iteration of the car is basically that it takes the engine and the hybrid, whatever needs to be changed to do that. And then we'll have, the next step of the rolling 5-year plan of what the car will look like. It could be, we've looked at it a couple different ways. One, it could be a wholesale change all at once. One, it could be, different updates over the period of time. So if you go from 2028 backwards and just, here's what we want to look like in 2028, you just start in 2024, go forward, that type of thing. So again, that's not quite defined yet. We have a good idea where we want to go. It's just what years we do it, how it affects the teams. Again, one of the things we do with the plan is we always make sure we don't want to obsolete parts and pieces without giving them an 18 to 24 month notice, right? Unless it's a safety aspect. So again, there's a lot of moving pieces at this point, right? And again, the last couple of years have kind of made you pivot different places and different things. If you look back over what was written a few years ago, we should have already been doing this by now, right? But we delayed it because of COVID and what was going on with that. So, again, excited about the future. It'll be a great group effort by our paddock, our friends at Dallara. When you talk about the 18 car, we went over there in 17, and basically that car was drawn on the wall, right? We have the original drawings. And it's like, it was cool, right? I mean, as a race fan or, somebody, a racer, we're doing hand drawings on these pieces of paper, and they'll change this, do this, what about that? And they would go away, they would come back and do it again. And it was just an all-day experience doing this. And that's amazing that's how that car appeared. And, we put out some drawings through you guys, right? To get a fan perspective. The fans immediately liked it, so we knew we were onto something. And we put out actual renderings of it. They liked it even more. We knew we were onto something. Well, then it was, okay, well, how's this thing going to perform? Well, we thought it was going to perform, but we weren't sure, right? Until you actually do your simulation, you went until the thing gets on track. So it certainly had more of the way it used to be, feel how the car got loose, it did different things. It was less downforce. It was harder to drive. We want it to be hard to drive.
Yeah,
right?
you do.
It's supposed to be hard to drive. So hopefully that's created a better racing product.
It has. I think it's created the unpredictability that makes this so intriguing. And that's, I think also, having drivers come from an environment, let's say like Formula One, where they're excellent drivers that have won all the way up the ladder, but they're in a team that is in the bottom tier of team resources, so they're not going to win there. And they come here, and all of a sudden, they're who they really are. They're an absolutely frontline, brilliant racing driver that can win and run at the front. And this is an instrument for them. It's almost like a musical instrument. They can play well and show everybody their talent. And that's what we've seen. And that brings me to another point, is the sport belongs to everyone. And I think there have been two really, noble initiatives this past year, in the race for diversity and inclusion. And, Paretta Autosport at the Indy 500 this year generated a huge amount of interest. Obviously, you're closer to much of this than we are. Is there good prospect that team will be back on the grid at Indy this year?
Well, from what we saw, from what Beth was talking about the other day, absolutely. I know they're full speed ahead and they're trying. And, until we all get here, you don't know, right? Things happen and change, but we certainly anticipate them being back.
Yeah. And, because and I shared this with Mark yesterday, that team, generated as much or more social media and page view energy as the entire Indy 500 weekend itself during qualifying weekend.
Wow.
And for me, that was really eye-opening. And we saw a trend to younger audience. We saw a trend to female audience. some of this stuck, afterward, which I think for us is a door opener. And then we have Force Indy, which I see is moving up to Indy Lights. Can you talk a little bit about what that means to the sport?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Reed and his guys have done a great job. It's been fun to watch their progression, and obviously now they're progressing again. So, no, it's been great. I think it's something that'll be really cool to see what happens 2 or 3 years from now. If you look in the future to see what this actually, what return this produces, which I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be really big. We were part of the original NASCAR diversity program. I think it was like 2004.
Yeah.
And it was amazing how many tentacles that created, right? It's not just from a driver perspective, it's engineers, mechanics, pit crew members, lots of different things that come from that. And I'm a former college football player, was in contact with, or my university was in contact with me 2 weeks ago about how can we participate? How can we get athletes that are graduating, they're not going to the NFL or wherever, to come try this. So again, I think the word's getting out that so it's, going to be a good thing. And actually in the job portal we created for the teams a few weeks ago, we've got, I think right now, almost 600 resumes loaded into it. So there were
that's pretty awesome, especially in this job market. I've got to say that tells you must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Later today, we're going to be talking to your Chief Diversity Officer, Jimmy McMillan. George Tamayo, our creative director, will be doing a session with him to explore this more deeply. But ultimately, your sport's appealing on so many levels. But the market you go to is, I think this is probably the concluding part of this, is your schedule's robust now. You have a really stout schedule. Are you satisfied with a mix of circuits? Do you want to see it evolve? I talked to Mark yesterday about maybe going international to, obviously, North America, being a primary focus, going to Mexico. Do you have anything you want to throw into that?
Hopefully our fans will love this. I'm an oval guy. I love oval, right? So I think our mix of ovals is a little light right now. Not sure what that'll look like in the future, but one of the things, going back, 6-7 years ago, what we try to do is create data equity and equity in the venues we go to. So I think we're much closer to that, now, and even getting through the COVID years to get to this point. I think we got good data equity. We got great partners, great venues. You saw what happened in Nashville last year. It was spectacular. It's a new venue. I just think as we go forward, we got to be conscious of keeping the mix, making sure we got the proper amount of ovals. The oval racing in IndyCar is, again, it's breathtaking. You watch the cars going to turn one at Indy, or even at a place like Iowa, right? I mean,
it is.
I think Iowa one year we had like 900 and some on-track passes, during the time. It's just crazy, right? So, we just got to be conscious of the ovals in the mix.
Yeah, that's the heritage part of it, and I think that again, your sport has always been a race to the future. From the moment the Indianapolis 500 was created, it's a narrative about getting to the future faster and creating a better future. And I think it's so fitting that we had that breakthrough moment this year with this female forward team at the Indianapolis 500. And later today, we'll have Beth and the team will be on for our primetime session. We'll get to talk to the women that made history in doing that. But you oversee a series that is living history. What you do matters. And what do you want your legacy to be when, let's say, you've decided to go fishing at the end of all this? What do you want people to think about what you've done here?
Well, that interesting. I mean, again, I think it's a great people. When we first got here, one of the things we talked about was harnessing the power of the paddock. We got a lot of really smart people, right? And I guess have been able to get them together as a group and create consensus, right? So that's, to me, been the key. When we do things, they know what we're doing, they know where we're going, they know why we're doing it. They were part of the decision. If they didn't necessarily get their way that time, they understand why, and they buy into what we're doing at that point, and here we go. And I think that's been the most rewarding thing about this. And we talk about the history of the sport, being the steward per se of it, right now. We take it very seriously. I mean, this means something. It means a lot. It means, it's a great group of people. It has great history. It has a great future, and we're just really proud to be part of it.
And I'm so glad you've been part of it. It's been a pleasure having you as a friend, and an honor, actually. And I'm so amazed at what you've done with your time at the helm of this important series. Thank you for being with us today, Jay Fry, and good luck to you and your team, and have a great 2020 season.
Great. Well, again, thank you all for having me, and good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning into our next session. So again, thank you very much, Jay. And we are going to be talking drag racing in our next session. We are going to bring a 2021 world champion of NHRA Funny Car, Mr. Ron Capps. And Ron was with us last year, and this year is coming back and is going to be hosted by Joe Castello. And this is going to be fun. This is going to be great, Joe, right?
No, this is not going to be fun. Of course it's going to be fun.
I think Mr. Capps is coming on, and we should be live within.
It was exciting to see him win. I was there that weekend in Pomona. Hello, Ron.
There he is. There he is.
Hello, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you very
much. Great to be here. Boy, it's been a fun couple of days, and listening to Jay talk that's fun because, obviously it's a great series to watch, and I feel like we got a lot of stuff that some people may not know about next year listening to Jay about the IndyCar series.
Well, thank you very much.
It's been a very educational week so far. So now on to you, Joe.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Francisque. And Ron, welcome to you and to all of our listeners from around the world. If you have questions, you'll be able to use the chat section. We've got world champion Ron Capps fresh in from his 2021 NHRA Camping World Series Funny Car Championship. Ron, you were victorious, and we have spoken many times. In full disclosure, I work at the NHRA as one of their track announcers. I get to interact with Ron on a regular basis, and so we'll talk about some of that stuff. But Ron, simply put, this championship, your second of your career, people were saying this was the most competitive year of funny car racing ever. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. And we do say that it seems like in the funny car division pretty much every year, but pound for pound, I mean, we went into the countdown, our championship playoffs, if you will, and I don't think we saw a more stacked field than we've ever seen from top to bottom. And what I mean by that is I mean teams that could win from the 12th position, 11th, 10th position at any given time. So yeah, I would say for sure that was one of the toughest seasons I've been involved with.
And coming out victoriously, and we're definitely going to talk about that. But I also like to think of this opportunity as a way to introduce many people out there to the sport of drag racing, which I believe that NHRA drag racing is having a moment right now with people coming in like Tony Stewart drag racing getting involved and what Antron is doing. And you'll be having an announcement at the PRI show in a few weeks or next week about what you're going to be doing. Drag racing is a sport that's been around for 70 years, but seems to have recaptured the imagination of people out there. It's perfect for right now. And yes, we've been talking Formula One and NASCAR. Brad Gerber from NHRA is going to join us tomorrow, but give me your assessment of the sport of NHRA drag racing right now as someone who got your start in 1995, who has raced for the greats like Don the Snake Prudhomme and Don Schumacher. Where do you think the sport of NHRA drag racing is right now?
Well, it's just sort of capsulize it. It wasn't too long ago I came into the funny car division, the likes of Kenny Bernstein. I was driving for Don Prudhomme when I came in. And I always found early on, and this is, 1998 when I drove the Copenhagen car for Don Prudhomme, we would go on these media tours, and every race car driver watching this right now knows exactly what I'm talking about. They would send you out sometimes in the outskirts, a couple hours away from an upcoming race. And you almost felt like for a while you almost had to school the local sports person at some of these little towns on drag racing. And it depended on what part of the country we were in. And I'm sure IndyCar can talk about this, even NASCAR. It's evolved so quickly here the last decade, especially since 2016, we won the championship and rolled right into the Fox network, taking over the NHRA programs and FS1, and it just has blown up. And I would attribute a lot of these last few years and the growth of NHRA to that, our TV program with the Fox people and FS1. So You know, it's funny because we'll get a qualifying run on Friday at any given racetrack around the country, and I'm doing the burnout and I'm backing up and I look up and the grandstands are packed. And you're like, okay, a lot of people are playing hooky today. And then Saturday completely sold out at different racetracks. And with COVID, the way that we're getting back in society right now, you couldn't hear a lot about sellouts. But we had a lot of them this year. So it really made me feel good about our sport. I think everybody involved in NHRA drag racing already knew it was doing fine. But it seems like it's really right now just like this, and it's fun to be a part of it.
We just had Ray Evernham on a little bit earlier, and he was talking about SRX. And of course, he's partnered with Tony Stewart, who is now part of NHRA. And it's all, it's weird. It's the motorsport world is all coming together. You'll be happy to know he mentioned the possibility of an NHRA team in SRX. FYI, I'm hoping that maybe you'll get a phone call. But what they were talking about as a success for what they plan is to have the fans feel like they are part of the event, to be inside what the event is, as opposed to on the outside watching somebody do something, to be a part of it. And to me, I thought that that's the essence of drag racing, to be at the meet, to be in the pits, to go watch your heroes and the guys who tune and build their cars disassemble and reassemble a car in 40 minutes and then go race again and feel like you're riding with that team. And just listening to those guys talk a little bit about it, it made me reconnect with why I love drag racing, which is already doing that.
Yeah, and we have a great niche with drag racing. It always has been. It's been a great fan-friendly sport. And I'm not saying that none of the other motorsports aren't, but we've just had this interaction where every ticket's a pit pass. Now, a lot of these other sports and motorsports can't pull it off like that. But I think in today's world, especially with these things, the attention span of people it's so much shorter. And I don't think sitting in a grandstand for 3.5, 4 hours is what it used to be for a lot of these fans, nor is it turning on the TV and watching the same thing for that long. So I think that sort of, I guess you can't call it ADHD. It's just the way things are now. People they're on to the next thing so quickly. So I think that's really what attracted anybody new that came to an NHRA drag race. You go watch this incredible session of cars run, and then you go right behind the grandstands into this pit area and you walk around. It's like being backstage at a Rolling Stones concert, right? You walk around, you see the stars, you hang out, you get a picture with John Force or myself, or name anybody. So I think we've all known it's been there, but I think that's really, in today's world, it's it's for somebody coming that's new and never been to one, it's eye-opening. And you and I have talked about this before. There's nothing better than bringing somebody out new to something cool, and we have something pretty cool with NHRA drag racing. And so I really feel like the way things are nowadays and our sport kind of mesh together pretty good.
I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but it's almost the TikTok of motorsports, right? Short attention span, extreme, and maybe highly addictive. Your career has been, second to one. They say second to none, but it's like second to one in that you have raced in an era where John Force has also raced. But that having been said, 68 wins, 2 championships, and really, in many ways, the face of drag racing because of who you raced for. You mentioned Don the Snake Prudhomme, who had a book earlier this year or maybe last year during the pandemic where, he revealed that the Copenhagen sponsorship that you raced was kind of put in his lap by AJ Foyt. And I just would love to hear you speak a little bit about relationships to other forms of racing. A nickname that you had was Mario. Mario Andretti was on just the other day. He talked about some connections to drag racing with Bob Tasca Sr. Early on at Tasca Ford, and was referencing Bob Tasca. Drag racing is different because we're just accelerating as rapidly as we can, but at the same time, it's woven through the fabric of worldwide motorsport one way or another, because everyone's connected to someone, whether it be Snake or Bernstein, Larry McReynolds, whether it be Rusty Wallace, Raymond Beadle, who supported his first championship endeavor. So talk a little bit on that, drag racing's place in world motorsport.
Well, yeah, it's what's fun for me is to go around and run into Roger Penske or run into Mario Andretti and these people that that pay attention to what our sport's doing. But for me, I was thrown into this sort of rock star world in our sport because I went to work for Don the Snake Prudhomme, and one of our first trips we took was to a NASCAR race, and we went right into Dale Earnhardt's bus and sat down in there, and I'll never forget it. Like, we were getting ready to walk in, and he said, "Whatever you do, don't talk racing." He just doesn't, if he'll talk fishing, hunting, and it ended up being so true. But anytime I run into somebody that I look at like, oh my gosh, there's, like I said, Penske or Mario, or, you go down a list of anybody that, for me as a fan, has looked up at, I was thrust into that, driving for the Snake. So I quickly had to learn to keep cool when I'm around these heroes, and showing up and going to Mario Andretti's house before I race in Maple Grove, Pennsylvania one year. Little things like that would make you want to pinch yourself. But it's always been fun to run into these people since then, and all these heroes, because they follow what we're doing. And they always, Mr. H, Mr. Hendrick, we just talked the other day on the phone, and every time I run into him at something, he talks about his early days of drag racing, Jack Roush. They've all had something to do in back in the day, and it's always cool to listen to their stories. And what I love about the history of the sport of drag racing is how you can go back and look at this old footage, and you could see Richard Petty showing up, taking a year off of NASCAR and driving, or Mario Andretti with association with Tasca, and things you never really used to know, but they've all got something to do with drag racing. And it's awesome to hear some of their old stories.
Well, the acceleration that they feel off pit road, and the acceleration that everybody feels when they come off a green light at a stoplight, of course, within the legal limits given by the local police effort. But of course, that's the feeling of drag racing. But then at the highest level, in an 11,000 horsepower funny car and a team of 10 guys rebuilding this machine with a corporate sponsor like Napa, going out and racing with a championship on the line, as you did in NHRA's playoff system recently, that adds the extra element of competition. So let's talk a little bit about that. Performing under that maximum pressure. You were with a new team of guys this year, and you had said that you kind of felt like a rookie again, that you had to prove yourself again, that this wasn't your group of longstanding crew guys that you had been with. You had to go out and kind of knuckle down, and look what happened at the end of the year. You're holding the championship trophy.
Yeah, and anybody that's driven a race car can attest to this. When you get in something that's not your race car, something you're used to getting into, and it's for a weekend, like we used to run the Prelude to the Dream with Tony Stewart, and I was lucky enough to run every year of that. I was in the first year, and I ended up going and practicing and doing these events at other small dirt tracks because I wanted to be better when I showed up to race with the best of the best in the world in a car that none of us were used to. And that was what the early days of the Prelude to the Dream was. But getting in something that weird, and that's something that just, it doesn't make sense to you when you first get into it as a race car, and you've got to adapt really quick. That for me, more than anything, stands out. So when I was put together with this team at the beginning of the year, 11th hour, my longtime crew chief, Ron Toller, decided to retire. Luckily enough, we had a team that was intact at Don Schumacher Racing. We were put together as driver and team and crew chiefs, never worked together. And first race, we were #1 qualifier. But it was much more than that. There were a lot of things different that I had to learn in the car, a lot. And I think those years of the Prelude to the Dream and jumping in different race cars and sprint cars and things helped me adapt quickly to it, or quicker than I probably would have. And lo and behold, we ended up winning the world championship. But there were a lot of this, like any race season and any series is, you fight those difficult times of weekends that nothing seems to be going right, and you get through it. And that's sort of what we did as a team. I'm in Atlanta. I just got to Atlanta for a function we're doing with some Napa owners, and we were here about a month ago, and we do a deal at headquarters and it's all the Napa sponsored drivers. So Chase Elliott, Alexander Rossi, Brad Sweet, Bill McAnally's NASCAR team, and our team, the NHRA team. And I just looked over and I thought, you couldn't find a more tip-top, I mean, top to bottom sponsorship series. Look, you know, NASCAR, IndyCar. It was just made me so proud to look over and see every different series and how well they're represented. And, you know, we always started talking about, hey, let's jump in each other's car. Would you try to get my funny car? No. And, you know, I wouldn't do that for the world. I'd get in your sprint car, just things like that. And it just reminds you how lucky we are to have all these different kinds of racing. And I was lucky enough to be able to jump in these other race cars. So when the SRX series, like you talked about, came up, you know, it just was so much fun to watch because it was guys getting in it, the cars that they weren't necessarily used to. And it was supposed to level the field a little bit. But I think that's what really drew the fans to that more than anything else.
No, I love it. What is it about these other drivers though? They never want to get in the nitro car, you know?
Yeah, we used to early on. I drove one of Tony Stewart's midgets at the Chili Bowl a couple times, and Selzy and I would go mess around and we'd go run dirt races, and Doug Coletta would join us, and we'd run these charity events and dirt modifieds and dirt late models. And every time we'd be sitting around afterwards having a beer with these guys, and these are the best of the best in every series, right? Doing this charity race in a dirt late model in the middle of Missouri or wherever we would be, and the conversation would always come back. And I remember Tony Stewart sitting around a long time ago, and all of us saying, "Hey, man, just get in the car. You want to go take a hit, like half track, even in a top fuel dragster." And guys that you think were the best at any kind of race car driving would always say, "No, I think I'll pass on that." And when you put them behind a car at the starting line at one of our NHRA events, they definitely say no. So it gives you an idea of the respect that they have. But I'm sure every one of them would love to take a run.
Well, and credit to Smoke, who did it, right? He did it and has done it. And whenever someone asks him, he's like, you know, I'm not like to compete to, you know, enter an event to compete. He's like, I'm not there yet. It would be disrespectful to these guys and girls who are doing this as professionals because this is very hard. And I love hearing that, right? I love hearing it. I think drag racing has often gotten a bad rap because the cars don't turn, but the driver is doing so much and perfection is expected. You can't get a bad cornerback. You go out there and you're perfect. You're better than the other guy or you're not.
Yeah, and I use this analogy all the time when I give these speeches. You know, one huge difference, I think, more than anything with our sport of drag racing, is you could take, if you choose a NASCAR, let's say an IndyCar, either one of them, and you take a car, if you could say that car is a 10th place car, and there's certain drivers you could put in that 10th place car, and that car could finish 3rd, 4th, maybe even win the race with certain drivers in it. I mean, that's just a fact. There are some drivers that you could put in there. We've seen it happen in the past. Our nitro cars, you know, 11,000 horsepower, the funny cars especially, they're so evil handling, so unpredictable. Quickest, you know, vehicles on the planet Earth. These cars are set up to go out and do whatever the crew chief sets it up to do. I can't squeeze a car that's going to be a 10th place qualifying run and make it go to the 5th quickest qualifying run. John Force can't do that. I don't care how good you are, you can't do that. But you can certainly take a number 1 qualifying tune-up car and make it a 10th place run by not keeping the car straight, by not doing something here or there the same every time. And so I think that's the huge difference that a lot of people talk about. And you hear these drivers come in sometimes as new drivers, and they're going to come in and they're going to conquer the world. And they're going to beat John Force and Ron Capps, and they're going to do this and that. And you're like, hey, come on in, the water's fine, right? It's always a lot of talk, but what they don't understand, it's not just the guts that it takes to go out and step on the gas of 11,000 horsepower. It takes a lot of guts, trust me, to hold the gas down. But the smarter drivers are the ones that are the most successful and the ones that pay attention, but most importantly, the ones that know when to let off the gas in drag racing, because you can quickly get hurt or worse. You could hurt somebody else or worse in a fraction of a second. And most motorsports and most other race cars, you get in a little bit of trouble and you don't quite catch the throttle and get out of the throttle, you're going to be okay. You may tag a wall a little bit, you might get a little bit sideways, you might lose a good lap, but that's the main difference. And I always talk about that. It's not necessarily the bravest driver that can get in a top fuel funny car or a dragster. It is the smarter ones that are most successful.
You spent 17 years at Don Schumacher Racing, and you won both your championships there. Over 350 wins at that organization. You delivered them their 19th championship, but you recently announced that you're exactly 19 championships for Don Schumacher. I'd just like to hear you talk about your experience there, and you've made the announcement that you're leaving the organization, making you, for my money, the biggest free agent story in drag racing right now. I know you've got an announcement. We're going to tease that momentarily. Just speak on your time at Don Schumacher Racing and what, the gap, right? Like what drag racing was and what drag racing is, and Don Schumacher Racing in many ways being that bridge.
Yeah, well, early on with Don Prudhomme, when he hired me, I drove for him for 9 years. And then Don Schumacher for 17. I mean, those are two great owners, two completely different on the spectrum of who they are and how they approach being an NHRA team owner, completely different. And so I have paid attention all that time. And the ultimate goal, of course, would be team owner for any race car driver. And so, I had to wait for the right time and never known if that time would show up or when that step should be taken by myself. I've been a hired driver for 20 something years, and I've never had to bring a sponsor to a team owner to get that ride or that seat. And that's what probably I'm more proud of than anything else, is the fact that I was hired because they liked what I did in the race car and outside the race car. And Joe, the last probably 20 years, it's more important what you do outside the race ur than inside. And I think a lot of new race car drivers coming up and aspiring race car drivers, that's the part that really, they lose touch of reality. And they think if they're just this Tom Cruise looking guy, they're going to get a ride with $1 million and they're going to keep that ride. You might get the ride, but hanging on to the ride, I don't care if you even brought the sponsor, it's not going to keep happening for very long. And so here, as we've progressed these, especially the last decade, it's been really important to make sure that the things you do outside the racetrack are as good if you're winning on the racetrack. And there's a lot of times that you don't necessarily have to win on the racetrack if you're doing everything off the racetrack right and representing those sponsors. So the ultimate goal is to be a team owner. The Kenny Bernsteins, the Don Prudhommes, the Don Schumachers, and John Forces. I mean, that is the ultimate goal. And I finally had a chance at taking that step. So yeah, I let Don Schumacher know in September, and we've been working together on my next step. And we'll announce next week who the sponsor is and some more details. And it's been a grind. And believe it or not, it was all going on behind the scenes during the countdown. For me, there was a lot of that white noise of having to do all the stuff I never had to worry about with the business side of things coming up. So it could have easily been a disaster with the distractions, but the people around me just helped keep me focused, and we were able to get through it. But right now, boy, I'm seeing a side of things that I know a lot of people watching right now that are owners, and the business side of things I've never had to really think about, and it's been eye-opening.
Well, I can't wait to hear the announcement, and I know that here on Industry Week at ePart Trade, like we're building to big announcements. And so I'm hoping that everybody is going to pay attention to the social media feeds and the news and all motorsports news, because I think it's going to be, I don't want to say shocking to people, but news is going to be happening. And when exactly is that, press conference or whatever you're going to have, so everybody can kind of follow you either on Twitter or whatever your social feeds are. Let's get that information out there so everyone can follow it as it happens, because I think this is going to be a big story in the world of motorsport.
Yeah, it'll be next Friday, a week from tomorrow, second day of PRI, and it'll be at the NHRA stage, and NHRA will be streaming it as well. And it's just a lot of things, still a lot of things in the air, but it's been a lot of fun. More than anything, all these years, I've really kind of wondered if I ever took the step of being team owner. I mean, how much I've done so many things for people out there without thinking about it. And all of a sudden I'm getting these calls and these people coming up to me wanting to help me. And it really kind of opened my eyes. We go through what your job at NHRA, myself, just you stay like this and you never think about what goes on around you sometimes. And so it's been really fun to have all these different options we have coming up. So I'm excited. And next year, I mean, to have the number one on the car, it certainly doesn't help or it doesn't hurt, I should say, when you're going and looking at these new sponsors wanting to talk and things like that. So everything really lined up right.
Tim is out there, says, congratulations, Ron, world champion ×2, just awesome. And people sending congratulations. One piece of news, and, with the big announcement, in full disclosure, with the big announcement next week, obviously, we're not going to hammer Ron for like details here. But one detail that is important is that the championship team, the men who won the championship, they will be back with you next year. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, we got the same exact team. And these are, Joe, when we started in last January and went to preseason testing, I didn't know their names. Even though they worked at Don Schumacher Race and other teams, I didn't know these kids. And so Dean Antonelli, Guido is his nickname, as everybody knows him, and John Medlin, seasoned veteran and just such a great guy. And they work so well together. And we just had a lot of fun. And sometimes you're out here in the grind of racing and people think, these fans think it's like that all the time. But there are times that you got to remember to have fun, because we're blessed to be able to do what we do and represent the people we represent. So it's really neat that we are going to be able to continue doing what we finished. And that was win a world championship and start the year off together.
So exciting. I know Francisque and Judy are going to be jumping on here moments from now, but I love this opportunity. I love all motorsports, but the gateway motorsport was drag racing for me. It's in many ways the everyman motorsport. It's about acceleration. The American muscle car culture turned into a sport where, millions are watching at home on Fox Sports 1. But to the people around the world who are not fully indoctrinated as I am, who are now, thanks to NHRA.TV and streaming services and the device you just held up moments ago, can keep up with drag racing in a way that maybe they hadn't before. We know it's big in Australia. It's certainly big in the Middle East, UK with Santa Pod. But speak to those folks out there that are sports car fans, Formula One fans, international rally fans, and speak on drag racing a little bit as a champion, as the current champion at the pinnacle of the sport. Speak to those folks about getting involved in drag racing.
Well, anybody that's a gearhead or a petrol head or whatever you want to call it around the world, the sport of drag racing, if you've never been, and it's hilarious when we bring somebody out that you can tell them over and over how cool it is. You can brag about how loud, how crazy the noise is, but the fact you get to watch a car go 0 to 330 miles per hour in front of your eyes from a standing stop is mind-boggling as a fan, let alone being a driver. But what the best part is to watch these race cars go down the track and at these speeds that are incredible, and then to turn around and go right in the pit area and watch these teams and stand just a few feet away and watch them tear these cars apart, put them back together, and have them ready to go back to the starting line in less than 1 hour. For me, that's as good a show as being on the track, honestly. And I grew up in the sport. So for the real gearhead to watch a team tear a car apart, I mean, from burning hot, tear it all completely down to the bare engine, transmission, clutch, and put it back together and strap a driver back into that chromoly tubing and step on the gas and go 0 to 335 miles per hour after watching what they just did. It's something that somebody has to see live. And if you're into any kind of racing and you get the chance to go see a drag race, I don't care if you're in Australia or, like you said, wherever you're at, it's take this step, because it is something you'll never forget. And that's the funnest part for me, is having somebody out, whether it's a rock star or somebody I look up to, an athlete. I love having them out to give them that same kind of feeling you get when you're standing on the sidelines of a Super Bowl or whatever you might be doing. So it's fun.
on that note, Ron, and I know Francisque and Judy are here, but I think it's important. You had Haley Steinfeld to the finals when you won the championship. And I don't know if you knew at that moment that she was going to explode with the new Hawkeye series, but that young lady is going to be one of the biggest stars on the planet thanks to that. And she is hanging out in the starting line with Ron Capps at the NHRA finals. Days later, Hawkeye is released on Disney, and the world changes for fans of Marvel. If you don't get Marvel, then you don't get it. But Haley Steinfeld and Ron Capps were like winning the championship together.
Yeah, and she hung out in the pit area and celebrated us winning the championship the whole time afterwards. She was so down to earth and so cool. And yeah, we knew the series was coming out. And I didn't realize how big a deal she was, honestly. And if you were around her, you really wouldn't have known. She was very cool. And her brother Griffin, same thing. So yeah, that's part of it. And that was another instance of having somebody out, obviously, that makes some of the, the coolest movies on screen. But when you put her down at the starting line, she was behind our car there. That's something she'll be telling her friends forever.
Yes. Well, I hope she can still come back because she's going to be too big a star. Too big a star.
I think they're hooked.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you very much, Ron. What a delight. And please stay with us a few more seconds as we're transitioning to our next session. So again, thank you very much, Ron. Thank you, Joe. And again, thanks all of you for being with us for Race Industry Week 2021. We're going to go back to technical stuff. We're going to bring the people from Pit Logic, Judy, right?
Yes, Garrett Andrews. Good friend. This guy knows how to make things happen. So he's introduced Pit Logic. It's an app for racers, but he's also competition suspension. He's also Pit Boss Jacks. But today our focus is Pit Logic. Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Good morning.
Good to have you on.
Good afternoon to you. And we're going to bring Jeff Hammond back with us, who is going to be hosting the webinar. And here is Jeff coming up. And so thank you very much for being with us. Garrett, I think it's your second webinar with us. And we talk suspension. Mr. Hammond, welcome back. So
good afternoon, everyone. Hope everybody's having a great day. And man, we got off to a bang this morning. And I just finished listening to Joe talking to Ron Capps. Very, very informative and entertaining. I love Ron Capps. He is one of the elite when it comes to NHRA and drag racing or anything else in the world. I mean, this guy's a super cool dude. He really is.
Yeah.
Great. So Jeff, we'll let you take over.
Have fun.
We're going to try. What's going on, guys?
Not a whole lot. How are you?
I'm doing good. Now, Garrett, are you on the left? Am I looking at you on the right? Which one's Garrett? Hey, Garrett.
How's it going?
Good. Pleasure to meet you. So tell me some more about Pit Logic. I mean, I heard Judy talking about, you've got a multitude of things going on over at Pit Logic. So let's just start a quick overview of what's going on in your world.
Yeah, so Kevin to my right, he's actually the creator and app developer for Pit Logic. And I'll let him talk a little bit about how it started and what it is and what our vision for it is. And then I can answer any questions as well.
Okay.
Hi there. Thank you. Just like Garrett, I've been racing my whole life as kind of a family background, helping my dad when he raced when I was a little kid. I've also been interested in computers forever and have always tried to merge the two to help what we do, stay organized, keep track of our setups and everything like that. Our latest iteration of Pit Logic really began in 2017, 2018, started developing a Android and then later iPhone app. And at the end of that 2018, I showed it to Garrett and asked him if he thought this was something that could be valuable to racers in the industry he knows. And he immediately thought it was. And we went to work and kind of created a list of features we thought would be most important to the racers to be able to keep track of all of their setups, keep track of their tires, have a really handy place to look at all their shock data and all that stuff on one nice local location and put it into an app. And we went to work and we put it on the market in 2020. or the end of 2019, and we've been evolving it ever since.
Okay, I got one comment to say right there. Where were you back in my younger days?
Well, you know, you say that in like the late 80s, early 1990s, not to date myself, when I was working on some asphalt late model teams, just as a crew member, I tried to get something like this going. Of course, not with the phone app, but with the laptop system, and, you know, took it to a bunch of teams and showed it to them, and kind of got laughed out of all the meeting rooms, telling me that there would never be computers in racing. But a couple decades later, that's definitely changed.
No, when I'm listening to you talk about that, and I look at what's available and throughout my career, when you think about it, I still have spiral notebooks from the early 80s, where that's what we wrote down, what we put in the car. You know, we write it down, and that was pretty much it. And we didn't know then how important the little details were. Being able to know, okay, you put the paint on the spring, and okay, we got a 700 over here, we got a 550 and this spring here, and this kind of bar, but we never realized that, oh, you beat the end of the sway bar up and you get another sway bar. Well, what was really the torsion load on it? You get a spring, and all of a sudden, you need an extra one when you run to the parts store or the junkyard or whatever, and you get another one, and you really don't have any way except by using old code numbers that were, used by the manufacturer that told you that this was roughly a 700-pound spring. Right. We never had a way to rate them. So, I mean, the details are so important, and a lot of the technology, and I'm assuming that you're in that boat because I have not seen your app completely. How much better it makes it on everybody. I mean, there's no doubt. You remove doubt. I think that's the best way to put it. Having something written down or documented is a plus. But when you have it detailed out to the point that everything, as close as we're trying to get by today's standards, I mean, it's phenomenal. It really is. And when you can put it in a cell phone application, I mean, how much easier can it be to be carried around in your back pocket to a certain degree?
Yep. Yeah, I came from the IndyCar racing side, and so computers were big, but it was all custom programs that the teams wrote or fancy Excel spreadsheets. And if you didn't have your laptop with you, you couldn't work. And with PitLogic, it's so nice. I can have a customer call or text me and ask a question. I can just pull it up right on my phone and get them a direct answer. The availability of having it at your fingertips at all times is so convenient.
Well, we're talking about that. You mentioned IndyCar, and you talk about the late model side of it. Being far as, but who is your market? What's your core market right now? Who is really taking advantage of this great technology that you're putting out there?
Yeah, so really our core market is short track racing. So everything from quarter midgets, micro sprints, midgets, sprint cars. But the app is very adaptable. So we've created these setup templates that you can download, only the ones you want to use. And we've also created some custom templates for folks along the way for drag race, sports car, and different things. So really it can be used anywhere, but the bulk majority of our users are short track racers. And that's where we have the most data available for them within the app.
So when you're looking, and I wish to a certain degree we had one in front here to look at, what is your favorite part of it? I mean, what's the sweet spot on your app right now? I mean, when you look at something, this is what makes and separates us from anybody else.
Yeah,
I mean,
Kevin can actually show you. We'll share our screen here, and he can kind of walk through his phone and show you what some of the cool features are within the app and what we like to use the most.
Right.
He'll switch the screen over. While you talk about that, you talk about having the phone in your pocket. When we first developed the app, we kind of made it tablet-based to fit on an iPad or an Android tablet, but more and more users are using it on the phone because, like you said, it can be in your pocket. Up on the screen right now, you see the main menu. We kind of have the program divided into 6 main sections. In the upper left, if I press the setup button, this will take me to a menu of all the setups I have stored in the system. And this is my development device, so there's only a couple here. But I'll click on like one particular setup. and then it'll take me to that setup, and you can see across the top, it'll show you the date and what event it was. And then down below, each time we go on the track, we can create a session, whether it be our initial setup or a heat race, qualifying, main event, and so on. And then down below, we have all the setup variables that we store in the system. And the system will know what type of data is in each place. So for example, if I click spring or bar, it'll have a place for me to enter that type of amount. But if I put in the blocks, it'll know that that's going to have a fractions measurement, and I can put that in. We store all of our shock data being tied together in the beginning, and having CSI as a backer for this product. We made sure that all the really important shock detailed information ends up in this program. So we're able to store our compression and rebound numbers. We can look at a shock sheet directly from when it's set up and look at the detailed like rebound numbers for 0, 1, 3, 6 inch numbers and so on. So that's the setup information. From the main menu, we can also go into shocks and look at our shocks and inventory, click on one and look at a detailed shock sheet. We have gear charts inside of PitLogic. So depending on what type of racing you're doing, if you're using a quick change type gear setup, or if you're using a chain base like a quarter midget or micro, they both work in here. I can choose different gear charts right from the top. There's a quarter midget one, there's a USAC midget one. We can look at all the gear set opportunities that are there. I can click on RPM calculator, put in old and new RPMs and what we want. It'll help me find the right gears. Inside PitLogic, we also keep track of all of our checklists, and we can share our checklist with our other team members. So I can hold down an item and start marking off what's getting done for the preparation for the week. We keep track of all of our tires inside of PitLogic. Here's my individual tires for an event where I had, in this case, 4 left rears and 4 right rears, and I put in the information, put in the size, but then I click pairs. I know this is one of Garrett's favorite features. It'll show me all the different Stager combinations based on those tire pairs. And then in addition to that, we have a parts inventory inside of PitLogic, so you can keep track of steering gears, rear ends, or anything where you want to keep track of how many laps or how many events you have on something. You put those into the system, you assign them to a setup, and they'll start tabulating all their laps and events so that you can easily manage when it's time to service your different components. So that was a really
you might go back to your checklist icon.
There you go.
Yeah.
And this one we broke it into sections for cleaning, maintenance, the fuel system, reassembly, setup, getting ready for the track, so on.
Yeah, and it's very easy to create your own checklists within there, whether it's what you need to load the trailer, what you need to do to prep the car to scale it. We have some predefined checklists and setup templates that us as a company and a lot of our employees or racers have decided, hey, this is important for us. So we have some predefined ones you can download, but it's really easy to create your own checklists in here as well.
So you can add and subtract to this accordingly.
Yep. You can add as whatever items you want or remove which ones don't apply to you. You can create your own checklist from scratch. You can share checklists with other PitLogic users and actually sync them so that when I check something off, if I'm sharing it with Garrett, he'll see in his version of it that it's been checked off. So it makes it easy for teams to work together.
Well, see, I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm sitting there thinking that when I look at this app and the way you've got it set up, I don't want to mess with tires, but I got a tire guy. I want to know what's going on with tires, but if I can't find him, because he's down at, Hoosier or whoever and getting tires and everything, I can look on mine and be able to see, okay, he's got these already took care of. And at the same time, he's not waiting for me to get off the app to get on the app. So we can, how many people hypothetically could we have 4 people on the app at one time?
Yeah, there isn't a limit to how many people can share information. It's just a matter of who you establish ahead of time as part of your group.
Yeah, so same thing. You wouldn't want your tire guy to go in and mess up your setup information. So you can restrict it to where he can just edit tire information.
No, that's what I say. I mean, those kind of flexibility, within the app, gives everybody about their own, heck, nowadays, you don't find anybody in the garage area that's not got a cell phone and doesn't have usually, modern technology at a fingertip. So the idea of being able to do that and share it all collectively with amongst, 3 or 4 crew members, especially on a short track type of a situation, it's really got to be fantastic. I mean, that's to me, that's music to my ears as far as the crew chief's concerned. And the other thing, I was looking at your check sheet, same type of deal. If I wanted to create an inside cockpit area for a guy, when he goes inside there, he's doing everything inside the driver's cockpit, fire extinguisher, seat belts, gauges, all this stuff right here. I got another guy that won't doing the trunk area, whatever's going on in the fuel cell area. Then I got somebody underneath, and then I got guys that are doing suspension and engine stuff. So all of these checklist stuff, knowing that it's being completed. And the other thing is to have the ability to, like, if you wanted to do that sheet, could the guy put his initial or something like that beside it to make sure that he checks it off? I'm saying? I like accountability that, in my case right there.
The system will know who checked it. And in addition to that, with the tire lists and the checklists and the setup sheets, all of those can actually be turned into a PDF and sent to a printer or to email. So if you need a physical copy of a checklist or a tire sheet once you've added all your tires, or you want that spiral notebook to keep growing at the same time just because it makes you feel more comfortable, all this stuff can be sent to a printer as well.
You can never trust a computer or anything like that, even an iCloud completely. So, I'm old school. I want to see that printed file. Yep. I'm able to go ahead and get it and look at it and not have to worry about, I don't know, I guess you might say I go to bed at night and I'm sitting there reading the sheet. It kind of helps make me relax and go to sleep. And on top of that, you got to have glasses on anyway. So I want something bigger and bolder. But no, I love what you're creating here because, yourself, documentation is going to be the lifeblood of any organization. I don't care who it is, because you never know when somebody's going to leave you, and you don't want somebody to take something away from you that, that could be, invaluable. Because at one time I had a guy that kind of followed me around and was, was like a car chief, and, we worked on the thing, and I expected him to keep up with all the paperwork while I was dealing with the driver or dealing with, whoever. So, you got to have an element of trust there. But at the same time, you need to know that when it's all said and done, you've got a copy, even nobody else has got, the company needs to retain that.
Yep. Yeah, and there's so many great, call them hidden features within the app that just add a bunch of detail. Like when you're in a setup, if you long hold weather, it automatically pulls the weather for your location, barometric pressure, all the stuff you would need for fueling your engine, as well as just general weather. Same thing, long hold time of day. For that session, it automatically brings in time of day where you're at. One of my favorite features is photos. So for like dirt track racers, you can get a quick picture of the track. Mm-hmm. So in addition to your description of the track conditions, you got a good visual. I also like to use the photos if you're taking apart a rear end assembly, right? You can get a photo of it where all your spacers were and everything, and all those are stored within the app.
Once it goes in there, I'm assuming then it's all iCloud friendly and everything like that you can, you can put it up there and have a copy of it if you need to have that also. Does it?
That's correct. We have a system where a lot of racetracks don't have the best internet connections. So the primary source for the app is on the device itself. But when the internet connection is available, it'll securely back it up with a key that comes from just your account, back it up to the cloud, so that if you lose a device or you want to have multiple devices, maybe you have some on a tablet, some on a phone, you can move that information around within your own account as well.
Now, that being said, do y'all have a independent pit logic device that you could buy to store everything in besides just using your phone?
We don't. That's something we've thought about, and when in the early days when we were really getting it going a few years ago, we donated some devices as prizes at year-end banquets and things. And so we just bought a $100 Google Android tablet, loaded the app on there and then gifted
Right.
it to somebody. So really it'll work on almost any device, but we don't have a specific Pit Logic device. We found most people just like using it on their phone because it's with them all the time.
Well, again, that's usually, it's kind of like putting on your pants. When you get up in the morning, you put your pants on, you're going to grab your cell phone and it's going to be the next thing goes in your pocket. Well, Tim McCutcheon was asking, can the data be exported to CSV?
To a comma separated value file. Right now, you could do that through the same method that we send stuff to PDF. So if we have an existing user who wants to see how to do that, I could show them. In our future versions, that's actually going to be part of how it gets stored on the cloud. And so basically the short answer is yes, but there's some more details to make that happen.
So today, if we're going in, and I think I asked the question earlier, but I'm going to ask it again. If you were taking a look across the board, who all is using and going after your app right now? Is it predominantly all short track stuff, or do you have, IndyCar guys? Since you mentioned Indy, do you have people right now that are using your app as we speak? And I guess you might say in some of the bigger series.
Yeah, it's mainly short track racing. So like I say, everything from the quarter midget kids up to USAC, World of Outlaws. Those are our core customers, but we have created special templates for pavement late model guys, some drag race guys. We've done some stuff for lower level formula teams, kind of on the Road to Indy program. The IndyCar guys, a lot of those engineers have spent decades developing a Excel file that they've customized, and they like to use that. Security has been an issue with some of those big IndyCar teams, and Kevin can touch on this more. The app is extremely secure, but some of the IndyCar teams are nervous to put their data on a cloud. But Kevin, you can touch on the security of Pit Logic.
Sure. Once we started realizing that we needed to make the data available over the cloud, one of the first things we did was try to find the most secure way to do that. Because if I have my set of data and I want it to be just mine, then I want it to be just mine. So what we've done is inside Pit Logic, you create an account. And with that account, your device gets a key, which is unique to just you, the user. And any of the information that moves up to the cloud is encrypted. And then it's stored with that key. So the only way that that information comes back down to a device and then expanded into something readable is if it's from the original user. So that's kind of how we handle making sure that you only see what you're supposed to see and nobody else can see. And whether you have it on your device or it's stored on the cloud, it is uniquely your information.
Guys, like I say, that sounds like you've got all the bases covered. And I know for a fact that, with some of the manufacturers I've dealt with, if you got an encryption key, that's about as good as you can get. I'm not saying there's not some hackers out there that can figure certain things out, but I can attest that there's a lot of people right now that deal with encrypted stuff, and they'll tell you right quick, you can't get much more protected than that. If you got, the only key, well, you're pretty safe. Well, the other thing is too, I was just sitting there pondering about the fact that, we're racing down in the Snowball Derby this weekend. I bet you there's a lot of folks down there that are probably taking advantage of your app.
I know that we have some asphalt late model teams that use it. We've developed some custom templates to match the information that they needed. I'm not aware of which specific teams are racing this weekend that are there or not. We just got back from our own racing trip, so I haven't kept on that. But I know there are asphalt late model teams that definitely use it.
Yeah, and it's super easy. If you were an asphalt late model team and you downloaded the app, and which you can download it completely free 2-week trial. After that, if you want to subscribe, then you would enter your information within the Google Play or Apple App Store, and it's either $9.99 a month or $99 for a year. But you can download it for free and use all the features for 2 weeks. If you did that and you downloaded the pavement late model template and it wasn't maybe you wanted to keep track of a certain item on your race car that isn't on that template, it's really easy to customize the template to take the notes that you would like. So that template can match exactly what you would write in your notebook. You can either remove some of the stuff that we have on that template or add your own. It's really seamless.
You make me think about this hypothetically. Okay, I'm at the racetrack. I've gone through all this stuff, and I know you guys have seen the app that a lot of race series use to keep up with timing and scoring. Can that be downloaded and put back on that app for that particular racetrack, after the fact?
Short answer right now, no, but that's definitely on our near-term future features list, where we want to integrate with the different timing and scoring systems and be able to link that directly to your setups. But we have some more details to work through to make that happen. But that would be a great feature, something I know I would use. And so we're working towards getting that into the app.
Yeah, so one of the things I've done is kind of a workaround is, a lot of folks use the Race Monitor app or something like that. I've just taken a screenshot of it on my phone and then saved that photo to my setup. So that's a workaround right now, but we are working for a way to just quickly integrate all of that data right into the app.
With that being said, are there any other kind of apps that you guys are working on that folks might want to hear about that it's in the future? I mean, it's like, you got your basic deal. You've shown that to us today, very solid, but at the same time, you've already touched on the idea of trying to get timing and scoring integrated, but what else is out there for you guys?
A couple of others, just like integrating with timing and scoring, more and more people are using computers to capture data as part of their racing program, whether it be through their ignition system or a third-party device that they've added to their race car. We would like to integrate with those as well, for storing whatever types of telemetry you're recording or engine data, fueling system information, that type of stuff. We'd like to be able to link to those records just like we do the timing and scoring. In addition to that, our next biggest new feature, we actually have a new update that's coming out, should be later today. We would call PitLogic version 4, and that's the version I was showing you right now. But then our next version, we're going to be adding even more team features so that you can manage a team from inside PitLogic and message different team members, but at the same time, kind of coordinate your setups, your checklists, and shocks even to a higher level than you can now.
Yeah, so it's ever evolving. Kevin could probably touch on how many updates from the first feature. I feel like we have a new update almost monthly with, as devices change, you might get a bug here or there. So we're always trying to fix those little things, but then adding little features. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of features we've added. And a lot of those have came from the users like, hey, I'd really like to be able to do this. Hey, well, that's a great idea. We can add that, yeah.
Yeah, we were getting a comment here just right here as we were getting ready to run out of time from Randy Lane, and he's asking road racing, rally, and it seems to me like your app will work for any of those. I mean, it's just a matter of filling the gaps and adjust the programming to really what you want.
Yeah, so I'd say any of those folks who are interested in a customized template or something different, just reach out to us through the website, call us, email us, and we can work with you to help adapt the app to best suit your needs, because it's fairly easy to do at this point.
For rally racing, we actually added the nearest hospital feature too.
Yeah, that was a request we got from some desert racers. Right? They wanted their parts on different trucks, like for a Baja 1000 type thing, and they said, hey, if all of our guys have the app on their phone, it'd be nice to have a one touch to the nearest hospital if somebody got injured pitting a car or a race incident. So that's a feature that is on the app. Yeah.
Well, you got a heck of a project right there going on, and it's really looked like you've got it. You got it figured out, guys. I mean, congratulations. I like what I see. I just wish I was still crew chiefing, because I'd be using the darn thing.
Good to hear. Yeah, we appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Francis, there you guys are again. Y'all got that Grim Reaper look on your face, like I got to cut you off. Got to cut you off.
Well, we pushed PitLogic's product back on the homepage of ePart as well. So we built this platform for you, for the industry. So if you want to connect with Garrett and Kevin, just go on ePartrade.com, and PitLogic's products are right there at the top. And so thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you very much, Garrett.
Thank you.
And Judy, you're on mute. I thought you wanted to say, okay, well, that's, so thank you very much. And stay with us a few more seconds while we're going to be transitioning to our next session. So Jeff, you're going to be hosting our next session. We're going to talk with Jess Hewitt, who has been in the racing fuel and racing lubricant business for many, many years. And last year, during Race Industry Week, he announced that he was bringing ELF back to the US. And so ELF has been a very big player in lubricants in Europe. Started, I believe, in the 70s in Formula One, and covered MotoGP, and they're absolutely everywhere. And Jeff is looking after them here in North America. So he has a presentation that he's going to be sharing with us. And I see Jess coming on. So Jess, we're going to ask you to start your video and your camera.
How are you?
We're great.
We're doing great.
Excellent. So good to join you guys. Really, last year was quite a trip for us, introducing the ELF Racing Fuels to the community. So if you're ready to go, I can start sharing my screen.
We're good.
Well, I'd love to, but I do want to make a comment that I can see over your shoulder right there. Is that a Remington?
That is a Remington.
I thought so. Beautiful
From
picture.
one cowboy to another cowboy.
Excellent. So I want to make sure you can see my screen right now.
You're having a good day otherwise, Jeff. I mean, we're really looking forward to it. And I got a little bit of a glimpse of what you've got to show us, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, we're having a great day. Let me tell you what, it's been wonderful here in Houston, Texas, and always good for racing here. I mean, we've got good weather almost all the time.
Well, I hope so, because I'm getting ready to get on a plane here in a few more hours, and I'm coming back to Texas for about 10 days. And I love that state. I really do.
Excellent. Well, that's great to hear. I'm telling you, you're always welcome here. We love to welcome people all the time. There, I see you. My screen is shared now.
There you go.
So, Francisque, I hope you don't mind me telling a little story about how you helped me secure the ELF Racing Fuel deal. ELF started coming to the racing fuel here to support the SRO series and a couple of other series. And I heard about it, and I didn't know how to reach out to them because they're in France. Mm-hmm. So I called Francisque. I said, can you help me? And he said, absolutely. So he came back and he gave me the people at FIA to call. And so I called the FIA people, and they put me in touch with the people at Total, what's called Total Energies now, and ELF. And that's how we were able to secure this deal. So we announced the fuel last year at ePart Trade. Thank you very much, ePart Trade. You're making news every day here. And we've continued to push the fuels through. So we have the fuels in the United States now. We have the lubricants now. And that's what I want to share with you here today. So let me just get this started here. So I want to make sure everybody understands this is just for the participants of the ePart Trade 2021 Race Week. We really don't want this posted on any public forum. ePart Trade is a business-to-business setup, and we don't want this to be out in the public forum because this is just for the people we hope to connect with on ePart Trade. Hyperfuel.
Yep.
Let me turn down the lights here. Hyperfuel. So where did I come from? So in 1998, I started Hyperfuels as a way of getting fuels, lubricants, additives out to people nationwide. I was not very happy with the fuel distribution system for racing fuel. It was quite antiquated. So we basically initiated shipping fuel in 5-gallon pails, which I knew could be shipped by UPS and FedEx. And so right now, Hyperfuels makes and markets a number of fuels, including Aspen Clean Fuels, Syn Diesel, Pure Fuels brand of ethanol-free racing fuel, ELF Racing Fuels and Fluids, Sunoco, and Torco. So what makes you think you need to listen to a guy like me? I have worked on designing gasoline and diesel fuel for over-the-road markets for many, many, many years. Past member of the ASTM committee that regulated the fuel standards. And I was also on the racing side, the regional executive for SCCA Houston region here. I was also president of the Texas Biodiesel Coalition. I've been in the National Biodiesel Board. Most importantly, I was on the NYMEX Advisory Committee to introduce the natural gas and propane futures contracts. And most importantly, I did race SCCA Spec Racer, Formula Ford, and Formula Mazda. So that will give me some credibility here for talking to you about racing fuels. My objectives today, I want you to know the following about ELF. It's a part of Total Energies, which is right now the only refinery making racing fuels for sale in the USA. And this is why I was so excited that Francisque of ePart Trade put me in touch with these people so we could bring these fuels into the United States. They're all unleaded. No lead is used. This is going to be an important part that we'll touch on later in the presentation. And the primary fuels are used for road racing and rally racing. So I'm sorry, a lot of drag racers are out there. We don't make highly leaded, high octane fuels. So that's not one of the fuels here. So road racing, rally racing, circuit racing, and they also make a number of racing fluids, which are synthetic motor oils for 4-cycle and 2-cycle motors. We have coolant from ELF, DOT4 brake fluid, and transmission fluid. So that's the line that I'm going to be discussing today. So ELF racing fuels, these are developed for 4-cycle and 2-cycle engines. They're made from high quality products from their refinery. And this is what's so important. As a refinery, they have a fully integrated petrochemical facility. So they have the choice of many, many, many refinery products and also chemical products, what we call maybe some toluene, xylene, alkylates. They have a lot of products to choose from. These fuels contain modern additives to protect engines by reducing friction and improving combustion. And let me just talk about that modern additives. So there are a lot of additives that are being used out there. A lot of the racing fuel that we handle today, honestly, is racing fuel whose formulations were developed over 80 years ago. And that makes a difference. You're putting a very old formulation fuel into a new engine. That doesn't make a lot of sense for us. But ELF racing fuels are made in controlled environments with quality of manufacturing being key to what they're trying to do. And most importantly, there's continual development of the fuels because as a refiner involved in professional racing, they're working with racing organization, racing teams, sanctioning bodies to create fuels for the future, fuels for today's engines, not fuels for yesterday's engines. So what does ELF do that's different? These new formulations for racing are continually developed by researchers at the special refinery of Total Energies. And this is in a refinery in Givors, France. And ELF is focused on the quality of manufacture and packaging. Jeff, wait till you see the packaging.
Is it impressive?
It's impressive. When you see these, well, I won't let it out of the bag now, but when you see the ELF racing fuels at the racetrack, you're going to be highly impressed. And it's just one of the quality things that they do for the people that buy their fuel. They're focused on energy density. You know, I've made fuels for a long time. Energy density is very, very important because what I'm trying to do is get the most energy dense fuel. That doesn't mean the heaviest fuel. It means the most BTUs per pound. We're working on some GTL products, some gas to liquids products for jet fuel. That's some of the most dense, energy dense fuel out there. And it weighs less than regular jet fuel. High combustion speed in either diesel or in gasoline. The rapidity of the combustion process is what makes engines go faster. So if I can have a fuel completely burn in one cycle that's coming up there and combust all and nothing hydrocarbon coming out the back end, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what these guys do at the refinery, and I'm very impressed with it. You know, they're making an all unleaded racing fuel. So detonation resistance is a top priority for them. Now, the means we use to measure octane are more than 80 years old. So first of all, I don't think it's really rational to look only at octane as being your selection criteria, because the fuels we're making today, all unleaded, can go well above the detonation resistance of other fuels. So if I'm producing a 105 octane fuel, I may be able to compare that to a 112 leaded fuel. Why? Because my fuel has more additives for detonation resistance. Reducing volatile components. This is a big deal for me because when these products come out of the package, they're immediately volatile and gassing off. We are trying to use less volatile components so that product's going to stay good the whole racing weekend. Superior additives. We've already touched about this before. So fuel products. Now, this is what we have in the United States right now. It is not the entire line of ELF racing fuels, but we selected these fuels for both modern and historic uses. So let me go through these. So the ELF Core 50, this is what you see on SRO or the World Endurance Championship. It is a 95 octane, as we call it, anti-knock index, same as what we regard as octane, the R+M/2. It is oxygenated, which means it has some amount of ethanol product in there. This is FIA compliant for many sanctioning bodies, including the World Endurance Championship, WEC. Now, you may see this out on the WEC. This year, it was actually an SRO. The packaging was from Total, so it was red and white drum, but in the future, you'll see that ELF drum out there. ELF Perfo 100. Now, had an interesting experience recently on this fuel. 105.75 AKI, no oxygen. So maximum detonation resistance for an unleaded fuel is right at 105. We can make them higher, but it comes with some detriments. So it's especially good for turbocharged application. We had our first order for this, Jeff. I don't know if you've heard of a Glickenhaus hypercar. Have you heard of that?
I have not.
Okay, hypercar is a new series that was put through to the 24-hour Le Mans. These are spectacular cars, all new technologies, no holds barred, and the Glickenhaus is tuned for the Perfo 100. So we shipped our first fuel to a site on the East Coast where these cars are being tested today. So it was very good that we had our first compliant customer. This hypercar was tuned on the ELF Perfo 100, which of course is available right now in France and is now available in the United States. ELF Atmo Vent. It's a modern fuel for modern and historic race cars, 98.2 AKI, low oxygen content, so it's not going to be highly oxygenated. And this is one of those products that replaces leaded fuel for older cars or maybe modern cars that are running on a leaded fuel. And again, it's going to have detonation resistance beyond the octane number. Strong valve additives are comparable to lead. So they're not using lead, so they have to have other products that are in there to stop any kind of valve seize. ELF AVS P11 VS, 101 AKI, oxygenated fuel to replace leaded fuels in more modern engines. The motorcycle guys are really liking this fuel. They're ordering it for the motorcycle fuel, and they're seeing good performance in it on the track. Of course, we do have an FIM compliant fuel, the ELF Moto 4G SP. It's a 94.5 octane, 4-stroke motorcycles, which is good for MotoGP, Superbike, Supersport, Motocross. Those are the fuels we have today. We'll be adding some in the future once we do get the products over here and can put forth the demand. All right, here you go, Jeff.
All right, hang on one second. Hang on a second. That's sexy, but before I move on, we've been getting some comments here, and I want to make sure that we let these folks know we're not ignoring them. Mr. Chisholm would like to make a comment, say, hey, show a picture of the Glickenhaus, great eye candy, prettier than the Remington painting behind you. And then Tom Escover said, yes, familiar with Glickenhaus, awesome technology. So some of our viewers right now are paying attention to that. So I just want to let you know that.
Super. I'll put it on the ePart trade page. How about that, Jeff?
I think that'd be great. You know, and the thing is, I mean, all the years I've been watching Formula One, especially, you know, during the, I like to call it the Super Sunday deal that we have when we got Indy 500 and Coca-Cola, as well as, you know, what's going on over in Formula One. I've been used to seeing this ELF logo throughout the history of racing in Europe. I mean, it's just, it's great. It's great to know that they're in the United States and they're getting stronger.
That's exactly right. Now, I want you to look at this packaging. See what my slide says. 50-liter keg. 50-liter keg. It's about 13 gallons, weighs about 90 pounds, has 2 side handles. We haven't seen these containers here. I can't get these containers in the United States, but these containers are awesome, fully screen printed. So these are beautiful products that are out there, and they contain beautiful fuel inside.
I need to buy some of those just so I can use it here and then keep the containers to put in my garage as decoration.
You know, one of the toughest problems we have is getting rid of fuel containers. I don't think we're going to have any problem getting rid of these.
I don't think so.
So let me go on. So Purple 100 and Core 50 are available in the 200-liter steel drums. That's the one below. It's got a few ribs on it there for stability. Again, all these drums are 100% screen printed. They're just gorgeous, and they're very well respected at the track. If you have a Glicken house, this is what you want to have next to the Glicken house. Now, let's talk about the racing range of fluids, because we've got the fourth largest refiner, fourth largest lubricant manufacturer, 6th largest refiner, fully integrated in the world, producing these products. So I've already talked about the reason why we want to have a race fuel that's made by a refiner who's involved in the top spots in worldwide racing. You know, if you're involved in F1, if you're involved in MotoGP, if you're involved in road rally, you're working with these teams already. You're making products that they need. And this is the technology and the IP that's coming over to our racing fuels and fluids. So let's go through them here. So just going to give you a quick overview. 2-stroke, we've got the HTX 909 and 979 Plus. 4-stroke moto is the HTX 3800 series. I'll go through those. Auto range is the ATX 800 series. I'll go through those later. Transmission, we've got the HTX 700 series. Brake fluid, and this is the one that really shocked us. We didn't even have this on our radar until one of our own employees, who is a motorcycle racer, took a look at the HTX 320.4. Wait till you see the numbers. It's phenomenal. He said he's changing his brake fluid now. Coolant, HTX coolant, CI, which has an organic corrosion inhibitor. All right, let's move to the 2-cycle lubricants here. I told you these are special. The HTX 909, now, I handle a lot of castor oil, and castor oil has some pretty unique properties that we still can't replicate or even come close to competing with on a synthetic or mineral oil side. So when I say we've got a castor plus synthetic, that's not a negative, that's a positive. Look at the RPM limits that these lubricants can be powerful from up to 25,000 RPM, okay?
Yeah.
So we're one of the top nitromethane suppliers in the United States, and most of the nitromethane we sell goes into the small radio-controlled vehicles, either planes or cars or all kinds of other things. They use castor oil because it has these unique capabilities of operating at very, very, very high temperatures near the combustion range and still being lubricious. So this, of course, is a SCUSA-compliant motor oil. We're distributing now. So ePart Trade, you have the ability to buy these products wholesale now. This is the first year that ELF has imported these through a distributor that offers them to everyone and not only at a racetrack. HTX 979 Plus. Now we're going to the 100% synthetic for those that don't get up to quite as high an operating temperature. Again, these engines can have high rev limiters. 18,000 RPM is the limit for this product. So again, go-kart, motorcycle racing, that's where we see a lot of these high revving engines, but ELF tells me that they've used these in some of the Formula One engines with good success. So more on that next year. Motor lubricants. So these are 100% synthetic for the 4-cycle engines, and it's good for use up to 19,000 RPM. So there's the HTX 3800 line. You can see the multi-viscosity rates that we have there for the motorcycle fluids. We go from something with 0 weight up to 5 weight, and on the top side, 20 to 30. ELF for Moto is going to be really exciting to see happen in the United States this year. And again, these are all in stock. Now we're coming over to the multi-vis oils for the auto range. So again, guys, perk up your ears because again, we're bringing the IP and technology over from the professional auto racing into the United States now by bringing in these HTX 800 series auto range products. Go from the 0 weights up to the 10 weight, on the top side 30 to 60. So we should have everything that you need. If you do have a need that you want to confirm, we can send your questions over to the team in France and get them to take a look at that application and give us the right one to look at. I'm not going too fast, Jeff, am I?
No, you're doing good.
All right. Now, fluids. You know, I was telling you about the HTX 320 that it really blew us away when we saw these boiling points here. So full synthetic .4, and we were thinking, okay, that's great. But when the motorcycle guys looked at this dry and wet boiling points, they said, wait a minute, these are very, very, very good and exceed the products that they're using now. So they're all changing over. Of course, these come in a 0.5 liter bottle, which we have in stock. And again, we go to the gear oils, the HTX 700 series. You can see the weights there, 75, 80, up to the 80 WF140. And of course, we do have the HTX coolant CI concentrate. Now, look what it says there, Jeff. F1 tested. F1 tested. So again, you can see the racing history down there just through 2013. It goes beyond that, but I couldn't find a slide that had everything on there. But you can see that ELF has been involved in racing. And even when it was acquired by Total, they continued to operate as an organization within the company and continued to make strides to improve their products. Now, let's get to the business of ePart Trade. So, what are we going to do for you if you become a new dealer? Well, you're going to get our new dealer pack, which includes the ELF free shirts, decals, hats, electronic copies of all the marketing materials. So what do we got? We've got technical data sheets. We've got flyers. We've got all sorts of marketing materials. If you want banners, we can have those produced. SDSs, which is important for us to have online. You'll have them on a thumb drive to put onto your system so you can pull it up. We have those right now on ePart Trade, but you'll have them when you join us as a dealer. And of course, you get the whole line card, what we have today and what we'll have tomorrow. Shipping is free for orders of $3,000 or more. Now, here's the biggest promotion we're going to be offering this next year. ELF Dyno Challenge. Now, when we represented Shell Racing Fuels, another refiner in Formula One, using its technology to create unbelievable unleaded racing fuels. We use this Dyno Challenge to prove to people that our fuels were better than what they were using now. Again, new fuel versus old fuel, which one wins? Hyperfuels will rebate the cost of up to 3 dyno runs to test any ELF racing fuel against any competitor fuel. Requires registration, authorization, and reporting of both fuels for the dyno results. But if you go look at Shell URT videos still on YouTube, you can't believe the results that we got here. So we're expecting ELF Dyno to be comparable for our good dealers out there, and those with dynos. You need to be a part of this challenge because it's going to bring you a dyno customer, and you're going to need to tune for the fuel. So you've got the dyno run you're going to be selling. You're going to be selling the tune, and hopefully you'll sell the racing fuels and lubricants as well. Now, selling a combustible fuel is, a consumable fuel is very good because you replicate your profits month after month. All right, so how do you, and by the way, ELF dealers can participate in all of our events. Invite us to your events if you want to. And we can do product seminars on your behalf, just like I'm doing here today.
Right.
So fast setup for dealer accounts. There's no minimum purchase, Jeff. You don't hear that much on ePart Trade. Qualify your business with only a state tax license. Tell us your location, online store, and believe it or not, if you don't have a brick and mortar location, we understand that trackside businesses do very well. And we ship nationwide every weekday. So now you know why we want to look at a fuel that's made by a refiner who's active in professional racing, who has new formulations for both new and old engines. And we recommend using new fuel for superior results and a competitive advantage. Jeff, I want to thank you today because I really enjoyed making these presentations on ePart Trade. You guys are making news every day, and I'm hopeful that this will be newsworthy out there as well. And if you have any questions, I'm ready for those, and we can go back and review any information that you'd like for me to.
Okay, one of the questions came from Tim McCutcheon, and he was asking, do you sell nitro/CH3NO3 in drums? And if so, made in the USA, or is it made in China?
Well, unfortunately, we cannot sell any made in the USA nitromethane. That's a long story, but we're only allowed to sell nitromethane made out of the country. So right now, most of that comes from China, but we do sell it in 42-gallon drums for those who don't have a Department of Homeland Security permit. If you do have a Homeland Security permit, we can go up to about 53 gallons, I believe, is the size of the drum there. We also sell the products in quarts, gallons, and we used to sell 5-gallon pails, but UPS put a special duty on that of $25, so we've stopped selling the 5-gallon pails of nitro. But that's one of our biggest sellers out there of any racing fuel.
How does that work as far as, the shipment's concerned? It has to come, does it come through Houston, or is it shipped from Houston, or is it direct ship?
Mostly it comes through the ports in Los Angeles. And
Okay.
so every year we have to order ahead of the season, and we bring it into the port and then distribute it to terminals that we have.
Telling you right now, you're making a lot of people smile, I think, around the United States, because again, I think it's been recognized, like, again, the quality of ELF speaks for itself throughout the history of the world. And now we're getting the benefit of being able to use it here in the United States because of your and Francis great idea and collaboration. Now it's available for us here in the United States in an easier way. So congratulations to both of you guys helping the racing world out.
Francis, ¿cómo estás, Wahid? How are you?
No, I made one call. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, we industry. And when Jess called me and says, "Can you?" Of course. And and that's what we do with Judy every day. We help people, and that's what this whole platform is about: connecting the industry. So thank you for your support, Jess. And we just pushed ELF's products back on the homepage of ePart Trade. So please stay with us, Jess. While we transition to our next session, we're going to run a little video from our sponsors.
Francis, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to interrupt you. Jess, great presentation. Great presentation. He had his ducks in a row, and he made his point. And I thought it was an excellent presentation.
I agree, Jeff. And the best backdrop.
Yep.
So yeah, he's a brilliant guy, and when it comes to fuel and lubricants, he's really expert. So stay with us. We'll run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with Giant Finishing.
The concept for ePart Trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart Trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartTrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart Trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. We are going to bring Mark from Giant Finishing any second. And Jeff, you're going to be hosting this next webinar on, Mark is right there. Okay, so.
Now I want to step in here right for a second. So we're a platform not just for engine parts. We also have products on here for your machine shop, your engine shop, products for your items used at the races. So it's a combination of items that we showcase on here. And Mark at Giant is a perfect example of this. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out this video and audio. Everybody can hear me okay, I hope?
It's perfect. And we're going to put you in good hands with Jeff Hammond now.
Thank you.
Not too sure about that right there, but we're going to do it our best. Mark, good afternoon. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right, sir.
Well, good. We're good. Hey, I'm excited about what you guys are doing. I know you've got a lot of people's ear today in the racing world as well as the manufacturing world. And I can't wait to hear what's new and exciting about what we can get prepared as far as, the products that we need to put in your machines and how we need to make our stuff better because of your machines. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it's made sense to me. It's made sense for decades. It needs to make sense for everybody else out there in the racing world and the machine shop world.
Well, tell us about your machines and what you specialize in as far as the products that you recommend for machinists and manufacturing companies that need to have stuff, polished, however you want to terminology on it.
The best way to describe it is our parts or our equipment makes your parts better. Okay. We don't make the machine. We make, or we make the machine. You make the parts. You make this beautiful part, but now the problem is it's got burrs, it's got oils. The surface finish might not be exactly. We can, by you using our equipment, whether it be vibratory, centrifugal barrel, slurry blaster, washer, whatever the case is, we're improving your parts to make it easier for you.
I think I got the line for you, and I'm not trying to steal your thunder or anything, but I'm going to try this on you. See what you think about this.
Go right ahead.
We finish what you start.
We've got that already. We've had it for years.
That's why I say it's got to be something along that line. And to me, that's the perfect deal. If you've got it, then you don't need me to tell you about it. But still, that's what popped in my mind sitting there thinking, you guys have got ceramics, you got plastics, you got all kinds of ways to make sure you finish what you've already started. We can put a finish on it to make you happy.
Correct. It looks like we have Chris Kovich, who joined us. He is my young up-and-coming videographer slash office assistant slash lab assistant. Plan is to go out and see what we got on the floor, a couple of machines that for those of us for those people who haven't seen any vibratory machines running. But anyway, getting back to what you were saying with the finishing what you start. Here we got the Model Wedge 5. What Chris is showing off right now is probably our most popular machine out there on the market. It's a one size fits most.
Okay.
It's a 19 by 35.5-inch compartment, lining to lining. That current one that you see there, we're getting it ready. As soon as we're done here, we're going to pack it up and ship it down to Indianapolis. We got that PRI show next week. We'll be exhibiting once again. But this is a great machine for crankshafts. Okay. Ring and pinions, headers, all types of either machine components, fabricated parts, large stampings. There's numerous different things that you could put in there. Guys, can you hear me? You want to fire that machine up for them? Oh, there, they got it running. Nice tumbling action that we got going. And I don't know if we get a close-up of the media.
I was going to say, what type of media do they have in there?
What they have in there is a high-density ceramic media. That one's a 60-degree angle. It's been designed actually for the gear industry, okay, to get into the valleys in between the teeth. It's very commonly used. Some guys use that media alone, but also in conjunction, mixture with other medias for a chemically accelerated process. I know many in the racing world have heard of the ASF or REM process or isotropic. There's, numerous different processes or similar process to that. But that media is fantastic for precision machine shops as well, because it's got the sharp angle to get into the little nooks and crannies, little points where a lot of medias can't get into, because they would either it won't fit or it would get lodged, whatever the case may be. But
okay, in watching what's going on there, it seems to me, I mean, I would have thought looking at that right there would hurt your hand when you put it in there. You know, it went through there like they did. And then I seen him chunk the ring gear inside there, and I see it going around and coming back up and going around there, coming back up. How long does that piece need to stay in? And then number two, is it one piece at a time, or can you put the pinion to go in there with the ring gear?
That's a loaded question. Okay. And there's many different variables. For instance, it depends on how much part-on-part contact is going to be deemed acceptable. Okay. Right now they got that machine running close to full blast. First off, our machines come standard with variable frequency drive, so you can really dial down the action of the machine and manipulate it so it's soft. So it'd be more or less of a incidental contact versus a collision. Now, if I'm dealing with critical surface finishes, absolutely, I don't want any part-on-part touching. Okay. You're going to want to put in a divider or maybe fixture the part, you know, to keep those parts from digging into each other.
Right.
As far as how long that sits in there, that depends on how good of a job you do machining or making your part versus what's going to be deemed acceptable. What looks good to you might look like crap to me, or vice versa. Okay, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The better job you do machining, the less time it's going to have to spend in our machine to fix your part or make it better.
In that particular case, what are we talking about? And again, I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire, but throwing that ring gear in there, how long should it take? If we did a good job, how long should it take your machine to finish it off?
Okay, I'll answer that a couple different ways. For instance, for like the chemically accelerated process, like the ASF or REM, you're probably, for a ring and pinion gear, I've seen 4-hour cut times with a 1 to 2 hour burnish. So we'll call it 6 hours, okay, for something like that. I've seen some up to 20, okay, and others we've done more of a traditional cut and polish. It could be done in maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. But like I said, it's gonna, that's really is a loaded question because it depends on where you start and where you need it to get to. Not all customers are the same. They've all got different finishing requirements. Some guys just want, you know, just for aesthetics. Other guys, you know, more for precision or for performance. They require real low surface finish, and those take time. Okay,
right.
To get, you know, the best things come to those who wait.
Do you ever find that with the customer, because of what they're asking for, do you ever put a part in one of your machines and then transfer it to another machine to do a final?
Absolutely.
You know, basically change the media stuff.
Yes, all the time.
Okay. All right.
Okay, there are multiple step processes, and that's done. You know, sometimes it might be a 2 or 3 step process. For instance, heavy aggressive cut in a ceramic, then maybe we'll go to a plastic media for a surface refinement, and then we can do a wet or a dry polish. In a wet polish would be done in like a porcelain or like a high density ceramic, or maybe a dry polishing cop. For instance, prior to the show or to all shows, whether, you know, like I said, next week they're polishing up a bunch of parts right now. We use our MF3V polishing cop, or MF3 if I'm going to finish it in a centrifugal barrel. It puts that showroom finish, or, you know, the whole nother level. When you walk in, it's that gleam, that bling to it. And people, I mean, people's eyes are like, whoa, you know, that's pretty. Now, do you need your parts to look like that? Most likely not. But let's be honest, shiny sells. I mean, if I can help you make your parts look like that versus your competitions, okay, what are people going to buy? If it's, say, apples to apples, say it's the same price, they're going to buy the shiny, the prettier looking part. It just looks more appealing. Okay. Now, I will tell you, there is one downfall, okay, to having it. And then the only thing is going to highlight the imperfections. So what I've done is I've highlighted, you know, what a shitty part somebody made, okay? Or say it was a bad metal, okay, that it just exposed all the imperfections in it.
Now, with the machine we're looking at here, you can change out the media and do this in this, keep using that same machine.
That's correct.
Or is it, again, if you're a large manufacturing company, you need more than one machine, obviously, right?
Correct. What we have is a lot of guys that start off, if it's a multiple step process, they'll start with one machine. And then depending on their production, going back, if you don't have the production to justify it, take baby steps and go back and forth. However, once your production picks up and you realize, hey, going back, this is a pain in the ass, okay? You can do it in about 5-10 minutes, okay? However, if you go from, the problem is when you go from wet to dry, okay? Dry process, set it aside, leave it alone. You just dedicate machinery for that. It's basically a base machine, solid drain, and polishing cob, and just let it go. The wet, you got to deal with the different medias, the different chemistries, and it's, a little more of a recipe.
Gotcha.
And there's thousands of different sizes, shapes, and compositions of medias. Okay, ceramics, plastics, synthetics, steels, and there's all different levels. You've got your high density ceramics, which is popular in the chemically accelerated with that ASF process or REM process or isotropic. And you've got your aggressive cuts and then your longer lives and all different things. I mean, everybody wants the most efficient media. There's no one media that's gonna be one media and one machine to solve all your problems.
Okay, with that being said, accessibility to the media. I mean, is your place the only one who handles it, or are there other companies out there that can sell, what you need for your machines?
There are numerous companies out there. Okay. However, it's in today's day and age, it's what's in stock. Okay.
Okay.
As far as giant finishing, we have we are mainly an equipment manufacturer. Okay. We do private label our own media. We deal with all the major media companies. Okay. Import and domestic. Okay. It's what we can, what's available, for instance. I try not to, if there's one particular media, especially in today's day and age with the supply chain,
right,
you got to have alternatives. There are, throughout the country, there's numerous places that you can get medias. Okay, Washington Mills, abrasive finishing, Vibra Finish, and then people like Precision Finishing, is a local rep for us, and we work with them on the chemistries like their ASF process. A lot of people stock medias. Like, for instance, that one thing we've done is we have a decent stock, but as far as choosing the right medias, I'd tell you the best way to figure it out is send us sample parts, and we'll run sample parts for you, help create a process. Okay. And we'll give you that recipe with the machinery settings, the type of media we use, the speed, the time cycles, the chemistries, the concentration, all that, and just give you that recipe. And like I said, we have alternatives.
Okay. With that being said, I was going to ask you, how are things as far as the supply chain is concerned, not just with the media, but what about with your machines and everything? Have you had a delay in product as far as?
I'm not going to lie. Almost every day's been a new kick in the nuts.
Yeah.
It's when you think it's almost like whack-a-mole. It's like when you finally solve one problem, 3 more pop up.
I love your analogy.
Yeah,
I can see
I'm
that.
trying to be realistic. And
no, I understand.
I don't want to lie to the guy. You know, the guy's telling me, he's like, well, what's your lead time? I'm like, are you sitting down? You know, as I tell him, I'm out right there. They're taking, they're running through our shop floor right now and showing all the medias. I mean, we've probably got in stock, I don't know, good 100,000 pounds plus easily right now. With lots more. I mean, I've got several trucks on order. Okay. When they get here, they'll get here. I mean, all the manufacturers are backed up. Okay. Besides what's caught in the Long Beach port or Seattle port or, you know, New York. I mean, and I believe we've got some that come in through Georgia as well. Like I said, we've got media coming in from all over the world, you know, and I try to stay in the US as much as possible, but there are certain medias that they don't make in the US. You have to go overseas to get them.
But what I do, you know, I like about your company is that the fact that, you know, you can help somebody, a first-time buyer, come up with a formula to get what they need to have accomplished. And it looks to me like somebody is showing us the different types of media that you have available.
That's
for your different
that's
machines.
just the tip of the iceberg of the different medias you see over there. They've got our black high density. I see our red OM plastics, probably one of our biggest movers, porcelain. But what I'm trying to show off in our media kits are the medias that we generally keep in stock. Okay. And you got specialty media. You see that bright yellow media over in the corner? That was developed. That's just dyed. And that was done to, for visual inspection. I had a customer that was doing machined housings, okay, in some type of a pump, and majority of the ceramic medias are gray, and so are the castings. Well, the operator didn't catch it, and there was a catastrophic failure in the field. Cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, okay, to fix it. So a couple cents more per pound to dye that media, well, they're paying for it. It's a standard now for them, okay? But above that, you see some porcelain spheres, okay? We've got multiple different sizes. That's popular in the header market, okay? Generally, a lot of people have run a 3-4-6 mix has always been popular for years. We found by eliminating the 3s and just going with a 4 and a 6, you get a much better action in the machine, and you're really not going to see the difference in that 1 millimeter, okay, of reach. However, the action in the machine is far more important, and that's another reason why we put the variable frequency drive on there, okay, to help get that roll.
Well, that right there gives, I mean, Jeffrey Bell was asking about the variety of media, so I'm glad you were able to show him, you know, in your little array
media kit
of what you have available. But at the same time, he asked, you know, what type of chemistries are there for your vibratory machines and why do you use them?
The main purpose of the chemistry or the chemical for a vibratory process or to use in mass finishing processes to keep a fresh abrasive surface on the stone. Also, depending on the type of part you have, if you've got oily parts, you're going to want some sort of a degreaser in there. If you've got ferrous metal parts, you're going to want some sort of inhibitor in there. When you get to plastic, okay, one of the things with plastic media, you're going to want a defoamer, okay, because plastic media tends to get this heavy, dense sludge foam. It's horrible. It's a mess. However, we've got a chemistry out there. So probably one of our best movers is our GF224. It really knocks that down. It keeps it to a minimum. And most people, okay, when they first try it out, they don't put enough in and it starts foaming up. So what they automatically do, and I, you know, guilty of this myself, I did it. I went ahead and you cut back on the soap and cut back on the water. Well, it gets worse. And it's like, oh man, I don't want to deal with this. And I get people call up and tell me, I go, listen, humor me. I said, listen to me very carefully. increase the chemistry and increase the water flow. And then I'm like, listen, I know this sounds wrong, but trust me on this. I said, try this and then call me back. I said, I've done it myself. I wouldn't believe it if I wouldn't have done it myself, because there's a built-in defoamer in there, kills it. It's unbelievable. It kills the foam.
Really?
Yep. It's fantastic. I mean, it's hard to believe, but it's true. It goes against, it takes away from the traditional finish, the vibratory finishing.
Now, are you able to recycle the water during this process?
It depends. I am against or I don't like recycling. I frown upon it. I know it depends on what part of the country you're in or what part of the world. Everybody's got different regulations. Okay. Think of it this way. Do you want to take a bath in the same water after me and Christopher have taken it?
Not really.
Okay.
I prefer not.
Well, that's the best analogy. When
That's a good one.
To me, and I tell people about around the boardroom, and I just asked the guy, he was like, well, that's the same thing with your part. I mean, it's the best analogy that people get an understanding. I mean, yes, you can filter the water. Okay. Yes, I know that, technology is getting better every day, and we do help, and we sell wastewater systems as well and help guide. There's a lot, I mean, usually I know enough about wastewater to get myself into trouble. Okay. But there are many different types of systems out there. I mean, we've got the simple settling tanks. Gravity comes to work every day. Okay. And guys, if aesthetics is not important, that's fine. But think of it this way. If say you run the water you have a settling tank and you're forced to recycle, you run it for a week. Those parts you start off Monday morning at 7 a.m., pristine clean. Now think about it. You're recycling the water. You run all week.
Right.
Friday at lunch. What do you think that water looks like?
I don't even want to try to imagine what it looks like. Like I say, it's almost like, as you're pointing out, everybody taking a bath from Monday to Thursday, and all of a sudden it's your turn on Friday, and it's like, do you want to get in that water? No.
Yeah.
And the finish is going to reflect that.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like they just walking by our blast cabinet. Okay, it's a pressure blast cabinet. It's a 54 by 46 pressure. Okay, that's your traditional using aluminum oxide, glass beads. My guys, this is in our lab. My guys mainly use it for aluminum oxide to apply a profile prior to paint or powder coat.
Now you said glass beads in that particular cabinet preferred?
Well, when we run samples, but my guys in the shop, when we're using it for manufacturing, we have it as a test cabinet for guys that come in. They come in with the, when you go to Harbor Freight and you buy the inexpensive cabinet and, they're having problems. I go, okay, bring your sample parts and come in, and I want you to blast with this one and notice the difference. And it's like, whoa, the power and how quickly you clean. I'm like, it's time savings. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's easy. And the guys, and they're like, well, my guys don't really blast that much. I said, well, because you got a crappy cabinet. I said, you blast with a good cabinet. I said, they're going to use it a lot more, and he's like, yeah, you're right. And the guys come in, they play with it. And we invite people in all the time to get hands-on. Okay. Here's our slurry cabinet. Okay. In our slurry cabinet, now what a slurry cabinet is, imagine your dry blast cabinet. Now introduce water to it and a slurry. You can also blast greasy, oily parts where you couldn't do that in a traditional dry blast cabinet. That's an added benefit. Now, Giant got into the slurry blasting. We just figured it was a fantastic fit. Because if you think about it, vibratory and centrifugal, it's kind of a slurry. It's just with preformed shapes, okay, and much larger. Here we can get down finer into the little nooks and crannies where a piece of meat would either get lodged or bridge over and not be able to reach into. We can get in there.
Well, I'm glad you did it. And are you trying to do my job? Because Jeffrey Bell just sent the same question. Hey, can you blast greasy parts in your cabinet?
I'm going to be honest, it popped up on the screen.
Yeah.
I saw that on the screen, so I might as well just jump right on it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's perfect. But at the same time, could they go back and show, I want to see the reclaimer system that you run on your particular cabinets, either one of them. I mean, I'd like to see those.
Brian, you got that? Hang on a sec.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's what I was trying to see, how that was attached and how much space it took up.
That particular one's a 900 CFM reclaim.
And does that work? You know, what's the PSI that needs to be hooked to it to make it work properly? You know, 70 PSI.
That depends on how delicate your parts are and what you're trying to do. It's adjustable. I mean, we can go down as low as 20. We can go well over 100. Okay.
Okay.
You have to worry about the angle that you're blasting at. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you don't want to just be, if you blast at a 90-degree angle, you're just going to be going through media, tearing up media. You want to go more of 45. Okay. So you're not wasting media. You could reuse it. Also with the higher you blast in pressure, the more you're going to go through. But then again, if you've got delicate parts, you don't want to warp them.
No, I get where you're coming from. You know, if you want to take an aluminum piece and wanted to get some old paint off of it, but you don't want to warp it up, but you need to be, I know what you're saying right there. I think the other thing is when we talk about a compressor, how much volume do we need to have compressor wise? I mean, you can't go down to Lowe's and get just one of those little roll rack compressors.
I mean, for that would be for your hobbyist type cabinets. Guys do that,
right?
Like 5 horse, something like that. General, unless you for a cabinet, I don't know, maybe a 25 horse for a shop. Okay. However, I've got projects all the time that are going to require a 50 horse compressor just by themselves, not to mention your traditional shop area. It just depends. Like when you get into these automatics and things of that nature. That's a very important question to ask when you get into a blasting project is knowing what shop, because it's a considerable expense. That has to be.
Yeah, it is. But when you spend that kind of money, if you don't have that other component, neither one of them can complement each other. You got a cabinet that's definitely can do more, but you got a compressor that won't let it. So it's like you got to match it up. And
we do that all the time when working on projects on some of these larger projects. That's also got to be figured into the budget. Hey guys, we only got so much air power. We need an additional compressor. This compressor is going to be dedicated just for this machine or system.
Mm-hmm. The other thing too, and it's going back to your original cabinet you showed us and talking about the number of hours it needs to be in there. Does it come with a timer?
It does.
Okay.
Well, timers can be put on there. I'm going to be honest with you. Timers, I've found more parts get damaged with a timer than it helps. In theory, it's a fantastic idea. And I get the concept when people are coming, but it's the reality of people. And I don't care where you are in the world, because I've seen this all over the world. If you put a timer on that machine and it's set and the timer is going to be shutting off at 3:15 and those guys go home at 3:30, and they're throwing elbows out the door. If they don't hear that machine running, they're gone. Okay. If that machine is running, you got a chance that they hear it. Like, hey, we better go turn off the machine. Oh, if they got to turn off the machine, more than likely there are parts inside. That means they got to take the parts out. Okay. I've seen parts get etched, rusted, destroyed. And I mean, you either have to rerun them, you might have to blast them, or you might have scrapped them. Like I said, it all depends. I'd love the extra sale, but sometimes, like I said, it works against you. Things we've done or, tricks or what I've told people to do, you got to, if you want a timer, have it a satellite, okay, that it's not connected, but it's something irritating, a big buzzer or something, because we've made control panels with lights and things of that nature and PLC control, but unless it irritates, people, the operators, they ignore it, or they got earplugs in, or they don't care. Like I said, it's got to be something that annoys them to get them to go over and turn it off.
Well, that's good to know, because I was sitting there thinking, I said, man, just, put this stuff in here. It's got to be in there 6-8 hours and just go home for the night and come back, and first thing in the morning, it'll be done. But now
for instance, let's get back to, utilizing that with that ASF process. Okay. That ASF process. We can supply you with a control panel that will run one chemistry for so many hours. Then it's going to flush. Then it's going to put the next chemistry and run so many hours. Then it's going, and we've done that. And then, shutting off the machine. Okay. That can be done. Okay. But it's pricey. Okay. It requires a lot of computer programming. I mean, but then again, that's what today's technology is. Tomorrow, you'll be able to run your machine from your iPhone. It's coming, I mean, a lot of the guys out there still have they've had a used Vibe they found, it's 50 years old. It's old school technology, no variable speed, and they work, you might have to modify a few things on it, but it just, shows you proof of concept. It can be done. It's just nowadays everybody wants hands off because it's a shortage of labor. They can't find people to work. The machines are reliable. They show up on time every day, sober, no complaints. It's like a reliable employee. Got to treat them like gold.
I hear you. Well, let's talk some more about the difference between now the drive media and everything now, and let's focus a little bit more on, as far as washing and getting them into the chemical process that you guys have the ability to do. What can you give us an illustration of how much more that benefits you versus just doing the dry media?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
As far as when you put the chemical in, as far as that part of the process, how it differentiates to what we saw a little earlier.
Absolutely. Yes. By cutting the surface refinement, for instance, by using that ASF process, you're putting a better surface finish on your part.
Right.
Okay. You're taking off the peaks. Okay. You're reducing friction. Okay. You're able to run your parts will run cooler, which means they'll run longer. Okay. Less potential for stress fractures. Versus the final cob, the final polish, that's more just luster and bling. Okay. That's just more eye candy.
That's that diamond finish at one time you were talking about. You can put on one to a certain degree. Yes.
Yeah, that showroom diamond, platinum, whatever you want to call it. It catches people's attention. I mean, we'll have a bunch of those parts, in the booth next week, and then I'll do it again for SHOT Show. Okay, for the gun guys. Okay, I mean, I've got, for instance, I got one here on my desk. I'm getting ready. It's a forging for an AR-15. Doesn't have to look like this, but it just shows our capabilities.
That's sweet. That really is. Really looks nice. So how about, showing us the difference? I know we've seen the vibratory machine, the tumbler and everything. What about your centrifugal barrel?
He's going back there right now. Hang on.
Okay. He's showing us some parts that have been finished polished. That's what I'm looking at there? Valve covers.
I don't know if he heard you or not. There we go.
Okay, there it is.
Looks like a mailbox.
Yep.
It's probably our most popular model. It's a 40-liter machine, 4 barrels. Can we open it? I don't know if you got power to open it up or not. I think they got the other machine packed up. I got another one cut out for the show it's got a window in it. I think they got that prepped. They're on the truck already. See if we can open it up.
So your upcoming schedule as far as trade shows are concerned, you're going to PRI next week,
Correct.
next weekend?
That is
And
correct.
then you said the SHOT Show following that, and when
The
does
SHOT,
that happen?
yeah, the SHOT Show will be in January in Las Vegas.
Okay.
That's I want to say the week of the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long show.
When you say that, well, how many days is it?
Technically 4, but there's 5. There's also a supplier showcase, which we're a part of as well.
Okay.
Where it's like the Monday, Tuesday are the first 2 days is supplier showcase. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is actual SHOT Show. Okay. So technically I got 2 booths going once, and it's, pulling double duty. I got people manning both booths. That Tuesday's rough. But then setup for it is a week long, and Vegas is a madhouse at that point in time.
All right, you've got me on this one right here a little bit, so you're gonna have to explain it to me.
Shoot.
What can you do to get rid of plastic foam? You say it's an absolute mess.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned our GF224. That chemistry I told you, that if you have the plastic foam, that's an absolute mess. And most people will cut back on the water and the chemical, or they'll cut off the chemical, and it actually makes it worse. What I'm telling you is do the exact opposite of what you would normally think. Increase the water flow and increase the chemistry, and the foam will disappear. It'll get cut down dry. There you go.
Okay.
There's our GF224. Popular.
And that is a chemical that y'all have come up with, that you've helped to create for your machine.
It's made in the United States for Giant. Correct.
For Giant. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay.
We've teamed up with one of our distributors. As a matter of fact, their main claim that they're chemical they're good in the process, and they created that ASF process. Okay. But our GF224 is, I'll put it up against anybody's. Works fantastic with plastic media. Plastic, especially when working with aluminum. Okay. It's just beautiful finish. The surface finish is second to none.
With that being said, what's the life expectancy of the media that plastic media that you use normally? Is you got to change out every week, or how does that work?
No. Well, and that's once again another. Depending on the type of parts you use, and this is for all media, not only plastic media, there's different grades. For instance, how aggressive, the more aggressive the media is, the faster it's going to wear, the more often you're going to have to replace it. There are certain, depending on the type of parts you have. Now, if you've got blind holes and things where media can get lodged into, at that point in time, you need to weigh out the pros and the cons of how much it's costing you to change out the entire machine with media versus how much time it's taking them to pick media out of the parts and potentially damaging your parts. There are little tricks of the trade you can do. Like for instance, with aluminum parts, if you put in a bucket of hot water, the metal moves, and a lot of times the media will just fall right out. Okay. Other time, but you've got operators out there with a flathead screwdriver. If you've got a precision aluminum part and he's sitting there with a chisel or a flathead screwdriver, he's damaging and gouging your part.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, just change out the media. I said, what does that cost? What's your scrap rate alone is killing you. Yeah. Okay. So it's, penny wise and dollar foolish. And other times I got guys that all they have to do is add media and it doesn't matter. Like the wheel guys, okay? Because there's so many different configurations, you start with a working mix and just buy the big stuff. And it just all eventually wears down and goes down the drain. Okay. Oh, right there, he's showing you 10 cubic foot bowl. Or no, I'm sorry, that's a 20 that we got out there. One of our bigger machines. No, but and the same thing goes, like I said, with ceramic and plastic both. They got different grades, and it just depends on the type of parts you're working with. If you've got the precision parts and you don't want to deal with the lodging, there's that centrifugal barrel for the show. Okay, that's the one with a cutout window, and you've got different barrels in there. Okay, we've got a barrel that's a bolt-on end barrel. We've got one that's latched barrel. You've got divided clamshell style barrel where it opens up from the top and you could put dividers in there. And then the last barrel that you're seeing in there is, or it's actually half barrels for smaller parts, or if you want to segregate smaller compartments.
Okay. Now, again, Jeffrey Bell is really interested, I think, in your product right now, because he wants to know, do you just jump the chemical into the machine, in a cup, or how do you add the chemistry or the chemical to the machine?
The ideal situation would be, if you're not recycling the water, would be a chemical mixing unit, like a portioner. There's Chemtrol has a dosatron unit. We've got an auto premixing compound system, which is more of a hydrominer type setup, where it's a float sensor. When there's an automatic call for water, it siphons the amount of chemistry to water. The ratio is mixed through a color-coded tip, and it mixes in the bottom of a reservoir. From that bottom of a reservoir, it pumps through a flow meter into the machine through a reservoir. I mentioned that dosatron unit, it pumps in line. It seems to be a little more precise, okay, with the chemistry, and they have ranges. You go down to 0.25% up to 5%, or maybe even more, depending on the type of unit you're working with. Okay, there are other type of mixing units as well, but we do try to keep it as simple as possible. Okay, the less, especially for something like this, the less things for your operator to mess with, the less chances I'm going to get the phone call that the parts are coming out looking like crap.
Last but not least, I needed to get clarification on how do you keep, I've got a part I want to put in there, but I want to change this surface. I want to polish it, but this surface, I want to leave it alone. I like what it is, or it doesn't need to be polished. How do you do that with the machine?
You would more than likely have to mask the part or plug it. For instance, it's popular, for instance, with the journals on crankshafts. Okay, like with that ASF process, we'll mask the journals or those critical surfaces for, say, hypothetically, if it's a 6-hour process, okay, in the cut for 5.5 hours, we'll mask that part. Okay, after the 5.5 hours, we'll take off the masking and put it back in there. Let it run for about 20 minutes, half hour with, kind of to blend it, and then finish off. And in the next process, or that, burnish stage, I'm not worried about affecting that surface finish. Okay, just in the cut. And that ASF process gets down to, to a millionth of an inch. So we can meet some tight tolerances.
Okay. So just regular masking tape will take care of it.
No. Well, usually we found electric tape works very well. Okay. And they've got different masks out there. Okay. For the guys that are actually making the cranks and things of that nature, they've got specialty the rubbers, things like that. Hot glue works. There's a lot of, tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
Well, here, a popular trick for ring gears, okay, to get to make sure you don't get any media lodging, use earplugs. Those foam earplugs, they're cheap. Every shop has them, and the only time they use them is when OSHA walks in the door.
Oh man.
Well, think about it.
No, I just, again, you say tricks of the trade. I mean, you've been around and you've done it enough, and it's like figuring it out to where you're not wasting time and money in a process. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from you. I've got a machine that's going to help you save time, but all of a sudden we don't need to have a guy sitting there cleaning this out. We don't need to do it. I mean, you've learned, through trial and error, and you're advising people out there, this is what we can do. We can have a machine that polishes and gets your stuff where you want it. We're going to show you how to finish what you started, but we don't want to create more work once we get to the end of the process. And that's just how we're going to do it.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I've been doing this for over 2 decades already. Okay. It's a family business, been doing it pretty much all my life, and a lot of trial and error. And I'm a realist. Okay. I've failed many a times, but I've learned from my mistakes, and we've also been very successful on multiple occasions. Okay. And we pass that information on. We share it with our customer. When they're successful, we're successful, because if they're successful, they pass that on,
Well, partner, I tell you what, Mark, I mean, this is the second time I've talked to you and I've seen your product, and I love your brutal honesty. I mean, I love it. The fact that, you're not being rude, but you're being straightforward. And I think anybody out there right now that's thinking about Giant, as far as the product and the processes that you have available, they should love that. If not, I feel sorry for them. And I'm just telling you my business opinion, that if I had a need to have one of your machines, that's what would get my attention, is the fact that you're the kind of person that's going to tell me like it is. You're not going to make a sale without convincing me that I've got the best product, and I've got a guy that can tell me how to fix anything if it comes up. So I like that. I really do.
Jeff, I appreciate that. And I think our customer base would agree with you. Maybe that's one of the reasons we're busy. I've been doing that. My thing is, I don't need the headaches. We're busy enough as it is. I said, I don't want those stupid, I don't need the hate mail. Okay.
No.
I'm dealing with, with the supply chain, lack of employees and things. I got enough problem. If I don't want to sell a machine if it's not, or a process if it's not going to work. If I'm confident, I offer to run sample parts. I offer, hey, why don't you come on in? We'll run parts together. If I'm iffy about it, I'll walk away.
Yeah, I think you're doing it the right way, in my opinion. And again, we know your product is great, and I know that Francis and Judy will both probably back me up on this, and saying thank you very much for being a part of Industry Week.
Absolutely.
Showcasing your product, and good luck with everything you got coming up in the future.
All right.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
That was a delight walking around all your machines.
Thank you. And please stay with us, Mark, because we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And actually, we are going to go ahead a little bit of schedule with Jim Campbell, head of GM Performance and Racing. Jim has to board a plane a little bit earlier than expected. So we are going to bring him right now, and we're going to jump into the interview with him. So I see Jim coming on. So Jeff, again, thank you for being with us. That was terrific, and we'll see you again very soon. So thank you very much. Safe travel. And I think we are bringing Jim Campbell right now. So Paul, we'll let you dive into the interview with Jim right away, because he is very busy, and Jim should be on with us any second.
Yes, the white zone is for loading and unloading of passengers only. I just want you to know this is a whole different vibe than we had last year when everybody was in lockdown and not moving around much. It's pretty interesting. And the fact that we have the participation that we have this year is stunning, given all that's going on.
So Jim, we can hear you. We can't see you, Jim.
Okay. All right, just a moment here. Hi,
Okay.
Paul. How you doing?
Good, Jim. You're the invisible man.
I know. For some reason, that's not starting.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
There are certain times being the invisible man can be an advantage.
Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. I got it now.
Okay.
Yay, Jim.
Very good.
Hi, Paul.
Great to see you. Great to see you, Jim.
Thank you for joining
Nice to
us,
see you all.
Jim.
Thanks for having me on. Thank you so much.
Great. Hey, Jim.
Paul, good to see you.
Good seeing you. I miss seeing you in person, but hopefully I'll see you in Daytona here in 49 days.
Yes.
So, congratulations on another great year. You had some pretty epic battles on the racetrack, and I think you're doing all sorts of new and exciting things. I think you closed out last year's inaugural race industry week, and it was really one of my favorite moments of the whole week because you were in the tech center at the time. Now, are you in a bathroom at the airport now, or where?
Yeah, I know exactly right. Now I'm at the airport, and I do remember. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So that's right. I was at our last year. I was at our performance and racing center for our propulsion team.
That's
Russell
right.
Blandis builds all his engines, and so that was great. Yeah, I'm on the way, getting ready to go to Nashville for the NASCAR awards event for the 2021 season. So it's going to be exciting. Chevy had a terrific year in NASCAR with the winning the Cup, NASCAR Cup Manufacturers Championship, the NASCAR Xfinity Manufacturers Championship, and of course Kyle Larson in the number 5 Camaro ZL11 LE. Brought home 10 wins for his team and his first championship, and it was really, really quite special. So I'm going to go down there with our team and join Rick Hendrick and Kyle and Cliff Daniels as crew chief. So it's going to be fun. But so thanks for having me on a couple minutes early.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate you making time for us in the middle of all this, and congratulations on such an amazing season. That again, it lit up our audience all year long. Kyle Larson, one brilliant racing driver, and number 2, it just was. This was a really dynamic, high energy season in NASCAR and all these championships, and you prevailed as you often do. I think that the inside story of how you got there, though. I'd like to just hear what the highs and lows were about this championship for you as the manufacturer.
Yeah, well, this was from a manufacturer standpoint. We set 2 goals every year. One is to win the manufacturers championship in every series we race in. As you know, between Chevrolet and Cadillac, and now the GMC Hummer EV, we race in a lot of series around the world.
Yeah.
And so one is to win the manufacturers championship. The second is to do everything we can to provide the right support, the right car, powertrain, tool, simulation to help the driver win enough races and be consistent enough to win the championship. And so that's exactly what happened in the NASCAR Cup Series. 19 wins overall amongst the Chevy drivers. And it was 10 wins for Chase Elliott. It was 4 for Alex Bowman. It was 2 for Chase Elliott. It was 1 for William Byron, 1 for Kurt Busch, and 1 for AJ Allmendinger. And so that provided some other points that other teams contributed, provided enough of those valuable manufacturer points for us to secure the championship for our 40th time. And so it has been quite a journey, because the last time we won the manufacturer championship in Cup was 2015. So we have a long history of vying for that championship, and so it feels really good that the teams all worked really well together, put the wins on the board, the points on the board, to bring home our 40th manufacturers championship. So it was quite a journey. There's no doubt about it, but really proud of how all the teams worked together, and particularly Paul, a lot of work done between our Chevrolet engineering team, led by Eric Warren, Pat Suey, Adam Golombesky. There's a whole group of engineers beyond them as well that support the effort, working very closely with all of our key partner teams, including Rick Hendrick and Hendrick Motorsports team, Richard Childress Racing, Chip Ganassi Racing, obviously being purchased now by Trackhouse. And those teams, along with all the affiliate teams, really working well together to prepare for every race. And so the results kind of speak for themselves. I'm really proud of it. And so we're going to celebrate tonight, but at the same time, we're preparing the next gen Camaro ZL1, which will debut in January. It's actually February. So it's going to be a great, exciting year ahead as well.
Yes, indeed it is. And you led me right into what I wanted to talk about next is we're about to begin a new age in NASCAR. And tell me what that is like for your company in this moment. You're dealing with a moment of significant change after a period of relative stability here.
Yeah, it's a good question. And one thing I just try to make a parallel to our automobile industry and that we work every day to, in our showrooms, we're in our factories, we're building vehicles for the showrooms every day while at the same time preparing vehicles for the showrooms of tomorrow. And so we do it simultaneously. It's what we do in our industry and our company. And so in racing, it's the same thing. So while, this year, massive focus on executing the season of 2021 with all the goodness that brought in not only the NASCAR Cup, but the Xfinity side, we are preparing the next gen Camaro ZL1 that'll debut next year. And so it's what we do. You got to be able to do both of them at the same time. So we like the next gen car for a lot of reasons, but a lot of the components that are in the vehicle are even more closely, linked to what we do in showroom kinds of vehicles. And so from proportions to parts to 18-inch wheels to the way the car is set up front to back in terms of its design and the technology within it, much closer to what we sell in the showroom. And so from that perspective, we really like it. A lot of testing to go yet, and we're going to learn a lot along the way. But I like the trajectory and where we're at with this car right now. We'll debut it early next year, and we're going to learn a lot as the season progresses. But it's not unlike other new race cars we've had in NASCAR and other series in which we race.
Well, just from a fan's point of view, these cars look great. They're really good-looking race cars, and I think we're a step back to when I first fell in love with NASCAR. They look like the car you could buy, and this looks a lot closer to me. And I think we're going to have a big moment here with the Clash moving to my neighborhood.
Yes, to the Coliseum.
Yes, indeed. I've seen a lot of things from football games to Mickey Thompson series to the debut of Supercross there. So this is, I think, and the Olympics as well. I think this is going to be really a seminal moment for NASCAR. I'm looking forward to it. What do you think about this coming season? Is it status quo, or you guys you packing some heat coming into it?
Well, listen, it's a reset. Anytime all the manufacturers are bringing a new car, it's a reset moment. So everything that has been done to date on the current car is now behind us, and so we've got to be prepared. But what I really like is the way we develop the car, deep development efforts with those three key partner teams. Obviously, Trackhouse coming on in place of Ganassi now. We are in the midst of building and finishing up a 134,000 square foot technical center, General Motors technical center that'll be in the Charlotte area, very close to the race teams and the track. And in that facility, we'll be doing a lot of the engineering that was previously done, at each team, and each team was kind of duplicating efforts. And so we've kind of joined forces together to prepare, the engineering one time, do it as well as we can together with the race teams. So we'll do that out of that technical center. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have multiple kind of full size, the size of a, kind of a garage simulators with, we'll have, several of those. We'll have a couple stationary simulators. We're going to have all the tools in that center to help our teams get up and running very quickly. So we're preparing, believe me, but you take nothing for granted in racing, and you have to have a certain amount of paranoia. Are you doing enough versus the competition? And we are all in with our race teams to do just that, to go all in and prepare this race car.
It sounds like it. And you're in the middle of sea change across many things you're doing, not just the mobility industry itself is changing around you. I think you've also, you mentioned Chip Ganassi, that's one of your frontline teams at IMSA. You know, you have a very robust, multi-pronged effort in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and also in the WEC. You're a major player. Can we transition to a conversation about that for a few minutes?
Yeah, for sure. And just to kind of connect with this past season, obviously in the DPI category, Action Express brought home the Drivers' Championship with Pipo Durrani and Philippe Nasser, and the number 31 Cadillac brought home the team championship, and then all the Cadillac teams brought Cadillac a manufacturers championship 2021. So that felt really good. And then if you take a look at Corvette had another championship in the GTLM category in the manufacturers side, and drivers championship with Antonio Garcia and Jordan Taylor. So it's been great. And then as you kind of look forward, we'll be running obviously the DPI again with Cadillac in IMSA and WEC. So we'll run cars here in the IMSA North America Series, and then also in the WEC. Chip Ganassi will have one of the Cadillac DPIs racing over there, and it's really all in preparation for our LMDH effort. And of course, Chip Ganassi will field a couple cars. Action Express will field one car. And so we're really excited about that. And then we'll do something similar in Corvette. Corvette will run in the GTD here in IMSA and in the corresponding class over in the WEC series. And so we'll run one Corvette here in IMSA and then one over in WEC. And so that's an exciting, it's a bit of a change from where we've been, but I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, and as you know, I love those cars. That's to me, that's our home team. And
no question.
Tell me a little bit about that transition for the Corvette program. Just the we said goodbye to GT,
LM
era here at Petit Le Mans. What's different about what you're doing now?
Yeah, well, certainly we've had a great run with Corvette Racing since we debuted it in 1999. I was honored to be part of the group that brought that race program to the racetrack. In 1999, we raced for the first time at Le Mans in 2000, and we've had just a lot of success with that program over the years. And it's success not only on the track and winning manufacturers and drivers championships in the North American Series, but also 8 Le Mans wins in our class. So that's been very exciting, but it's also been a win from the perspective of learning on the track to feed those learnings back to the showroom Corvette in terms of the vehicle and the propulsion systems. And both vehicles are better. The race car and the production car for the showroom are better because of racing. It's probably our gold standard in terms of tech transfer for sure. And so as we look forward, GTLM is going to sunset and has sunsetted. So we'll move to GTD. And so we have a transition to that series with IMSA, and then we're preparing the same that'll happen over in the WEC series. So we'll run in the GTD 2021. We did announce we're going to build GT3 Corvettes, and so we're preparing that, and that'll be the first time we'll do that on a global basis. We did do that on the C7 with Callaway in Europe. We did have a GT3, and they were our kind of designated tuner, if you will. But this will be the first time that we've done it really from the factory. It's going to be exciting. A lot to learn for us there, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think the sport will be better for this too. And I think we're literally going to be in the season and not very long here in IMSA. Beyond that, this change in technology that's coming to LMDH, Cadillac going for an overall win at Le Mans again. As I was there in 2000 when Cadillac returned to Le Mans.
For sure.
And give us your thoughts on that.
Yeah, this is a big moment. It's a big moment. It was a big decision, but actually it was the right decision to have Cadillac, go for the overall win at Le Mans. Obviously, we've been doing just that in the IMSA series and have won at the top level in DP and now DPI, or the DPI with Cadillac, and we obviously did something similar with the Corvette in the DP category when that was the IMSA class. So having Cadillac going for the overall win is the right thing to do. It is a big effort. We're all in on it, and we'll have a partnership with Chip Ganassi Racing, Dallara, We're doing our powertrain right out of that center that I did this interview with from last year in Pontiac. And so Russell Blanis and his team are developing that powertrain. And we're basically, focused on racing in North America for the overall win and in the WEC. And obviously Le Mans is part of that equation, a big part of it. So it's a big job, but we're looking forward to it. And actually, it's going to be super exciting. The work that Jim France has done with Pierre Fiona of the ACO has been really incredible to bring those two categories and kind of race series together so we can race globally. It's really an amazing thing.
Yeah, it is to me, it's the beginning of another golden age for the sport. Yeah,
it is.
Perhaps one of the biggest moments in sports car racing, because this is a critical juncture overall for racing related to mobility. And, from the beginning, Le Mans has been a race to tomorrow, literally and figuratively.
It has. It has. I mean, when you race at Le Mans, if you make the podium, it's a big deal. But candidly, it reminds me a lot of Indy and Indy 500 and Daytona 500. It's like binary. You either win or you don't. You get second, you do stand on the podium, but it just doesn't feel like you've accomplished the overall goal. And to race there is an honor. To compete for the win is a big deal. Winning at Le Mans, and I've had a chance to be part of the teams that have done that with Corvette in the GTE categories. It's a feeling that you never forget, and once you've been there, you want to repeat it. And also you want to repeat it for the Corvette owners in that case, and obviously the Cadillac going forward, because the owners are with us and supporting us and celebrate the wins as well. So it's a big deal. So we're looking forward to it. So Paul, I'm gonna push off here in a minute, but I want to thank you for having me on here. If I sum up the year for Chevy, we talked about the success in NASCAR and the Cup side and Xfinity with the Manufacturers Championships, and obviously the Drivers Championship with Kyle Larson and DPI. Cadillac had manufacturers and drivers. Corvette did as well. I'm super proud of that in the GTLM as we wrap up GTLM. And then in NHRA, Chevy won the Manufacturers Championship for the 26th time.
Congratulations.
Greg Anderson in the Pro Stock got his 5th championship in Pro Stock, and all of his championships and wins have been with our company, which we're super proud of. He has 99 wins. We had wins in the Factory Stock Showdown with the Copo Camaro, Aaron Stansfield. And it's just been a really exciting year. But in racing, there's always more to do. And also, that's in the rearview mirror. And in racing, we're always looking ahead. You can't rest a minute in racing. There's really no off season anymore.
And I think before you leave us and jet off to your next adventure, just give us a few thoughts on IndyCar and the coming year in IndyCar and the next year.
Yeah, listen, we've got work to do. We got to get back up on top. We're focused and committed to doing that. And at the same time, we're preparing for 2023, where we'll have the 2.4 liter direct injected twin turbo Chevy Indy V6. It'll have about 800 horsepower for kind of road courses, if you will. They'll have some element of push to pass that adds 80 to 100 more. It's going to be super exciting. I'm really looking forward to not only 22 but also 23. And so there's a lot to be excited about, a lot of work to do, and we're focused on working with our teams to prepare for both.
Agreed. And last question I have for you: what would it mean to have a third manufacturer in IndyCar?
Yeah, this is one of these things where more competition in the end is better for the sport, and in the end, I think it's better for all of the participants. And so the only way wins are meaningful is when you beat really tough competition. And so I think there's a high probability of a third manufacturer in IndyCar. Long time coming, and we've been advocating for it. So it can't happen soon enough. And then it's more competition, so we gotta get ready for it. And then, but again, as I said, when you do get a win with really worthy competition, it means even more.
Absolutely, and you're a competitor, and you're a competitor in the full sense of the word, because you're competing in the marketplace with the other duties you have in the company. But I wish you and everybody the best tonight, especially. This is a night to savor. You must have a 40,000 square foot warehouse to hold all the hardware you've earned at NASCAR.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're looking forward to it, and thanks for having us on to do this interview at this time of the year. It signifies the end of the season. It's special to listen to all the interviews. Thanks for having everybody from General Motors on the call here. We appreciate it. Thanks,
yes,
Paul.
and safe travels, Jim.
Thank you.
All right,
Stay
thank
with
you,
us
my
one
friends.
second, Jim, as we're
Yeah, go ahead.
transferring to our next session. So, Paul, what we're going to do is we coordinated with Murray. So he's going to be able to join us just a little bit earlier to fill up this. So we're going to run a video from our sponsors, and we will be right back. So again, we had to start Jim Campbell a little bit earlier because Jim had to jump on the plane. So that's why we're ending Jim's interview a little bit earlier than expected. We will run a video from our sponsors, and we will be right back.
Great.
The concept for ePart trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartTrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option. ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. As we said earlier, we had to let Jim Campbell leave a little bit earlier than expected. He was boarding a plane, and so but we were glad to have him, right, Paul?
Absolutely. It's always great fun to talk to Jim. His enthusiasm is infectious, and Jim and his team get the job done too, as you may have heard.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And you had a pretty good morning. You had a big smile on your face with
I'm smiling from my first session of the day with Mr. Hammond and Mr. Evernham. That just filled me with joy.
Oh, well, yes. And we have more. I mean, what a week so far, you know, and we still have, 1.5 days to go with some pretty big names coming up.
I could see that little boy in you.
Well, it was literally, that's who showed up this morning. Is 9-year-old me was talking to Ray Evernham and Jeff Hammond, just going, really?
Yeah, I just spoke to him. He had a good time as well.
Oh, it was terrific. And again, these are two really, really smart people, and they see all of the sport when they're working on it. They're always looking for an advantage everywhere. To see them teamed up and working on something, man, that's pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And basically also while we're doing this, we've been able to connect with Mo Murray, and he has offered to step in a little bit earlier. So we're going to get a few extra minutes from Mo, and thank you very much for that, Mo. And so while we wait for our production.
And Paul, you know how we heard that Jeff is envious of Ray with all the opportunity that comes to him? I always tell Jeff the same thing. I go, opportunity always comes knocking on your door. I am jealous and envious.
Yeah, I think one is the racers just do things that they can't help themselves. When they have good ideas, they do them, and that builds reputation and it attracts opportunity. You got to do and accomplish things to have opportunity.
And it's that can-do mentality.
Yeah, that's what I love about racers.
And make things happen.
Yep, absolutely. And I think also I want to talk just for a quick minute. It was great to talk to Jay Fry, because I've known Jay for quite a long time now. You can look at me, I'm not 40 years old, but Jay was at my 40th birthday party, and and he was new in the sport, relatively new then, and to look at what he's done in his trajectory and the massive impact he's had on IndyCar, and just the air of stability and competence that has come under his leadership. I can't say enough good things about what he's done. This sport is soaring right now, and because of the people inside the building, and it helps that Roger Penske owns the business now, but the core team that is making this happen was there before that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Paul, I was just at Hendrick Motorsports. I toured Rick Hendrick's
Oh, did you?
museum. Okay. But I drove by the new GM headquarters. Gorgeous.
I can't wait to go see it. I noticed the invitation wasn't extended yet, so I'm gonna have to beat on my keyboard and see if I can get in.
Yeah, here comes Mo.
Yeah.
Yes, Mo is coming on, and he is here and he's live. Good afternoon, Mo. How are you?
Get your microphone on there, Mo Murray.
Where is that? Now can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. Technology.
Yeah, that's right. You're now speaking to billions of people around the earth.
Thank you for joining us, Mo.
Thank you, Mo.
Oh, you're welcome, Judy.
Thank you very much. So, Paul, we'll let you take over, and then we'll see you guys in 40 minutes about that, and then we'll be right back.
Great, thank you. So, Mo Murray, great to see you.
You too, Paul. It's been so long.
It's been so long, yes. Well, I also think that it's great to see you and say congratulations on your stewardship of the IMSA program for Mazda. That was a spectacular result here for the team, and I know you were a big part of all of this, going right down to the last moments of the last lap of the last race of the season.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that. I tell people that my key contribution was staying out of the way, because there was a great team of people. That I didn't birth that program. That started under John Doonan, and Nelson Cosgrove had a lot to do with it. And I inherited it this year. And what I inherited was a team from Multimatic led by the wizard Larry Holt and his band of elves who just work magic. And the one thing that's incredibly important, and this resonates absolutely with the Mazda brand, is this idea that you never ever give up. You do not take your foot off the gas until you've passed the last checkered flag. And when the program in January, when they asked me to take over the program, one of the concerns was from the executive suite at Mazda was how do we once we've announced the end of the program, how do we keep people motivated? How do we keep people fired up? And my response at the time was, you don't have to worry about that. These are racers through and through, and you don't have to worry at all about motivation. They will race until the last lap of the last race. And as it turns out, through the magic of Harry Tinknell, 22 minutes from the end of the last race, Harry put the car in the lead and we raced hard. That was not an easy win, but we raced hard until the very end of that race. And it was a really almost like a fairy tale way to end the program. The way we won the race, the way we came back from 3 laps down, thanks to the leadership on the pit box from Larry and Lena Gade and just a host of people who I don't belong with, that's for sure. I mean, it was a career highlight for me to work with people at that level, and our 3 drivers, Harry and Jonathan Bomarito and Ollie Jarvis, just exceptional way to end the program, and very, very gratifying and rewarding, not just for me, but for everybody who touched the program over the years, and all the fans. And the fan participation in that last race was really, really special and moving.
Yeah, and I've sent over some photographs. I'm not sure if the team here is going to be able to put them up as we talk here, but I hope they can, of the bodywork on this car. Yes, there it is. And
this program came about because when we announced the end of the program, as happens when manufacturers will announce a program is ending, and I want to talk about the end of this program more specifically in a minute, but let's talk about this initiative. When manufacturers announce a program is ending or changing, sometimes online forums and social media and comments can be cruel. It can be a tough place to be because everybody wants to second guess the decision and all that kind of stuff. What we found as Mazda when we announced this decision was an overwhelmingly I don't want to say positive reaction. People were disappointed, but there was an outpouring of love for the brand. The overwhelming sentiment was, we're disappointed that our favorite car is not going to be on the grid, but we love you for what you've done. We love you for staying the course through the dark days in the early part of this program, and turning this into a winner, and staying the course as the accessible and racer driven brand that Mazda is. So knowing that and seeing that response, we know for years fans come to us, the drivers mostly, 99% of the time, but once in a while myself and other people on the team, and they ask for autographs. And we said, how about we turn the tables? How about we ask them for their autographs? So we asked people through an email system we set up to submit their signature, and we printed a vinyl that covered most of the car before the event, and you can see all the signatures on here. These are just fans, just people who responded to our social media campaign. And we left the nose of the car free, and on site at Petit Le Mans, we had the team sign the car, all the folks who work on the car, everybody's in touch with the program signed the car. And then at the grid walk, which is one of IMSA's greatest innovations, we handed out Sharpies and allowed fans to sign the car. So this truly was a fan, an homage to the fans who've stayed the course and shown their love for Mazda over all these years. I've been around the Mazda program now for almost a decade, and the one thing that's common, no matter what we do, no matter where we go or what we race, is the love that Mazda feels from the Mazda fans. And this was our way of saying thank you, as the livery says, back to those folks who share our love and our passion for racing so openly. So
well, it first off, it is in the spirit of Mazda. Mazda is the front door to motorsport for many people. You enter motorsport as a participant many times through being a Mazda driver, and the programs that are in place. We're going to talk about it in a little bit here, but the joy that I saw across our racer universe when this program scored its first win 2 years ago was, it was off the charts. Social media shares, page views, just the energy reverberated for days. Because it seemed like everybody that day was a Mazda fan. And there was a gratitude, I think, to the company for all it does throughout the culture of motorsports.
And that day lasted a month. I mean, that was 3 in a row. We went 7 years without a win, and then we did 2 in a row, 7 days apart, from Watkins Glen to CTMP in Canada, and then a month later we go and do it again at Road America. So I mean, that was our summer of love for sure. I mean, it was an incredible experience to be part of that. And then coming back in 2020 under very difficult circumstances, very, very strong performance at Daytona. We broke the track record at Daytona, a 26-year-old track record that was held by Dan Gurney's team, AAR. And we broke that track record in setting pole position there. Then we all locked down for COVID, and it's the first race coming out of COVID is the Daytona 240 back at Daytona International Speedway, and we win that, and then we win Sebring at the end of that year, and then come into this year in even more challenging circumstances with a change of leadership, and we win the 6 Hours of the Glen again, and close out the program with a Petit win, which is very, very special. Actually, one of the drivers who we stepped back to just a long distance enduro driver this year, Jonathan Bomarito, who's been around the program forever. Bomber has now won the GT class at the Rolex 24 in a Mazda back in the RX 8 days, and he has won the 6 Hours of the Glen twice, the Sebring 12 Hours, and Petit Le Mans. So the 4 majors Bomarito has won in a Mazda powered car, a Mazda car, during his career, and that was very fitting for a guy who played such a leadership role in our program, for him to have that on his resume as he moves on to other things next year.
Yeah, the world is right because of that. I'm a big fan of Jonathan. I saw him race back when he was a young lad, and he's always had this great potential. But to see him come to full flower, full bloom as a Mazda frontline racing driver
his full potential is in the car. Certainly, he's a very, very powerful driver, and I've seen him go toe to toe with the best in the world and match them in lap times. But out of the car, he's a truly special individual. He's a true, I call him the squad leader of the program. And I'll tell you a story from this year's 6 Hours of the Glen. We talk about the brain trust that's up on the pit stand.
Yeah.
And they all work very, very, very well together. But as we came to the end of the 6 hour race, we had one more yellow. We knew we were under yellow. We didn't need a full fuel load. We only needed 10 seconds of fuel. But we had one tire going off, and it wasn't on the left side, the ones you expect to go off. It was a right front tire. So we were in a quandary. We only have 10 seconds of fuel, so we can't change 2 or 4 tires.
Yeah.
But we need to address the tire. And it was Bomarito. He said, just change one. Change the right front tire, get Harry to the front, and let him try and hold on. And it was actually Bomber's decision. And everybody on the pit stand went, okay. that's what jumped us on that last pit stop. Jumped Harry Tinknell into the lead, and as much as we're singing
I didn't know
Bomber's
that.
praises, there is nobody better in that situation to close a race when you have to manage fuel and you have to manage traffic than Harry Tinknell. He's brilliant in that scenario, and that's what got us the 6 Hours of the Glen, our second 6 Hours of the Glen win. It was Bomber being absolutely involved in the calls on the pit stand, and that's one of the beauties of this team. It's such a strong team effort with the engineers and the folks at AER and the Multimatic folks. It was, from a career standpoint for me, it was a truly special year, something that I will cherish for a long time.
And I want to talk a little bit about how you got here, but before we do, I just want to say that we mentioned Jonathan Bomarito. He's a Mazda kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're really, what's special about Mazda is you bring people forward, and you bring them up. They're given opportunity. The whole premise of it is to spread the joy and the opportunity of motorsports from the grassroots up.
When you walk down the grid of an IMSA race or an IndyCar race up to a few years ago, you walk through the grid of an IMSA race, there's so many drivers. Jim Campbell was just on and talked about their plans for the 31 car. They're getting one of my favorite drivers in Tristan Nunez, a Mazda kid. I mean, he was 15 when we signed him.
Yeah.
And there are Mazda drivers or Mazda kids all over the grid. But more importantly than that is if you step away from the IMSA paddock or the IndyCar paddock and step away from the professional levels of racing and move out into the world where motorsports passion really exists, it's in its most raw form, and that's out into grassroots racing. That's where Mazda absolutely comes alive in paddocks, because there are so many committed and enthusiastic Mazda ambassadors. We call them our army of brand evangelists, because they're out there living the Mazda life, living their best life with Mazda in a way that's truly gratifying for us and truly rewarding as a brand.
And it shows. I mean, I've been publishing Sports Car Magazine since 1984, January 1984, and it's an inescapable truth that the heart of the SCCA really beats Mazda Blue.
Well, we often say that more Mazdas are road raced on any given weekend than any other brand, and we base that on a stat we get from SCCA every year that shows of race entries.
Right.
I think the current stat is over 55% of race entries are in a Mazda across the year in SCCA, across all the road race events in SCCA. That's staggering. So we could say more Mazdas are raced than all the other brands put together, but we don't. But the other key word in that statement is more Mazdas are raced. A couple of years ago, we had an internal debate about whether we should change that and have it read more Mazdas win road races on any given weekend than any other brand. And because the data we get supports that claim too.
Yeah.
But that doesn't represent who we are and how we want to be, how we want our constituents to feel. And the example or the analogy I use to describe that is simply this. you're a father, as I am, and when kids are little, when babies are little and they take their first steps, dads all over the world nowadays, with everyone has a phone and a camera in their pocket, they'll record that first step and they celebrate it like it's the most important thing that's ever happened, right?
Yeah.
Which is how it should be. But 99% of the people can walk. We take it for granted. It's something that most of us get to do without even thinking about it. Yet when this kid does it, it's the most important thing that happens. We feel the same way about racers. So a racer qualifies for their first SCCA runoffs.
Yeah.
They may end up in 45th place in Spec Miata or whatever the place is. But to them,
that's halfway up the grid, by the way.
Yeah. But to them, that's like winning a world championship. Or you go to a regional race, any SCCA race, and there's two guys racing for 10th place, and the guy or girl who wins gets that 10th place, but that's their first ever top 10. And their dream of being a race car driver is now validated. It's now real to them. That's so important to Mazda. We want to celebrate that as much as we would celebrate a win at IMSA or a championship or something else, because for us, that's the real core of why we do this. Mazda has a deep belief that through all of its initiatives, but certainly through motorsports, we have an opportunity to allow people to live out their dreams, to live out their best life. And for those for whom driving a race car is their dream, we want to be the enabler of that dream. We want to be the brand that allows them access to go chase their dream and go fulfill their dreams. And that's a very important part of who Mazda is. We talked a little bit earlier about the DPI program ending, and I want people to understand that is not a strategic withdrawal from motorsports. That is not a backing away from motorsports. It's simply a tactical decision that the relationship of this program to our brand is now being outweighed by the relationship of other programs, MX5 Cup and our grassroots program, to what the brand needs. And the brand needs are around that fulfillment of people's dreams and creating a community of people who are living their best life through motorsports. And that's a very important part of why Mazda is committed to motorsports in the future.
And that's, you bring up something that opens a door to another dimension to this. When I go to the SCCA runoffs, which is one of the, if you haven't been to the SCCA runoffs, you owe yourself that treat. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's like a city full of racers that's pops up wherever it happens to be. This year it was in Indianapolis, and there are a lot of Mazdas. But Mazda has always done something really special for the racers. There's a great effort put into the experience of going racing with a Mazda, being one that's got a personality and a feel to it. You're appreciated, taken care of. The events that they hold, I've been to a number of them at the runoffs where the Mazda racers are celebrated.
David Cook runs that piece of business for Mazda and has done a great job celebrating those folks. On yesterday's sessions, you spent time with both Mike Cobb from SCCA and Tony Paretta, and both of them spoke about something that's important to us, and that is, Mike talked about the access and the experience of following your dreams. And Mazda, we've always thought of ourselves, even at the pro levels, even at the IMSA level, as being the most accessible brand. People can come and talk to us. We don't put up barriers. We don't hide in motorhomes. We're out in the midst of the people, because there are people that we share the love of motorsports with the fans.
Yeah, you do.
And so accessibility is important to us, especially at those grassroots levels. And we want to give them the ability to have the experience, to have the experience that will richen their lives and the lives of those around them. And Tony Paretta, who followed Mike yesterday, he talked about how he treats his racers as customers, and that's an important point, because at the grassroots level, the people paying the bills are the people driving the cars. At the pro level, drivers will go where they're paid to go, and it's a different vibe. It's a different world at the pro level, where you have big sponsors and you have media and you have all that kind of stuff. But when you step out of that paddock and you step back into a grassroots paddock, as you and I have plenty of experience doing, the drivers are the ones and their families are the ones making all the sacrifice. And they're the customers. They're the people who we should be paying the most attention to. The people who are spending their own money and their own time and bringing their own family as team helpers to put the car together, or their buddies will step in, as Mike talked about yesterday. Their buddies will step in when something goes wrong, and they'll rebuild a car in the middle of the night, and just to get you back out on the racetrack. That's a magic that Mazda really believes in. That's a magic that really drives this sense of dream maker that we ascribe to.
And you can feel it. I mean, quite honestly, one of the reasons Mazda is beloved at the top level of the sport when it competes there is that it represents those that have those dreams as a brand and as a company. You know, you're taking the battle flag of all of us who've raced a Mazda forward. And I think that one of the other elements here I wanted to talk about today, and I would just want to personally talk about your background a little bit, because it's an unusual one. You know, you actually come from a motorsports background, and you know, you grew up effectively in the sport.
Well, yes, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about that. But I grew up in Ireland, and from my early teens, I got involved and I misspent all of my weekends at the greatest little racetrack in the world, Mondello Park in Naas, County Kildare, Ireland. And I started out as doing the lap charter for the announcer, and did that for a season. Then I became a corner worker and a flag waver, and I did that for several seasons, and I just loved it. I loved everything about it. Now, back when I was doing it, Mondello became the Republic of Ireland's first permanent racetrack in 1969, I believe. So here we are about 10 years later. Ireland has a driver in Formula One in Derek Daly. You have David Kennedy and Bernard Devaney and Michael Rowe and Tommy Byrne all coming along in quick succession. And the love for motorsports, or the growth of motorsports in Ireland at the time, was just incredible. I mean, it was fantastic. And so Mondello was able to attract lots of high profile events and lots of high profile drivers, and being around that was fantastic. I then went and I sort of migrated away from that, and I spent time with some of the maddest people I have ever come across, and that's Irish motorcycle road racers. Now, I didn't race, but I traveled that circuit with some of my friends, and I worked on their bikes, and oh my, you know, that sport is incredibly dangerous, and to survive a season was an accomplishment for the riders. But to survive, for those of us around it, to survive the after party and sometimes before party of what was going around that sport was also an equal accomplishment, because that was really, really fun. I then went to England and Germany and spent some time in Europe in the predecessor to MotoGP as a mechanic and a crew chief, with some success, won a European championship as a crew chief. Eventually came over here with a driver named, a German rider named Manfred Fischer, who's still a friend today. Came over here and did the same thing. Ended up owning my own race team and won a championship here, a national championship, road racing championship here. And based on the strength of all of that, Bombardier hired me to be their manager of their fledgling watercraft racing department, the Sea-Doo racing department.
And that's where our team met you, Steve Nicholas.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, when we were publishing Jet Skier magazine. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. And I did that for 8 years or something. Ended up running watercraft and snowmobile racing, as well as their involvement in the Indy Lights series at the time. They sponsored the Indy Lights series. I then spent several years in the motorcycle industry, never very far away from racing, but involved in lots of different parts of the industry. And then about a decade ago, a little more, I got a call from a young fella who really needed my help. I'm kidding. That young fella's name was Zach Brown.
Yes, I've heard of him.
And he invited me to come join JMI, but as an embedded resource at Mazda, helping bring some structure and some marketing integration to Mazda's efforts. At the time, Mazda was involved in lots and lots of different kinds of racing. And I'm still here. I'm still doing the same thing. I don't work for JMI anymore. I now work for Mazda's integrated agency, bespoke agency. but I essentially do the same job. I'm deeply involved in everything to do with Mazda Motorsports, and added this year, as you noted, the oversight of the DPI program and bringing that program to its triumphant close. Let me put it that way.
Yes, and I just want anyone who doesn't step back and appreciate how unusual that is, that someone from an agency position would be trusted with oversight of such a high visibility program. That's a credit to Mazda, understanding your background and understanding the contribution you bring, and it's a credit to the agency you work for. It's a credit to the relationship the agency has with Mazda, and being a racer does have its benefits. I think many of the people that are watching this today and that we've talked to are racers at heart. And
oh yeah.
we do make a difference.
And we gravitate to each other. That's the racers can recognize a fellow racer anywhere, and we gravitate to each other. So
yeah, at the same time, most of our conversations have not been about pure racing things. They've been about business positioning, branding, marketing, all of the things that drive the business now. So the essence of Mazda is it's an outlier as a brand.
I think you're telling a little white lie there, Paul, because about 60% of our conversations are about Formula Ford.
That's true. I'm excluding those because Mrs. Fanner might be listening, but but I want to say that our business-related conversations are about the world of racing from a manufacturer point of view, where the car companies fit in the conversation, how important they are. They give identity to the competition. They're competitors too. The car companies are lining up. The cars themselves as identities are lining up on the grid, and a lot of people are proud to race a Mazda. They're, as we were talking about, brand advocates. And one of the reasons they are is Mazda makes cars that are very lively and fun to drive. So, looking forward, you have a product here that I'm addicted to. It is like the snack food I cannot put down, and that's the Global MX-5 Cup.
Exactly. You're not alone. I heard Chris Medlin mention it on Monday when you had him on here. So you're not alone. Mazda MX-5 Cup, the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Cup series has just been a joy to be around. The racing is incredible. This was our first year. 2021 was our first year moving the sanction over to IMSA. We had spent 3 years racing on IndyCar weekends, which was great. But we're a sports car company. These are sports cars. They belong in the IMSA paddock. And so we were able to bring MX-5 Cup.
There's a little action on the screen right now.
So that's 5 cars coming to the line of the second to last race at Road Atlanta a month ago. 2 of them are completely sideways. Gresham Wagner, who ended up winning our championship there, won the race as he crossed the line. He might have spun out had he not touched the Jared Thomas car there on the outside of him. But you look back across this season, we opened the season at Daytona where 8 cars crossed the finish line, basically all in a line, all in one group, not in a line. Then we go to Sebring. We have a winning margin at Sebring of 1,000th of a second. We couldn't measure it any smaller, and the third place guy was only 12 thousandths of a second further back. And then we go to Road America. We have another 8 thousandths of a second winning margin, and we come to the last 2 races and have a finish like on the slide you just showed. It's MX-5 Cup has been incredible. And you mentioned, manufacturers are important to the sport, and the sport is also important to manufacturers. But the key is, as a manufacturer, we have to understand what the payback is to the brand. Because if it's off-brand, then it's a hobby. So we're all the time trying to find the relationship between what we're doing at the racetrack, around the racetrack, and around the community that we're trying to build, and what our brand stands for. And that's why grassroots racing and MX-5 Cup right now lend themselves more than any other program to building this community of dreamers, building this community of fellow passionate enthusiasts around the brand. We don't talk about Mazda consumers, we talk about Mazda fans. And that's what we feel from these folks. So as a manufacturer, I think it's very important that the manufacturer, no matter who they are, understands what's the role of motorsports within your brand ecosystem, and then how do you bring that to life. For us, there's a clarity coming for us that's allowing us to see where to go here, and we're very fortunate in that MX5 Cup single make racing is there's a lot of people paying attention to single make racing at the moment. There's a lot of manufacturers paying attention to it, and I think right now MX5 Cup they're not the fastest cars, but certainly it's the most entertaining single make racing that's out there, without question. And so we believe in it. We're committed to making it better without taking away the magic that's there now. And that magic is based on absolute parity. Those cars, if you take Gresham Wagner and put him in the car that finished last, the results will be the same. Give him an hour to set up the few things you can change, and the results will be the same, because the cars have absolute parity. And across the driver lineup, we had a kid in that race in Atlanta that we just showed, who just won our scholarship, which is something else we should talk about, 15 years old. And he's not the youngest that we've had in the series. A couple of years ago, we had two 14-year-olds in the series. And they're on the same grid with a man named Michael Globe, who is in his 7th decade on this earth. And he's out there at every race. And
I can relate to one of those.
Yeah. And so it's that series is magic. That series has been a real, I don't want to say an eye opener. We knew what it was all along, but once we delivered it to the IMSA audience, we were able to get it on TV and get it out to a wider audience. It really picked up steam this year in terms of how much people respond to it and how much people are sharing their love for MX5 Cup racing.
And I have to say, you have something, we talk to a lot of manufacturers, and I'm not going to name names here, but a lot of these manufacturers want what Mazda has here, with the presence in the grassroots and something like this. You have something of great value in both arenas. You also have, I think, an inevitability to be back at the top level of some form of motorsport eventually. It's just in the DNA of Mazda. But this is a good place to be while you're figuring that out. And I want to talk, before we end here today, so many of the people coming through that door that is Mazda they're not just drivers, they're mechanics, they're people actually organizing and running the events. The family of Mazda racers aren't just people competing. And but I think in one of our conversations recently, every week is race week for Mazda, because there's something somewhere that Mazda racers, either on the track or people who drive Mazdas going to the track, are doing related to motorsports. Tell me, what is the the long-term strategy to keep them engaged? How is Mazda going to continue to be relevant to these at the core of the sport? You're one of the foundational elements of North American motorsports.
Well, I think as I mentioned earlier, the top level program, the DPI program, had a tendency to be a little bit of a black hole and suck all the resources and the attention into that. Now that that's not there anymore, we have the ability. Resources are one thing, and every manufacturer deals with finite resources, but attention is perhaps more important. And we have the ability to focus Mazda's brand attention on what we have in MX5 Cup and grassroots. We've always had the desire there. We just there was too much going on, and now we have the ability to really bring some focus to both of those arenas. We have a thing called the Club Racer Shootout, which we've been doing for several years, which is an opportunity for us to identify young talent who needs a leg up. Our sport these days is you need to be wealthy in order to begin to go down most avenues. We don't like that. We wanted to create a mechanism where we could find young drivers, male or female, who have talent but maybe don't have the resources, and we run them through their paces in a shootout. We compare them against each other. We bring in independent judges, and we award several scholarships. We gave out 5 scholarships just recently to fund a season in either MX5 Cup or another series we have called Spec MX5, and that allows us to open the door for these dreams, and allow people who might otherwise struggle to fulfill their dreams to have access and at least get out there and have a go. And what the effect we didn't really see coming in the past is we've also that system has also then enabled teams to get up and running. So Michael Carter, for example,
yes.
Won the scholarship, and then he won Rookie of the Year. So he took his scholarship money and his Rookie of the Year money, and between him and his dad, they formed a team, Carter Racing Enterprises. And now they're bringing in other drivers into the sport. Jared Thomas did the same thing. Copeland Motorsports was a longtime MX5 Cup team who grew from that position and now run a pretty healthy TCR program for another brand. And there are teams, and there are mechanics and crew chiefs and engineers and announcers and PR people, and all kinds of people come through this Mazda. I don't want to say it's a formal ladder, but they come through this system and end up getting a foothold in the sport that allows them to continue and have careers and prosper. And that's very gratifying for us. When I walk through the paddock and I meet people from all these different teams and brands who have come through our family, I've been with Mazda now for, as I said, almost a decade. So I've seen many of them come and go. It's an absolute joy for us to be able to give people a nod and to manage our time with them in such a way that there aren't any hard feelings. There aren't any. We don't have a lot of enemies in the paddock. Everybody seems to want to hang out and be around the Mazda guys, and that's great. We love it.
You're actually supplying the future for a lot of us. You're a future supply pipeline. And I love spending time with you, Mo. You always inspire me and get me feeling optimistic and energized about our sport. And again, congratulations to you and all your colleagues at Mazda and at Garage Team Mazda. What you're doing and how you tell the story of motorsport through what you do is wonderful. And I look forward to the next chapter for Mazda.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, Francisque. I appreciate the invitation to come on and share our Mazda story. Judy, always great to see you.
You as well.
I'm loving this industry race week. It's really good. I've watched many of the sessions this week.
Thank you. Thank you.
And long may it continue.
And then I'll call you about the starter motor problem on the Formula Ford later.
Stay with us a few more seconds, Mo, as we're going to bring David Wilson from TRD with us next. So again, thank you for being with us for Race Industry Week 2021. And now, without any interruption, we're going to bring David Wilson, right there with us, who is attending the NASCAR banquet right now. So he has a busy schedule. So we have 25 minutes with David before he has to run to the get-up. Hello, David. Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
You are on mute.
There
you go.
Okay.
There.
Perfect. So
hello,
Paul,
David.
on to you.
Hey, Paul.
Good to see you, David.
Good to see you, Judy. What a treat.
Good. David, thanks for making time. I'm glad we're not having to do this interview in an airport bathroom like we had to do with Jim Campbell.
It's funny. I tuned in to listen to Jim. A good friend, and
yeah,
he was mid cycle. Obviously, he had an earlier start than originally scheduled tonight.
Yes, his plane was going to depart without him if we didn't move him forward a little bit. So you can thank Mo Murray for filling the gap here a little bit. So we're on a roll here. We've had some really good conversations and about manufacturer involvement in motorsport, and Toyota's a big player in global motorsport and in North America, and you're driving a big bus here. So I think we got a lot to talk about today, but you've got multiple locations. One of them is down the street here from Racer. That's my first encounter with TRD, was down the street from our office, and I think that you're at the front line of what is viewed as the top tier of American motorsport in NASCAR. I want you to tell me a little bit about what you and your team do and the scale of your effort there, because I think maybe people don't appreciate the depth of commitment you have in that arena.
Well, I appreciate the question, Paul, because I love to talk about how Toyota and the company that I'm so fortunate to be a part of, TRD, Toyota Racing Development, engage in motorsports. Quite simply, TRD USA is responsible for all of Toyota and Lexus Motorsports across North America. So all of the various programs that we're engaged with, you cited NASCAR, but it's IMSA, it's NHRA, it's USAC, PowerEye, grassroots racing.
It goes on and on.
On and on, exactly. And but TRD is essentially a motorsports engineering and innovation company. And we just had the fortune to celebrate our 40th anniversary in 2019, and it was such a special occasion because we had the opportunity to kind of look backwards across everything we've done in motorsports. And you tend to not to do that in this sport because you're always focused forward at the problem at hand and you're focusing forward. But it is instructive and it is important to reflect on where you came from. When I started, Paul, 32 years ago, I like to say a bit of an exaggeration, but TRD wasn't too much more than a Southern California speed shop for Toyota. And,
that's exactly what it felt like to me.
and yet we've come so far. So we have, as you mentioned, Paul, we have two facilities. Our headquarters is in Costa Mesa, California. We've been down there since 1995. We actually got our start up in Gardena, California. It's where I started in that little 15,000 square foot shop.
Yeah, I've been there.
But then with the introduction of NASCAR to our portfolio 18 some odd years ago, we also built a facility just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. And we have a number of, we basically focus on the vehicle simulation in that facility, whereas Costa Mesa is engine powertrain centric, along with all of our manufacturing operations.
Yes, and I've known some of the people involved in your programs here in Costa Mesa, and you employ some of the very smartest people I know. And there's a lot of clever coming out of your corner. And I've got to say that at the time when Toyota went to enter the NASCAR arena, you'd come from a heritage in road racing and IndyCar racing, in particular at that time. And it was a bit of a shock, I've got to say, for all of us used to thinking, of you and a company and TRD in particular in a certain way. But it's safe to say that Toyota's had a huge impact on moving NASCAR forward into a modern posture, and vice versa. I think NASCAR has helped to make the Toyota brand even more relevant and meaningful to North American audiences and customers. So tell me about that journey. You've been in the beast during this journey. You've seen it change. You've seen everything around you change. What does it feel like, living in this 2021 on the cusp of 22 from the moment that announcement was made and the journey began?
Well, Paul, our entry into sport is something that I enjoy talking about because it was such a unique experience. And of course, we'd been racing in Champ Car, then IRL, and one of the toughest parts of our motorsports story, to be honest. And you remember back in the mid to late 90s, the struggles that Toyota had.
Yeah.
We worked through them, and we ended up winning races. We ended up winning championships, and I'll never forget 2003. We won the Indy 500 with Gilles de Ferran and Roger Penske. We won I believe 13 out of 16 races that year.
Yes, you did.
And yet that fall, I was in front of our board of directors, basically pleading to continue. And that, was a moment of reflection, because we were so close to it. Of course, we loved it, we were enjoying it, but what we didn't appreciate at the time, that within our company, it just wasn't resonating.
Yeah.
And this isn't a knock on IndyCar, but they were going through their own challenges at the time.
Yes.
And so we, fortunately, one of the things that I try and be is strategic and think not just about the here and now, but the path that we're on. And so we took a look at this thing called NASCAR.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest in saying that just a couple of years back, if you were to ask me if there was a path to NASCAR for our company, I would have somewhat arrogantly said, "Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Why would we be interested?" But what we came to appreciate is that it's been a tremendous platform for Toyota. Now the start was polarizing. It was polarizing for the NASCAR fan base. We were not welcome.
I was in your building. I was in the Toyota building the day after the announcement, and I was working in and out of the NASCAR building and flying back and forth, working on a project for ISC. I got to see it in real time.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but here's what I love about this story, Paul, is because we didn't just we didn't go in blind. We did a tremendous amount of research. We talked to a lot of fans well before we made the decision to come into the sport, and we learned about the sport. We became a student of the sport. We come from a very humble approach, and always believe that it's important to know your audience and understand who your customers are, and we came to appreciate things like the power of the driver and the influence that they hold over the fans. And we would do these surveys with the NASCAR fans and ask them, about how do you feel about Toyota entering the sport? Again, very polarizing. You either love it or hate it. But then you rephrase the question. How would you feel if Jeff Gordon drove a Toyota in NASCAR, as an example? And now what you start getting is, well, if Jeff Gordon says they're okay, then they must be okay. And again, I use that as an example, but you look back at our early partnerships, Darrell Waltrip and Bill Davis and ultimately, Joe Gibbs. Those were very intentional, because what we learned is we needed and we wanted to associate ourselves with icons in the sport, because they could help deliver our message and help educate the fans as to who Toyota is, and the fact that we build most of the cars and trucks that we sell right here in the U.S. and we employ Americans to build those cars, and they're part of the American culture. And that piece, Paul, that hits exactly on why it was important for us, why it is important for us to be part of this sport. NASCAR is part of Americana.
It is.
And Toyota, as a car company who builds and sells cars and trucks in this country, it's a social responsibility for us to participate in the culture where we sell cars and trucks, and that's NASCAR. So fast forward, Paul, we still talk to the fans every year. We engage in an independent company to talk to the fans and continue to get a gauge for our acceptance and what's important to them. And one of my favorite metrics is you ask them about the consideration set that they have as they are looking to buy their next car or truck.
Yes.
When we came in the sport, it was pretty embarrassing, to be candid. Today, the consideration for the purchase of a Toyota car or truck is essentially line on line with Ford and Chevrolet. And that's, for my friends in the Toyota marketing side of the house, they're like, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But
I'm very glad that I'm glad that has a happy ending, because I racing, to me, that's what racing should do. And it tells a story, and I will throw an anecdote back at you. We look at all the metrics, and to this moment in the 24-year history of Racer, the largest single traffic day in the history of this company was driven by a story about Kyle Busch remarking that his team, they felt like he'd moved to a different team because they changed the crew, and that drove over 315,000 page views in the span of 12 hours. And I look at that and I realize, my God, there's an enormous audience out there for this. If you're talking about the driver, the human point of view, the human story is so prevalent in NASCAR, and the connection season to season, generation to generation in NASCAR is very, very strong, the continuity. And there's a constant to it, but you're on the edge of a big change in NASCAR. This is the last night on the good ship the way it was, and you're going to depart on a different cruise ship come February here in Los Angeles, where all this began for Toyota. Tell me about that, because that's a process, and how are you approaching it in the team at TRD?
Yeah, so it is a very, very dynamic time for our sport, and you consider year over year the product that we're going to race next year is no longer this evolutionary product, which race cars tend to be as you tweak and turn, twiddle the knobs. I think, NASCAR got to a place where the model that we've been competing with over the past decade, it simply is not sustainable.
Yeah.
And we were seeing, teams, prominent teams leave the sport. Our 2017 champion, Furniture Row Racing, Barney Visser, won the championship and then left the sport because he couldn't make business sense of it. Yeah. So ultimately, as an industry, we got together and the stakeholders got together, and we held hands and said, listen, an evolutionary change is not going to fix this. Mm-hmm. It's time to throw the book at it and take our sport to a place that is going to attract, not run off team owners, but actually attract new ownership, attract younger ownership, and a model that our teams can survive with a reasonable amount of sponsorship. And the corporate sponsorship I think will always be part of the sport, but the equation simply wasn't balancing any longer.
Right.
Now for the OEMs, it was also an opportunity to finally build some technological relevancy into our race cars. And the fact is, Paul, the cars that we've been racing are the architecture is dated. It's highly evolved and highly developed, but it was time to get with the times, so to speak. So the cars that we're going to be racing next year, we've never raced a better looking NASCAR Camry. The proportions of the car, 18-inch wheels,
Yes.
aluminum, 18-inch wheels. The overhang, is much more, appropriate to a production car. These are cars that you can instantly recognize, a Camry versus a Mustang versus a Camaro. So for Toyota and our friends at Chevrolet and Ford, I know we all are excited about that aspect.
You should be, because to me, that's the thing that just fills me with excitement. Because as a young person, when I'd go to a NASCAR race, and I used to literally go out to practices, try to just go to a lot of things that weren't race day, just to be around the cars and the people, because they looked like a car I would dream of buying and owning. And that returns, I think, much more so now. The identity that goes to battle you can relate to as the car you might be driving on the street. But more importantly, it's pretty easy to explain what this thing is when someone looks at it. It's not an abstract creature born of a set of rules. It is derived from a set of rules, but the rules are trying to make it look like the thing it's supposed to be, which is a street car. And I think that you have another extreme in that, and you're involved currently in a road racing series where they are derived in spirit and in core componentry from a road car. Can we pivot a little bit and talk about
Absolutely.
the Lexus side of the business here, because you've had some great success in IMSA with your Lexus program, and one of my longtime friends, Jim Vassar and Sully, are involved in that program. So you got some great people and a great team. Talk about what they've accomplished and what's next there.
Absolutely. So on a personal level, Paul, sports car racing is near and dear to my heart. As a 28, 29-year-old engineer, newly hired by Dyno Miller at TRD, I was tasked with supporting Dan Gurney and All-American racers, and I had the great honor of being an engine engineer on one of the finest, I still think one of the finest sports cars that ever raced, which was the Gurney Eagle Mark III. We still get blamed for basically killing IMSA GTP series back in the day.
You killed it beautifully, though. That was an amazing race car.
We won the last 17 consecutive races or something ridiculous. But again, on a personal level, IMSA and sports car racing has always been part of my makeup. So when we had the opportunity to help Lexus into sports car racing and into IMSA, it was a tremendous honor. And I'll tell you, Paul, we've with Lexus in particular, and that brand, we've had these fits and starts over the year with racing, and honestly, there wasn't until now a clear mission statement. And I think it's so important for any racing program, from a manufacturer perspective, to have a clear idea of why it is we're racing.
Yeah,
that is so important. And today, what makes me very happy is Toyota as a brand fully recognizes why they race and why it's important for Lexus to add motorsports and racing to their DNA. And it is about adding performance as a brand attribute to Lexus. They have obviously luxury, quality, all of that nailed, but now the focus is on performance. And wait till you see some of the product that's coming down the pipeline, Paul. It is so exciting.
Oh, it's head
so
what you already have out there is head turning, and you're on the path to ultra premium here with what you're doing. And looking at your road racing right now, I think we've got to talk here a little bit about. There's a place you're not right now, and you're in the news. Some of it maybe not intentionally, but there's always a conversation about a third engine manufacturer in IndyCar. Is that something you can comment on at all?
Absolutely. I'll start by saying that, one of my responsibilities is to keep my finger on the pulse of what's happening across North America in the on the motorsports landscape, and to advise my top management accordingly. So certainly we are big fans of Roger Penske. Roger is one of the most important, largest Toyota and Lexus dealers in the world. So he's an important part of our sphere. And here's what I trust and know, and that is Roger, with guys like Jay Fry and Mark Miles, will be successful. Yes. The trajectory of open wheel racing is on a very good path, arguably steeper than just about any form of motorsport in North America right now.
We see it in the metrics. It's stunning. The growth that we're seeing in that category alone is massive at the moment.
Right. So certainly as a fan, as a former, I've been to the Speedway. We've raced at the Speedway. We've had success. As a fan, as an advocate, I would love one day to help take our company back there. Right now, Paul, there's not a plan to go IndyCar racing. Right now, our real focus and priority, coming back to the NASCAR side, is to make sure that we have a car that's ready to race next year. But again, we have ongoing dialogue with Roger and Jay, and it's funny. I wish I had this in front of me, but I've known Jay for years and years. We were partners when he ran Red Bull Racing for Toyota in NASCAR, and once he got his new job in IndyCar, he started sending me these Christmas cards every year, and he would have his team do a rendering of a Toyota IndyCar. So I have more Toyota IndyCar renderings on my computer than you would believe. So never say never.
I can send you some Toyota renderings of IndyCars as well, if that helps. Well, that's amusing, and thank you for sharing. My hope is you're back in that sport at some point, but I don't want to leave NHRA out of this conversation.
Thank you.
Because a lot of one of the things I've noticed is we got a lot of fans of drag racing that come to racer.com, and a lot of energy in that audience, and Toyota's a serious player there. Tell us about how that happened.
Yeah, so it's hard to believe, but we're basically celebrated our 20th year of competition in NHRA, and what we've come to appreciate is what a unique fan base NHRA has, and you may, as a casual fan, you may look at it, well, it's probably some guys, running, they're watching NASCAR one week, then they're going to NHRA the next week. And certainly some of that is true. But what we love, one of the things that we love about the fan base, it is the most diverse fan base, I believe, of a motorsport in this country.
Yeah.
African-American, Hispanic, it's phenomenal. And a lot of them work on their own cars. They're DIYers.
Yeah.
You look at the way NHRA engages the fan. This is what we love, is the way the entertainment value. You can sit up in the grandstands and watch a couple of runs, then go back to the midway and watch the teams, rebuild their cars in minutes, getting ready for the next round. And it's such a neat series. We, the season ender in Pomona just a couple of weeks ago, we pulled the cover off our brand new GR Supra funny car, and it is badass.
It is badass. I was going to say badass, but you beat me to it. There were comments going around about it being badass, because it is.
No, we had a great, I think, a 12-year run with Camry, and we won a lot of races, won a lot, a few championships along the way. But we love this new GR Supra, and we can't wait to get that out to Pomona next spring.
Well, I plan on being there to see this, and I plan on seeing you at the Coliseum in February.
How about that?
Yes. Think about that.
Where I used to, my other, experience as a young engineer was chasing Ivan Stewart and Rod Millen and Robbie Gordon around the Coliseum for the Mickey Thompson short course races.
And I have such fond memories. I love that series. That to me was just awesome. And I think that what I see here though is you're present in the grassroots, and I want to talk about that for a moment before we end here today. And that grassroots presence, do you have plans to expand that and keep going?
Well, here's what I'll say, Paul, is we, of all of the things that we do across the motorsports landscape, I think, grassroots racing, the USAC, the Power Eye, the SCCA, that's the foundation. And that is so important to how we connect with the motorsports fan base across the country. This past season, particularly on the open wheel, on the USAC Power Eye midget side, we had an embarrassment of riches. These racers, they want to run Toyota in that series, our NASCAR Cup champion that our industry will be crowning here in a matter of a couple of hours, Kyle Larson. He started racing Toyota midgets.
Yes, he did.
With Keith Coons, and if you look close at the engine he's still running, you might see a TRD on that valve cover. So
yeah, I think that's ironic.
But that I really do.
You planted a seed there that's continued to grow. Well, this has been a delight spending time with you, David. And you're always welcome here at the Racer offices. I know our team does a lot of work with your team, and we appreciate all you and the TRD family does, and very much appreciate the way Toyota gives itself to the sport. And Toyota's been absolutely on the side of motorsport since I've been involved. So, keep doing what you're doing and enjoy tonight. I've got a feeling you're going to come back stronger than ever next year, and it's going to be a battle I'm going to want to see in NASCAR and in IMSA and in NHRA and at the grassroots, and hopefully someday at that place in Indiana. And so thank you very much, and thank you for joining all of us.
I enjoyed, as always, and I wish we had another 30 minutes to keep going, but
I do too.
You guys do such a great job with this forum. I'm honored to be a part of it this year, and I've really truly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Please stay with us one more. Please stay with us one more second as we're transitioning to our next session, and we are bringing Mark, who is in Australia right now because there is a big race over there at the Bathurst. So Mark Hirschbrook from Ford Performance is joining us, and it is, I believe, tomorrow morning over there because it's they are a little bit ahead of us. So Mark, good morning to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
I can hear you way better now than at the races.
That's true. I couldn't hear it.
We saw each other at Charlotte.
Well, thank you for joining us, Mark. I think you've officially won the race to tomorrow.
Yep, I'm here solidly. It's actually 8:30 in the morning over here. So yeah, I got a pretty good jump on you guys.
Good day, mate. I think we're. Well, I envy you. I want to go there and see one of these races. It's a really vibrant racing culture, and it's wonderful to see Ford so deeply involved.
Oh, it's fantastic. I've been since we re-entered the Australia Supercar Series in 2019 with the new Mustang. Then I've been over here, I think 5 or 6 times already, and now again this weekend. And it is some of the best racing in the world, and some of the most passionate fans. And it was a really exciting morning already over here. The series just unveiled the new Gen 3 cars. So a new Ford Mustang, a new Chevrolet Camaro, The cars look fantastic. They sound fantastic. I think if you look on our social media sites, there's some pictures and videos up already under Ford Performance if people want to go check it out. But yeah, that happened about 45 minutes ago. So an exciting morning already.
I've been talking like Max Headroom, so I haven't been able to look, but I think that I'm dying to see all this because I love that series. I think it's brilliant, and I love the racing. It's explosive in terms of the energy in it, and that's one of the things I think we talked a little bit about last year. Is Ford goes where the energy is, and the audience energy, the what you race looks like what you make. There are a lot of things I like about what Ford does. I told you I'm here because of Ford. I am a child of the Ford entering the racing world in a big way in the mid 1960s, and it touches to my slogan. We're in the inspiration business, not just the entertainment business. And this company has inspired a lot of people to go racing around the world. And we're at a change point across all of these series. You just unveiled new cars there. You're unveiling, you're rolling out a new season in NASCAR in February. We see a sea change taking place in Formula One. We see a new era really beginning in WRC, which is, everywhere we go, everything's changing. How the hell do you manage all that?
Well, we love that. I mean, that, as you know, that's part of what we do in motorsports. It's always been a very fast place to work, to participate. And as the world continues to accelerate in so many different places, it's just making us in motorsports accelerate, because we've got to stay ahead of everything that we need to do. Racing, it's got to be a spectacle. It's got to be fun. It's got to create attention from the fans, from our customers, and to tell a story. So we need to be telling that story or having the relevance around what we're going to be selling on the street, and making sure what we're doing on the racetrack supports that, and vice versa. So we've got that tech transfer, that relevancy transfer. So that's a lot of what you're seeing. We unveiled 4 new cars this year. Yeah. The NASCAR Mustang for Next Gen and Cup, a new F-150 in the NASCAR Truck Series, new Puma Hybrid for WRC, and now today, or I guess tomorrow for you, or today, the Gen 3 Mustang in Australia Supercars. So that is a lot of work for our Ford Performance team and the rest of Ford Motor Company, with the design studio and everything, to develop all of those new cars and powertrains, and to be ready to go compete with those next year. But it's what we need to do. It's important for our company. As you know, we're founded and based on motorsports, and plan to keep doing that into the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had the good fortune to be able to spend an evening with your CEO, Jim Farley, a few weeks back at Velocity International, where we were on a panel together, and then we sat and had dinner with each other. And you have a racer, actually, as the CEO of the company. That's cheating.
Well, we love Jim Farley as our CEO, of course, because of the racer and the connection there. But it goes well beyond that. He is such a great car person.
Yes, he is.
But also has a great sense for the market, for technology and advancement, and the ability to look into the future. So what he's doing for our company to take us where we need to go with our Ford Plus vision, caring about the experience, the customers, and the technology, right? With what we have coming in the product pipeline. And we get a lot of attention from Jim, and it's good attention to make sure that what we're doing supports what the company is doing.
Hey, my only regret is I didn't buy more Ford stock a year ago. But the thing I think that's really exciting here is that you don't just show up when you race. You don't just compete to win the race. What I love about, we talked about this last year, Ford tells a story when it shows up. It has since the story of Ford going racing. One of the first books I read about racing was Dust and Glory about Ford racing. That was so inspiring to me. It was part of me wanting to do what I do. And that storytelling has largely been part of what Ford has been doing in the modern era again. And one of the most epic stories, there was a documentary that was done in 2016 about, one of my dreams was seeing a Ford GT return to Le Mans. And it did a little more than return to Le Mans. It won on its debut. And a friend of mine was director of this I think very nicely done, beautiful documentary. But there's part of me that wants more, and I just have to cut right to the chase. Is that possible? And I asked you last year, is that possible Ford could go back there in some form?
We are always looking at what our different options are in racing. And as you see, we are very active in so many different series right now, and always trying to make it meaningful in terms of the relevancy, the technology. We're in it to win, telling the story. So we're always studying all different series and what makes sense for us. And what you see in the 4 cars that were unveiled this year to compete at that highest level is that relevancy. And the one car I didn't include in that 4 is the Bronco DR,
Yes.
the Bronco Desert Racer, right? That is meant to allow our customers to go racing. Somebody can buy that and they can take it home, put a number on it, and they can go race at the Baja 1000 or the Baja 500. And that, I think, is a signal of our interest in customer race vehicles, beyond just the Bronco DR. But we have a Mustang GT4 today, and that's been great for us and something we plan to continue into the future. So I guess what I'd say to answer that question is look at what we're doing. The relevancy that we're seeing at the top level, also the Ford Plus vision of wanting to connect with customers for experiences. And we do have a plan for a lot of customer race vehicles, and those customer race vehicles, many of them give you the opportunity to race that same vehicle at the highest level of the sport.
Okay, well, I'm reading between the lines here, and I'm encouraged because I'm a Mustang kid. I look at Mustangs, and there's still part of me that is that teenage kid that went to the Trans Am race in 1969 to see Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer race Bill Strop Mustangs. My first night walking into a race shop was the Bill Strop shop in Long Beach, and there's just something about what Ford does that's got a magic touch to energize the form of motorsport that Ford touches, because there's going to be an epic story that goes with it. There's some rivalry that's going to be revealed. And I look at what's happening, let's say, in global sports car racing, and that's the Thunderdome to me. I think that Ford is at the heart of that storytelling. And my hope, just as a fan, is that Ford returns to the Thunderdome at some point at the top level.
Sports car racing is, we love all forms of racing as long as we have a good technical story and relevance and we're reaching the right customer. But the opportunity with sports car racing, as I said, relevancy is important. So sports car racing, it is even more relevant. The car doesn't just look like the car. In most cases, it is the car.
It is the car. That's what I love about it.
GT3 class, GT4 class, it is the production body and white that you start with and a production-based engine that you start with. So in terms of that direct relevancy, it doesn't really get any better than that opportunity.
Well, thank you for producing this infomercial for IMSA today and for WEC.
John Noonan will thank me later, I hope.
Okay, you'll get your product endorsement fee later. But I agree with you, and I trying to be a little playful about this, but I think that this is a question our readers and our audience, it's in their hearts and minds, and you have some natural rivals in the world. And when you show up to compete with those rivals, sparks fly, the world pays attention, and the whole sport is elevated. So we cheer that on. Now, I think that the other part of this that we're all particularly interested in here, and I want to spend a little time on this because tomorrow morning we have a little discussion about WRC on our platform with our editor-in-chief, Lawrence Foster. And WRC is something we began to lean into and cover because there's an audience interest here in WRC. And you're in a big way in WRC. Can you tell us a
Absolutely.
little bit about that? You know, we talked last year about it, but my hope is that we see WRC here in America, and that it's part of the Ford story and part of our story at Racer.
Yeah, we love WRC. We have such history in it and great partners with M Sport, with Malcolm Wilson and his team, and a lot of success through the years. And the sport has taken different direction with different rules over different periods in time. But we are really excited with this change for 2022 for a couple of reasons. One is the powertrain shift from a combustion engine to now hybrid. It uses the same combustion engine as through 2021, but now with a hybrid element added to it. And the way the rules were written, great work by the FIA and by the promoter to allow different body styles in there, different class cars. So important for us is the Ford Puma. And with a hybrid offering for the street car to be able to compete in WRC with a Puma hybrid gives us that opportunity for the powertrain technology, but also the body style for it. So it's a great place for us to tell that story. WRC is very global. It's been less global these last 2 years because of the pandemic. They've had to restrict a lot of their events, and it's been very European centric for these last 2 years. But hopefully as we get through the pandemic and with a schedule that's planned for next year, it will start to go back out to other continents and in other countries. And to your point of a U.S. rally, that is something that we have been very vocal about for over 2 years now. As global as WRC is, it is missing a key market for us, which is the United States. So we continue to work with the promoter, with the FIA on that. They continue to work on it as well. It's important to them, and not just to Ford as a competitor, but it is also important to Toyota and Hyundai as two other major OEMs in the sport. So they've made a lot of progress there. I don't think there's anything ready to announce, but something that the sport is working toward and something that we support.
Well, great, because I want to spend a little more time on this because, we see metrics, we look at what the audience is interested in, and we've had an unbroken chain of content in Racer magazine for rallying since we launched the magazine. Due to pandemic, we had to make cuts, and we reduced our rally coverage. Didn't extend fully to the website. That's been fixed. Thanks, just for cooperation with the organizer, the promoter, also the passion of our editor-in-chief. He's a rally man, Lawrence Foster is. And I think that what really is exciting to me about it is there's a latent audience here in North America, and there's an energy about it. It actually, there's energy about the content, and more of it and more direct relationship to this sport by having a local round, I think could make a huge difference. In your view, you've been close to the sport here and working in it. What do we need to do to make rally work in this country?
Well, I think if you look at the data, as you said, there are already a lot of WRC fans in this country.
Yeah, there are.
And the promoter has done a really good job to allow those fans to follow the sport much better than when I first started following it 20 plus years ago. And you'd watch the recap on Speed Channel late on Sunday evening, and you wouldn't know necessarily what had happened through the entire weekend until you got that recap. And now with WRC Plus all live, and the fact that you can sit in the car of all these different competitors and watch live time, and you know what's happening minute by minute or second by second. So I think that has allowed fans in the United States to it's even grown because now they have that greater ability to follow it. But I think the next step is having a round here in the United States that makes it easier for a US fan to go to the event. Yes, you could go to an event in Mexico. Yes, you could go to an event in Europe or Japan or Australia or New Zealand, but to be able to go to an event in the United States, I think it would be great for US fans. I think it'll also be great for global fans that will want to come to a new US event. And there's a lot of great places in this country. Sorry, in the United States. I'm in Australia now, so I can't.
Yeah, you're in Australia, my friend.
there's a lot of great places to put an event on,
Yeah.
and maybe it is one location that is found, and it's that same location year after year after year, or maybe there's two places that could put on, I think, a very great event to just continue growing the interest in the U.S., but also to help with the globalness of the sport.
Yeah, and I think, having been around this a while, to where I was in the sport when there were rounds here, and knowing the impact it had and enthusiasm it generated, I think you're right. And I think that having the manufacturers you mentioned get behind it and elevate it, what I do notice is the audience is young for this, and they're coming from gaming space. They're just coming from a different sensibility than what would be a traditional motorsports audience here. We're talking to a new group of people, for the most part, and for me, that's the lifeblood of our future. And I again like the relevance of it. You're involved in a lot of forward-looking projects. We talked a little bit about electrification. There's some great Ford performance product now that is fully electric, and at a fundamental level, the raw performance of an electric vehicle, the torque, the acceleration, is superior to an internal combustion engine. Do you think that there's a place for a full electric racing venture of any type for one make series, competing somewhere with a Ford product that's fully electric outside of off-road, but some place where you're working on?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the world is moving forward so quickly outside of motorsports, especially towards full electric, and we do need to have something in motorsports that is full electric. So we've filled that space, as you know, near term with the Cobra Jet 1400 and the Mach-E 1400. Those have been fantastic, right? They've helped us learn technically. They've told the story to the world, to our fans, our customers, of what the performance potential is. I do believe there needs to be some full electric series that we are involved with, but we haven't seen that series yet. Certainly they exist today, with Formula E being an option, but we didn't feel that was the right option for us. There are some other full electric series that will be starting as early as next year and in the coming years. So we're going to see how those develop, what they really become. But you have to play into the strength of what the full electric vehicles are, which is that outright spectacle of performance.
Yes.
But it isn't the technology that you're going to go race a 24-hour race with, just because of the charging times of a full battery electric vehicle aren't going to match the refill times of a combustion engine with gasoline. So NHRA makes a lot of sense, and there's some good positive momentum with NHRA to have full electric classes. Tells a great performance story and spectacle, but it's over in 8 seconds for us with our Cobra Jet, or with some of these classes it'll be 7 seconds, but that'll tell a great story. But I think there's more options beyond that, but we just need to see the series progress those and make them a reality.
Yes, I just got a feeling though, when it happens, Ford will light it up and make it a big deal by being there. The world's moving that direction. I'm impatient. I like to see these things happen more quickly than they do. I'm not one of the folks that are clinging to the sound of the car being the only thing that matters. I think the raw acceleration and just pure performance of an electric vehicle is transformative here. And when I look at what Ford's doing globally, I mean, we're going to wrap up here quickly. The reality is that you're in all these markets. You're sitting literally on the other side of the world from me right now, having just introduced a new race car, involved in a really cool racing series. What is the core message that Ford is telling in its story? What is the one constant that Ford is telling in its narrative about why it races?
I think within the company, it is the passion for our product, and you can feel that. And I've felt that from the first day that I came to Ford Motor Company, and before I even moved into motorsports. Yeah. But it is a family company. And it is a company that is passionate about what our product is, what we produce and sell. And while that is always changing, right, what our products are, and even now as we're shifting to not just producing automobiles and selling automobiles and the transaction is complete, we're expanding into the experience and keeping that relationship with the customer after they leave the showroom. And that's part of what we're trying to do in motorsports as well. As we're trying to keep our product that we race relevant to what we're selling, including that experience and that relationship. So the passion is there from the top of the company and throughout the company for what we're doing product wise. And that's the same way that we go racing, with that passion for the product, for the customer, and for the opportunity to have that meaningful relationship with them.
Okay, good. Well, I can see it. You know, it almost feels personal when Ford goes racing.
It is. Trust me, it is.
It is, and that's really engaging to me. You know, it obviously spoke to me when I first became involved. And I often say brands are rooted in self-esteem and self-image. You see yourself in something, and you see your ambition reflected. And you know, I look at the start that Ford has given to so many racers around the world. I'm a Formula Ford guy. You know, I came from that era, and many generations came through that particular category. What can Ford do going forward to bring generations? We just had a great conversation, you know, 2 sessions ago with Mo Murray from Mazda about what they do, and talked a little bit to David Wilson about the same sort of thing at Toyota. What can Ford do to bring motorsports to people, make it accessible to people? Because that's in your DNA too. That's in your legacy.
It is, absolutely. And I think a lot of it, I'll just share my own personal story, right? I mean, I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, and my dad and I would watch the Daytona 500, the Indy 500, the Monaco F1 race, and I was a racing fan, but I didn't know that motorsports was accessible to somebody like me. It was always something up high, and I didn't realize that until I came to the auto industry, and one of my coworkers said, "Hey, do you want to go to the autocross this weekend?" And I'm like, "Wait, what's that?" So I got involved at a grassroots level and had a great opportunity to time my day job as a vehicle dynamics engineer in the automotive industry with racing on the side. And I think in this motorsports world where we are now, we've got to keep everything the spotlight on in the highest series that are available to us with NASCAR, with NHRA, with sports car racing and WRC. And what I was mentioning earlier about the Bronco DR and the Mustang GT4, having customer race cars like that so that people can buy those cars and enjoy those cars and go racing themselves. And I think that's what you're going to see more of those customer race vehicles to be very accessible to people. And we've done it in the past. I think through 2014, we had the Boss 302S, Boss 302R, but we haven't done those cars for many years. Or the Cobra Jet, the last time we did was 2018. So look for some of those coming to make it more accessible. And I've also seen a lot of those cars are holding their value. Like Bring a Trailer was selling a 2014 Boss 302S over the last week, and it went for a pretty high number for a 7-year-old race car. So we know there's a market out there that people want to buy those kind of cars, and something we're looking to deliver to them.
Well, that's great. And I have only one request. We do need some Kent Formula Ford engine blocks. My mind is tired in my 1972 Formula Ford. So if the lads could whip that up, that would be nice. It's probably not the lads. It's probably men and women making that engine block for me. So if the team could get together, that'd be great.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for adjusting your schedule.
Mark.
Because being in Australia doesn't make it very easy. But thank you very much. Stay with us a few more seconds, Mark, as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And enjoy the race. That's a big one this weekend.
Have a great tomorrow.
Oh my God.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. Enjoy the time today.
Yeah, that's the Daytona 500 Australia, the Indy 500. So Great. Well, 4 a.m. in a row. The big players of the US market right there. Paul, well done. And we are going to be bringing Joe Castello back with us, who is going to, take on for the next. Paul is gone. So, well, he should be back anytime. But he will be back no matter what later on with Paretta Autosport. So we're going to run a series of tech webinars this afternoon. We are going to be starting with a new company in racing simulation business. This is a new startup company that does a simulator and out of here in California, and a very broad a young guy and with really cool new technology. And then we'll go back, I believe, to Australia at some point to talk about noise canceling. A company that's created a noise canceling technology for at the racetrack, because communication is so important, and that's going to be very interesting.
And please, what I find unique about this is that we've got two new companies that just joined our platform, and they're on here, and I haven't even seen their technology yet. So this platform showcases so many new companies, ones you've never heard of before, and that's so important for this industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's going to be really good. And we have plenty of other things. We are going to have a very interesting session also that's going to be handled by Racer a little bit later today as well on diversity, and that's going to be a great interesting one just after Intercomp. And then our sponsor AEM is going to be joining us, and they have some really cool new things on electrical, tuning, they call that now. And they will be with us, and then we'll close the day with a Paretta Autosport, Beth Paretta, who made history this year with bringing her team to the 500, and she's going to be around. She's going to be with the ladies that made the team with her. So that's going to be a really cool one. So, Mr. Castello, are you ready for the afternoon?
Oh, I am ready. I'm ready to go. We're fired up. Coming down the home stretch here on a Thursday. Excuse me, but super excited about it. And this next client, I'm excited about, because who doesn't love a racing sim, right? I mean, we all started out, on video games years ago, playing pole position. And now to see how far they have come and advanced, I'm excited about this, and I'm looking forward to it.
Here is Patrick. Okay.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Patrick.
Thank you for having me on here.
Very good. Excellent. So, Joe, we'll let you, take over.
Okay. Francisque and Judy, thank you so much. Pat, it's you and me for the next 30 minutes or so. Super excited to have you. Thank you very much. I want to remind everybody out there on ePart Trade, first of all, thank you so much for watching. And there is a YouTube stream as well, and Racer Magazine, of course, racer.com. If you have questions and you're logged into Zoom, by all means, put them into the chat section and we will ask them of Pat. Now, Pat, I know you've got a racing sim, but I also saw that you've got a video for us. Let's tease the video a little bit. It's amazing. But talk a little bit about the racing sim business. How did you get in it, and what is Matrix Motion?
Our racing simulator that we'll be showing today is going to be one that's used mainly by professional racers or racers who are working up the ladder. Very much different than what someone would have at their house to train on. This is more in line with what a factory OEM simulator would be, that the factory manufacturers use. They are more tailored to testing things for the engineers. What does the suspension change do? They're looking for the real race day. What this is going to do is this is more focused on the driver training itself, giving them the muscle memory, the physicality, the timing that they need to train for their upcoming race. So it's a little bit different than the factory ones. I've been in racing simulations more heavily for about 10 years now. Going back 10 years ago, there'd always be new technology that would come out, and I would build a new simulator. And after about 2 hours, I'd put it in the closet and never see it again. And stuff never felt right going back quite a few years ago. And technology is definitely advanced today to where it's a real training tool for professionals now.
Excellent. The company is called Turn 2. How long have you been in business?
Officially started this business back in 2019.
Okay, so you've taken a lifetime of experience, and now you're making it available to folks out there. And you already mentioned, like, this is not a game, right? Now, we all, I'm sure, would have a great time messing around with it, but this is for driver training professionals, people who really want to get that full experience. Tell us how it works a little bit, and how is it different from other simulators that are on the market?
Yeah, so when you see the video, you'll obviously see how different it is. So starting with the screen, the screen is 20 feet long. So it's not something that someone would be able to sneak in and not have their wife find out about it. The whole simulator weighs 2,500 pounds with the driver and counterbalance system active. And then in terms of the motion, there's 3 aspects to the motion. There's some bottom platforms that rotate it based upon traction loss, yaw, sway, acceleration, deacceleration. Then the second aspect would be the suspension motor. So it's doing all the suspension compression, elevation changes, bumps, curbing, under braking, the nose will dip. And then the inside, there's an additional 5 motors that control a driver tensing system. So the tensing system does 3 parts. One is it's actually tensing the body through the seat, and it's manipulating the driver's ears to prevent motion sickness. Under braking, it's gonna tense your body up. There's a couple of motors attached to the racing harness. So under braking, they're both going to pull under braking. As you're entering a turn, one's going to pull a little bit harder based upon the lateral G load. And then the last thing would be a pneumatic air system, bladders in the seat that will apply sustained pressure, lateral load. So in the video, you'll see, for instance, Road America at the carousel. You can't tip the car body left to give the driver the sensation of a G load, or you're going to make somebody sick, because they're going to know that their car should not be rolling that far. So the way we do our motion is each platform is specific for what's really happening, and everything is getting its information through telemetry. So if the suspension is compressing, it's based upon telemetry data. So like going through the carousel, you're gonna maybe have the platform traction lossing a little bit, depending on how you're going through it. The body's gonna roll a little bit left, but what's happening inside for the driver is the seat is gonna be putting lateral load on your left side. The air bladders are gonna be inflating on the left side. So you're gonna be going through that long sustained carousel, but you're going to be feeling forces. And having the driver tensing system is really important. I would say most big simulators get it wrong, that they're trying to manipulate the entire car, and there's certain things, especially chicanes, where your body is just feeling millimeters of movement, and so this is tensing those millimeters of movement while it's letting the chassis do only what the chassis is actually doing in real life. And we put a big focus on motion sickness. People might be surprised that professional drivers are probably the most apt to get motion sickness on a simulator, just for the fact that they're so in tune with what's actually happening. They're so in tune with what the chassis is doing, what they should be feeling, that if something is off visually or motion wise, they're going to get sick because of that. So we really emphasize getting everything 100% accurate and applying the forces in just the way it needs to be, so that the driver can get the training they need, get the muscle memory they need, and apply that towards their next race.
It makes perfect sense to me as a layman that professional drivers would at some level, reject a simulation, right? Like somewhere in their inner ear, they're used to moving. They're seeing everything that they're normally seeing, except they're not moving, and it's being simulated. It makes sense that they would experience some sort of motion sickness. And you put a lot into removing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I always try to explain it to people as like also motion through visualization. If you've ever been in a parking lot with your car parked and the car next to you backs up.
Yes.
You kind of glance up and your stomach drops and you slam on your brake because you think you're moving, but your engine is off and you're not going anywhere. So there's a lot of tricks that can happen through the simulation, through visualization as well, with cueing the motion exactly how it needs to be.
Excellent. It's funny, that happened to me just the other day. All right, I don't know exactly how this is going to work. Hopefully they are controlling the show back at the mothership. We do have a video, Turn 2 Racing. Let's hit it. Wow. Patrick, I'm thoroughly impressed with the technology and the driving experience. Obviously, I want to do it. People already have questions. Like what do you feel when you simulate a crash, right, Steve? When trying to match what a driver's expecting, what do they experience in a crash?
Yeah, so I have a program in there that obviously knows you did not go from 100 miles an hour down to 0 miles an hour instantly. So it will give you a pretty good jolt, but I definitely have it reduced just so it doesn't tear everything apart. So part of this simulation is with all the pressure and everything, you have to instill a little bit of fear into the driver. Otherwise, they're not immersed into it. So it will definitely give you a jolt, but it's not going to obviously be like what an impact in real life would be.
Got it. More questions coming in. And this is one that I understand why there might be some confusion. Do drivers come to your site for simulator time in this, or do you sell these for custom installations? This is like a mobile unit that you bring around. Kind of explain that dynamic a little bit, because I could see there's a lot of space required and a lot of work has gone into the cockpit of your race car.
Yeah, so this particular one is possibly for sale, as a duplicate, but we generally sell one that uses the same motion principles, but like large triple monitors around it. That way there's so much entailed in here to run something like this. You need somewhat of a team to run this kind of a system. So most of our other installations of this would be the same motion principles, but a standard like triple, 55-inch monitor setup. Then from there, we do make like compact systems that people who, maybe they're SCCA racers, they can put in their RV. They could have a single screen system that can run offline, and they can test it there all the way to, general public. But this one is really for racers. This particular one actually is built inside of a race trailer. And we will be building another one of our like triple monitor setup that will be in a race trailer. This one will be going to Western races. We'll also be taking it to some, race shops, showing it around. So there's a lot that goes involved with building this into a race trailer, but we will be making another mobile unit that the idea is to, send it in a pod to actual race events, and then we'll fly in. We can work with the teams at the track, because a lot of the racing series, it's even no practice, no qualifying. So having a simulator that they can test on site will give them a little bit of practice leading up to their race. This one originally was going to go everywhere, but logistically getting this large trailer to all the races, I would be gone just far too long to operate the rest of our stuff.
Got it. No, I understand. And from what I understand, like simulation time for factory drivers and teams, it's like wind tunnel time, right? It's always booked. And this is an option, a secondary option, maybe for some of those factory teams that, want to get their drivers to look at the track or some experience or to test something. You can make that possible for them.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the OEM simulators, they're booked up, way in advance. Also, usually only the top couple % of those factory teams can even get access to it, just since they're so far booked out. And like I say, a lot of the simulation use is used more for engineering data than for training the driver itself. So this simulator, in many ways, is a better driver training simulator than what the factory ones are. So some of the teams, even the top 2%, they can use this and get time that they can't get on there. And then all the other teams who just simply don't have access to the OEM simulator, this gives them another avenue, as well as, people working up, in other racing series as well. They can train on it as well.
Excellent. Rico's out there wants to know, are there exportable stats analysis for review after each run? How do you work that?
Yeah, so there is live video that is filmed inside the car that then goes to a full telemetry lab. The telemetry lab does everything from driver inputs to chassis dynamics. And so then you can overlay the video and sync it up with the telemetry and get live video feed along with the telemetry and see what's going on. Then you can compare drivers. And then an important thing is that data is that team's data. I would say we're a strategic partner versus an alliance. So each team, obviously data is, key, and they don't want it being shared with anybody. So as soon as their training session is over, that data goes with that driver, it gets sent to the team, and then it's off our hands. We delete it and we don't want it. We do have correlated data through some of the best sim racers in the world. I know it's not necessarily real racers, but still can correlate into data. And we can bring independent drivers here, and we can overlay some of that and maybe work on some issues they're having. So this will give you all the data a driver needs to improve. And the one biggest difference between this simulator and the factory simulator is they have the real car Motec data. They have their own tire model. They're working with the tire manufacturers. So when they make a change, a chassis change on that simulator, as long as the tire model is correct, they've got a 75% chance of having it correlate to their actual race day that change made that impact. There are teams out there that their tire model is off and they're still relying on it. So when they go to make a change in real life, it just doesn't correlate to anything because their physics tire model is too far off. So that's the biggest difference on this one. This one is really, like I say, driver training, physicality, muscle memory. What it will do is it can give them the data in terms of the theory of chassis changes, and they can take it from there. But they need to understand that this is not necessarily running that actual manufacturer tire model. So they can even work backwards. A negative change, let's say you're looking at shock deflection on the data, they can say, okay, well, we know that doesn't work. So they can almost reverse engineer some of the data for when they do want to take it to their race day. Because a lot of these teams, they might get info feeded down from the top tier teams, or some of them just may not even get it. So they can get some chassis setup information through here too.
Excellent. Patrick, why don't you give your contact information for people that are interested? I don't think that we need to wait to the very end for you to give out vital information, because I think the people that are interested in this, and they're going to see a need for it right away, whether it be a racing team or a driver out there who wants that experience, that muscle memory. Give the vital information, and then we got a couple more questions.
Okay. Our website is turn2racing.com, and it's the number 2. Our acronym is T2R, which is train to race. So it all kind of fits in together. And originally Turn 2 Racing was, most accidents, if you get it past turn 2, you can make it through the race. It's always getting past those first few turns. It's always hard in a race. So that's where the whole name came from. Our email is race@turn2racing.com. And they can always get our information off the website. We are building a whole new website in the background that has portals for data if teams want to send us stuff. But we do have information on our website right now.
Excellent. No, I appreciate that. All right, Randy's got a question. How do you deal with centering after traction loss? Like after a slide, getting back to the straight seems artificial on most of the sims that he's tried.
Okay, so I'm going to take this over here and I can explain that better.
Good question, Randy. You got him up?
All right, so I don't have the simulator active and the counterbalance system isn't active, but I will show you why this motion is different. Being that it doesn't, even though it weighs 2,500 pounds with driver and counterbalance, being that it doesn't have to lift or move all that weight, it lets all the really fine details shine through. Normally, a factory simulator would have to move in one direction, then slow it down, move back in the other direction, and that creates lag. So I'll show you how the system works. So let me move this.
This is great.
Okay, so I'm going to lift up the rear left corner of the chassis. So there's no driver. I don't have counterbalance system. So this top part right now weighs about 1,000 pounds. So I can lift the rear left up with maybe 50 pounds of effort right now. So then the traction loss platform, I don't know if you can see that in the video.
Yes, yes, we can.
I may be applying 5 to 10 pounds of pressure to swing this. Now this is attached to the bottom platform. So this right here weighs about 2,100 pounds together, and I'm only moving it with about 10 pounds of effort. So the way we do the traction loss is we've got, here, let me get this back on.
Getting hardcore now.
Okay, so the traction loss system is probably where we put the biggest time into the motion dynamics. Some of the driver tensing system is giving you that seat of the pants feedback. Again, you're tensing the driver by millimeters instead of having to swing a whole car a huge amount to feel the instant impact you need. So part of it is through the driver tensing system. But the way our traction loss system works is obviously you can see it takes almost no effort to move the entire car. We have a system where there's actually 2 motors controlling the traction loss system. So the way it works is we are implementing lateral G load before traction loss. If we just implemented traction loss, by the time a driver broke traction and then it moved, it's already too late. They've broken traction, they had nothing leading up to it, they're going to spin out and that's it. So we're programming lateral G loads leading up into that. So as you started breaking traction, your lateral load is going to be lessening as you start breaking traction. Then it rolls and phases into the traction loss, actually detecting the amount of traction loss itself. So we could swing the whole car, we could yaw the whole car way more than what we're doing, but we're limiting it to only about a couple inches aside. If their driver is going past that, at that point they're already gone. They need to continue practicing, and we're not drifting in here. So we're limiting it to really only a couple inches aside. But the way that it works is there is 2. Let me see if I can do it. There's 2 motors on the traction loss system in the back, and we have this set up basically as a rear-wheel drive car is how this is set up. So they've got the dynamic lateral G-force load phasing into the traction loss. Both motors work together, but one motor is programmed a little bit differently. And I would say the biggest problem with traction loss is through chicanes. When you have a quick change left to right, that's the biggest problem, or return on center. So and also obviously the question is, because a driver, the hardest thing to get is traction loss. If pitch was wrong, roll was wrong, anything was off on timing, the driver may not note it. But when they're trying to feather the throttle and steer the back end with the car, if that traction loss isn't giving them the direct information, it's not giving them the information to get better or keep it from breaking traction. So the 2 motors work together, and they're getting the information through the G loading and through traction loss. Now what happens is one motor is programmed a little bit differently. So let's say you're going through a chicane and you've loaded the chassis, and then you've broken traction. It's moved the car out. Now what's happened is, as the G load is changing, the other motor starts pulling the other way. Now the way it works, there's a pivot point in between these 2. So the car, even though this motor has changed, the car has not changed its orientation because it's based upon the furthest point. But what happened is, this other motor already reverse direction is energized in the other direction. So then as it starts needing to return back to center, then they both work together. And again, it's on the furthest point. Now they're both pulling together. So essentially you've taken out the lag of having to move the motor in reverse the direction the other way. One motor's already going in the orientation of leading back the other direction. So it takes out that millisecond of lag.
Very great explanation and exciting. And Randy, thank you for your question. Pat, as we get down to it, the vital information again, and again, the target audience. I think this is important because I know you do build other types of racing sims, and judging by the experience and the high level that you put into this one, which is available for folks out there, but you also build sims and sell sims. And so there's probably multiple target audiences for you out there. If there's something that I haven't asked you about, by all means, say it now. But, that target audience, and where should they go?
I mean, we mainly deal with professional racers. That's our target audience. Obviously there's always the people who, have the houses at the tracks and, they just want the coolest, the best thing. But really where our passion is working with professionals. Like I say, if you looked at that video, you'll saw we shot more photos of the driver than we did of what's going on through the screen. because this really is focused on the driver experience, on giving them the cues to get better, and prepare them for their next race. So it's really professionally based is really our largest audience. And whether it be data or, prepping for a track they've never been to, going back several years ago, a simulator, I don't know if you've seen the movie Cool Runnings. They went in the bathtub, they looked at the photos, and it's like, oh, you got a right turn coming up, you got a left turn. Going in the past, that's about all simulators gave you. Nowadays, it's pretty spot on with what's actually happening in real life to the simulator. And you can actually bring data and correlate real data in through this simulator data. You can overlay them, and then you can actually work from there and improve that way as well.
Turn2racing.com, the number 2, turn2racing.com. Patrick, thank you very much. This has been very illuminating. I love what you've done, and I want to drive it. Now I want to drive it.
We all want
Not too far from us. We'll have to bring it over to you.
There it is.
And actually, if you want to watch that video again, we just uploaded it on the homepage of ePart under the videos section. So you go on ePartrade.com, you have the new product spotlight, and then the video section, and the video is right there. You're welcome to watch it again anytime. So Patrick, thank you.
Pat.
We're glad we were able to make it work and bring a new company on because that's part of also in Race Industry Week is showing new stuff to the industry. And so stay with us a few more seconds, Patrick, as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And then our next session, Joe, we are going to travel back to Australia. We were with Mark Rochbrock earlier on from Ford Performance, who had to be there because of the V8 supercar, and we are going to be talking noise cancellation, and those cars make a lot of noise, and the gentleman who's joining us from AF Accessories is basically created a new technology that has a tremendous impact on noise canceling. And so we'll bring him in the next few seconds. And so while we do that, Joe, you're going to be with us for the rest of the day, for tomorrow too. We're going to, here is Andrew. So Andrew is coming on.
And let me just say, Joe, you might need this for the drag races.
I think I might be all ears on this one.
Yes.
Hello, Andrew.
So,
hey, how are you?
Hi, Andrew.
So Andrew is in Australia, and it's actually tomorrow morning, correct?
It is, sir. It's 9:30 and it's getting very warm.
Very good. So, Joe Castello, we're going to let you take over and then let Andrew explain what he created with this new technology.
Excellent. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. Andrew, welcome. And a reminder to everybody out there on ePartrade.com or watching on racer.com and the World Wide Web. If you have questions, by all means, you can put them in the chat.
Please.
Yes. And don't worry, Andrew, I'm going to pepper you with questions, but the audience out there, they will sometimes ask a question that's just not obvious, but it's the best question. But let's get started right away. AF Accessories, Francis teed it up, a new technology. I spend the majority of my time on the starting line for Top Fuel dragsters and nitro funny cars. And so you're probably working with drivers, but let's talk about the technology and the target audience. Who is this for? Crew members, racers, people in the cockpit? Lay it on us.
Everyone. If you are surrounded by ambient noise, you need us. So perfect examples are like when you've got someone trying to interview someone on pit lane, and then they ask a question and the racer starts talking, and the next thing someone in the background just pins that throttle and the whole conversation's gone. It's live, it's embarrassing. And that has plagued everyone for a hell of a long time. So yeah, we started a long time ago when we developed a technology that cancels noise at the microphone, but can also be used to create sound bubbles and things like that. So I live very close to Sydney Motorsport Park, Eastern Creek Raceway in New South Wales here in Australia. And the top fuelers, they are loud. Like, I love hearing that roar for those like 5 seconds. But yeah, we can we believe we can actually stop that. So if you were to step like 100 feet out of the boundary of the racetrack, you wouldn't hear the race cars. So we can create a sound bubble at the track. Yeah. But we've started with the microphone. I mean, you look at noise cancelling technology and the latest headsets, they all cancel noise here at your speaker. No one filters the noise that comes into the microphone first. So it's a bit hard to explain. Let's roll the video so people can get an idea. This is at Eastern Creek, and let's see what happens.
Headset on the iPhone XD. We are sitting at 95 dB approximately. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. AF accessories, noise cancelling technology. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. AF accessories, noise cancelling technology. 118 dB pass.
Yeah, how that was incredible. Wow. No, amazing. I love the Monaro on the other side of the other side of the racetrack. That was pretty cool. But okay, so what is your background that you are, inventing technology? We just heard it. I'm sure everybody out there is pretty blown away. Questions section, but give us a little background on yourself, Andrew, because that's very impressive what we just saw.
Thank you. I've been in communications my whole adult working life. From cave paintings in the outback that mapped out where you could hunt and eat and where water was available, to the iPhone. Communication and clear, concise communication with direction is what we need, just to survive. And if we take the racing environment, my other business is a two-way radio company. That's Radio Comms to You, based in Sydney. And a lot of our end users are dealing with high noise environments. So back in 2009, we had the migration from the analog platform to the new digital platforms in the two-way radio space. And everyone was being sold that it's going to cancel the noise, it's going to do this, it's a new way of doing things, we've got smart technology, we're using the digital signal processor or vocoder in a two-way radio or a smart device like your mobile phone. And that thing's like an engine. If we put 1,000 horsepower dyno on an engine, like a 1,000 horsepower engine on a dyno, and we input dirty fuel, we're not going to make that power. We may hurt the engine. At the moment, that's what we're doing to our smart devices and two-way radios. We don't know how to filter that signal. We didn't know. So when we had that migration to digital, the one thing that screwed me up, and if I wasn't there in person, I went to a football match here in Australia. I was doing all the radio communications for security. We've got 40,000 people for a home football match, and every time that crowd roared with these brand new digital radios, you would lose all the voice. Now, if you've got a digital radio and you've used it in a noisy environment, you'll sound choppy, drunk, slurred, or it's just background noise. Your voice disappears completely. We've got that issue. Like, I love trophy trucks, right? I love Baja. Anything off-road, I'm into it. And I saw a video the other week. You can buy a brand new trophy truck, but it comes with an analog VHF two-way radio communication system. Now, there's nothing wrong with it. It works. But we've got a state-of-the-art trophy truck with, the best tires, the best suspension, the best diff, the best engine components, and every fitting you can afford. But the voice equivalent is the Model T Ford, and it's attached to this vehicle. And it's no one's fault. We just didn't know how to talk to the brain, the digital signal processor of our smart devices or the vocoder. So we had to go right back to the beginning. And this new microphone is here. And that's where all the technology lies. It's all parasitic. This headset, it already exists. We didn't have to reinvent the headset, just the circuit that filters out the sound at the microphone. So from 2009 till now. You know, we've cleared the international patents, and we're launching this technology, and we want to launch it into the race world first. You know, unfortunately, due to COVID, I mean, I wanted to be at Monaco waving the flags at the Grand Prix in May. It didn't happen. So, yeah, this technology will make everyone's life safer. We've tested at the track. We've got dealership networks that we're building slowly. And if people want to network and deal with us, for us, we can make that happen. It can be mounted in the helmet. We've been in negotiations with an innovative helmet company in Australia about integrating our technology with their helmet, and their foresight. You should look them up. They've got like a 1080p camera, and they've got the lithium battery in the front. Very, very smart engineering. This technology will also allow things like, we look at MotoGP. There is no voice solution for the rider to the crew, right? They get status messages. You YouTube Valentino Rossi getting those status messages on his dash. You ever read a text message on the street doing 60? Where's your attention? It's not on the road. These guys are on the track. I've done 275K on a bike. I'm not trying to look at a status message to see what my shocks are doing or count the blinking red light at that speed, man. That's oil pressure in my language. So, you know, we can do that. We can now communicate to the riders. We can also streamline the equipment, because at the moment, if we look at F1, right, which, you know, to my understanding is the pinnacle of motorsport and engineering in the racing world on a global level per se. Their system's prehistoric. You know, the driver's voice, that the system on board is analog, and then it flows through the air, goes to a digital converter, then gets processed through this huge complex system and then pushed out. It's very, very messy. You know, we could get things down like new two-way radio systems pretty much are like a SIM card smartphone. So we could literally have something the size of a smartphone on board each vehicle, Bluetooth to the driver's helmet. You can download an app, right? So everything can be cloud-based. And then, you know, your team manager can set up all the different channels, who's got access to them. People management on board can look at all that, listen in. You could then have public channels. So you could have a 4G, 5G network, these super highways set up at these tracks permanently. And they're not going to get network washout with all the people there. The 5G band is very, very wide. It can handle all of that. And then, you know, you could literally have headsets for everyone there, and they could then tune in on the app and listen to their favorite team's commentary, things like that. So we open up that whole space. Yeah, like I said, we're still using analog VHF in the world of Baja for distance, but we can't record it. It's not clear. It's raw, you know, voice going through. And the best thing about this microphone is, because we cancel noise in real time as it happens, you know, we're letting these sound waves crash with each other in the microphone circuit itself. And then that new signal is sent to the brain, to the ECU, to the engine of your device. And with that clean signal, with that clean fuel, it can perform properly and understand what your voice is, understand what the background noise is, and suppress background and allow the voice to shine on through. So yeah, I hope that's it. I'm trying not to ramble.
No. And listen, Andrew, I'm totally intrigued by it. And I know we've got some people out there. You know, Steph says, you know, about MotoGP that there's a rule, I guess, between rider and team communication, I guess. But, you know, everybody, Motorsport sanction is interested in safety. So I don't know, depending on how you pitch it. And Rico, first of all, you've got this patented, you just said, which is great. But Rico wants to know, you know, how does this work? Right. Which is so funny. It's like the most basic question, right? Like, how does it work? The video was incredible. I don't expect you to be able to tell us how it works, but you did just explain it a little bit about the sound waves crashing into each other.
Yes. So if we look at, like, you know, when you go to the beach, right, and sound waves are that. Let's say the sound, the ambient noise, that drag racing noise, whatever, is the ocean. And you are this little being in all of that mess. And we know how violent and beautiful the ocean can be. If it's calm, you can swim and enjoy, you can see the bottom. But if it's destructive, it can destroy houses and beaches, tsunamis. We know the damage. And this is literally what's happening with your voice audio. And your smart device has to figure that out. Like, it's just drowning. So the calmest spot of any rough beach is where the equal and opposite waves hit each other. We get a flat spot. So our circuit creates that. It takes the ambient noise from one side, the ambient noise from the other. We create a mirror image of it, right? To do this, we actually had to, I'll give you a little taste of the secret herbs and spices. We had to go against every common known law in the art of electronics engineering. So we've sort of initially, we've basically turned water into wine. What they said could not be done, we found a way to do it. And this is the result. So that's our tech. And, you know, I've watched YouTube videos with like the head honchos of Google and other massive companies like that, 2.5 hours long with some of the biggest brains you've ever seen trying to figure this out. We understand how the brain, the digital signal processor and vocoders work. We know how they work. We just didn't know how to talk to them properly. We didn't know how to give them clear instruction. Our circuit talks to the smart device in a language it understands, and now it can do its job properly. It's got the right tools.
Okay, let's move to the next step. All right. It sounds like this technology is at its infancy, and you said you want to release it to the world in the world of motorsport, which sounds like a great idea to me, because so much of what we have in our greater world was initially started in motorsport. So who is that? Let's give some action steps to the folks out there. You know, are we looking for race teams? Are we looking for, like, who is the clientele? What phase of this product are you in? Is it ready to order? And what is next for you? How can the folks out there, you know, get behind this, and those that are interested in trying or using it, get behind it?
Well, you can contact me at info@AF, Alpha Foxtrot, afaccessories.com.au. We want to get this in the hands of the people that see the benefit of the technology. I want to see this right throughout NASCAR. I've seen headsets being advertised with a signal to noise ratio reading. So that's one of the things we measure: signal to noise ratio and total harmonic distortion. They're two measurements in the microphone world. And, you know, these guys are advertising a signal to noise ratio with their microphone of 24 decibels. And I'm like, okay, that's not bad. Our microphone signal to noise ratio starts at 81 decibels. So we're that much better. So, yeah, I love listening to NASCAR radio chatter. Those cowboys are hilarious. I love that stuff. I've really got to get there and see. I've got to get to Daytona. All that can be made super clear. Like the driver's voice, you aren't going to hear anything in the background. If you do, it's going to be very minimal. So yeah, we want to get this in the driver's helmets. We want to get this into the teams. We want to get this on the tracks. I mean, there's no point having a state-of-the-art track with, you know, fire crews and rescue crews at the specific locations where, you know, if we've got, and this actual scenario was from someone we were working with in the R&D phase. They said, you know, we've got a digital system at our track. And, you know, if we've got a car on its roof in turn 4 and it's on fire, and that person, the marshal, goes to radio up on that system and talk, under yellow flag, with all that noise with the cars on D-cell, the voice is completely wiped out. So the people receiving the signal have to go, please repeat. So you repeat. You may have to repeat a third time as the tail cars come past. Please repeat. How long's that? 30 seconds? If the guy's not out, it's smoke inhalation. And we've got a perfectly good rescue crew that don't know where to go. So that's a huge problem. So yeah, we want to see this on the tracks. We want to see this on the tracks. We want to see this on the officials. Like, okay, I didn't know that ancient rule about rider communications. I probably should have looked that up. My bad. But it is.
You can't know every rule, Andrew, for every series out there. It's not possible. You're. Hey, we've got some other questions. Yeah, no. Listen, I don't think that's a problem at all. But we do have some questions out there. All right. So first of all, Keith is out there, and he knows me from drag racing, and he says that I would be the best beta tester out there. But to your point, I stand on the starting line at NHRA national events, and it's very loud. And I have, formed earbuds with a radio speaker inside, which is fine. And I can hear, but they cannot hear me. They cannot hear me when the cars are running. And if you watch most coverage of drag races, the driver hears the crew chief, but we never hear the driver. We never hear audio from the driver. Why? Well, because you can't hear him. It's too loud inside the car with the helmet and everything. So I would really like to see the technology take on that environment. But here's another one from Steven. It says most noise canceling, and he says that in caps, is very important, works by taking mic input and generating 180-degree out of phase audio sound wave, right? ? So this is the same, but using smartphone processing power, ? So primarily a software solution, ? Says Steven, who is intrigued, obviously.
We don't rely on the digital signal processor or nothing with our technology happens on the digital side, right? All our technology is a pre-filter. If you wire up a speaker backwards, it'll run in reverse polarity. When it runs in reverse polarity, that speaker is going to create the opposite signal. All right, it's going to run backwards. It drives backwards. The byproduct of that is that it'll also drop its amplitude. So if it pumped out 100 watts, it's going to pump out like 30 or less, right? Because it's running backwards, it's running negative. So that's what we do. We create a negative, we convert the ambient noise to a negative signal in the analog phase, combine it with the positive phase signal through the microphone I'm talking through, and that's where we get the opposite waves. They hit each other. Yes, his theory is 100% correct. We've just found another way to do it, a real way to do it.
Very interesting.
So yeah,
Tim says, he's worried about ear damage. Does your system does not cause ear damage like the other systems? ?
Ear damage. I'm not aware if they cause, but what ear damage they cause.
That's exactly right.
I mean, it's just a microphone with a really clear signal. That's all it is. Like the headset itself, that's not my concern. That's what they do. We're microphone designers. We just give you a really clear signal. So yeah, but like I said, we want this in the hands of anyone and everyone who's frustrated not being able to talk to each other. We need to try this. Now, it cancels noise. When you're standing there besides two drag cars, I mean, if their exhaust systems are pointing at you, we've got huge sound pressure issues there. I mean, the film on a microphone only can move so far to pick up the signal to convert it into something, analog than digital. So yes, sound pressure. I mean, I've stood behind cars at 130 dB and just told them to smash the throttle, straight piped LS1. We beat the noise, but as soon as that sound pressure, even at 10 meters or 15 meters behind the car, as soon as that sound pressure buffered the mic, that's where we got it. It's just like seizing an engine until that pressure comes off again and the microphone can work. But that just comes down to the embodiment. Like I've got our first design microphone, and what we did was we completely encapsulated there's no speaker holes. And so it's completely encapsulated and pretty much water and dust resistant. So that helps with the sound pressure. But, when we're talking to everyday use, we don't want to be screaming. So, we put holes in this design. And, we've made it generic. I mean, we've got our own branded headset. So yeah, if you contact us, if you've got like a AF accessories headset or a Ray Talk type boom, we can fit to it. So you don't necessarily have to buy just the headset from us. You can buy just the microphone and retrofit it. You just want to buy the microphone and hot glue it into a helmet and see how you go. Give us some feedback. We want to see this out there because, yeah, we want to make things good for people and safe. And again, communication is key. We stories get passed down generation to generation on a big scale, but being able to connect with a driver like that, even as a spectator, to know exactly what he's thinking or saying in that car before he leaves the line, I mean, that's awesome.
Yes, no, it is, and it's a big part of motorsports. And frankly, the popularity of motorsports has increased because of driver coverage and in-car coverage, to hear what they say in the moment, whether it be anger, elation. That's something we didn't get back in the day, right? You could only wonder what they were saying or what it was like to be in there. But with the advent of in-car cameras and in-car audio, you can hear the emotion of a moment as a driver crosses the start finish line with the checkered flag. That's a big part of every broadcast, to make that as clear as is possible for everyone. That would be a really great product. And I love it. So do you have product available for purchase now?
Yeah, we do. We've given out a couple of headsets to the people that helped us on the R&D path. Currently in stock right now. We are waiting on a new shipment to come in, but I've got about 80 or 90 headsets with the microphones available. And if you just wanted to buy the microphone itself to match your headset, just email us and we'll correspond and work things out, like in regards to fitment and design. I've got about 200 in stock, and we've got 1,000 we'll have 1,000 ready by Christmas, we believe. But we're hoping to get enough units ready for the new year. COVID and the current world conditions, especially in Australia, have not helped us at all. That has delayed us somewhat. Our webpage is very basic. We do have a better page that will be presented soon. But again, we're here being exclusive to you guys through ePart Trade. We aren't going public yet. So it's first come, first served. And the thing that I've sort of noticed too, drivers aren't engineers. They don't need to know what the car is doing. They just need to be able to drive it to the best of their capabilities. So, if they can't tell you right there and then in real time where the problem is, like let's say turn 6 is a problem for them, they're just slow. And they go, oh man, I can't tell you what the car is doing or how it's feeling. Okay, well, the team can go, just tell us when. So the driver can take that corner as hard as he wants. And when the corner feels bad, he can just go now, for instance. Right there and then they can look at all the data, log it and go, right, what's the car doing? What are these sensors telling us? Okay, let's adjust this. Bang. They can maybe get to the solutions a bit quicker and get faster lap times.
Well, as you said, from the paintings on the walls, communication, right? In the end, that's everything. Being able to clearly communicate your thoughts, ideas, intentions, feedback, and most problems that I see come from lack thereof.
And, motorsport's not the only one with this issue, with the migration to digital because of ambient noise. If we look at aviation, and this is on a global scale, Airbus A380, right? We take that plane. It's, pretty good, does its thing, it's got wings. Do you know what that plane in a World War II Spitfire have in common? Besides wings, they've got the same voice communication system to talk to the ground. Right, so here we have a state-of-the-art plane built now with World War II voice technology because we can't migrate to digital because of the ambient noise in the plane. This fixes it.
Interesting.
This is our aviation head. That's our aviation headset. Okay. So it just takes the microphone. Again, we're parasitic. So next week, I'm going down for our second trial at the airport. Got a couple of guys, they just want some headsets and they're just hooking us up in the cockpit just so we can get that ambient noise and see how they're performing. So the good thing is, because our technology isn't digitally based, aviation can migrate on their current World War II voice platform, use this microphone because it cancels noise in analog. We're going to improve that noise issue now. And then when they decide on a global level what digital platform to work with, DMR, NXDN, P25, they can just migrate the hardware, use the same headset, and they're going to get cutting edge digital voice cancellation technology instead of analog. So it works in both. So if you do have that VHF system in your trophy truck, you are going to get better audio through this microphone instantly. And when you want to upgrade to a digital platform, you can do that with the same microphone and you're going to get the same experience like you do at that with that YouTube video we put up.
Well, and that video, I think, is very, very telling for any of us who've been to the racetrack. Keith out there saying very impressive. And it certainly was, Andrew, very impressive, because that is worth 1,000 words, as they say. We've all been in that situation. and you have created a solution that doesn't require a total repurchase of everything that you've got, which is even better because most race teams out there, they've already got a lot of equipment in this arena.
You're invested.
Yes, you are heavily invested. And so I think you've got a good thing going. I see Francisque and I see Judy are back with us, but I just want to congratulate you on what you've done. That was tremendous. And I wish you luck with your product. I have no doubt that you will have many takers.
Well, contact me for a headset, man. I want to see that headset on your head at the track. So let's talk. Thank you so much.
I'll reach out.
Andrew, just so you know, the video as well as the previous presenters as video are on the homepage right now on ePart Trade. So go on ePart Trade.
Lovely.
And yes,
Francisque, Steph, several people in the chat section, they wanted contact information from Andrew again. So Andrew, just give that out one more time while we've got him here, so that they don't.
You saw that.
Yes.
All right, we are AF Accessories. So AFA. It is info@afaccessories.com.au. My name is Andrew Ryan. Contact me, and if you want to contact me by cell, it'll be what, +61 406 137 237. So yeah, I'm awake.
Excellent.
and again, you know, on the platform, you simply connect, and within one click, you can be in touch with Andrew as well. So again, you know, thank you, Andrew. And that's part of what we said too with Judy and Paul Feiner earlier. This part of Race Industry Week is also, you know, we have the big names, the, you know, big speakers, and, you know, but it's also bringing new companies and then showing to the industry, and we just have new ones back to back. And that's great because this is an industry about innovators. That's
what I'm most proud of too. The new companies that are coming on board, ones that you'd never see at trade shows, that just keeps buyers and people coming back to the platform. So I'm most proud of the new companies, Andrew.
Thank you so much.
And really, and it's not only new companies, but global. We live in a global world with, you talk about new technologies, and that's what we do as well here. You know, we're taking advantage of the new technologies to connect our industry and make it easier for people to engage worldwide. So thank you very much for being with us, Andrew. And then maybe next year for our own Race Industry Week, we should have, because I'm using a standard microphone here. But I don't think I need more for the studio here. But no, thank you very much, and enjoy. I don't know if you're going to the big race in Australia this weekend, but there's a pretty big one going on. So the Bathurst, and thank you for being with us. Stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session, and Joe is going to be staying with us as well, and we're going to bring our good friend from Intercomp, and we are delighted to. Carter and Aaron. And so Intercomp has been an institution in the States for many, many, many years. And that's the perfect racing company. You know, we're talking about the new companies, the big names, but this is an industry about the Intercomp world. And
I was just talking to somebody 10 minutes ago that was bragging about their product range and the quality of their products, and there they are.
Absolutely. Good to see you guys. Good to see
you.
Absolutely. So, and Carter had to adjust his schedule to be with us. He's a busy man, and thank you very much. So without any, it's 3 p.m. Pacific. So Joe Castillo, on to you.
Thank you very much, Francisque. Judy, appreciate you. Carter, hello, welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing great out there. I want to remind everybody before we get started, the chat section is on fire today, and we would love for you to submit any questions you have for the guys in the chat section. Feel free to take it in a little different direction. You know, I'm a very curious person, but I can't be as curious as everybody out there. And so by all means, we want your participation with the guys. So we got Aaron and Carter. Let's talk a little bit about what is the product and what is the solution that you are creating here today. I understand it is a shock dyno. You're immediately talking to to a lot of the folks out there who race, who compete, who challenge themselves on a weekly basis. I will say, Carter, that your audio is a little lower than we need it to be, just because it's a little low. So try to turn up the audio as best as you can. There you go. Yeah. You might have to get closer.
Get closer. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Hold on. Whatever you just did.
We'll get a little bit closer. Does that sound better, Joe?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, Aaron sounds very clear and Carter sounds low, like he's off mic. Is there a microphone pointed like directly at Aaron or? Okay, well.
Yeah, I can talk louder. Does that sound good?
Well, okay, that sounds great, but I'm just, forgive me for troubleshooting. It's so funny that we just had an audio guy on and now we're having an audio issue. I'm sure people are chuckling about that. But, okay, which one of you is Carter? Raise your hand. Okay, Carter.
That's me.
Now I know. Carter, your audio sounds fantastic while Aaron's sounds low and underwhelming. I wonder, is there something like pointed the phone, something pointed directly at you? Because yours is coming in loud and clear. And if you're going to do the majority of the talking, everything's going to be fine. I just want to let you know about the situation.
You know what? I'm pretty good at talking. I'll do the majority of it anyway. So
excellent.
Do I still sound good?
Yes. No, that sounds
all
fine.
right.
And Aaron, when you jump in, just be loud.
All right. So yeah, the shock dyno that we're just demonstrating one right here. We've been in the dyno industry and in the market for right around 20 years, and been heavily involved in it for the last 15 years or so. We've had a multitude of different models and really kind of adapted the machine to the change in what the industry and the market's been looking for. What racers and industry and businesses are looking for right now is it's a lot different than it was 20 years ago. So you know, we've been doing seminars like this for close to 20 years, and it looks a lot different now than it did, just for that reason. So yeah, looking at the units we're going to talk about today and kind of the offering that we have and the options within them, that's what we're going to focus on today.
Exciting. You know, you've been in the business 20 years and it's changed. How so, though? What are people looking for now that they weren't looking for 20 years ago with their shocks? And when we're talking shocks, are we talking a specific genre? Is this for off-road? Is it for competition? Narrow down some of the subject matter for us.
Right. Okay, Joe. Basically, when we look at the shock dyno, the offerings that we have a couple of different styles. We have an 8-horsepower model and we have a 3-horse. We have two different horsepower levels and really that's going to dictate for different markets. We really feel that we have a machine that fits into just about every single market available out there right now. And when you look at that, we really started out as primarily targeting the circle track market. Majority of our users were circle track racers. Dyno usage has been much more common in the short track, circle track market across the board. It's much more common among your pro racers all the way down to your weekend racers. And so it kind of started there, but we sell dynos from anywhere. We have equipment manufacturers across the world that use them as validation machines, all the way down to Saturday night racers that are using them to check their shocks to simply make sure that they don't have a bad shock for the weekend. A lot of people, such as myself, my company, we do about 1,000 shock rebuilds a year, and we need something to validate them. So the machines that we use a 3-horse model for that. And so small businesses, larger businesses, anybody that's trying to validate that measurement within the shock needs a shock dyno, and that need has come much higher within the last, say, 5 years, you've noticed with this product.
And so it has evolved dramatically, as has all motorsport and automotive. People have kind of gone, and everything, honestly, have gone off the deep end with their requirements. What's the origin story, though? I'd love to know that, Carter and Aaron. Like, how did you get into this? You've been doing it a long time. Seems like a very specified field and a specified knowledge. I know from drag racing that, you find all this horsepower, but if you can't get it to the track, well, what's the point? And shock technology has gone through the roof. Give me your origin story. How did you get into all of this?
Well, I can start out. Aaron can kind of add to it.
It's the most bizarre thing, Aaron. It's like you start to talk and you're left. It's like the microphone doesn't like you. It's the most bizarre thing because it goes down. Like Carter is loud. Now, see, I could hear your chair. Do me a favor, Aaron, and I apologize to everybody out there, but as a sort of an audio guy, I got to test this. Aaron, get real close to the camera. Like, get close. Talk to me now. Okay, but now, Carter, I need you to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. You're a 9 out of 10, and Aaron is a 2 out of 10, and there's no reason why. I am just intrigued, and I can't begin to guess what the reasoning was. Aaron, I apologize in advance, but it's so bizarre. And what are you guys using to speak with us? Just an iPhone or a computer or a laptop?
We got a computer with a separate camera and mic. So,
which way is that microphone pointed? Because I'm guessing it's a directional microphone. You guys want? Yeah. I really apologize for this, but you want to do a test? Switch spots.
Sure.
Yeah. And if we can hear Aaron all of a sudden and we can't hear Carter.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Joe?
Of course. There it is. I've solved the problem.
That's really what it was.
Okay. There it is.
So must be over there. We can switch spots. Nice to meet you, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Nice to meet you, Aaron. I apologize for the audio issues, but at least we got
it
settled out. Go continue with your presentation. Everybody out there, feel free to ask questions. These guys, they're warmed up.
I'm a drag racer as well, so you and I have something in common there. Carter is a circle track dirt racer. We're a weight measurement company by trade. So Intercomp's been in business for over 40 years, used by all forms of motorsports. We're known for our billet wireless scales. So 20 years or so years ago, because we're a measurement company, we weigh everything from Airbus 380s to military deployments, industrial applications. We took that technology that we have in software development and put it into a shock dyno. We're already doing coilover raters, rating springs and things like that. So it was a natural fit. Carter works with us. He actually sells dynos and rebuilds shocks as well. He's a shock expert as well as a dyno expert. So we thought, what the heck, let's do a dyno seminar. So we also do these at PRI. That we'll have them next week. Carl will be doing those as well as he'll have dynos running live in our booth. So
excellent.
That's kind of the origin of it.
No, and I appreciate it. Now let's talk about the different models of machines that you have and explain the difference between like the 3 horsepower model, the 8 horsepower model, standard versus high speed, and why one would fit a certain person's necessity. And you have, just remember, you got to switch spots.
Switch spots.
All right. We'll switch spots. It's the craziest thing, guys. I'm sorry, but you got a direct.
That's all right.
It only picks up that one spot.
Yeah.
It's definitely the most memorable of all of our seminars.
Well, we're glad to be that for you. So the biggest difference obviously is the horsepower and the power range of them. Yeah, so we were much more focused on the camera aspect of it. So the difference obviously between the 3 and the 8 horsepower model is a power difference. Not every single market, including the majority of the short track market and some of the industrial market, doesn't really have a higher power and higher horsepower need within them. Obviously, with a higher horsepower need, you have that's attached to cost and size, and it can be it's not necessarily needed unless you need extremely high shaft velocity. So when I talk about shaft velocity, what I'm talking about is how fast of movements we see from this shock. So if I'm looking for, I have a shock that has extremely high forces, meaning it can be extremely difficult, and it creates a ton of force if you push it in or you pull it out. And you take that shock And if I want to test that shock and have it, and I need to run it at a, sometimes it just has so much force that it needs more horsepower. It's going to need more horsepower to push or pull that shock at a given speed. If I want to run it at a high speed and simulate, like you were talking about, the truck market, trophy truck market, UTV market, power sports market, and such, I'm looking at high shaft velocities. Obviously, you're talking about vehicles that fly through the air and then land. You're going to see a very high shaft velocity from the shocks, and they want to test that shaft velocity, and they want to test it at a and be able to have something capable of it. Sometimes they're going to need something with a higher horsepower to be able to push that. So we really designed the 8 horsepower machine with the power sports and the off-road market in mind. And our 3 horsepower model, we do offer it in 2 different series. It's going to be, there's a high speed model and we have a standard speed model. Typically for our short track racing and oval track, you are going to see very high forces from the shock. So when we push and pull on the shock, a lot of times we try to hold those cars in attitude, meaning if you watch a dirt late model race or you watch a pavement late model race, those cars are held stable. They're kind of held in the same attitude all the way around the track. And a lot of times when you're talking about where did the origins of this happen and kind of what's happening in the shock market, that's really driven what we've done with the machines is that the need for the shocks to hold those cars in attitude and the attitude that those cars have gained over the years and what has developed over time in those industries. The shocks are heavily relied on to hold those cars there, and we build them. And the shocks are valved extremely aggressively. And when we look at that with a 3 horse model, which is more than enough for that market, our standard speed, which is like something I would use in here. The majority of the shocks that we build in our facility here are going to be for the short track market. So we don't have to simulate very high shaft velocities, but we have to be able to pull higher forces. A standard speed model is going to be built for that. Now, if we look in other situations where I have a lot of road race customers, and in some cases, power sports customers that are trying to simulate that higher shaft velocity, our high speed model will simulate that. It can go as high as 55 inches a second and give you validation curves up to that range. So it's really what the racer and the builder or the manufacturer, what kind of information they're trying to gather. Sometimes within all forms of motorsports and with all setup and all sort of weights and measurement technology, we take and sometimes we can simulate exactly what's happening, and sometimes we just build stuff within parameters of just to try to duplicate something such as the manufacturer would do. A lot of times, just making sure that they're going to build given amount of shocks, and the shock is going to be the same every single time. It's used as a validation in that case.
Got it. Okay. At this point, we're about halfway through. I think it's important to give people out there your website and your contact information. No reason to hold that back till the very end, because there are a lot of people who already know that this is something that they could take advantage of, utilize to make either themselves better or for their own business if they're looking to offer this service for folks. So why don't you give us that information, and then I got a couple of questions for you. And also want to remind everybody out there, if you've got a question, put it in the chat section so I can hit these guys with it and see what they think about what you guys have got to say out there. But Carter, what is your main point of contact, and where can people get a hold of you guys?
Yeah, our website is esssuspension.com, and then you can present the Intercomp, Intercomp, where you're going to see the actual units on there, and all the other products that we offer at Intercomp is going to be intercompracing.com.
Got it. Intercompracing.com. Now, are professional teams the only ones, who's using these? Are you starting to see, like, I don't really like the term weekend warrior, but those folks who are not doing it for a living, are shock dynos becoming more popular with those folks?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like you say, they're really at this point in racing, what's made these machines so popular among amateur racers is that really probably nobody's a weekend warrior anymore. Racing has become high level across the board. And so when we talk about the evolution of where it's coming, where we started 20 years ago, where it is now, we have a major part of our market is amateur race teams trying to check out their shock packages, and we're seeing an increasing movement within the industry to keep information in-house. Race teams, it's so imperative, the partnerships that race teams make with their industry partners, chassis builders, engine builders, and so on. And really the purchase of a dyno and people getting their own dynos, it's the next step for a lot of teams. It doesn't necessarily, really what we see a lot of, and I see a lot of with my shock dyno customers, is I see a lot of people, we have a lot of people that they're not even going to they don't work on their own shocks. They don't necessarily buy them to tune on their own stuff, but they maybe have adjustables, or they just want it as a validation tool because the shocks have become such an imperative part of their racing program. So yes, at the inception of this, 20 years ago, yes, it was only professional teams and manufacturers that we would see looking at a dyno, and everybody was pretty reliant on everybody else for that information. And at this point, you see rigs at the track with dynos pretty readily anymore at the racetrack. And like I said, they may have somebody build their stuff, but they're still looking at, in the case of them, even if it's built, they want to be able to check it themselves. And if they do a little bit of tuning on it, they get them back from builders, they get them back from manufacturers. They want to check that work is really what's coming. That's how imperative the shock programs are. And I talk because my background is oval track racing, so I talk heavily in that arena. We sell a lot to the drag racing market too. Shocks in the drag racing market have become huge in the last, I'd say, 5-6 years, where you've seen, we'd see cars that have, $100,000 plus motors, and I kind of chuckle sometimes with Aaron, and they have $150 shocks on them, and I say, it's kind of, for a person like myself, it's kind of humorous, where in the last 5-6 years the drag racing market has stepped up to where there's a lot of 4-way adjustable stuff and extremely high end equipment is getting put on those cars to make sure that they can plant that horsepower. And so with it, when you see that raised price in the market on the shock absorber, that's where people start looking at it and saying, I have all this money wrapped up here. They've got knobs on them. I can, I don't really know what I'm doing. I need to get my own machine and just test it and try to keep as much of this in-house. If I get that edge, I need to be able to keep it.
No, that makes sense. And even, the idea of sending something away to someone who's going to do some magic to it and send it back and you put it on, like, that's just kind of an old world thought now. People want to know why things work and why they're doing what they're doing. And that's part of the fun of the whole experiment too. Like, you're doing these things because you want to be hands-on, not just put something on. We got some questions out there, guys. Dave has a question. Dave says, if you're running the same shocks, are you able to see comparative data for performance over time?
Absolutely. When you look at the machine, what you basically do, it's very imperative for us whenever we're working on shocks or somebody's using their own dyno. I always say you want to get the data on the shocks immediately. The way like you say, if they're coming back from somewhere freshened, if they're brand new, that initial data is extremely important. That's your comparative data. That's what it is when they're brand new. And then, like I say, every single race or every so often, every so many races, you're going to put them back on the dyno, and then you overlay the graphs. You take the graphs and you take that data, you overlay them over top of each other, and you see if there's any discrepancy and see if it's moved. If it hasn't moved, then I know I'm in good shape, at least with that. And a lot of times we look at racing is it's basically a chess match. When a a car gets away from you and it's not performing like you want it to, a lot of times it's just about eliminating variables. And sometimes the dyno is going to show you that A, it's fine, or B, I have a problem here and I need to do something about that problem. So over time, and also it's very common, I see with dyno owners they'll do endurance tests on their stuff, and they'll do some heat tests and just see what the performance looks like over time and kind of simulate a time of a race. I've seen that happen before, where they'll say, I wonder how hot this shock gets, or what happens if I get shock fade and so on. What does that look like? And to be honest, what we see with current day shocks, the performance of them is so much higher than what we dealt with to begin with. They'll see that they can get pretty hot, and you're not going to see a whole big difference. But they like to see that kind of comparative data.
Got it. Another question. When are we going to be able to run the shock and spring together? A forward-looking question. Is that possible?
I get that question a lot. The answer to that is, the reality is with the shock is what we're measuring here with a dyno is you're measuring what kind of force the shock puts out at a given velocity. And a spring doesn't change with velocity. It changes with static movement and with pressure. So the two at this point, we really have to correlate the two to each other, or, when we look at what a spring and a shock do separate things. And a shock controls what that spring is, how quickly that spring is going to wrap up, and in cases we're trying to control how quickly it extends. So, like I said, that question, it does. I do get it a fair amount of why don't we put the spring on the shock and see what it does. But if you really don't have any comparative data for it, you don't really. It's kind of a moot point at this point. I think if the data we had out there, and if people started to really set cars up around the coilover shock data sheet, then it would become more relevant. But right now we separate springs from shocks, and the other thing I will say, with a crank style dyno such as we have here, it doesn't simulate the exact movement you're going to see within a car. A car doesn't make the wrap up or the movement of a shock. It's not necessarily in a linear rate, where when you have a crank, it's no different than a crank and an engine. It's going to have piston speed. It's going to speed up. It's going to get to top dead center. It's going to slow down to get to top dead center, and then it's going to reverse motion. That's the same thing that happens with a shock dyno. We gain that data off that. That's not necessarily what's happening on a race car. It's the way with the current state of how we build dynos and basically how we test shocks and everything we've gathered over the years. That's just how we gather the data. But the spring, so the two don't necessarily gathering data at that rate, and isn't, I guess, our priority at this point.
Got it. No, I understand. What about, and I see that Aaron has got something to show us. I do want to mention the RFX wireless load sticks that you guys have got going on. That's something very important. And I guess that's what it is. Aaron, remember your audio issue. You guys may have to swap positions, but what you got?
We are the first wireless load stick on the market. The nice thing about this is that you can go from using 1 to 2 to 4. I'll have Carter kind of explain the benefits to that. He's the expert in that area, but came out with these. Obviously, we had no shows last year. We did talk about it a little bit on the ePart trade broadcast previously, but these things we're beginning to sell them. They're on the market. They're ready to go. Very, very handy. They all go to the same kind of an indicator that we have with our scale systems that are known by all kinds of racers. That's kind of our bread and butter product. Very similar technology, only we're, simulating and putting it in the location of the shock. And I'll let Carter talk a little bit more. I know we're getting close to the end here, so.
Excellent. And thank you guys so much for working with us. Just so you know, your website up in the chat section. Everybody, if you want to get these guys, both of their websites, ESSsuspension.com and Intercomp Racing are both in the chat section. Click on them, check out the website, bookmark the website so you can go back and get a hold of both Carter and Aaron. Carter, you were going to say.
Yeah, just to give a quick overview of the load sticks and kind of how they work and what the basic point of them is what we found with our scaling systems is we're looking at load rates at the tire and actual physical weights. That's what scales are for. We try to tie in, and basically the racing market has called for tying in and figuring out what the actual physical spring load is on the race car at that point. So what you have here is basically this sits in the place of the shock. This is going to sit in the place of the shock, and instead of having the shock on there, take that out. You put this load stick in there, and you elevate the car, and the weight of the spring and the load that it would actually see at the shock, it's pushing down, and it pulls on this S-beam load cell, and it will take that, and it's going to generate a weight over on, just like our scales would, same load cells that we use, or same concept we would use, and it is going to take and it is going to generate a measurement, and it's going to tell us how much load we have on that spring, so we can take, in cases where we have adjustment with the in that area, we can take, in the case of most of our vehicles, we have a weight jack where we can put more load into the spring or not, and we can then tune the vehicle. And once again, getting that data and getting parameters and saying, oh, my car worked very good like this, and logging that, getting that down and saying, all right, that's where it's at. And then you just have another, in some cases, we'll put this on just to check to make sure things are where they were before. And in some cases, we'll go on there, we're going to make a tuning adjustment. We say, we are going to take this and we're going to put more load or less load into that wheel. And that's really where a lot of the setup has gone. And we have, so we tie everything in. We still scale our vehicles, but we also want to know, but scaling doesn't necessarily tell us the spring load that's going to be on them. So that's what this unit is for. So it's become pretty popular.
Gentlemen, is there anything we haven't mentioned that you want the world to know out there before we part ways? And I think you mentioned you'll be at the PRI next week with a couple of these machines in your booth. Why don't you give your booth number as well? Not that, we need to go to a trade show anymore, thanks to Industry Week here on ePart Trade, but many of us, Francis is down there laughing, but we want to swing by and say hi to you. So where are you going to be?
Yeah, so we'll be at PRI, and they go hand in hand. So we thank Francis for everything that he does and the work of people like you, Joe, mediating these things. I think it's great to have both. Carter will be in our booth, and he'll be running the dyno live. So if you want to see a dyno run or you have questions, please come to booth 1401. We have all that. Carter's also doing similar seminars in more depth. They're hour-long seminars in room 240 at PRI. So we appreciate everything you guys are doing. It's great. Like I said, I think they go hand in hand. Francis knows that. We talk about it. So Judy, thanks for your help. We appreciate it. Sorry about our audio issue. Obviously, it's on our end, but
this was really strange. I mean, it's just like we never experienced that before.
We're not in our normal studio because our stuff is shipping to PRI right now. So,
well, we'll see.
Yeah, I believe the audio is maybe on one side here, and it's on this one. So
maybe
we appreciate everything. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions?
No. I said thank you very much, and we pushed Intercomp's products back on the homepage of ePort as well. I'll see you next week as well, Aaron and Carter, and thank you for your support. And this technical issue, I was just that was something we never experienced before, and what a coincidence with the.
It's a new world.
No, listen, here's what it is. Here's what it is, guys. It's no big deal. Don't feel bad about it at all. You're using a laptop for your microphone, which is what you're looking at me on right now. But the camera is plugged in via a USB cord, and it's over there. Like, look at the camera, guys. Wave to us in the camera. Yeah, that's the deal. And the tiny little microphone hole is in the side of the laptop that's probably on the other side, and it's just giving us a little problem. No worries, though. You did a great job dealing with it. Importantly.
Oh, well.
And people got the word.
Learn something every day. The answer to the last question is, I think, yes, on the 8 horsepower dyno. And again,
Yes.
visit us at intercompracing.com or esssuspension.com. So,
Well, Joe
Excellent.
is the host.
Thank you.
He's now a technical computer expert as well. So thank you for for the insight. That was a really good one. Thank you, guys. Stay with us as we get
Bye, guys.
to our next session. And we are going to bring Paul Fanner and the team at Racer, and it's going to be a subject that's very dear to Paul and his team at Racer, and to us as well, which is diversity in racing. So Paul is here with us. We're getting George.
Paul is going to tackle this it's the new idea of this year and last year, diversity. Well, it's been around, but it's really risen to the top.
Yes, and I just wanted to personally join here and welcome George Tamayo, our creative director from Racer Studio, who I work closely with, and Jimmy McMillan, who's the chief diversity officer for Penske Entertainment. Welcome, Jimmy and George.
Thank you very much, Paul.
And thank you for joining us, both of you. I think just want to say a few words before you begin, and I'll step away. But I think what you're working on, Jimmy, is one of the most important things for our sport. And the audience that remains to be attracted to racing is out there. I know this is a sport for everyone and at all levels. And I commend you for what you're doing and for what Penske Entertainment's doing. And all of us, really look forward to a world where racing is the one sport that really sets an example of how everyone is welcome and we all compete and have a great time together in what I think is the greatest sport in the world. So carry on, and I'm looking forward to watching this, George. I want to just say a few words about you. George is the creative engine of our company and is the person that effectively runs our agency side, but is also a longtime contributor to Racer and deep experience in the motorsports and marketing business. So gentlemen, have a great session. Thank you, Francisque and Judy.
Thank you.
Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Jimmy, welcome to the show. Thanks for taking time out of your busy day to be part of it with us.
Excited to be here, George, and I want to thank Paul for his words, and I think he echoes the feelings of a lot of people in the sport. That everyone that I talk to has the exact same level of support and excitement and enthusiasm for what not only we're trying to do, but NASCAR and NHRA and many of the other entities have taken on this challenge.
Absolutely. So, as Paul mentioned, your role now is Chief Diversity Officer with Penske Entertainment, IMS, IndyCar, IMSP. Tell us just the quick background on the job and how you got to this role.
So actually, my role in motorsports started long ago in that I was actually I'm an avid motorcycle rider. I'm actually the president of the largest motorcycle club in the state, and I one day went to the speedway. It's kind of sight unseen, and met with Mel Harder and Paul Riley, who used to work at the track, and said, "Can I use you guys' track for free to have a charity event, a motorcycle charity event?" And they said, "How many people are you going to have?" And I said, "Oh, about 100 bikes," and it ended up being about 6,000, 7,000 bikes. And it was a very successful charity event, but that built a relationship. And then several years later, I decided to leave the law firm I was at and go to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and join what was then Holman and Company and became their senior corporate counsel. And that was on May 2nd, 2016. Fast forward, and Roger buys the track in January of 2020. And we really didn't know where Roger felt and where he stood on the issues of diversity. But then George Floyd was murdered. And Roger immediately had a conversation with Mark Miles, our CEO, who then called me. And we came in that morning and sat early in the morning and created what's called the Race for Equality and Change. I've been working on diversity issues my entire life. So it was fairly easy to think about kind of the pinpoint issues that we wanted to hit. But to have someone like Roger's support and effectuating that policy made it real and made it something that I thought was extremely obtainable. In October 2020, I was named the Chief Diversity Officer. I'm still the senior corporate counsel for the track and for the series. And we've been off to the races ever since, to coin a phrase, in terms of everything that we've done across this program that we've created.
Outstanding. Well, jumping right into it, I want to look at my notes here real quickly because I want to make sure I get all these statistics right. So we just, as most of us know, finished a census in 2020. And according to that census, the population of the U.S. is now topped 331 million people. So between this most recent census in 2020 and the last census in 2010, the share of people of color has grown from 34 to 43% currently. And the share of non-Hispanic whites has fallen to 57%, which might, I think, be the lowest ever in US history. Blacks make up 12% of the population overall. So looking at those top line numbers, very clearly the country is becoming more multiracial, more diverse. Yet we're not really seeing that representation in motorsports. Why, just in your experience, do you think that is? Why are we not seeing it, not just among drivers, but it's important to say that it's team personnel as well?
Well, I think there's a number of issues that go beyond racing. I mean, it's not just motorsports where you don't see the representative levels of diversity, and it's engineering jobs, it's law. In my own personal field of the legal field, you see it across the board. And, you know, those who study these things will tell you there's still a direct correlation to the effects of slavery. There's still a direct correlation to the effects of segregation. There's still a direct correlation to the effects of some of the policies that were in place that kept the status quo in place in certain places. And that's hard to reverse, even when you have well-meaning people who are not racist today, people who want inclusion. You have an education gap. I tell people all the time, when COVID hit in most of your major cities, your school systems were not concerned about whether kids would get educated. They were concerned about whether kids would eat. In 2020, there was still a concern in Indianapolis that 30% of the kids would starve if the schools did not open. And that shows you the vast wealth disparity when most of those kids are kids of color. What we have to figure out now is how committed are we to resolving this issue? This is not something that you're going to snap your fingers or you're going to spend $1 million or $10 million or $20 million and you're going to fix it. It's going to take a long and diligent effort to realize that we have to get folks into the pipeline. We have to give them the skills and training that they need to match up and compete with those who have already received that training or who were born into it or who have adopted into it for so long, so that they can be comparable in terms of skills and talents that they bring to the table and then be integrated into a successful program. No one wants to be hired just because they're Black or just because they are Latino. They want to be hired because they actually deserve the job. And I can't blame our staff, or I can't blame the staff of teams that say, look, if I got one person and they've been in racing for 15 years because their dad was in it and their grandfather was in it, and they've always had, where they were pretty much born with a wrench in their hand, I need somebody that's going to help me win today. I can't blame that person. So somehow we've got to get to a point where there are people of color, where there are women, where there are members of other communities who have that same opportunity to be born with a wrench in their hand.
Yep. So those are super crucial points. And I want to get to you to expound on that a little bit more later on. But first, I want to just sort of take a step back and understand your role specifically in not in motorsports as a whole, but IndyCar specifically. Part of the question I think some people are going to ask is that motorsports is a global sport. Whether you're talking about an international competition like Formula One or a national championship like IndyCar or things in between. So whether it's a driver, whether it's a team owner, whether it's a mechanic, an engineer, you do get people from all over the world that participate. And so if you look at the IndyCar field as an example right now, you do have an Alex Palou, you do have a Pato Award, you do have Helio Castro Neves, and so on and so forth. So how do you distinguish a diversity program different from citizenship? So you are getting multiracial in a sense, at least on the driver's side, but those people aren't, they're not, you know what I mean? They're coming from other countries. They've got the wherewithal to be competitive drivers. how do you separate what your mission is from sort of the natural extension of motorsports as a global community?
So there's 2 points that I think you raised there. One, let's talk about the driver issue, and I want to answer your question head on. First, when we talk about diversity, we are talking about global diversity, but we recognize that for some reason, we're still talking about Willie T. Ribbs as the only African-American, is the first African-American qualified for the Indianapolis 500 out of 2 African-Americans who have ever qualified for the Indianapolis 500, and it's over a 100-year history, and that's a problem for us, given the makeup of this country. It's a problem for us when I know that there are young African-American and Latinos in communities across America who want to compete and participate in racing and don't even believe it is an option. And I just don't think that that's the America that we want. Now, are we interested in international drivers? Absolutely. And are we proud of our international heritage? Absolutely. And do we consider that to be a part of our diversity? Yes, but we're not diverse enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I look at what we're trying to do, the driver piece is actually for a small segment of what we're trying to accomplish.
Yep.
When you look at our pit lane still does not look diverse enough, particularly when it comes to African Americans, Hispanics, and women. It does not look diverse enough. And I don't think anyone can argue with that. When you compare it to NASCAR, and you look at NASCAR's pit lane, which obviously is different and has some different components because they're people that go over the wall are not necessarily the people who all work on the cars back in the shop, but they look a lot more diverse, particularly from the standpoints of African American and Latino and women and female diversity. We need to aspire to do better. Second, when you look behind the scenes, or third, when you look behind the scenes, when you're talking about marketing, when you're talking about sales and sponsorship, which we rarely talk about, in the sales and sponsorship space, where are people of color? Because I would argue that if you had women and people of color who knew how to go get $2 million or $3 million to put a sticker on a car, you wouldn't have to worry about who's driving the car, because that drives who's in the car. We've got to think about where are the people in marketing, because if we had people in marketing with a perspective of being more diverse and broader, perhaps we'd have more sponsorships and more sponsorship people who are interested in our sport. Why do people go to the NFL? Why do sponsors go to NBA? Why do sponsors go to baseball? I would argue in some respects it's because they appeal to a broader base. We need people who are thinking broader across the board. And that means having a representative employee base across motorsports, not just in the seat of the car, where we have this international diversity, not just back at the shop, but across all of the jobs that we have, from chief revenue officer to CEOs to the people that we have doing accounting. There's a lot of opportunity that unfortunately you see time and time again. You don't see a representative employee base that represents America. And I think that's something that we can do something about.
Yeah, I think one of the next topics really is it's not just about multiracial, it's also about multigender or gender equality, the LGBTQ community being represented, or at least feeling like there's a place for them within our sport. Women make up, according to the last census, just shy of 51% of the population, and very clearly there aren't half of the people that work in motorsports are not women, and they're probably overrepresented in roles like media relations, but super underrepresented in engineering or senior management levels.
It's absolutely the case. But I mean, when you look at our IMS, IndyCar, IMS Productions, we're very proud that about 40 to 45% of our staff, our full-time staff, are women. It's something we're very proud of, and not just our staff, our leadership. My boss, Gretchen Snelling, who's been in the industry for 18 years and who I consider to be probably the best lawyer in motorsports, is a woman. But we can always do better across the board. And certainly in the engineering ranks, when we saw what Beth Paretta was able to do this year with her team and Simona De Silvestre and all of the women that she brought together, she showed that women can be competitive in the engineering space and on pit lane and in pit row and across. If she had an all-woman female team that qualified for the 500, and that's in year one of her competing in the 500. That is a tremendous accomplishment for a brand new team that was pulled together just for this this event and did not get to race a full season. I wondered to myself, what would Beth be able to do if she had the resources to race a full season, or what would these young ladies do? And I wonder to this day, when people come to me and say, I would love to become more diverse, I don't know where to find people. Well, my concept is called Beth, because she seems to just have had a whole team. You can't pick one of those people to work on your team. I mean, this is the mentality that I'm trying to disrupt, is that we can't find people, we can't discover people, we can't train people, we can't develop people. But I just watched Beth Paretta develop people. I see what Force Indy is doing under Rod Reed's leadership, and with Roger's support. But Rod has brought together a team in Force Indy that won a race in New Jersey this year. First year, these young men actually were part of an NXG Youth Motorsports program 15 years ago when it started. Went to school, got motorsports degrees, could not get a job with a team. Four years ago, when I was just working at the track as a lawyer, I used to have to beg for them to get tickets to get into the track. And now I see them competing at a high level, being able to perform as engineers. And now teams are starting to look at them and say, I think those guys have talent. Well, they've had talent all along. They just never had the opportunity. And now, one of my best memories of the 500 was walking up and down Pitton Road and seeing those young African-American men on IndyCar teams on Indy 500 race day, and what it meant to them, but also what it meant to people in the stands. Because ultimately, we want to show every young woman, we want to show every person of color, we want to show every person who is of LGBTQ status that this sport is for you. And the only way for them to believe that is that they actually see and hear and talk to someone who is in the sport succeeding in doing it. We just can't keep telling them there's an opportunity without making it clear by showing them and demonstrating to them that we've hired people and made opportunities for them.
Absolutely. Diversity programs, and I'm not just referring to motorsports or the things that you're working on, but there's a long history of programs, diversity programs succeeding, failing. There's always, it seems to me, sort of a bit of a minefield that you have to navigate with diversity programs. If you strive for proportional representation and you just start looking at numbers and percentages, it almost gets to a point where you get into the system of it's reducing quality to make a number, right? It's you're in because of a certain artificial door opening rather than real systemic change. And I think ultimately, and correct me if I'm wrong, or I'd love to hear your views on this, but I think the goal with all of diversity programs isn't just to change that representative number, not to have 2.3, African Americans, 1.6, Asian Americans, 2.4 Hispanic, you know what I mean? It's like that you're not really after a ratio, you're ultimately after systemic change. So how do you view those programs? And is the question really, if you're looking at it at the IndyCar level, you're already too late. You have to look at it at a ground floor level, give everyone an opportunity who wants that opportunity to take it, and then let the chips fall where they may in terms of who ultimately rises to the top. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. I mean, I strongly encourage everyone to read Lewis Hamilton's Hamilton Commission report. It touches on this issue spot on in terms of why efforts to recruit people of color sometimes fail, even in London. And efforts to work in some sort of situation where you're trying to get a ratio and instantly hit a ratio number, how that can ultimately fail, because if you haven't created a different culture, you bring folks in to the same culture that was toxic before, right? And so I can get you a number. I can go out and just hire random people, but if no one believes in the abilities of those people, if no one is ready to culturally accept those folks, if you have any types of either implicit or explicit bias that exists in your organization that you haven't dealt with through training, through conversations or otherwise, then that number is going to quickly eviscerate and you're going to be right back to zero. And may even be worse based on what occurred during the attempt. So that's why our program is more comprehensive. It's hiring, retention, recruitment, promotion, and cultural immersion and training. That's why it also involves MBE and WBE procurement, because you spend your money on the things you care about. And so if you're not investing financially in people of color and women in terms of their businesses and LGBTQ businesses, then the chances are culturally, it's not going to show up in your hiring, recruitment, retention of employees. It's about pipeline initiatives and realizing that people build relationships over time. It's hard to snap your fingers and create a relationship and cultural change. And so that's why we so invested in NXG Youth Motorsports. And we're getting invested in our local community pipeline programs like Riverside Soapbox Derby and other programs across different entities and places that we race that are going to create, we hope, pipelines to develop students and develop our next future generation of culturally diverse workforce.
Yeah.
It's about being inclusive. And culturally, you have a lot of folks who have the mentality that they don't want us at the race. If I think they don't want us at the race, I'm going to think they don't want me to work there, right? So we've got to universally work as a group to figure out why is it? What is it? What experience do others have that doesn't match up with our experience? And sometimes I found it's something as simple as no one ever invited me. No one ever said come, because when people come, they love it. People of color come, they love it. Women come, they love it. They love racing. It's something we all, those of us who drive, sometimes drive fast. And so there's something about it, but if you've never been invited. And so those pieces are more important than we need 5 more Black people or 6 more Latinos.
On that point, Jimmy, how much is your sense that what we're dealing with is not necessarily any kind of a direct bias, but it's this sort of almost, I'm going to call it like a bias of ignorance, like that people just think, well, what do you mean you can't come in here? Or what do you mean you think you're not, welcome here? Of course you're welcome here. But the perception perhaps that we give off, or how people on the other side perceive it, is off, even though people internally are kind of like, I don't understand why people think that they can't come here. How do you view that?
Well, I think historically there's evidence that at one point in time, African-American racers, African-American drivers were not competing with traditional white series. And if you watch Willie T. Ribb's documentary that's on Netflix, that's actual explicit evidence of the challenges that he faced as one of the top drivers in the world competing in the sport. And his stories are not isolated. You hear those stories over and over again from African Americans who tried to compete in the sport. We know what the world was like and what America was like in the 60s. It was not necessarily, particularly in the Midwest and in the South. Those were real. And when your parents and grandparents tell you don't go over there or don't go to that, they don't want you over there. And they give you the story of somebody who died. You typically listen to that story or do it in your own peril, right? So we know that happened. But then today, I think what you see is you see people who don't realize that the track experience has to be an experience for all, right? So maybe there's a lot of country music, and maybe that could be a little bit more diverse. Maybe the food selection choices could be a little bit more diverse. Maybe some of the wording and some of the insinuations and some of the things that are said and how they're done could be a little bit more diverse. Maybe the personalities could be a lot more diverse. All of those cultural kind of creations, when brought onto an event, will make people feel welcome and inclusive, whether it's the picture of the person on the ticket, whether it's how products are marketed, the way merchandise looks. All of those things say either A, this is for you, or B, it's not. And I think for a while, racing has been very protective of trying to keep its what's called core fan base.
Yeah.
And if you ask someone who's in the know, what is the core fan base of motorsports? What has been the core fan base of motorsports? The answer is not necessarily supportive of what we're talking about today.
Right.
Now we're trying to change that to what do we want the core fan base of motorsports to be in 10 years? Because the statistics you started with, George, are the statistics financially we all should be concerned about. By virtue of genetics, one day we're not even going to have this conversation because, George, your great grandkids are going to be some mixture of Black, Latino, white. Mine are going to be Black, Latino, white. And I believe, 15, 20, 30 years from now, because of genetics, we won't need to even have this conversation because we'll all understand. That's where we have to be, but we have to be preparing for that today. We can't be using a model that was built in the 1940s and 50s and 60s for having events. We've got to start thinking about what's the model that's going to be inviting and welcoming for all. And that may mean changing the look, the feel, and the drive of all of our events at all of our tracks, beyond just getting rid of the Confederate flag. That's a given.
Yeah. So I think we only have a minute or two left, but final question. This isn't really just about political correctness. This is also, there's a real economic survival position about this conversation that we're having. Can you just, in the minute or two we have left, sort of put context to why we're doing this? We're not just doing this so that we can, quote unquote, look better, but we also, we have to be doing it to some degree so that we can sort of continue to survive culturally as and as a sport, just not only in the US, but worldwide.
I mean, the world is a diverse place. You have women who are CEOs of companies, and I wonder what they think when we come to them and ask them for marketing dollars and marketing support and sponsorship. I wonder what people of color who are rising up the ranks in different organizations, what do they think? What do members of the LGBTQ community who own businesses think when we come to them and ask them to serve as sponsors within our sport, which is actually one of the most expensive sports to operate from a financial standpoint? We need to be prepared to have something to offer to everyone who's at the table and to be able to say, our market, our sport is branded to reach out as far and wide as possible so that we can financially reap the benefits.
Yeah.
Everyone has the opportunity to contribute, but they're only going to contribute to things that benefit them and that really speak to them from their heart and soul and from their position. And so we've got to do what we can to make that happen. And I'm proud to be a part of that.
Absolutely. I think it's important to remember that everybody buys cars, everybody drinks soda or drinks beer, or everybody goes, shopping for clothes. It's as a sport that thrives on sponsorship dollars, those products are sold to everybody, not just sold to one particular group of people. Jimmy, thank you so much for your time. It's been super enlightening. It's a huge topic that certainly deserves more than the 30 minutes that we got here, but every little bit helps. So thank you very much.
Thank
you
Jimmy.
So much, everyone.
Great.
Thanks for joining us.
Your energy and your passion. So thank you for your time today. Stay with us a few more seconds, both Jimmy and George, as we're transitioning to our next session. So please stay with us a few seconds. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors because without them, we would not be here today. So stay with us and we'll be right back after the little videos. The video should be coming on very soon. I'm getting a signal from our producer. Here we go.
The concept for ePart trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to eParttrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. And now we're going to bring on screen AEM. A special thank you to AEM, who's one of our sponsors this year. And again, without the support of our sponsors and our pro account and the ePart Trade platform, we could not offer you this week full of information, speakers, absolutely no charge. So very, very special thank you to AEM. And I think we got Lawson and Kirk.
That is double trouble right there.
It's him or him. I don't know. We're flipped on here, so we're already confused. How are you guys doing today?
Joe,
and
you have your hands full with this one.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I can already hear them, so we're ahead of the game. All good to go. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing
great.
well. Thank you.
Are we live now?
We're live, baby.
Awesome.
It.
Awesome.
This is live. And Francisco, Judy, thank you very much. For the next hour, we'll be joined by the guys from AEM, and to everybody out there on ePart Trade. I know we're coming to a conclusion here, but we do have Friday left. It is going to be great. Thank you, everyone, for participating. I'm Joe Costello. You'll have the opportunity to ask questions of the guys in the chat section. And if you want to take it in a different direction, if I don't ask the question that you're thinking, by all means, put it in the chat section, and we're going to do it. Okay, so first, because I don't know you guys, so who's Kirk and who's Lawson?
That's Kirk. I'm Lawson. Yes.
Hey, guys. I'm Joe.
Hey, guys.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Obviously, Francisco and Judy said such great things about you. We've been seeing the commercial, automotive electronics, really high-end stuff. But today we're talking a little bit about more about EV, and I think that's kind of interesting. Why don't you lay it out for us?
Okay. Yeah, we are going to talk about EV, and this is going to be a high-level discussion, very much an overview of the EV system basics for EV conversions and motorsports applications, the major components, how the different systems on the vehicle break down. And it's really intended for shop owners and for people who are interested and really want to know more about EV, but maybe they haven't done the research yet, or they're a little intimidated and they just kind of need that 1,000-foot view. Where do I start looking? What are some of the major components? So without further ado, I'm going to share.
Just want to chime in. There's a slide at the end. There's a couple of components that are really important about this discussion outside of just the EV itself. Our industry is challenged dramatically with the EPA, legislative and regulatory challenges for the tuners, for the engine builders, for race car builders. So we have a situation where you have, you always talk about the carrot and stick. And I've used this analogy a few times with regard to this market segment, or this emerging market segment, is that you have a carrot that there are some really fun, substantial performance benefits from EV propulsion. I mean, it's pretty fascinating, the performance benefits that are there. The stick is the EPA. We haven't got the RPM Act. SEMA has, in their efforts, has not been able to make it happen, and we really do have high hopes that it does come through for us and our industry. That would be great. But without that in place, the fact of the matter is the industry does have some degree of uncertainty with regard to the internal combustion engine use in race cars. That being said, that's the stick. There's another carrot. This is a brand new market segment. There are a very large number of shops and builders that are coming to us, AEM, at EV events saying, hey, I have customers asking to get this done. Where do I start? Where do I go to learn about this? And the fact of the matter is that these hot rod shops, fab shops, race shops, they already do like the hardest part, the fab work, making parts fit and work together. This is sort of the toe in this presentation that we put together, really is sort of the toe in the water to show you the key components required for propulsion and some of the things that we saw coming into this market segment that we believe brings some refinement and some safety to this opportunity, this market opportunity.
No, very exciting. I have seen some try to hold back the tide, if you will. And I think, I love the fact you guys are obviously petrol heads, you love high performance, and for you to entertain and educate on this subject, it's just, I think it's good. I'm very interested. We're all seeing, what's happening from street drags. I host street drags at Homestead Miami Speedway. Kids roll in with dual motor Teslas and they're blowing the doors off Mustangs and the tire never turns. And there's just so many amazing aspects of it. But there is pushback. Of course, we all know there's going to be pushback, but I love your carrot and stick analogy, because in the end, we like to go fast and accelerate and have fun with our families. It's a family sport after all. So take it away. I'm all ears.
All right, great. I'm going to share my screen and pull up a presentation here. Let's pull this up. And then I'll put this in. Here we go. Okay, can everyone see that?
I can see it.
You see it okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so again, this is a high-level discussion about EV conversions and builds, some basic components and things to consider. If you look at the 4 vehicles on the front, we're representing, your EV conversions, street-style conversions, as well as motorsports conversions. We've been involved in all 4 of those vehicles. On there, I'm sure a couple of them are familiar to you. The Huff Motorsports dragster on the bottom right was the first EV dragster to eclipse 200 miles an hour, and the Cobra Jet 1400 has so far run a personal best of 812, about 179 miles an hour. That Mustang in the top left is a Tesla swapped Mustang that we have in-house. It's one of our development vehicles. We call it the Testang. And it's got a base drive, which is a large drive unit, but the lowest power large drive unit that Tesla makes. That car does 1178, 1180 in the quarter mile, about 117 to 120 miles an hour on very average street tires. So again, going back to the performance of EV, if you haven't been in an EV, the performance is there. I strongly encourage you to take a drive, because I was one of those guys, several years ago. Oh, I'll never have an EV. It'll make sense. And then I took a ride in a Tesla, and that started to change my mind. We started going down this path, and I'm a full convert now. EV is very exciting, and it's coming. So what goes into an EV conversion? Before we get started, I want to talk about, briefly go over some basic terms and terminology.
Yeah, I'll chime in. So, the petrol head you mentioned earlier, everybody talks about TDC or TPS or WOT, we have all these, acronyms. This form or this market has a bunch as well. Anyone who's watching, I just recommend do a screen cap here. You could see there's a bunch of them. We're going to use them throughout, as we go through here. And one of the kind of key components here is, outside of the acronyms up top, it's also the power terminology. They talk in kilowatts and Newton meters versus horsepower and torque, foot-pounds or pound-foot of torque. We've actually added a little equation on the bottom that lets you, do the quick math in your head, or, someone could just, whip out their phone and do a calculation. What does 100 kilowatts mean? What does that mean? It's 135 horsepower. Things like that'll start to click. And our goal here today really is to show what are the major components to make these things go, stop, charge, and keep them safe. And then some of the features that go along with it. And then also begin to familiarize people with the terminology that's used commonly within the EV conversion market, EV motorsport segment. So that's kind of the gist of it right there.
Absolutely. And I'll also have PDF versions of this, and we provide our contact info at the end. So if anybody needs some information from this, please feel free to grab that, reach out to us, and we're happy to help and answer any questions that you have. So I'm sure you've had time to go through some of these. We'll be mentioning them, and we'll, if anybody has questions, just ask. We can go back to the slide, or we'll be happy to answer it. And just as a rule of thumb, a watt is equivalent. 1 horsepower is roughly equivalent to 3/4 of a watt, and it's kind of the other way around. 1 Newton meter is equivalent to about 3/4 of a pound-foot of torque. So it's just kind of a general term to start thinking about as you're converting Newton meters to pound feet and kilowatts to horsepowers. So what goes into an EV conversion? Again, this is very general, but some of the things that you need to start thinking about when you think about an EV conversion is obviously you're going to need to remove the internal combustion engine and the drivetrain if you were converting the vehicle to a direct drive unit. So a direct drive unit would be like a Tesla. The energy goes directly to the inverter commands the motor to spin, and you have propulsion. I don't want to get deep into our product line, but our VCUs allow you the capability to also control an indirect drive. So that would be a very traditional internal combustion setup where you have an electric motor coupled to a transmission, and then that is sending the power through a traditional drive line to the wheels. That is, as we've discovered, and as you've seen on the Cobra Jet, a big advantage to run an indirect drive, because for instance, on that car, we're able to literally idle or preload all 4 of those motors at the line, so it can take a really good hit off of the line, much like a traditional ice drag car. So you're going to need to consider motor and inverter selection. That's going to dictate how much power you're going to be able to create. Battery selection is critical because you're going to be power limited by your batteries, and you also have to consider fabrication. Where are they going to go? How are they going to be wired? Are you going to have to split the packs? So there's a lot of things. Are they going to be exposed to the elements? And if they are, does that make this a Sunday sunny drive car, or is it completely sealed? Can this thing be driven daily? High voltage component selections. We'll get into what those components are in a second. Again, I would imagine anybody watching this, or most people watching this, the easy part is the custom fabrication. You got to address the 12-volt system, there's safety considerations, and obviously, ultimately, how are you going to control the vehicle? So here's a very basic diagram of the different components that you'll find. We hope you liked our presentation. Thanks for watching. We're kidding. This is a very basic unit. It kind of shows a more standard layout of what you'll see in a car that's been converted. Typically, we'll see battery packs up in the front where the engine used to be. We'll also see them along the tunnel where a driveline used to be in a direct drive application. There's onboard chargers, DC to DC converters. You've got your control units and your electronic components that are going to replace all of your hydraulic, and your driven components in your internal combustion engine. And we'll get to all that right now.
Yeah, you just think of your accessory drive. You don't have to go back. You think about your accessory drive and all those accessories hanging off the front. You're not spinning those with an electric motor. You don't have some big accessory drive sitting out the front for a couple of reasons. One, it's somewhat inefficient. Two, some of these electric motors spin up to 17,000 RPM. So you'd have some challenges with your components staying together at that, or even keeping a belt on it. So that being said, to Lawson's point, there are devices out there, fortunately, available that allow you to replace all those with an electric driven, in some cases low voltage, in some cases high voltage, the 12 volt to the 400 volt range.
So this is a little more detailed diagram of just a high voltage system. So these orange lines represent the high voltage cabling.
Kick in on that. So you'll see a lot of like if you see in this jacket, there's an orange webbing to it, and you see the orange lines for the high voltage. That's actually an industry standard. If you look under the hood of any EV car or any EV conversion or EV race car, you're going to see an orange cabling, up in 2 gauges, a fairly substantial. It's a little bit smaller than a garden hose, but that's where all your current's flowing. So you'll see there's actually an actual picture of a pack. I think that's a battery pack, but you can see all the orange cabling. That indicates high voltage. So that's one trigger right away. So when we do schematics, anything that's high voltage is going to typically be in that orange color.
That's a good way to think about it when you're diagramming or you're outlining the car. Is you want all your start thinking orange when you're thinking your high voltage components. That's an industry standard. Even down to they have an actual process color for the orange for high voltage cabling. Marketing guy, I pay attention to stuff like that. So within the high voltage system, your battery packs are going to provide you with the energy to create the most power potential from the motor to get the best propulsion. Typical EV voltage, high voltage packs are somewhere between 400 up to around 800 volts currently, and they're made up of lithium ion cells that are strung together, and they're strung together in parallel, and then those packs are typically connected in series to one another. Yes?
No, I'm good.
Okay. You'll see, what a couple of the common ones that you'll see coming out of junkyards will be from Tesla, Chevy Volts. There's also offerings from LG Chem, Samsung, Life PO4. There's some other ones out there, but those are some of the major ones. And this is something that Kirk and I talked about, and it's really, really critical, is the C rating of your batteries is very, very important. A C rating basically, as it states in there, it means that the discharge current will discharge the entire battery in 1 hour if you have a 1C rating. So a 1C rating would be common on like a forklift, something like that, not something you're going to want to put in your EV. A good way to think about this, and this is Kirk's analogy, I think it's perfect, is think about your fuel system for your internal combustion engine vehicle, right? At some point, if you add, you open up the breathing, you add a turbo, you do all this, you've got to add more fuel, right? Your limiting factor becomes your fuel. It becomes like, hey, how big are my lines? What are my AN fittings? Well, how big is my hosing? The batteries are very much like, well, they are actually your fuel system of your vehicle. So the higher the C rating, the higher the voltage and its ability to transfer and maintain current, that's what's really going to allow you to get to extract the most performance. Now that's more critical in a racing application. And again, we'll get into some of this a little bit further down the road.
Right. Just to expand on that a little bit, when you're talking about the battery, think of it as your fuel tank. You have this massive battery, so you can have massive range. But if you want increased performance as well, which means a higher current dump, that's where we're talking about the C rating. So that's where the analogy is: a bigger fuel pump, bigger fuel lines, big regulator, big injectors, all these things to get the fuel up to the engine. In this case, now you have a battery that has a larger dump capacity to get the energy to the inverter. So that's kind of the back half of your fuel system. So that's just to further expand on it a little bit.
Yeah, and to that end, in our testing, we've seen this on the dyno with different styles of batteries, with energy batteries, something like that comes out of a Tesla, where it's designed for long life. I mean, it gives you that hit, but then it derates itself to sort of protect itself from a temperature standpoint and also a depletion standpoint. Hybrid electric batteries tend to be very, very good for racing applications because they have a higher C rating. They tend to just let it eat. They just feed current longer. And while you're obviously limited from a power standpoint in the motor, what it's ultimately going to make, so it's ultimately an electric motor will make consistent power. Your ability to create area under the curve and carry that power longer. And as we all know, as racers and performance guys, the more area under the curve, especially from that low to mid range, the better acceleration you get, the faster you're going to go, the quicker you're going to get out in front of everyone. That's all evident in the dyno results that we've seen with hybrid electric batteries versus, say, an energy style battery out of a traditional battery electric vehicle. Is that making sense? Okay. So in addition, you're going to have contactors. Contactors are basically just giant relays for the high voltage systems, activation and deactivation. So typically one is going to be required for your batteries in series, also your onboard charger. And these are going to engage and disengage the high voltage system.
Right. So what's really important here is that when the vehicle's at rest and shut down, so in a vehicle, an internal combustion engine, a traditional car, you turn off your key, you take it out. There's shutdowns that occur within the ECU, so the engine doesn't keep running. There's a lot of things that happen. In this case, the contactor's job, based on input from the VCU or some other control device, is to basically insulate the battery from the rest of the drivetrain on the high voltage side. And that's all that's going to do. And then once it's insulated, it's in a position where it can be charged or just set at rest. So that's the contactor's role, is to disconnect the drivetrain, the inverter and the motor from the actual battery pack itself.
So another common component is your onboard charger. These devices basically convert your AC power to DC power.
Yeah, so it's your onboard charger basically taking your wall, either 110 or 220, converting that over into DC and pumping the DC battery back up, filling it back up. And then there's also usually a lot of the onboard chargers, they call them OBC, also have a DC to DC converter integrated. So it serves two purposes. One is to recharge the battery. Two is the DC to DC step down. So you have this 350 or 400 volt battery, and we referenced the 12 volt circuit earlier. You still have a little 12 volt battery, but there's no alternator anymore. And that little 12 volt battery plays a pretty significant role in waking up the system to turn your controller on, meaning the VCU or whatever your control device is or devices are. And then the DC to DC kicks in, and if you put on your AC blower or you have cooling fans or cooling pumps for conditioning the battery packs or cooling the onboard charger and DC to DC unit itself, all that is powered by the DC to DC converter. So that's actually handling your whole 12 volt circuit. The battery pack, or I'm sorry, the 12 volt battery isn't, the DC to DC is. So it's a really critical component.
Very much so. And that we cover that in the next slide. So I'll kind of cruise past that one, and we'll get into the different types of charging systems in a little bit here too. So this technically the charging port isn't part of the high voltage system, but obviously connects to the high voltage system because it provides a means for which to charge the battery. So if you're unfamiliar with the different styles of chargers, level 1 chargers, this is your standard at-home charger, slow, really slow. Standard is J1772, and Tesla also has a proprietary version of it. Level 2s are faster, typically 4 to 16 times faster than a level 1. You can find them also at home. Most common, if you have a 220 outlet in your house or you've wired for a home charger, then those are where you'll find them at the house. Otherwise, you're going to find them out in an office environment. And again, 1772 spec, also Tesla proprietary. And level 3 chargers now are your fast chargers or your Tesla supercharging station, which I'm sure everybody's heard of. These charge at 3 to 20 miles per minute versus like 12 to 80 miles per hour of charging time in a level 2. So they're very fast, and these are only going to be found at like a standard charging location. At least at this time, they'd be cost prohibitive, probably to even put in a shop unless you've got a really big shop and you're moving a lot of EV vehicles. So the cool thing is right now, level 3 chargers are being developed as a CCS, which means combined charging system. So what that means is that you will now have essentially 2 ports for a level 1 or level 2 charger. But if you're out and about or you're going on a long road trip, you can plan accordingly to go ahead and hit a level 3 fast charging station and be able to go and maybe use the restroom and grab a sandwich and get back out on the road in time, but still charge it at your house without having to have 2 dedicated ports to charge from. So Kirk mentioned the DC to DC converter. This is really very much like an alternator on an internal combustion engine vehicle. And it's what allows your whole low voltage system battery to remain charged, run your low voltage system. Finally, we get to the motors and the inverters. An inverter is what controls your motor. So it takes the high voltage DC power in, and it outputs an AC voltage to the motor and commands it to spin. And then the motors obviously are what spin and propel the vehicle. There's a couple different types out there, but we'll just kind of leave it at that for now. This is a unit that we're very big on here. A smart shunt is a really good addition and something to consider when you're doing a conversion in a race car build. It can be used as a very simple BMS, but we really like to use it because of its integrated current voltage and temperature sensors. So we use it in conjunction with the BMS as an additional monitoring, and we're able to take that data into a VCU and then command. The VCU can perform commands based on that data to protect the battery, to protect your battery system, and essentially protect the vehicle.
Right. So the shunt itself and the information coming back to, in our case, the VCU, it's really critical because you have, again, like an internal combustion engine where you have a number of different sensors that allow the programming in the ECU to output. If you had a temp sensor that showed a high coolant temp or your intake air temp was climbing, you might pull timing, push fuel, overall reduce power. This is a very, very similar form of information for the VCU. It's looking at currents and it's looking at the current demand. So the torque demand is going to equal a current demand. And if you have a temperature rise or you just don't have the voltage available, the VCU will take this information in saying, hey, I know you're asking for X torque or this much throttle, but I have to derate because the current isn't available or there's a temperature spike. So this really is a component of safety more than anything else, and just information for the VCU and for logging. People out there who are going to do conversions are going to use these things a lot to help them figure out, to Lawson's point, the C rating is adequate for the performance that they're trying to gain, or to make sure that their cooling systems are adequate. So if you have a battery temp pack that's climbing, the shunt is going to be looking at the current. The VCU is going to say, hey, and the BMS, all this information is coming in saying, oh, wait a minute, we have a little bit of a runaway situation over here. So stop asking for all this power, and it can derate based on that, meaning reduce the actual power output by this. And at the same time, it can push a message up to the dash and say, hey, derating due to battery temp increase or X degrees. But the shunt plays a really huge role in providing that bit of information.
Yeah, it's very critical. And to Kirk's point, when you talk about safety and protecting the batteries are going to be the single largest investment for your customer. And getting it right is important, but more importantly, making sure that there's a balance between the performance, but also the longevity of the batteries, and also making sure that they're monitored so that you don't damage them is really going to be critical to ensuring long-term happy customerness. So. Cabling spec, as you see, and Kirk alluded to, we've got high voltage orange here, and it's your very large copper cabling with orange loom. So we've talked about the high voltage system. There's really 3 electrical systems and then components within them. Let's go ahead and get over to the low voltage system, which I would imagine for everybody looking at is pretty common. The great thing about an EV conversion is you can really retain a lot of the low voltage accessories and system and setup in a conversion vehicle. The caveat to that would be the pin scour we're working on. That's what was it
was a 24 volts, so now we have to do a 12 volt conversion on the vehicle itself. So, but that's an exception. It's not the rule.
Yeah, definitely an exception. As we talked about, charging is supplied by the DC to DC, so that's your alternator. And controlling these devices, again, you can wire them up in a very traditional way with redundant sensors if required, if you got to have information going a couple different ways, relays and all kinds of extra wiring. Or the great thing about EVs and EV systems is they've all been developed with extensive use of CAN bus networking. So if you're unfamiliar with CAN bus, it's short for Controller Area Network. It was developed by Bosch, I think in like the early 80s. So it's been around for a while, and it's been used more and more on the internal combustion engine side since the early 2000s, and it's used exclusively in EV applications. And what makes CAN bus great is it allows you to take lots and lots of data from a lot of different points and send them all over the place, essentially over a 2-wire connection. So when you're able to utilize CAN bus, you're able to utilize something like a power distribution unit like our PDU-8 or a PDM, a power distribution module, you're eliminating all of that additional unnecessary wiring, all of those relays, all of that. And more importantly, as it is specific to our vehicle control unit, it allows our PDU-8 is all programmed through this AEM-Cal software in our vehicle control unit. So it really provides a centralized point of control. for which to control the vehicle, not just the torque management, all the things that spin the motor and create performance, but stuff like your headlights, your wipers, your taillights, your windows, your air conditioning, all of that stuff can be rewired very elegantly and cleanly through our PDU, and then controlled and commanded via our vehicle control unit.
Right. So you think of like if you think of an earlier car, they usually have one fuse panel, one fuse box, and it's up in the wheel well someplace. And then from there, all the wires run throughout the whole vehicle. Our theory was that if someone's doing a conversion or a scratch build, whatever it might be, it would be really great if you can position the power where it's going to need to be distributed. So, think of some of these vehicles, you might need a PDU up in the front for some coolant pumps and fans. You might need one in the rear for, brake lights and contactor box control and some other device. You might want to have one in the center of the vehicle for wiper motor, AC blower, and some other things. So rather than having this single location and then wires running the entire length of the vehicle, you can actually position these modules in these 3 areas, and then from there, distribute your power. Now, the only thing going to these vehicles from the VCU and from the DC to DC, the DC, there's one cable that it's shown in this image. It's maybe a 12 gauge wire or 10 gauge wire, and then 2 CAN wires, just 2 wires that run from the VCU to the PDU to command it to tell it what to do. So it's to Lawson's point, and to some of the conversions that we've done in-house, where we can literally pull out, in one vehicle, I think we pulled out 18 pounds of wire from a race car, and added this in, at like 3 or 4 pounds total, with all of our cabling and the sub harnesses that went in. So kind of an elegant way to deal with a wiring harness situation.
So back to Kirk's point, we made these small with 8 channels each, but you're able to daisy chain multiples together.
They're about the size of a cell phone, a little bit thicker,
Yeah.
roughly. And this isn't. I don't want to turn the overview into a AEM commercial, but these are, historically AEM's done a good job of listening to their customers and meeting their challenges, and that plays into a big part of our success. So when you're standing in a facility and you're listening to someone complain about wiring the whole car and these massive expensive harnesses, you look at it and say, there's got to be a better way. And you talk to the engineers here, we talk amongst ourselves, and we come up with these solutions. In addition to these, just being CAN controlled, there's something else that's really nice, is that it's a 2-way communication. So while the VCU is doing the heavy lifting with the calculating and telling it what to do via CAN, it's also listening to the PDU. So the PDU can give information back saying, everything's cool, everything's great, and there's no problem here, right down to the point where we can actually monitor current and voltage by wire output. So if there's a short circuit, there's a CAN message that comes back to the VCU and say, hey, there's a short or an open for the brake light or for a pump. And again, that information can be pushed up to the dash with a warning signal to the driver of the vehicle or the person doing the work saying, hey, there's a problem, and here's exactly where it is. You don't have to guess. You don't have to go to a fuse and let the fuse blow 3 times. It's going to tell you what's going on, in that circuit, which is another huge advantage of CAN.
Absolutely. So to Kirk's point, as you can see in this diagram, and this mirrors one of our development vehicles, you can see we have PDU strategic. Oops, I'm sorry. Let me get that back. So we have PDU strategically placed in this car up front. So this PDU is controlling the headlights, and it's also, let's see, what do we got on this one? Oh, you got the contactors on this one. Yeah. This one, it would be controlling the CAN keypad. It would also be controlling the dash display, and the PDU in the back would be providing the 12-volt power to wake up the inverter. Looks like the motors and the taillights. Yep. Yeah. So as you can see, the ability to utilize CAN bus and utilize PDMs really simplifies the wiring, eliminates weight, which is critical for our race builders, and just provides an overall more elegant and intelligent solution to vehicle development, because it's going to allow you to, if there's a problem, find it really fast and shorten up that downtime, get that car in and out so that you can be more profitable. So leads us into CAN bus networking. As we talked about, CAN bus lets you send a whole bunch of stuff across a couple of wires, communicate one or two ways. And, even on conversions, and this is one of the opportunities that we saw coming into this, is even in EV conversions, we were seeing CAN bus networking on an EV conversion. Really cool resto car with an EV swap. But it had, the BMS and the batteries were all on one CAN network. And then it had maybe a CAN spoofing device that was integrated into a Tesla style swap. But neither of those systems were speaking to each other. So again, kind of going back to Kirk's point with safety and battery temperatures and available currents, if the inverter doesn't know what's available and it commands it, that's a potential for damage. And that's where things can really, really go wrong. And so, again, the utilization of CAN bus and the ability to pull all of these various CAN networks into one place in the VCU, in our VCU, for instance, it now gives you all the data you need to be able to program conditions to really not only get the best performance out of the car, but ensure the best safety as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about safety in a minute. But, again, going back to this diagram, you can see there's essentially 3 CAN networks in this. There's this green CAN network here. And that's networking various PDUs, the dash, also the pump, the inverters. And then we've got this, or I'm sorry, did I say green and hop to blue? Follow the traces, guys. You can see there's 2 independent networks here. And then there's a 3rd CAN network down here, which is the network connecting the VCU to your laptop to program with AEM-Cal. But again, the beauty of this is you have the ability with CAN bus networking. There's no guesswork. All the data is there. It's really up to you to be able to go into it and sift through it. And once you understand how it's flowing and how to utilize it, not only for programming and setup of the vehicle, but also for diagnostics and troubleshooting, this stuff starts to get a lot easier. Really fast.
Stick on this for a second. Yeah. I'm just looking at the time. So one of the things that we noticed when we started looking at this market segment years ago is that, to Lawson's point, you had these great devices, but they're working in their own vertical. So you could actually independently program a BMS. You can independently program an inverter. You could independently program a DC to DC. So you could have these devices all working together and not really cross-communicating. So there's a term that JR, one of our lead engineers here, coined. He said, there's literally no adult in the room. There's no one saying, hey, you can't do that, you can't do this, and why are you doing this? So that if there's no adult in the room, these things can run on their own and run out of control. So we saw this opportunity, again, if you go back in time in the tuner days where we had the alphabet soup of all different devices on an internal combustion engine for boost control, knock control, sub injectors, you had alphabet soup, they called it. And you had to work really hard to make them all work together to get the performance that you wanted. That's a lot of what we saw on the EV conversion market side as well. So back in the tuner days, in the early days of tuner, we came out with a standalone engine management system that tied everything together, that was plug and play into the factory harnessing. So you could do away with the alphabet soup. You have one location for all your programming and one location for all your logging. This is a reminiscent position that we're taking. We have a single supervisor device that oversees all the devices we're talking about right now that are critical to propulsion and safety. And it's one destination for the data and one destination for the programming. So the adult in the room really is the VCU. So this isn't, forget about it being AEM. If there's a controller out there that can communicate with all these devices and has a user interface that allows you to put in programming to keep them all communicating and then keep them in harmony, and if something goes out of line, keep things safe, that's a device that should be integrated in any EV conversion. So forget about the AEM logos right now. We're just talking about pure safety and simplifying and understanding and knowing exactly what's going on at all times.
Yeah, particularly for a high performance EV build and a motorsports application, it's really, really critical that everything is integrated. So this is your three essentially electrical networks on an EV system together. And what we're hoping that you gain from this by us breaking them out and showing you sort of each subsection of the parts is this isn't really as complicated, I think, as a lot of guys think. And really, once you start to wrap your brain around the nomenclature and how it all comes together and what the spec is, these tend to be less complicated than most racing builds and actually just a lot of really, really good custom builds. EV becomes easier.
Yeah, the goal is with devices like the VCU and some of the other devices integrated is to engineer the complexity out. There's thousands of bits of data, running across these CAN networks, so it can be incredibly crowded and incredibly complex to look at, try to sort through all that. But if AEM or other companies, as they go along and they simplify the interface, and those thousands of channels of information, it's still going on in the background, but you can just have a knob where you want more or less and keep things safe. That's really ultimately the goal. The goal in the end, we're talking about EV conversion, you talk about naysayers. What we want to do is take the but out of it. The only thing in the end, if it's done well, the only but is you lose the exhaust note. Everything else, you're going to wind up with a cleaner, more efficient. I mean, these motors and these devices run well over 90% efficiency. So the cooling systems are minuscule compared to internal combustion engine requirements. And your performance gains can be substantially greater, especially in classic cars. And a classic car conversion done properly, you're not molesting the chassis itself with any kind of fab work. Done proper, it's a snap-in where you're not modifying the body, so you're not upsetting the value of the car long term if you do decide to go back to an ICE and push it across, an auction block or something like that. But that's really the goal. Outside of us just saying, hey, look, here's the major components. It's also, in the end, if we do our job well and the people doing the installation do a job well, the uptake on this, I think, is going to be incredibly fast. Because you do have that stick called the EPA, but at the other end of it, you're going to have really satisfied customers that don't say, yeah, but. There is no cold start, there's no choke cable, there's no oil dripping, there's no fuel cell smells. It just, you get in, you push a button and it just goes. And by the way, it goes really well. So these are all things that play into this conversation, so people understand what the opportunities are.
Absolutely. And to expand a little on what Kirk was saying, the performance is definitely there. I mentioned we did 1178 in our testing Mustang. That car with the 3-valve mod motor was a high 13.8 14-second car. So we're 2 seconds faster than that car in the quarter mile as it came out of the factory. And it's a good car. I mean, I love the S197. It's a great car. It's a blast to drive. A lot more fun with that Tesla swap in there. The other thing I'll allude to is on the conversion side. So you think about engine swaps and things like that, and they're becoming more challenging with the EPA regulations. The testing is certified as a Tesla for street legal use, is registered in California as a Tesla. That took us a half an hour at the DMV. What?
It's registered as a Tesla? Or an
Yeah,
EV?
is I think a Tesla. I think
Okay.
they're registered as a Tesla, but for sure as an EV. And to provide an anecdote to that, our controller here, Tony, has a track car. He's got a Honda track car. He did a case swap in, but he wanted to get it certified for street legal use, and it took him several months and several $1,000s to do that. We were in and out of the DMV in about 30 minutes with the test tank.
That's awesome.
As a full conversion legal. That's incredible.
Yeah.
In California. So a lot of advantages to the street performance crowd. So what are some other things that you may want to consider that you're going to need to consider? Some of the stuff you're going to need: fuses, obviously. And you're going to need to convert, as we mentioned before, some of those hydraulically or belt-driven components to electric. The great thing about that is they're already readily available out there. Testing uses a electric power steering pump from a Volvo, I believe.
So, yeah.
Yeah. It's got an electric cooling fan. It's got a 4 drive-by-wire brake accelerator pedal. The last thing on this list, and it's super critical, and we recommend it for every EV conversion or any EV build, is an insulation monitoring device, or an IMD. And as it states on there, it monitors the resistance of a high voltage electrical system. But I think Kirk has a real elegant and basic way to say why this is hypercritical.
Yeah. So I just want to touch on the devices that Lawson started with. The fuses. We're talking about high voltage, high current fuses. So in the event of a bad off or a bad accident, and there's a short circuit someplace, these fuses will fail and decouple the battery from the drivetrain. We're talking about in a lot of cases direct drive. So you don't have the opportunity to throw it in neutral. There is no, it doesn't work like that. It's coupled up. So if something bad happens, you want to make sure that you can decouple the battery pack from the drivetrain. That's what these fuses are intended to do. The brake pedal and the throttle, we're using late model components from a lot of drive-by-wire cars because they have redundancies built in. We love redundancy, so it's got a 2 0 to 5 outs for throttle inputs to the VCU, so we can actually see if one goes down, we can flag a signal and derate or put it into a creep mode, so you don't have to worry about any kind of runaway or oh no, our time's up. 2D's back.
Hurry up.
Sorry. And then
Chat section is over the top of it.
So sweet of you.
To what Lawson was talking with the IMD. The IMD is basically looking, it's like a continuity test between the high voltage circuit and the chassis of the vehicle. So if anything is wrong, if there's any energy leaking to the chassis or to the body of the car, which can be very dangerous for its occupants, this gives you a flag, and it can again initiate a message to the VCU. The VCU can send a message to the dash, but most importantly, open the contactors to isolate the battery. So it's a really critical safety component.
So that brings us to what we do in the control systems. Until recently, really, until we came around, most conversion control systems were comprised of a couple different things. CAN spoofers, which sort of it's not an uncommon device, a lot like the boxes that we were talking about on internal combustion engines back in the day, where they're basically taking a signal and modifying it and then sending that to the ECU and tricking it into thinking that it's seeing something that's really not happening, so that you can get the vehicle to work. And we all know the inherent drawbacks and potential issues with that. They work, but it's how well do you want the vehicle to work?
Yeah. So having, again, this is not an AEM commercial. This is what's critical, to have a supervisor, an adult in the room that can give, again, trying to take that but out of the equation. Oh yeah, but if you have a car set up with just an inverter as a controller for the motor and a 0 to 5 running from your throttle to the inverter, it'll work, it'll go. But wherever your foot is from 0 to 100% is the torque demand. So with a good controller that has programmable torque demand, you can actually put a torque curve into it. You can have traction control. You can have map switching based on performance curves that you can have in it. You can also have torque by time, torque by distance. There's a lot of features that you can, even creep mode. So as you're going through a parking lot at low speed, it's just your brake pedal. You're not driving with 2 feet trying to get through a parking lot. So there's a lot of features that a good controller can bring in. And like I was saying earlier, it's bringing all the devices together into one location so you can see everything that's going on. But most importantly, it's giving a suite of features that the tuners out there are accustomed to seeing. So when seeing dynamic launch control, which is rolling anti-lag, we have line lock, built into our system as a feature set. So there's all these motorsport features that are in there that the tuners are going to welcome, versus just trying to manage the throttle or the torque or the power with your foot. Remember, electric motor, AC motor, these are big, in many cases, big power, and 100% torque on demand sounds like a great idea until you put your foot in it and you're blazing the tires every time, versus having something that's saying, hey, I'm going 3 miles an hour. It can only handle 150 foot-pounds of torque. So let's roll the torque in. And we can do that with our controller. And like I said, there's others out there, but that's sort of the idea behind it, to give the user a much better experience.
Yes, and that leads us to what our solution. So, and whether it's ours or you know, a comparable solution out there, you know, we really believe that our system and what we've developed has been based on the research of what exists out there, empirical evidence of the vehicles that we've had the good fortune to work on. We've had fantastic partners who brought us up to speed, and we got a really intelligent and motivated group of engineers who are full speed on this every single day. And that's what you see on this page. So what you're seeing is essential, the adult in the room, or the adults in the room in the center of that, in our VCU 200 and 300. It allows you to control anything from 1 motor to up to 4 different motors and inverters. But more importantly, it allows you to see everything so that you can truly dial in a vehicle, whether it's a motorsports application or a street performance vehicle, to be something that you can take to the track, but you can drive it to work every day as well. And that's by the utilization of modular battery management systems that are coming soon from us. CAN bus based keypads for propulsion and drive modes, the PDUs that we've discussed for all your switched controls, all of which are programmed in the VCU. So there's no individual programming of each device. You don't have to worry about that. If something goes wrong with one of them, you just pop a spare in and it knows what to do, because all of the programming is done through AMCAL software in the vehicle control units. And then of course we have digital CAN-based digital dash displays. So that gives you data visualization for any or all, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but any channel you want to see, you can put it up there. More importantly, you can log it. So if you're a builder, if you're a racer, anything that you want to see is downloadable right from the digital display into our AM data analysis software for viewing. And then we have cool stuff like GPS. So if you don't want to mess around with some kind of calculation for speed, you can utilize the GPS module for speed. And again, it's all connected. It all talks to one another. It's all programmed in one central location. And then of course it's bringing in information from all the other networks in the vehicle, so that you have a true 1,000-foot view of everything that's going on. And then you can dial it in and get that car really performing much better, I think, than you're going to get with any other type of solution in the EV space. And more importantly, you're going to have fun with it. It's going to be fun to drive. So let's get to the end here. So that leads us to this. And why are we doing this?
We started with this. I mean, I jumped way ahead, just thinking, look, you're going to be watching about these EVs. We're going to share what the primary major components are. But really, the fact of the matter is, you can't stop this. It's happening. We are AEM. You want to be at the leading edge. We're at the bleeding edge right now with the level of investment that we made here because we believe in this segment. We're all switched on. You mentioned we're petrol heads. You're petrol heads. Everyone here races something with an internal combustion engine, and at the same time, we are absolutely blown away with what we're able to accomplish on the EV side. So it's happening. And then if you really want to show off and not worry about looking over your shoulder and the EPA knocking on your door and handing you a demand letter because the RPM Act's not in place, this is where you go. And it's really fun. And your customers aren't going to have to worry about where are they going to get their car inspected or what do they have to worry about to get moved forward. This is all hands above the table and a really fun new market segment.
Excellent. Gentlemen, wow.
Thank you.
Exactly what I was hoping it would be.
I hate to be the bad guy here, but it's 5 o'clock and we just have to wrap everything and then move into our next session. So you want to add a few more words, Kirk or Lawson, to close this?
The only thing I would say is we've we've tried historically when there's a new market or a new product on the market segment, we try to give as much information about the features and benefits of the product. Like I said, it doesn't have to revolve around AEM. That being said, if you go to our website, AEM EV, there's a section understanding EVs, and there's a really nice knowledge base there that's been put together by our engineers, and Lawson has wordsmithed it so it's easier to digest. So there's a lot of information there. I would encourage you to go check it out. And if you're not watching our AEM Power TV video channel, we're doing all sorts of different builds there as well. I would encourage you to check that out too. We have fun doing it, but we're displaying what we're capable of.
Well, thank you very much. And we are pushing AEM's product back on the homepage of ePart Trade. So
thanks, guys.
Sorry to kind of accelerate the process, but we are trying to keep everything within the minutes. So stay with us, Kirk and Lawson, as we're transitioning into our next session. Same thing with you, Joe. We are going to bring Beth Paretta and the Paretta racing team, but actually Paretta Autosport, and that made history this year at the 500. And we're going to bring Beth back to the program, as well as I think Lauren was with us as well. Beth, good to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. And we're going to bring Paul Fanner as well, who is going to be hosting this webinar. And again, wow, not the whole team, but you assemble like.
We have some teams. Yes, Madison.
Yes. And what is, last year when you were on Race Industry Week with us, and there was a panel on women in motorsport, and you knew what you were doing, but you didn't say a word about it. And the next week I had a call from Beth, said, I'm going to be, moving from ETS and running my own thing. And so congratulations.
Yeah, I couldn't exactly let the cat out of the bag at the time. And poor Paul, he didn't even know. And so then when I announced it shortly thereafter, he's like, really? Not even a hint during the ePart training?
Secret, Paul.
Oh, well.
Okay, well, enough said. On to you, ladies. And Mr.
Thank you very much.
You're in charge.
All right.
Thank you. And thank you. That was a great seminar beforehand, too. And I just am so glad to see all of you. It's not often I get to look in the faces of history being made. I think one of the things I want to do straight off, Beth, is go right to you and have you introduce your team. I want to congratulate everybody for changing the world last May at the Indianapolis 500.
Thank you so much. And I hopefully these little windows will, because I realize we're very tiny, so hopefully everybody can see us. But so we have one person who was meant to be with us tonight who just called me moments ago. Isla Agren, who is part of our team, was going to be part of the panel discussion, had to bow out because since racing always takes priority, she is at COTA right now, about to get a seat fit done because she's racing this weekend. But Isla acted, she's a racing driver in her own right. She races in the W Series. She raced this year in the W Series. She also raced in an LMP3 car in the European Le Mans Series. And this weekend, she's going to be racing in a Hyundai with Brian Herta Autosport for 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday. But she's quite literally at the track right now about to get her seat fit. Her role with our team this year was turn 3 spotter. And as you know, we have spotters at many races, but specifically at IMS, it's such a big facility, and she was always in Simona's ear. And I know Simona certainly appreciated that because there's something extra special about having a driver giving you spotter information because they understand a place like the Speedway like no other. So want to welcome some of our teammates here. Just to be clear too, our team is 30 people. And 20 of them are women. So the effort that you saw this year, we'll speak about it during our session tonight, but our session was very much, our team is very much co-ed. But 20 out of 30 to be women on the team, to have 70% of the team be women had never happened before. And that's what we're most proud of. And so we wanted to have a cross section of an example of how many people we could, kind of share some of their experience of a little bit of how they got to where they are and what their experience was this year. And it's certainly better to hear them tell it than just me, because they all kind of came to this in different pathways. And so I think that's what's the most fascinating. So we'll go around the room. We've got Madison Conrad, Linda Rosenberg, Maria Grady, Lauren Sullivan, and Mallory Muller. And we'll start, Madison, if you want to introduce yourself and maybe your role on our team, but also what you do by day.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. So on the Paretta Autosport team, I was a mechanic as well as an inside rear tire changer. So going over the wall, I'd never pitted a car before, so that was definitely quite an experience. But my day job is powertrain reliability specialist at Roush Yates Engines.
Awesome.
Linda?
Great.
Hi, I'm Linda Rosenberg, and I've actually known Beth when she was a client of mine when she was heading up the whole SRT program. So I've been with her kind of on her journey ever since SRT through Grace and then now Paretta Autosport. So I am thrilled to be marketing and merchandising with the team and various production things like that. And my day job is I'm a promotional products branded merchandise salesperson, as well as IndyCar spot for NBC Sports. So I help out in pit lane. So pretty diverse, but long, lengthy motorsports career.
Excellent. Maria?
All right. Thank you so much for having me on. I've been part of the journey with Beth. We met at the Motorsport Hall of Fame when that was occurring in Detroit. I've been doing photographs for a long time. And interestingly enough, my very first job was with Team Rahal when Bobby Rahal was still in the car and Brian Herta had just started driving. So this was really, truly living my dream at the Indy 500 this year.
And what's your day job? Oh, wait, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I work for Money Lion, and my day job is handling regulatory complaints filed with the federal authorities from consumers. So it's very interesting. It's like being a detective.
The funny thing
I just have to add something, may I please? That's probably very helpful in dealing with racing drivers.
Yeah, it can.
There's a few Netflix specials about those sorts of things. The funny thing about Moneyline was one of our sponsors this year, right? It was our major associate sponsor. They really embraced our team and our story. They invested in us and sort of the journey that we were on and created a TV spot that aired during the Indy 500. We actually shot it in April during the open test, right before the open test, because it was shot on site at the Speedway. And the funniest thing is just prior to that, Maria wound up, she didn't know about Moneyline until we made our announcement about them being a sponsor of the team. And literally through like a Google search, she's like, cause she was working somewhere else and she's like, they sound interesting. So it's sort of weirdly connected to the fact that Moneyline was our sponsor that Maria now works for them. So it's sort of a funny full circle, we have sponsors and employers here.
Yeah, everything's connected, Beth.
Great.
Especially when it comes to you.
Well, true. Lauren?
Yes, hi, I'm Lauren Sullivan, and I was the performance engineer for Paretta Autosport back in May at the Indy 500. I was supporting our primary race engineer, Raul Prados, and was helping him with data analysis. My day job, I actually work for Team Penske on the NASCAR side, doing wind tunnel testing and aerodynamics for them.
Wow.
Excellent. Mallory?
Thank you, Beth. Thanks for having me. So with Paretta Autosport, I did pit setup and also aero screen tear off. And for my day job, I work in business development for a mental health group based out of California.
So it might seem funny that these people have day jobs, right? And obviously what we're building now, what I'm trying to build now is that we have a long-term presence in IndyCar and beyond. And ideally, none of our team members will have to have day jobs, because their day job will be that they work for a racing team, whatever team that is, hopefully ours. But it's interesting because everybody has had either a history touching racing that then led them to us. And I think that's kind of an interesting story, is how everybody even heard of the opportunity. And then once the opportunity happened, because, we were joking about how a year ago we had this ePart trade conversation about women in racing, and we had a wonderful cross section again of people in touching different parts of the business. In fact, Isla, who's not with us tonight, she was representing the fact that she runs HRX, USA, which is, fire suits and protective gear. Which is, again, even though she's a racing driver, she, obviously well suited to, no pun intended, well positioned to run that business and work with racers and teams to be able to then outfit us. In fact, we used HRX suits, right? Because you want to kind of always keep your, keep your ecosystem healthy. And bless her, we had an incident with suits coming, which we'll tell you later, that I was a hero, let's just say, because a carrier, which will not be named, who normally flies parcels from, imagine the handful of carriers that could be, we won't say who, but they were flying parcels from Europe, where most suits are made, these are made in Italy, to Indianapolis, because we needed our people to be wearing said suits for the biggest day of our year. And half of them didn't arrive like 4 days before the event. And poor Isla, I think, was on the phone nonstop, just tracking it down, in addition to everything else that she was doing. And it was this big thing. And so the funniest thing, it's not funny. It's funny now because we can look back at it. The punchline is the suits didn't arrive. So if you look closely at any of the photos, you're going to see a couple of people. Thank God most of the women's suits arrived, but some of the men's didn't. And so she literally, Isla, thankfully had some extra suits, at her home office and shipped them up from Houston. And we had to have them screened. Linda was in the thick of it with Isla to get them screened with our sponsor logos so that they kind of looked the part. And so if you look closely at photos, you might see some people wearing black suits and white suits instead of the ones they were supposed to be, which was red. So it's like the magic of television. It looked okay, but it was a disaster. And the best was, I think we got a call from the carrier, who will remain nameless, like 2 or 3 weeks later, like, great news, we found the box of the suits. So basically, they had an awesome Halloween costume once that box arrived.
But I just got to say, these sorts of stories are small potatoes compared to what actually happened. And I just have to say, if I've said it a couple of times during this week, you rocked it in terms of the metrics, in terms of the impact you had. Just in our world, a racer, your team qualifying for the Indianapolis 500 exceeded the actual race day for the Indianapolis 500 when we had a 4-time winner.
That's amazing.
I want everybody to think about that in terms of traffic, page views, activity around it. Social media activity. That's simply stunning to me. So if you ever wondered if you did anything important in your life.
It's funny because people ask me, and I'm sure they ask the ladies, and this would be a great question for them, and I'd like to ask them, but people kept asking me kind of when we were in it and soon after, like, did you guys realize what you did? And now, full disclosure, that was the point of why I've been working on this since the end of 2014. An initiative like this. And the impetus behind it was because I was working for a car company, and I also worked in motorsport in that role, and saw the potential, saw the value, also saw the commercial value of why we need to grow audiences. All of us do. Every team, every sponsor, every series, every venue, every promoter. All we do this for. Yes, everybody's in the minutia of the setup of the car, sure. It's to have good racing, it's to have competitive racing, but then take it, the step further and add, the 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 50,000 feet. But the most important is making sure that there's commercial value to it. And how do we grow audiences? And the way to grow audience is to have everybody want to watch it. Okay, then what's everybody? What does everybody mean? And everybody should mean the same thing to everyone, but it now takes a concerted effort to make sure that everyone knows that they're invited and knows that they're included. So while the immediate question is, do you guys realize the impact that you had? I hope that there was impact. I will say though, on a micro level, while I was in the middle of it, I was just busy doing my job and trying to keep all the plates spinning. And so in a lot of ways, although I knew what we were doing because it was the purpose of why we were there, for me, I don't think I understood the impact really because I was too close to it. And with every month of distance, and when I run into people who aren't racing fans who know about it or saw it, and as you say about the media, I mean, I know the media impressions because I get those reports, and it was 6.6 billion. Unheard of in racing. And the reason for that is
only
because
6.6 billion.
I know, took oxygen out of the room. And the reason for that is because it was in the Wall Street Journal, and it was in People magazine, and it was on CBS Evening News. And that doesn't happen by accident. We had an amazing PR person in Susan Bradshaw Crowther that did all of our media that was external to the racing world. Our internal racing PR is Barbara Burns, who's fantastic, who everybody knows.
Amazing. Both of them are amazing.
But the ability to be on CNBC and talk about a race team, that doesn't happen that often without effort. And we did that very much on purpose. But I'd like to ask, I mean, obviously all of you have like the fun story for the week for the year when you're talking to your family and friends, but what was the experience for everybody here, like while we're in it and then afterward looking back at it?
I think where it really stood out to me was when we all first walked out in our fire suits together, and we started hearing this cheering, and we're like, oh, what's going on? Like looking around, like what's going on? And then we kept walking, we heard more cheering, and it was like following us kind of, right? And so we still were totally oblivious, naive to the fact that people are cheering for our team. And one of the women kind of raised their hand, and the crowd exploded, and we're like, oh my gosh, they're cheering for our team. And it wasn't just for us, it was for the movement, it was for women in the sport, it was for the whole thing behind it. And that, like, I get chills right now to this day. That was a really powerful moment for me, and the point where I realized, like, okay, we're making an impact here.
You did, and that was breathtaking because you could see some of this, you know, in the broadcast. You could see it when I was present in the environment on Carb Day. You could feel this, and you just described it beautifully, but you don't see that very often.
This is for
it felt really special.
People really cheer for drivers often, but we had this. Every team kind of has a suite that they work out of, you know, their garage area that they work out of, and we kind of had this last kind of pep talk all together. You know, the team all in their fire suits, and it was that, okay, we'd have to walk out to the grid now, and that like sort of the last pep talk of like, here we go, here goes nothing. Let alone qualifying. Qualifying was a whole other story, but this was on race day, and yeah, I mean, the other thing too, just to put it in perspective, Madison, Mallory, and Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, but prior to like the open test, you guys hadn't ever even been at the Speedway. So their first time
that's correct.
At the Speedway is part of an IndyCar team.
And I have to comment on that because the commercial shoot and that coincided with the first day of the test. And, you know, we had been reading their bios and seeing videos of them practicing at the shop. But I don't think any of us had kind of any idea how this was really going to go down. What really kind of blew me away is that from that first day, from rolling out the car just for the commercial shoot, these women were so already ingrained and at home and like just showed ownership of their positions on that car. And the integration with the gentlemen on the team was just so fluid. It's as if they'd been doing it for a very long time, and they'd been doing it for a half an hour when I got to witness that. And it was just, I realized then this is the real deal, and this is pretty intense in terms of anything I've seen in the sport.
I'll be honest, I didn't know what to expect from you guys. Right? And I know it's an imposing place. It's huge, right? And it was one thing to be there in April because it was empty. And it's an amazing place that has this vibration to it, even when it's empty. But as we got to May and we got closer and closer to race day, one of the things that I definitely was doing quietly was just keeping an eye on everybody to see if they were going to get overwhelmed, because I knew that we were going to have 4 women over the wall if everything went well, right? There's in IndyCar, just as a reminder, there's 7 people that go over the wall. There's 7 positions that go over the wall by the rule book. our goal was to have, we knew that we had trained up and that we knew our goal was to have 4. In time, could that be more? Sure. But meaning for what we trained for, we knew that we were going to have 4 over the wall. Now that's just over the wall. The behind the wall positions are integral too. Like everybody always keeps asking about over the wall, but there's positions behind the wall that are completely critical. In fact, I had this one photo that's during a live pit stop during the race. And actually, if you look at that photo, I mean, I can count and point out to you, there are 11 women working in that photo. That includes Lauren, that includes me, right? That includes Maria, who are in their role working in that pit stop photo. But I was concerned as the crowd started to appear and get bigger and bigger as the days went on, that the women could get in their head a bit or be nervous or any of those things that might give them kind of stage fright and have that maybe preclude them from being able to go over the wall safely and consistently and smoothly. And that didn't happen. I mean, to Linda's point, and where we were in pit lane during the race, we're at the end of pit lane, which is always a difficult spot, right? Because it's near pit in and a lot of stuff happens in pit in. And if you didn't watch this year's race, you can see it on demand on Peacock, but it was a crazy year for incidents happening in the beginning of pit lane. We had cars spinning, hitting the wall, coming in with no brake pressure, coming in too fast. And the way that everybody kept their wits about them was amazing.
Yeah, and I have to say another thing is that, I walked into your garage with you, Beth, on Carb Day. And it's a moment I'll keep, it will be in my heart and mind forever because it was something I'd never seen before. And I've seen a lot of things in my 49 years in this business. But I looked around the garage, I saw one man. And I saw nothing but women working on a racing car preparing for the Indianapolis 500. It was breathtaking. And
and the men who worked with us were borrowed from Team Penske. I had 3 salaried people that were borrowed, right? Lauren was one of them, Raul Prados and Michael Nelson. So Raul Prados is on their sports car team as an engineer. Michael Nelson is the competition, the head of competition for NASCAR, right? And I knew him from years ago when I worked with Penske with the Dodge program in NASCAR. So he was friendly, he was somebody that I already knew, right? So that was comfortable. And so the 3 salaried folks were lent to me by Penske. Everybody else who were Penske people that were borrowed, they were all paid through our, everybody was paid for by this program. This is a full, fully functioning race program, right? So sponsorship comes in, which is the revenue, and then it works like a living, breathing team. So Roger Penske, and to just go back a second, we wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for the support of Roger Penske, just kind of giving us that shot in the arm, giving us those resources, allowing me to use his training, to use the shop in Mooresville to train these women up, and use his, having Sean Reineman and honestly, Jefferson Hodges, who works for Roger Penske now, is the person that connected us to a lot of these folks. But although everybody understandably pegs this to this race for equality and change that was announced a year ago, the reality is Roger has been supportive of this since 2015 when I sat down with him then. Respectfully, the race for equality and change and what that is and where that's going and what it's supporting is a lot of stuff also behind the scenes that isn't necessarily fan forward. It has to do with the things that are at the Speedway and through IndyCar in total.
Yeah.
But this was not like hey, I need to check the box, let me call Beth. We've been having this conversation for 6 years, and he was going to support me back in 2015. And then we had a logistics issue that came up on his side that was kind of insurmountable. And then, I was going to try to put a team together in 16. And then at the 11th hour, we didn't have a chassis available. And that's a whole story, which caught out other teams. I took some time off because of some family stuff. And then here, when I was ready to kind of take a run at it, it was a short conversation with Roger because his headspace was already there. So I know people, it's very easy to connect dots and think that this was like, this is a nice thing to do. But no, this is something that Roger properly has supported for the right reasons for years.
And I want to talk a little bit about just why he supports that, because we just had a great session with Jimmy McMillan and George Tamayo, and to me, this is what you did is illustrative of the greatest single opportunity for motorsports to grow exponentially. I'm looking at the future right now, and I'm hoping it's my future, because I want what I saw happen, that energy, that surge of interest, going to a party on Memorial Day weekend and people actually caring about the Indy 500 and talking to me about it because of all of you. I didn't bring it up, they brought it up. It's the most positive virus I can think of spreading. And you were all inside of it and lived it. And I was around you, Beth, when you were trying to do this initially, and I know the struggles and the challenges you faced. I know that logistical challenge was incredibly frustrating for you. And I think you were basically driving around, going to people's shops and garages, just looking at these remnants of race cars, trying to find a chassis.
Yeah, shrapnel. Like, can I tell
I know, and it was maddening. But sometimes history being made has its own timetable, and all of you were living in that moment. And Mallory just gave this breathtaking description of what it was like to be in that. That was a moment I think will be remembered for a long time when you walked out that day. That's a moment the world changed. And what happened next when you started that race is another moment the world changed. And can you all just tell me what you were feeling and thinking? I'd like to hear from all of you what you were feeling and thinking as this was happening.
From my perspective,
you lost your sound.
Oh, sorry. From my perspective, because I've worked so many Indy 500s, I just had never experienced this kind of intensity. I would say the first time the car came in and I was shooting a pit stop, I looked at every single team member's face, and I cannot describe the intensity that I saw on these women's faces. It was a very emotional moment for me because I've observed many pit stops.
Yeah.
But I think even before that, during practices, during the open test and so forth, when the car would roll in, and I started in my mind, because I know what's supposed to happen on a pit stop, and I just watched the times get faster and faster and faster. But when you're in the midst of it, you don't have time to really think about it. But that's what struck me. And then usually I was behind the team or ahead of the team. And so I got to witness the wave of fans and just the emotional connection that the fans had with our team. And it still almost brings me to tears to talk about it. That's
Well,
how
it gets me when
exciting
you
and
talk about it,
life-changing
Maria.
it was.
And, we've known each other for a while, Maria.
Right.
We're colleagues. We work together on
Yes.
other things, racer. And your photographic contributions are always much appreciated. But I'm so proud of you for being part of this. You're a piece of us in this business.
Well, thank you, Paul. Thank
It
you
means
so
a lot
much.
to me, and I'm just it's amazing because rather than simply taking the photograph, you are literally in that photograph now as part of history.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the joyful part of this.
Yes. Anybody else?
Yeah, for me, it was overwhelming in all the best ways, to the point that because I was still learning the IndyCar side of things, since I come from NASCAR, I tried really hard to just push everything, all the social media. My Facebook was blowing up, my phone was blowing up, especially during qualifying. Just ignore all of it and head down and do my job and learn what I needed to learn. And then at night and stuff, when I could kind of take a breath, I'd kind of sit there and be like, what are we doing? You couldn't, in the moment, you couldn't grasp what was going on and the impact it was going to have. And starting to see stuff like young girls doing the Paretta side braid and stuff like that before the race had even happened was just okay, I expected a response like that maybe in a year or two, but 3 days into this, it's kind of I don't have the capacity to process this right now, so I'm just going to set it aside, and afterwards, after we finish the race, then I'll pick it back up. It's still coming in waves of when I see stuff online, or down to I was sending something to the ladies earlier this year and I didn't remember how to spell one of their last names. I'm like, oh, I can just Google it because it's all online and we're now Googleable. So,
Lauren, why don't you tell everybody what happened with what the side braid is and how that happened?
So that didn't come from me. I believe that was from Andra, who started the side braid. She did it during pit practice, if I remember. In fact, Madison might be able to explain better. Madison, if you want to take it. But we all most of us ended up doing it at some point.
Yeah, it was kind of just a hairstyle. I know men normally, they don't have to think about what their hair looks like under their helmets, but, we obviously did. And so she started doing a side braid, just throughout pit practice. And then all of a sudden we saw on social media, a young girl had asked her mom for the Paretta side braid. So, we would do it. We would do each other's hair in the morning and, it was kind of our thing, uniform that makes us different, even a little bit more different, right? Not something that most pit crew members don't have to think about, but we wanted to look just as good when we took our helmet off. So that's kind of how that was born.
Yeah, but you were in battle too. That's the thing. Yes. It really felt like, you were in a war of speed and precision, and you wanted to be competitive. It looked like you were there to kick some butt.
There were fans that just the way that side, how you can't really predict what people are going to embrace. And I think that because what I had hoped with this is, yes, I want young girls to see us and aspire to maybe do this or pursue non-traditional careers or pursue careers in the STEM fields. But realistically, it's, I want every woman who's ever also been in motorsport to feel like they're part of this team. So if you're in motorsport in Europe, and I want you to just realize like we're all in this together, we're all kind of going, in the battle on the track together. And there were fans at the Detroit Grand Prix, which was 2 weeks after the Indy 500. I was at Nashville, I was at Long Beach, just there at the race to do things for different appearances. We had did some things with Chevrolet, and there were fans with the side braid. Yeah. So like it stuck, and it's so funny because like you couldn't have done that if you tried. I think I saw some questions come in about people asking what could young women do, and I think one of the other things that we could talk about our backgrounds, realistically, it's important for young women to know what they can do, but I think it's also important for other teams to know what they can do to open the door and create opportunity, because it's not for a lack of interest. The interest will also come if the opportunities, if the door is open for opportunities, then more people are going to maybe raise their hand, because I think there's a lot of people not raising their hand because they don't know what's available to them. And that's really what the goal of our team is really just to be an example. One of my favorite things this year, and I saw it definitely in May, and I saw it as the year went on, many other teams put the women, many other teams have a woman or two on their team. They were putting those women forward so that they were more visible. And they hadn't necessarily been as visible. You're starting to see stories written about those women. That is fantastic. That is success. The goal isn't to have an all-women's team. The goal is to have women on all the teams.
Yeah.
That's the secret, right? We want women on all the teams. We want people of color on all the teams. We just want everybody on all the teams. So although the question is, what can young women do? It's just, show up and be willing to take that entry-level job of being a gopher, like I started out, out for race teams. But I think the bigger thing to talk about is to ask other team owners to hire people even in entry-level positions and be willing to train them and give them opportunity. If somebody has work ethic, I mean, listen, these women, Madison and Mallory can talk about their training on learning how to do pit stops. Yes, they had training on the NASCAR side, but they'd never pitted an IndyCar, but they learned how to do it in 5 months, and they did it well. So, if the idea is, if the work ethic and the interest is there, are people trainable? Sure.
I think you said to me when we were walking away from your garage that day, and I was moved. I will admit, I had a tear in my eye, and it got me. I'm the father of 2 daughters, who I want everything to be possible for them in their lives. Right. One wants to be an astronaut, and the other one is a really talented artist and dreams of working in the entertainment business. I don't want there to be a barrier of any sort. There shouldn't be. And you said, if you can see it, you can be it.
Right.
And I remember I was a slightly different human being when I exited that garage. I literally, there was before that moment and forever after, the rest of what I will experience in racing, because I now know you're inevitable and what you're doing is inevitable. And I think that, Linda, I've known you for a good part of this journey. I think you were 7 when I first met you working.
Thank you.
for the Chip Ganassi racing teams. But I think that one of the things, we've seen great change around the time we've been here. And what is the thing you're a true veteran in this business. What was the thing you took away from this moment?
Well, it's kind of funny you brought that up, because when I first started, really, I started in the sport as on the promoter side, but when Chips was the first team that I came to. I had a team position where I helped manage the sponsorships. Target had just come on board, and it was kind of making sure hospitality and sponsor activation and all the things were happening. And I loved it, and merchandising and all of those. But as I continued, I wasn't sure where I was going to grow after that. It wasn't, this was back in the early 90s. Yeah. And I just didn't know, I joke about it all the time, because I'm like, well, really, where is this team going? And now I rue the day every time Chip wins everything. Because I actually left right before win number 1, to pursue some entrepreneurial dreams, but at the same time stayed in the sport. And I see now colleagues of mine, people capable of being team managers. I see it a lot from the business side. And so knowing Beth through all these years and watching her to become an owner, that for me is also the most amazing part of this. And seeing that the positions, the women over the wall and doing what they did is beyond. But I think that people aren't realizing too what's happening on the business side. And that women owners, women team managers, I know there's several capable people that we have in our paddock right now. And as a result, the sponsorship is changing. Back in the day too, it was beer and tobacco, and it was kind of considered a men's kind of sport, if you will. And that's changed so much in the last, 20, 30 years. So when I look at our sponsors, Rocket Mortgage and Money Lion, targeting women brands, and financial literacy for women. And so watching this whole dynamic change literally and being on the tail end of it for me is pretty empowering to kind of watch that.
Absolutely. And you described this very, very well, Linda, because what the world you talked about doesn't exist anymore. I live in a world that's very different. I live in a household controlled and run by women. All buying decisions, all significant decisions of where vacations are taken, what cars we drive. My middle school daughter picked my car out and handed me a sheet of paper telling me what I was going to buy. So, I think that we live in a world where these things are happening around us, and racing is one of the few places, I think, where it's an athletic endeavor, but there is no physical barrier to competing absolutely at every level for the highest possible result in anything, period. Someone, it doesn't matter how big or small you are, probably the smaller you are, the better you are for being a racing driver. But I think ultimately, there's no reason why, my favorite thought here, and we talked about this, Beth, this is something you've always talked about, is having the Borg Warner have a woman's face on it.
Right, exactly. I think the other critical thing too is I think there have been many efforts over the years about getting more women as drivers, and that's a noble pursuit. But as I'm fond of saying, our team is 30 people. Yes. One of them is a driver. 29 aren't. And for the Indy 500, to use that example, there's 33 drivers. But if you look at all the teams, that's hundreds and hundreds of people that are working that day. And those are careers. Those are people that are paying their mortgages and have dental insurance because this is their job. And let alone the facility, you want to then, exponentially, if you look at racing as an industry, there's many, many, many things to do, and you can have a long storied career. But like, you know, what I love, like Lauren can speak to also what she did before she got into racing. And what I love is the transferable skill. We talk about it, but it's very real. And the funniest thing is when I first met Lauren, I used to give this talk because I do a lot of stuff. Yes, I've been working on the team nonstop, but behind the scenes, I do a lot of stuff with mentoring and girls and educators and helping with curriculum. And so, you know, even when you don't see me for a couple of years, it doesn't mean that I'm not working, you know, nonstop on these things. And it's funny because I used to use this analogy about you could work for a racing team and then you could go work for X company. Maybe if you're an aero engineer, you can go do this. I meet Lauren and she literally has the background that I used to like describe as like fictional. And so as soon as she said it, I'm like, you're my proof of concept. And I gave her a virtual hug. Lauren, explain, please.
Yeah, so between college and getting hired on at Penske in 2015, I actually was a wind tunnel test engineer for Boeing, the aircraft maker. And I wasn't on the commercial side, I was actually on the defense side. But I definitely tested aircraft for about 5 years before jumping over to motorsports.
See that? And we always say an IndyCar is an upside down plane. So she just had to take her notes and
flip them.
Also tell what did you think of because obviously you've been in the NASCAR wind tunnel testing. What did you think of what was your first impression of IndyCar when you kind of were able to fully live and breathe it kind of intensely there for a couple months?
It is a beautiful engineering beast. That is for sure. I fell in love with it actually. Coming back from the open test, my husband used to work in IndyCar and he's told me for years, like, you should try IndyCar, you should try IndyCar. And I grew up with NASCAR, so NASCAR has a special place in my heart. And when I came back from the open test, I looked at him and I was like, I think I got bit by the IndyCar bug. And I want to do this more in the future.
There's no shaking it either, I've got to warn you.
Oh, yeah.
You're in it.
There's no shaking that one. And, you know, first off, all of you speak with such passion about what you did. That in itself is inspiring. How has it changed you? And I'd like to hear from each of you, if I could ask you, how has it changed you?
I also just mentioned Mallory is a mom, and the amount of commitment that she had to take every week in the training.
Yeah.
Mallory lives in Florida, and the training was in North Carolina, and she literally left her family every week to go, because they were training at 5 a.m. but it was 4 days in a row. And so Mallory left her 4-year-old daughter at the time to commit to this. Mallory?
Yes. In fact, when I was having my intro calls with our coach, Sean, he was like, okay, but like, you realize this is a commitment. I'm like, no, I know. I'm signed up. I understand what I'm signing myself up for. But it really was a testament to my family, my husband, bless him. He was so kind. Luckily, he's a huge motorsport fan, so it was like not as hard to convince him to help. But he was key to me being able to do this. My mother-in-law flew out from California for a week to help. My mom drove from Jacksonville multiple weeks to help too. So it's so cheesy, but it does take a village. And
it does.
I think what changed me is I was having a daughter. I was very just all focused in on her. My life was on hold, and having this experience made me realize, like, if you have a solid support system and people who care about your dreams, anything is possible. And that's what I took away. And now I'm able to like go to the gym without feeling guilty, now, because I know that she is loved and cared for and well taken care of, even when mommy isn't there every second of the day. So that was really powerful for me, and I think our family in general.
And tell everybody what your motorsport background was prior to working with us.
So I came to motorsport as a fan and as an athlete. So I there is a pit crew school, NASCAR pit crew school, stock car, in Mooresville. And when I was living in North Carolina, I trained there for about a year or so. And to your earlier point, Paul, there weren't the opportunities. And so I did exactly what Beth said and was like, well, I don't really see any future here for me, for a woman in this sport. Like, I guess I'll put the dream aside. And then years later, when my coach at the pit crew school called and was like, hey, I have this opportunity, I cannot tell you how fast I sprinted over to my husband. I was like, I have to do this.
Yeah, you were ready.
Yes, and so back to the question of like what can young girls do, and it was just being prepared for the opportunity. So it's never, you can work and work and work and strive and get towards this goal, and you feel like it's not happening, but if you're ready and the opportunity comes, you can say yes. And I was ready to say yes because I had always kept my body in physical shape, and I had always wanted to pursue this dream, and so I was able to say yes.
Well, you touch on something I think I'd like to illuminate as we're going forward. My wife tells me, sometimes she calls me Chicken Little because the sky is falling. I can be negative, but she also says, the universe is speaking to you. It's up to you to listen and show up for your life.
Yes.
Show up. It's speaking to you. Show up. Do it. And I think something called all of you to this. So as we go through, I just think this is really inspiring to hear. Who would like to go next?
I'll go. So, after Indy, being involved in motorsports on the NASCAR side, a little bit on the engine side, you kind of, there's women around, like Beth had kind of mentioned, not as visible, I guess. And, got to know, but after Indy and, a month later, it just left me feeling so inspired to, do more and to create more awareness for women in the motorsports and to highlight these women that are currently working and doing the thing for years, right? And just left me like really, wanting to do more for women and, to make sure that this isn't a once a year thing. And, eventually I don't want this to be a headline, I want this to just kind of be, they're in the Indy 500. So definitely left me very inspired, wanting to do more.
Yes, and I'm with you on all of that. I second that. That's all those statements. So let's keep going.
Yeah, I'll second that, Madison, too. I'll say after the 500, I kind of realized a calling on my life I wasn't really aware of, and that was using the platforms I have to empower and lead the generations behind me and the ladies that are coming up through. And that's kind of been a focus since then, is getting more engaged with. I've always loved outreach and always welcomed every opportunity to do outreach. But now I'm chasing after those opportunities as well as asking for those opportunities instead of just sitting idly by and waiting for them to come to me. I'm embracing that calling on my life now as a result of the Indy 500 with Beth.
Yes, and just think all the places you can go and all the things you will do now. Anybody else here?
I will say this. I've always known this or always believed it, but didn't always follow through with it. But it is follow your passion, whatever you're passionate about. You never know where it can lead. All I ever wanted was to have one photo published. That's how it started out when I was volunteering at the track building tire walls. And it led me to this. So
yes,
follow that passion.
And I've got to say that your passion brims over when we're at the track. I have a favorite photo of us together on the grid at the Indianapolis 500.
Oh yeah, that's
2016.
One of my favorite too. It's on my phone right now.
The joy in your eyes, and you're just full of joy in that moment. And there's a gravity to your enthusiasm that I'm grateful for in my life. Thank you, Maria.
Well, thank you, Paul. I'm living my dream.
It shows.
Everybody has to, I don't know, we kind of take photographers for granted, and there's so, not everybody's able to be at the speedway, or even if you're at the speedway, you're in the stands and you see what you see. But we look back at the photos, whether they're in Racer Magazine, online, or anything, and that's how we keep those memories, and they bring us back. And it's the photographers are so tireless. I mean, I don't even want to say how long your days are, Maria, because you're there well before we get there and you're there well after we leave. And it's brutal. They're running around with how many pounds of equipment on, but my desktop photo on my laptop and everything else, it's because of you and the way that you specifically are very good at, you capture people and their emotion. And taking pictures of cars is great, but the pictures of our team over the wall or with grease on their faces, that's really, I think, what people connect to, and it helps us tell our story. And I've thanked you, privately, but I want to thank you in front of everybody else because your work is fantastic. And
Absolutely.
We lived through the race over and over again in those moments all this year because of your lens.
Well, thank you. And going back to it takes a village, and I have a great village that helps me, supports me at all of the tracks as well. So thank you.
And Linda, you've been on championship winning teams. You've seen all of this from the inside and from the outside.
I'll tell you what was interesting because, in my work for NBC, which I am grateful that I get to do that, and I get like the inside view of watching this type of emotion in these things with all the teams. I mean, IndyCar racing, especially the Indy 500, there's 33 documentaries going on at the same time because everybody's got different stories and turning points and how they got there, even the top teams. So there's so much there. And it was hard for me because while I was working pit lane, I wasn't able to be in our pit. And in fact, I was positioned all the way at the opposite end of pit lane during the race. So it was a little crazy, as was qualifying, but it was amazing to see, to be able to witness that from behind the scenes and be a part of it. And it's just, not only do I see that this, it helps attract women to the sport and all of those things, but I think that it also helps to really elevate and bring eyes to IndyCar racing, which is such an amazing sport, and what all of these teams do, and all of the drivers, all of the crew people. I don't think people can properly understand it until they understand the journey to get there and what that looks like. And as I always kind of, belabor this with Beth, I said, our story is not just the race, it's the race to get on the grid. It's raising the money, trying to make people understand, well, why this sport? Is it a sport? That we get that all the time. I mean, you've been there, I've been in this sport probably longer than most of these young ladies are old, but it's, I've watched it, really evolve. And I still am passionate about, you guys, this is one of the best, it's the best hospitality sell in sports, because the experience of being at an IndyCar race and being with that athlete, seconds before they're getting in the car is like being on a football field during the snap, so we provide such an amazing product. And the more that we can do to broaden that, to wider audiences, for me, being part of that, and this team is such a, and everything that all the teams are doing is really special and needed. And we need to support this for everybody.
Absolutely, and really well said. You bring up a lot of things that are contextual here as to why your team brings so much value to the sport overall, and in particular to IndyCar and the Indy 500. And Beth, my first moment I met you, literally the first time I laid eyes on you, you turned and faced me wearing a fire suit on a very hot day as you were about to lead the SRT Viper team.
It was 102 degrees
in the first race, and you turned away from your team meeting.
I did. It was 102 degrees though, like a fire suit with 102 degrees. It's
yes, and I, it was, you had me at hello, but I've got to say, there's two parts to this next question, and it's for you. How did this change you, and how are you going to continue to change the sport and the world going forward?
I think the thing for us, and one of the things that the two things that are probably most important to me from the beginning of this was to lift the veil on all the roles and why women can do all of these things, and to show everything that's going on the track. The other thing that I think is really critical is that we all like each other. We are not in competition with each other, and women in other women's programs and other women's, I understand racers on the track. Yes, let's battle it out and let's have our elbows out for sure. That's what we do. But as soon as the checkered flag falls, we're all in this together. We're all better together. We're all stronger together. And I think you see that in corporate America. My background is corporate, right? And you see women competing against each other instead of competing against the general population as like my company against your company, because we're trying to, have the best product to market and how soon we can make it to market. But I think that's something that has been tough for women over the years, because if you're talking about a board of directors, there might have been one seat that was for a lady. And so you'd have 5 women elbows out with each other, instead of saying, hang on, we need to have more seats at the table. And so I think the more that we also show us working together, also working together with men, and that it's healthy and we're all just better together. And I think we need to stop this idea of one initiative these aren't either or scenarios. These are and. Just stop saying either or and just start saying yes and we're all together. And that's how we're going to get anywhere. And I say that for every initiative, everything around the world to get more women, more people of color, all of it's good. So let's just lift each other up. And if somebody calls and needs a favor and you can help them, say yes.
And that's, I think, what really struck me about this too, being around some of you during that month and watching what happened here and watching the gravity, the emotional gravity of what you were doing was really strong. It transcended the Indy 500 in a sense, that it became a story on the stage of humanity. Mm-hmm. This was something that was in real contrast. This is a place where there was still contrast to be able to tell this story. And we're all in a race against time. We only have so much time on this earth. My time in this sport, I saw my first full year of employment in this sport on a very tragic day. Lola Lombardi scored a half point in April of 1975 when I was a young guy. And there hasn't been any point scoring in a woman in Formula One since. I was around when Janet Guthrie raced at Indy. I was there when Lynn St. James out-qualified Nigel Mansell, the reigning IndyCar champion.
Right.
I seen these moments, but this one felt different to me because there was a completeness to this moment, and I want more. I want more. So what happens next?
If I had a nickel for every time I get that question.
We'd be on the grid.
Exactly. Yeah, I would. I'd be on the grid. We have it's too early to confirm some stuff, but I've got some good stuff. You know what? It's the timing, right? Like just like last year, I was like, oh yeah, I don't know what the future's going to hold, Paul. We're kind of in that same boat. So I wish I could tell you, but maybe if you had your ePart trade at the end of January instead of.
Don't tempt me. I'm really curious about this because I don't think we can go back to not having you there.
And I agree, and obviously I'm biased, but it would be really awful if we weren't on the grid. Again, attempting to qualify. I'm not saying that, you
earned your way in. You earned your way in. That was probably
oh God, Simona,
was an incredibly dramatic moment.
Earned our way in. The car had no business being on the grid. Yeah. It didn't. I mean, the setup of the car, Lauren, you guys can speak to this. She had no grip. And there were some other things going on. You saw it because Will Power actually was kind of in the same
problem. Yeah, you were within a hair of a fraction of a second of each other. And
for everybody to remind everybody, Will Power's won the thing. I mean, he's a wheelman, and Simona got us into that race because of her skill. Yes. And she's amazing.
And before we go, I just have to say that this has been a joy to be with you all tonight. This is my present in the center of this, and it's a pleasure to know all of you. And I want to see you on the grid at the Indianapolis 500 more than anything this coming year.
Hopefully, you'll see us on more grids.
Yes.
And hopefully, you'll see all of these ladies and more in this jersey again.
Well, Godspeed, Paretta Autosport, and all the good women and men who make this team happen.
That's what we want, Beth. That's what we want.
I know you guys have to wrap up, but I have to say credit to the men on the team that helped us. They were amazing. And I'll be honest, I wasn't sure how they'd react. I thought they'd be like rolling their eyes like, oh, we got to work. They were amazing. They enjoyed Lauren. And I mean, everybody can speak to it. They enjoyed themselves. I think they reveled in being a bit of an underdog, being with this underdog team, which is kind of refreshing and fun. Yeah. We couldn't have done it without them. And their expertise, Vance Welker, who's our car chief, who's, long history. I mean, everybody. just really, because every woman mechanic was one-to-one with a mentor. And so they were, working very closely and being taught every step of the way. And you can't do, again, it's opportunity, but we don't have that opportunity unless there's that experienced guy that said, yeah, come on, we'll show you how to do this. And they did.
And it shows. And then you can show someone else how to do it now that you know. And
Exactly.
that's what's so beautiful about this. That's what's so beautiful about this. Well, I will rewatch this afterward, just because this is a moment I want to remember for a long time. And just like I've rewatched the beginning of the Indianapolis 500 just to watch all of you. I'm so impressed and so grateful to know all of you and have this time with you today. And onward to whatever comes next for Paretta Autosport and for our sport. And thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And please, all of you, stay with us a few more seconds. We are wrapping everything. And Beth, again, we're a big, huge fan of you. You're such an inspiring leader, in this industry. So please keep doing what you do. Thank you very much. And so as we are wrapping everything, we will be back tomorrow morning at 6:45 a.m. with Mike Schenk, who actually won the 500 with Elio. Then we'll talk rally with the WRC and Rally America, a double session. We'll talk engine parts with Dart. We'll talk NFTs. That's going to be a very interesting one on racing. We'll talk safety with K1 Racing Gear, suspension with IBAC. We'll have Antron Braun at lunchtime, who's going to talk about his new drag racing team. Greg Anderson, who won the NHRA championship this year. We'll have a session with NHRA, with Music City, speed diagnostic on oil analysis. NASCAR is going to come on and talk about next gen. And then we'll end the day with Brian Herta and Stefan Papadakis. A very busy day tomorrow, the last day of Race Industry Week. So again, thank you very, very much for being with us. And then we'll see you fresh and early tomorrow morning at 6:45 Pacific. Good night